Callie. Failure is not an option. My voice only wavers a little bit as I inspect my reflection in my compact mirror. I'm standing in the bathroom stall of Henny's Hoedown. My wavy brown hair is stuffed under a shiny, shoulder-length blue wig. The planes in my face are blurred with contouring makeup, which has also erased my freckles. As added insurance, I have a big pair of wraparound mirrored sunglasses to obscure as much of me as possible. I can do this. I have to do this. I need to get close enough to Heat Lightning to ask their lead singer a very important question, and that's not easy to do these days. They're the hottest southern rock band in the country, and they're constantly surrounded by security. The thought of what I'm about to attempt has my stomach turning to water. It involves lying and sneaking and shenanigans. If my mama ever finds out, she'll fall over and die. Then she'll come back from the dead and wallop me upside the head with her giant purse, and that thing hurts. I think she carries bricks in there. Then she'll die again. But it's for her sake that I need to do this. I glance down at my outfit, which completes my disguise. I look like every other Heat Lightning fan, with my Heat Lightning t-shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots. I even accessorized with lightning bolt earrings. It isn't my rocker chick garb that's going to get me close to them, though. It's the fake press pass I have tucked in my purse. The band is giving the press a tour of their recording studio in preparation for the release of their new single, The Heart Knows. This will be my ticket in. For the next hour or so, I'm no longer Callie Abernathy, assistant manager of her family's historic hotel. I'm no longer the good daughter, the one who dresses modestly and never swears, lies, or embarrasses her family. I'm Maureen Mitchell, reporter for the non-existent Take Note music blog. I suck in a deep breath, grimacing at the taste of Lysol in the air. The press tour will be starting soon, and the studio is 2 blocks away. I need to get going. If only my legs would cooperate. You can do this, I say desperately. Failure is not an option. Is that girl in the stall talking to herself? A loud female voice squawks. What did she just say? Something about being a failure? Weirdo. I can hear the sneer in the woman's voice. Oh, great. Now I have company. Nasty, snipey company. Peering through the crack where the stall door meets the frame, I can just make out 2 women with their backs to me, facing the mirror on the other side of the room. And my legs absolutely won't move. I try to will my arm to reach out and open the stall door. My arm, which apparently wants no part of this charade, lies limply by my side. I glance at my watch. I really need to leave now. The press conference is starting in 15 minutes. I'm never late. My anxiety ratchets up another notch. I'd do some deep breathing exercises, but the idea of inhaling any more of the chemically scented bathroom air than is strictly necessary makes me more anxious, not less. I'm a germaphobe even under the best of circumstances, and these are not the best of circumstances. A loud, nasally voice jabs against my eardrums. So how long do you think it will take you to get into Sebastian's pants, you lucky bitch? Instant and irrational rage floods my veins and makes my legs shake. I'd give it an hour tops. Lucky bitch's voice is a bored drawl. And that's if I'm off my game. I peer through the crack in the doorframe. It's the taller woman talking. God, what I wouldn't give to just kiss him, bitch number 2 moans. He has the sexiest mouth. I wonder what a kiss is like. Like a dream. My mind flashes back to the summer of my 18th birthday. I was working at my family's hotel, helping them host weddings, which are still our biggest draw. Sebastian Monroe, locally famous rock star who was about to break out in a big way, was working construction in Swampy Bottom County. And he was secretly my boyfriend. Me, boring little Callie Abernathy, with my freckles and glasses, dating a man who was 20 whole years old, whose posters I'd been plastering all over my bedroom for the past year. And he loved me. He totally obviously did, I could tell, because I was a virgin and he never once tried to take advantage of me in that way. We spent every minute we could together, but he never tried to peel my clothes off. He didn't even kiss me until the day I turned 18. We met by the bleachers in the fairgrounds, and the heat of our kiss nearly scorched my socks off. 2 months of repressed passion sizzled through our writhing bodies. Who knows what would have happened if one of the fairgrounds workers hadn't walked by at just the wrong moment, startling us apart. "Did you bring extra-large condoms? I hear he's massive." Bitch number 2's voice drags me back to the present. I can't stay in here and listen to this any longer. I don't want to know how she knows about his size. I fling open the stall door and it bangs on the next stall, startling both of them. They both spin around to glare at me. The shorter one, friend of Miss Lucky Bitch, has platinum blonde hair and glossy pink lipstick. The taller of the two, Miss Lucky Bitch, is a raven-haired beauty in painted-on jeans. Her pouty-lipped face is coated in enough makeup to paint the broad side of a barn, and her heat-lightning shirt is strategically slashed to show hints of a red lacy bra. She wrinkles her perfect little nose. "What the hell are you looking at?" I draw myself up and fix her with a steely glare. I don't know, but it's wearing $5 worth of 10-cent makeup. Rage sparks in her pale blue eyes. "Well, at least it doesn't look like it dresses from a Goodwill reject bin." I smile broadly because that's the best way to infuriate a bully. "Have a wonderful day. You stay sweet now." Her heavily lipsticked mouth opens in an O of anger, but I don't stick around to see if she's got a good comeback. I power walk into the bar, wobbling slightly in my heels. Henny's hoedown is frosty cool with air conditioning. When I open the front door and step out into the street, I'm smacked in the face by a wave of sticky June heat. I break into a jog. The Blue Blazes Record Company is located in an old converted warehouse in the trendy Germantown neighborhood of Nashville, and their recording studio is on the south end of the building. I'm not the only one who wants to get close to the band today. News trucks clog the parking lot. Hundreds of women mill around behind metal barricades. A row of burly security guards is the only thing keeping them from swarming the barricades and rushing the building. I stand on the sidewalk, huffing and puffing until I get my breath back. Then I pull out my fake press pass, which is a laminated plastic rectangle, and clip it to my t-shirt. Failure is not an option, I repeat to myself. Failure means we're at risk of either losing the hotel that our family built in the 1800s or going begging for a loan and telling everyone why we need the money. That would destroy my mother. I head towards the security guards standing by the front door. A group of reporters are lined up ahead of me, standing on concrete steps between metal banisters. The doorway is guarded by 4 security guards, broad and intimidating in their dark navy suits. When I reach the doorway, one of the men glances at me questioningly. I hold up my press pass with trembling fingers. "What do you want?" His voice rumbles out in an unwelcoming growl. My goodness. City folk certainly have a different approach to hospitality than we do back home. I curl my mouth up into what's supposed to be a friendly, casual smile. I can see myself in the man's sunglasses, and it looks like a death rictus. That smile would make small children cry. "Maureen Mitchell. My name is Maureen. I'm a reporter covering the music industry. I'm here for the tour today. Hello." I clear my throat and grip my purse strap so hard that my knuckles turn white. He looks at the press pass, then looks down at the clipboard in his hand. "You're not on our list." There's a list. Oh, cow flops. Think, Callie, think. My goodness, I'm ever so sorry. My editor called and he said I was approved. There must have been a mix-up somewhere. The guard shrugs. "Yeah, well, take it up with your editor." My heart sinks. My shoulders slump. "Move it, lady!" a round-faced man in a rumpled linen suit yells. He's standing directly behind me. Sweat runs down the sides of his face. I can't blame him for wanting to get in out of the heat. Several people jostle behind me, holding up their press passes. I came all this way for nothing. I spent money I can't spare on a plane ticket, a hotel, and a stupid wig. I roped my hairdresser cousin into teaching me how to paint on this disguise, and now I have to tell her about my humiliating failure. I turn around and stare into the smirking face of Ms. Lucky Bitch. She's wearing a press pass that identifies her as Tara Jones, blogger for Make Noise. Ugh, figures. They're the National Enquirer of music blogs, always looking for dirt. They've broken up marriages, destroyed careers, and they're proud of it. Her lips twist up in a triumphant smirk as she stalks confidently up the steps, shoulder slamming me on her way past. I hold my head up high, blinking away tears as I walk toward the steps. Then an achingly familiar voice calls out to the security guard. "Go ahead. Let her in." My gaze drifts over to confirm what I already know. It's Sebastian. He and the band are walking up the front steps towards a separate door on the right. He's easy to spot. There are a knot of people clustered around him, but he's a good head taller than most of them, except his brother Magnus, the band's drummer. My heart hangs suspended in my chest for a long, painful beat. I watch him stride by, the wind ruffling his dark hair, the sun bathing him in a golden glow. The rays kiss his high cheekbones, his full lips, his strong jaw. The scar on his left eyebrow, the one he'd never talk about, doesn't mar his perfection at all. It just gives a sexy edge to all that pretty. "She isn't on the list," the security guard yells at him. "It's okay," Sebastian calls out over his shoulder. And he turns to his brother and says something that makes Magnus laugh, and then he waves a card in front of a security camera, and the door opens for them. I suck in a gasp of hot, humid air. He didn't recognize me. He was just accommodating me because he thought that I was a reporter, kissing up to the press. The man who told me that he loved me, who promised me that we'd be married before my 19th birthday, just breezed by me like I'm a stranger. I swallow hard. I'm expecting too much. He hasn't seen me in 10 years. He wasn't expecting me today, and I'm about as disguised as I could be. It's ridiculous for me to feel like I just got mule-kicked in the stomach. But he didn't answer my emails either. Not a single one. I sent emails from Callie Abernathy 1, for God's sake. Am I that forgettable? I was counting on our past connection to get him to say yes to the favor I so desperately need. It's a big ask, and I had to swallow my pride to come here begging, but I thought that once he knew who I was, he'd say yes for old time's sake. Now I'm faced with the possibility that I may be nothing more than a dim past memory. As I walk up the steps, Tara Jones spins around to glare at me with murder in her icy eyes. "Don't even think about it." She bites out each word. "He is mine." And she barrels past the security guard, hurrying after the man who stomped my heart to mush all those years ago. I swallow hard and follow her slowly. My hands are so sweaty that they slip off the doorknob, and the door starts to close again. I grab the doorknob and squeeze hard, yank the door open, and walk in. I whisper to myself as I step into a cool, air-conditioned hallway. Failure is definitely an option.
Chapter 2. Sebastian. "Sebastian! I love you, Sebastian! Look at me, Sebastian, over here!" I can't even count how many women are pressed up against the metal barricades that snake across the parking lot. Most of them are wearing T-shirts with pictures of our band, our album covers, or my face. They've been coming every day since we started working on our new album, waiting for hours in the blazing sun in the hopes of getting a glimpse of us. Last week, I made the record company put up a tarpaulin sunshade and set up tables full of bottled water. I was afraid someone might get heat stroke. Keep moving, one of the security guards chants to us. As we hurry towards the front door of the studio, the women let out a collective shriek that makes my molars ache. Magnus, who couldn't stop flirting any more than he could stop breathing, waves at them and they scream even louder. I spare a brief glance at a girl who's shrieking her love for me at the top of her lungs. She has excellent lungs. I know because she's pulled her T-shirt up to show me. "Not bad," Magnus observes. He's always on the prowl. I'm not. She notices his interest and immediately switches allegiance. Magnus, I love you, Magnus. I stifle a laugh. She loved me first. That's my face on her t-shirt. He smirks. Bro, I am completely fine with sloppy seconds. She's jumping up and down now, which does interesting things to her, lungs. Eyes front, Monica, our makeup artist and hairstylist, advises us. Don't encourage them. I'm not up for another trampling incident today. It's too freaking hot. Monica is a tall, olive-skinned stunner with a fondness for stiletto heels, sarcastic comments, and bright, fruity-colored clothes. Our guitar player, Parker, holds Monica's hand and stares straight ahead. He's Monica's husband, and he's no fool. As we walk past the line of reporters waiting to get in, my eyes light on a short, curvy girl with shining blue hair. I can't make out much of her face because she's wearing enormous sunglasses, but something about her makes my dormant libido sit up and take notice. Hello, sex drive. I thought you'd taken a permanent vacation. I've been so focused on turning things around for the band that I've barely noticed a woman in a sexual way for the last year. Sebastian, why are we slowing down? It's hotter than Satan's butt crack out here, Monica grumbles. I hadn't noticed that I was slowing down. Cranky pants, I tease her. Pregnant pants, she murmurs in a low voice. The band hasn't announced it yet, but she's 4 months pregnant. She and Parker are going to be the proud parents of a little baby rock and roller. The guard is waving the blue-haired woman away, even though she showed him her press pass. The woman's shoulders slump in dismay. I crane my ears to hear them. She says something about how her editor called and she should be on the list, but the guard is a hard-ass, which is usually a good thing. Still, seeing this woman's misery makes me feel a twinge. She'll probably get in trouble with her editor. Let her in, I call out as we walk up the steps. She isn't on the list, the guard yells back. That's okay. At the sound of my voice, the woman turns her face toward me, and I wish I could see what she looks like without those glasses. Something is nagging at me, whispering at me. But we have a bunch of reporters' butts to kiss and no time to waste. We hurry into the air-conditioned building. Our publicist, Russell, is waiting for us by the doorway. He's a distant cousin of Chris Porter, owner of Blue Blazes Records, which, as far as I can tell, is his only qualification. Russell is a giraffe of a man, tall and awkward, his hair scraped and gelled into an Elvis-style pompadour. To make up for his narrow frame, he always wears suits with padded shoulders. He burns with nervous energy, shifting from one foot to the other. Why did you let in someone who's not on the list? His voice is a petulant whine. You're the reason I'm getting gray hairs. I'm too young for gray hair. You don't have a single gray hair, I snort. He's in his 20s. That's because I dye it. He lets out a long, martyred sigh. All right, at least you got here on time. Let's get this show on the road. Chris hired Russell to help us clean up past mistakes. Well, mostly me. I'm the one with 3 wrecked hotel suites to my name. Magnus is no slouch either. He has several arrests for getting into bar fights. In my defense, there is no defense. We've both matured, apologized, and paid for our mistakes. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the media, we're still those hotel-trashing assholes, and we always will be. Despite my joking around today, I do understand the seriousness of this. It's not just my career on the line, and it's not even just the band's survival. There are dozens of jobs that depend on us, everyone from the drivers to the sound engineers to the cooking crew. They've committed to being on our upcoming year-long tour, turning down other gigs, and if we can't tour, they can't pay their bills. We lead the reporters through the building, pausing for photo ops. Magnus mugs it up for the cameras. Monica and Parker hold hands and look adorable, and I just flash my trademark lazy grin and watch the ladies swoon. My cheeks are starting to ache from all that smiling by the time we get to the rehearsal studio. My gaze drifts to the blue-haired woman. Is she swooning? Hard to tell. She's been elbowed and shoved until she's all the way in the back, mostly hidden behind a forest of taller, meaner reporters. She's clearly not used to the vicious competitive world of celebrity journalism. Tara Jones, unfortunately, makes her way through the crowd and plops down in the front row of chairs. She's legendary for the notches on her bedpost. She's equally legendary for trashing her one-night stands on the blog she writes for. She'll only go for lead singers. Some of her conquests are famous, a lot more of them semi-famous. What she really wants is to be a rock star's girlfriend. But the predatory gleam in her eyes and her angry, needy personality sends everyone running. She catches my eye as we walk towards the stage, winks, and runs her tongue over her glossy red upper lip. I suppress a shudder. Barely. Magnus leans in and murmurs, "I'd rather put my dick in a pencil sharpener." I quickly cover my hand with my mouth in a fake cough so I don't laugh. Parker joins in. "I'd rather put my Johnson in the mouth of the shark from Jaws." "I'd rather stick my pecker in a pit of rabid wolverines," Magnus counters. Parker smirks. "I'd rather put my Peter in a blender set to puree." Parker's Peter getting pureed? Magnus's shoulders shake with laughter. Peter Parker's pecker picked a pack of pickled peppers? "Honey, is your Peter pickled?" Monica asks Parker. "As part owner of said Peter, this concerns me." "Pipe down, Penelope." He shoots her a wounded look. "My Peter's performance is perfectly prime." I'm wheeze-laughing now. "Shut up, dickheads! Jesus, this is serious business here." "Then why are you laughing?" Magnus smirks. "Hey!" Russell jabs Magnus in the arm with a long, skinny finger. "She'll hear you." "God, I hope so." Magnus raises his voice. Monica lets go of Parker's hand and walks to the side of the stage, where she stands next to one of our security guards. We're still snickering quietly as we climb up on the stage and stand in front of the microphones that have been placed there for us. The reporters settle into their chairs, with the blue-haired mystery lady sitting in the back row. She's still wearing her sunglasses. Interesting. After Russell welcomes the reporters with his opening speech, he invites questions. Tara waves her arm wildly, and Russell jabs his sharp elbow into my side, forcing me to acknowledge her. "Yes, Miss, I deliberately pretend not to know her name. "Tara Jones," Russell hisses in my ear. "Sebastian," she cries out, "tell us about your dating life. Any lucky ladies catch your attention lately?" It comes out in a purr. She arches her back as she says it. Several of the reporters laugh and give her scornful looks. I reply with the barest of smiles, just enough not to be openly rude. I'm only focused on the band these days. No time for fun. Such a shame. Tara throws her shoulders back, trying to force me to look at her cleavage. I look around the crowd. Next question. "Trashed any hotel rooms recently?" the music critic for Nashville's major daily calls out. My smile returns full force, but only because I've practiced. I don't have to look at my brother to pick up on the tension radiating from him. Our reputation is a sore point with him. No, we're older and wiser now. We left that kind of behavior behind us years ago, and we're looking forward to a fresh start. It's true, but it's going to be a long time before the media lets us forget. "What about the curse, Sebastian?" another reporter calls out. "Oh yeah, here we go. After we lost our record contract and our tour was canceled, we laid low for a year and then regrouped, bringing in Parker as our new lead guitarist. 6 months ago, we signed with Blue Blazes Records. At first, it was smooth sailing, but for the past few months, we've been plagued by a series of mishaps. Our tour bus brakes failed and we crashed. Fortunately, we were going uphill and our driver steered us into an embankment of shrubbery that swallowed the impact. One of our roadies was electrocuted by faulty equipment. Luckily, he was wearing shoes with thick rubber soles that minimized the damage. All of our equipment failed right in the middle of a show. A fire started in Magnus's hotel room one night while he was downstairs at the hotel bar, and the entire hotel had to be evacuated. And then someone started a rumor on social media that our band was cursed. The Make Noise blog picked it up and ran with it, complete with spooky Halloween-style graphics photoshopped on top of our pictures. There is no curse, I say cheerfully. The curse isn't any more real than Slender Man. To quote Abraham Lincoln, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. That gets a laugh, and they go back to asking the usual questions about our musical influences, the inspiration for our songs, and who Magnus and I are allegedly dating. The blue-haired girl doesn't get to ask a single question. I pointed her a couple of times in an attempt to let her ask more questions, but she kept getting drowned out by the other reporters. I shouldn't feel bad for her. Nobody's owed anything in this world, and she clearly doesn't have what it takes to make it in the cutthroat world of music journalism. If she can't fend for herself in this field, she should look for a job that's more suitable. Still, I don't want her experience here today to be miserable. I'll make sure she gets to ask me at least one question before the day is over. After we dish out our pre-rehearsed lines to the reporters, it's time for our demo. I lead some of the reporters up on stage and show them our equipment, making it look like part of the tour. Even though I trust our sound engineers, and even though I'm sure there's no curse, I've taken to personally checking things over before we start playing. I do a quick visual check of our amps, microphones, and equipment. Fortunately, everything is in working order. Parker fetches his guitar, I grab mine, and we take our places. Nervous anticipation thrums through me, but in a good way. It never gets old. As soon as we start playing, that familiar feeling sweeps over me and carries me away. Magnus's manic drumming is the perfect counterpoint, and Parker's voice twines with mine in a raw, natural harmony. Monica watches from the sidelines with a smile, her hips swaying in time to the music. When we finish, I'm riding on an adrenaline high. The reporters leap to their feet and give us a rousing cheer. I can see it in their faces. This song will be a hit. Maybe our biggest hit yet. It's a song of yearning, of a heart with a hole in it looking to be filled. Whenever I sing it, it fills me with a strange, beautiful ache for something that I've never known. Well, I came close to knowing it once, a long time ago, but I blew it because I was young and stupid. I chose the open road in my music and left behind what was probably my only chance at happiness. For some reason, my gaze strays over to the blue-haired woman again. Earth to Sebastian! Magnus elbows me in the ribs as Russell blathers to the reporters. He's right. I'm weirdly distracted at a time when we desperately need to focus. That isn't like me. What's the inspiration for the song, Sebastian? Sounds like someone did a number on your heart once upon a time, one of the reporters yells. Stewie, the music reporter from the Nashville News. Not really, no. Liar. But that part of my life is just for me. It's meant to be universal, for everyone who's seeking something and still hasn't found it. It's a message to keep the faith, to never give up hope. After a few more minutes of questions, we lead the herd to the cafeteria to graze on the buffet we've laid out for them. I catch a glimpse of the blue-haired reporter's name tag, Maureen, from some blog called take note. She stands there clutching her tray and looking for a place to sit, like a nervous new kid on the first day of school. Tara walks by her and swerves just enough that she walks into Maureen and makes her drop her tray. It falls with an enormous clatter, and everyone cranes their neck to stare. Maureen freezes where she stands. Be nice to all the reporters. Be nice to all the reporters. I stalk over to Tara and snap, "Not cool." "Excuse me?" Tara's eyes widen in shock. Then she quickly rearranges her face into what she must think is a seductive look, widening her eyes and twitching her mouth into a simper. "I love your new song so much, Sebastian." She dramatically claps one hand to her chest. Damn, she really wants me to look at her cleavage. "I felt as if you were singing it just for me." "I assure you I wasn't. And you knocked this woman's tray over." Now the other reporters are staring at us. Tara is widely disliked among the music journalist crowd. They're eating this up. Her smile fades a little. "It was an accident." "I've got 20/20 vision, Miss Jones. I watched you swerve into her on purpose." I'm glad Russell's across the room schmoozing with some of the other reporters, because he'd have a stroke if he saw me telling off Tara. I can't stand bullies, though. Magnus and I were subject to that kind of crap all the time as kids, growing up poor with an alcoholic stepfather who was in jail more often than not. Tara's expression changes from simpering to furious. She stalks off without a backward glance. Maureen, who's been standing frozen this entire time, kneels down and starts picking up the silverware and plates she dropped on the floor. I drop to my knees to help her. "Thank you," she murmurs. Her perfume smells familiar, and I wish I could remember the name of that scent. Hell, she just feels familiar. If we've met before, though, wouldn't she mention it to me? No problem at all. One of the cleaning staff hurries over and grabs her tray, and she thanks him, too, with a big, warm smile. It's the first time I've seen her smile today. "You're the best, Peter," I say to him. She stands up, and I lead her back to the buffet table where the rest of the band are loading up their plates. "Bess," I call out to the harassed-looking cafeteria worker who's quickly refilling an empty fruit salad tray, "what's the chef's special today? Please say it's you." "Oh, you." Bess giggles. "The roast beef sandwiches are to die for." She's 70 if she's a day. I've known her for 8 years. She works with the kitchen staff and has visited every state in the country with us. I made it a condition of our new contract that we get to keep our regular crew. "I'll have one of those gourmet delicacies then." She serves it to me with a beaming smile. Maureen grabs a bottle of water. Magnus holds up a bottle of juice and a can of soda, considering. "Did you know that if you put a nail in a glass of cola for 4 days, it'll disintegrate?" Maureen says to him. "Imagine what that would do to your stomach." She grabs a bottled water. "Juice it is," he says, setting the can down. I look down at Maureen, this perfect stranger who's stirring strange feelings in me. She's wearing a lot of makeup with heavy contouring on what little I can see of her face. I don't understand why she's wearing so much makeup. Her skin looks perfectly smooth. Her clothes, her hair, her makeup, somehow they don't fit together. And her brash appearance is at odds with her quiet, polite demeanor. She's a puzzle that I find myself wanting to solve. I stand there staring, at a loss for words. That never happens to me. She looks at me expectantly, I think. Actually, for all I know, she could be glaring at me from behind those big black lenses. "You're wearing sunglasses indoors," I blurt. "Smooth, Sebastian. Really smooth." "The fluorescent light hurts my eyes." "Right." I smiled down at her, going for a mildly flirty tone. "So you're in disguise? On the run from the law?" She manages an uneasy smile. Something like that. She opens up her bottle of water to take a sip, looking away from me. That nagging, whispering feeling pesters me again. I know this sounds like a line, but I swear I know you from somewhere, I say to Maureen as she takes a sip of water. Have we met before? She chokes on the water, coughing hard, and grabs a napkin from the buffet table to dab her mouth. Well, if we did, it couldn't have been that memorable. A coating of ice frosts her words. Everything was fine 2 seconds ago. What did I say? She's not an ex of mine. I haven't had that many, and I remember all of them. Have we met before? Seriously? Magnus laughs and nudges me with his elbow. Next, you're going to ask her if she comes here often. Hey, bro, hit me up after lunch, and I'll give you some lines that actually work. Ignore him, I tell her. He was brought up in a barn. She tilts her head to the side and smiles politely. Maybe you should have him gelded. What? Magnus splutters. I like her, Monica observes to Parker. She's weird AF, but not in a bad way. Ignore them, too, I say to Maureen. They've got this habit of talking about other people who are right next to them, like we're all deaf or something. I don't know what he's going on about, do you? Monica says to Parker. Not a clue. Parker shakes his head. Also, if Magnus and Sebastian are brothers, and Magnus was brought up in a barn, doesn't that mean that Sebastian was too? Well, it would explain why he's such a horse's ass. Monica grins. She and Parker high-five each other and laugh. Watching them gives me a sharp twinge. They're so perfectly in sync. They've found their other half. They never get tired of each other. I can't remember the last time I even met a woman I wanted to spend an afternoon with, much less forever. Maureen is staring at me, I think. At least her face is pointed in my direction. My fingers twitch with the overwhelming urge to snatch those ridiculous sunglasses off. She clears her throat as if she wants to speak. Yes, I try to encourage her. Did you want to ask me something? Poor girl. She's so far out of her league, she's not even in the same zip code as the other reporters. She should be taking this opportunity to pepper me with questions, but now that I've put her on the spot, she can't even seem to form a full sentence. Well, yes, in fact. She sucks in a deep breath, which does interesting things to her chest. Down, boy, I tell my libido. The breath goes out of her in a whoosh, and her shoulders sag. Never mind. I should go. And she hurries away, but she doesn't go sit with the other reporters. Clutching her water bottle, she makes her way to the door and leaves. The tour isn't done yet. The reporters are going to interview the record company's owner after lunch, and then we're handing out gift bags. Does she not know that? We all stare after her. Monica frowns in puzzlement. Was it something I said? Chapter 3. Sebastian. I pause outside my dressing room, rubbing my face with my hands. The tour was supposed to end with me walking the reporters to the front door and doing a final round of pressing the flesh, but my encounter with Maureen left me feeling prickly and unsettled in ways I don't understand. I pleaded indigestion and left them with Magnus instead. Fortunately, when Magnus is in the right mood, he has more game than a Major League Baseball pitcher. He'll flirt, schmooze, and amuse the reporters as he walks them out, leaving all the ladies and a few of the men hyperventilating by the time he's done with them. My phone buzzes in my pocket, but I ignore it. Probably Russell wanting to lecture me for upsetting Tara. I'm not in the mood. I throw open the dressing room door, only to be greeted with a shriek of pain. Mysterious Maureen is standing behind the door. I just bonked her in the head when I threw the door open, and she's rubbing her forehead. Oh, hell! Sorry. Let me get you some ice. Great, now I'm a woman beater. I hurry to the refrigerator in the corner of my room and pull out the ice tray. I fetch a washcloth from my bathroom, dump the ice in, and hand it to her. "Thanks." She presses the washcloth up to her head, sinking down on the red leather couch that faces the door. Her voice is low, and she's still speaking in that odd, no-accent tone as if she's trying to obscure her identity. "It was really my fault. I came in here because I had something I wanted to talk to you about in private, but I shouldn't have been standing behind the door. I heard footsteps coming towards your room, and I just panicked." Interesting. At least we're getting closer to solving the mystery of Maureen. I sit down next to her and give her a winsome smile. "Well, as you can see, I always like to make an impression on the ladies." "Nice line." She readjusts her sunglasses with her free hand and scoots a little farther from me on the couch. "Wow, tough room. I've been trying to make you smile all afternoon. Am I losing my touch?" I turn my smile up a notch. The patented Sebastian Monroe smolder. She should be melting by now. She presses the washcloth to her head. "Do you write all your own material?" Okay, then. She remains unmelted. In fact, I think she just dialed down her thermostat and added another layer of frost. My pocket buzzes again. I ignore it again, focusing all of my attention on her. We seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot somehow. She takes in a deep breath and lets it out slowly. I try, and mostly succeed, to ignore the rise and fall of her chest. This is insane. I can't deny the physical effect she has on me, but it makes no sense. I'm mildly in lust with a woman, and I don't even know what her face really looks like. When did I turn into such a perv? "You're right. I'm sorry. And I apologize for breaking into your room like this. I assure you that's not like me. I needed to ask you something, and it's better if I speak to you here in private." Her words set faint alarm bells ringing in my head. She obviously isn't here to do a story on the band, so what's her end game? My phone buzzes again. Not that many people have my number, and it seems like someone really, really wants to talk to me. "Hold that thought," I say to her, and I stand up and pull my phone out of my pocket. Stewie, one of the few journalists I trust enough to give my number, has sent me a text. "Hey, I just thought you might want to know. Your blue-haired girlfriend is a fake. The blog she works for doesn't exist. I was curious when I saw her press pass because I know all the major music blogs and I'd never heard of it. I searched for it and there's nothing." The hell? I tap in a quick reply. "Thanks for the heads up." Fucking seriously. I stuck my neck out for this girl, twice actually. I insisted that the guard let her in, and I told off Tara Jones in front of everyone. And I didn't sound the alarm when she broke into my dressing room, so 3 times. And it turns out she's a liar and a fraud. I don't know why I'm so pissed off. I should be used to it by now. Ever since the band hit the big time, people have only wanted me for what I can give them. Relatives who refused to take Magnus and me in when our mother died, leaving us to suffer years of abuse at my stepfather's hands, suddenly appearing out of the blue and begging for a loan. Women who I've dated secretly alerting the paparazzi so that they could ambush us when I take them out to dinner. People who I thought were friends sneaking around my house and going through my drawers trying to find information to sell to the tabloids. Still, there was something about this girl that drew me in and stirred feelings deep inside. It made me remember what it was like to feel longing and desire. And now I feel like an idiot. I shove my phone back in my pocket and spin around to glower at the blue-haired imposter. "What's your game, faux-reen? Reporter at a non-existent music blog?" Her face scrunches up in dismay, and she sets the washcloth down on the end table. "It's not what you think." She scrambles to her feet, clutching her purse to her chest defensively. "Oh, and what do I think?" I say nastily. "I mean, I didn't sneak in here to seduce you or anything." Mildly bruising my ego, but I think I'll be able to carry on with my life. "What do you want, then?" "Let me guess. You're a process server?" "A process server?" she says in astonishment. "Is there an echo in here?" That straightens her spine. "No, but there's a rude, arrogant jackass in here." "Yes, I am. So why waste your time on me?" In response, she takes off her glasses and stares at me. Her eyes are a bright, unnatural blue, almost matching the shade of her wig. Contact lenses. Without her glasses, the thickness of her makeup is even more apparent. "I'm a member of the Swampy Bottom Tricentennial Committee. We would like you to play at our arena for our tricentennial celebration anytime in the month of August." Crashing disappointment slams down on me. That's what this is all about? Of course. Just mundane, boring old greed. "We've been trying to contact you for months. We've emailed you. I've emailed you directly." She tilts her head to the side, staring at me as if that should mean something to me. I never see the emails sent to the band. There are thousands of them every day, usually accompanied by pictures that would make a gynecologist blush. "Well, you've wasted a perfectly good wig, 10 pounds of stage makeup, and my time. It wouldn't work with our schedule. We're kicking off a year-long tour in September, and we'll be rehearsing the whole month of August." Seriously, wouldn't a fake press pass have been enough? What's with all the cloak and dagger disguise BS? "Just one night," she pleads. "We have a huge, beautiful, brand new arena, and we've got amazing attendance numbers for the tricentennial. Our fairgrounds are phenomenal." "I know what your fairgrounds look like," I say dismissively. "Do you really?" There's that icy tone again. But her voice has suddenly changed. Her accent has gone deep southern, and now it's hauntingly familiar. She turns and stalks over to the door. Then she pauses and rips off her blue wig and throws it in the trash. Underneath it, her hair is curled up tightly and pinned against her scalp with hair clips. She spins on her heel and walks out. The door slams in my face. I stand there for a full minute, struggling to put the pieces together in my mind. That sense of déjà vu, my wildly beating heart, that achingly familiar voice, they're at war with the heavily made-up face she presented. But then it finally hits me with the force of a piano falling on my head. I remember the name of the perfume she's wearing. It's Lily of the Valley by English Garden Perfumes. And I know who Maureen Mitchell really is. Because I've been trying to get up the courage to give her a real, true apology for years. Letting her go was my biggest regret in life, and I can finally make it right. I run out the door, my heart thundering in my chest. "Callie!" I yell down an empty hallway. "Callie Abernathy!" I can't believe I didn't recognize her before. No wonder she was furious at me when I asked if we'd met before. No wonder words failed her when she tried to speak up. She can't be gone. I'll find her. I run down the hallway. When I get to the end, I look both ways. Then I start searching the building, questioning every security guard I see. Someone taps me on the shoulder and I spin around, buoyant with hope. "Callie?" It's just Magnus, trailed by Monica and Parker. My face falls. "Oh," I say to Magnus, my voice flat with disappointment. "It's just you." "Thanks. I'm equally unexcited to see you," he says with annoyance. "Who are you expecting?" "Oh, nobody special," I say, steeped in gloom. "Just the woman who hates me most in the world." Monica looks at Parker. "His marbles," she said. "He's lost them. It's so sad. He had very nice marbles before. I mean, There were Aggies, Ollies, Shooters, just a stellar collection of marbles, and now they're gone. We should send out a search party, Parker says. Offer a reward for them, Magnus chimes in. Hire a private investigator, Monica suggests. For once, I don't jump in. I stalk off towards the front of the building. I'll find her. I have to find her. How far could a crazy little southern girl have gotten in the last 2 minutes?
Chapter 4. Callie. Henny's Hoedown is considerably more crowded than it was a few hours ago. I grabbed the last seat at the bar, wedged in between a glum-looking middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat and a big-haired beauty who's happily gossiping with a group of girlfriends. I pulled the hair clips out on the way to the bar. I'm glad the wig is gone, although now I'm sitting here with my mashed-down sweaty hair and 10 pounds of stage makeup that's threatening to slide off my face. What'll it be? The bartender mops the bar in front of me with a filthy rag, and I repress a shudder. I don't know. I open the menu in front of me and stare at it. I don't actually drink. Our hotel has a bar, but I never imbibe. I've got responsibilities back home. Every once in a while, at a social gathering, I might have a sip of something, but my family has a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol. My sister Daisy, in fact, has been known to climb up on tabletops when she's had a few. That's all right for her, because she's been Crazy Daisy and Daysaster all her life. People expect that of her. As for me, my well-earned moniker is Careful Callie. The bartender keeps a straight face. Sure. Neither does anyone else in here. Yes, this is just what I need at this point. More sarcasm. Like I'm not beaten up on myself enough. What would you recommend? He shrugs. How about a Long Island iced tea? The ladies like those. I brighten a little. We don't serve them at our hotel's bar, but it definitely sounds promising. I'm a good Southern girl, and I love iced tea. I'm guessing it's a delicate, girly drink with maybe a splash of alcohol. As he goes to mix my drink, I review my epic failure at the Blue Blazes recording studio. Here's how I pictured it in my head. Once I made my way past the bodyguards, I'd stride in leading the pack of reporters, and Sebastian would recognize me instantly. A look of devastation and remorse would spread across his handsome face, leaving the reporters baffled, but I'd know it was meant for me. He'd point to me and, ignoring my fake press pass, say, "Callie Abernathy?" And I'd say, "Why have you been ignoring my emails?" Because, after the Tricentennial Committee failed to get an answer from him, I swallowed my pride and started emailing him myself. I imagined that he would look shocked and shamed. I never got a single email from you. I'd have jumped on a plane and flown to your side if only I thought there was the slightest chance you'd ever speak to me again. Okay, the dialogue in my fantasy may be a little over the top. Big deal. It's my fantasy. Next, he would say, "Callie, I made the biggest mistake in my life when I cruelly stood you up 10 years ago." All the reporters would look at him with the contempt that he deserves. "Hey, lady, any time today?" The bartender's bored drawl slices through my fantasy. He waves a drink directly under my nose. Eek! How long was he standing there? My goodness, sorry. Thank you. I grab the drink and take a sip. Yummy. I take another, longer sip. Warmth flows through my veins, and some of the tension that's been knotting my muscles melts away. Another Heat Lightning song blares from the jukebox. Sebastian's voice, singing about finding your one perfect love, booms through the air. Do they have any other songs on that thing? I mutter. What's that? The drunk guy in the cowboy hat asks blearily. Nothing. I drain half of my drink in one long, very unladylike gulp. I return to my fantasy. All the reporters would be looking at me with sympathy, and at Sebastian with disgust. I'd ask him to play at our arena. Sebastian would eagerly agree, and he'd insist on the band playing every night for a week. No, all month long. And then he'd sweep me up in his arms and carry me away. Oh my. I looked down at my glass. It's empty. How did that happen? Sebastian would rush me to his limo, and we'd take up where he left off 10 years ago with a warm, melting kiss. Of course, my fantasy never came to fruition. I was completely knocked for a loop when Sebastian didn't recognize me, and I just couldn't seem to make myself tell him who I was. I think I was afraid of being rejected all over again. Every time I opened my mouth to say something, my courage fizzled like a wet firecracker. That's why, instead of being in a limo with Sebastian, riding off into the sunset, I'm in a germy, crowded bar, marinating in defeat and humiliation. Cowboy Hat Man reaches for a napkin and accidentally jostles me. "Sorry," he slurs. "Think nothing of it," I say politely. I may be in a terrible funk, but that's no reason to forget my raisin, as Mama would say. I hold my glass up and look at it. I'm warm and loose in a way that never happens after I drink iced tea at home. What the heck is in this stuff? Well, whatever it was, it went down very smoothly. "May I please have another of these delicious libations?" I wave my empty glass at the bartender. He snatches it from my hand and mixes another one. "It's not a whatever you just called it." He slams it down on the bar in front of me. "It's a Long Island iced tea." I sip this one more slowly, wanting to make it last. Glancing around the room, my cleanliness fetish kicks in, pushing aside that warm feeling. I have an overwhelming urge to grab a rag and start cleaning things. The counter is sticky, and my soul squelched on the floor when I walked in. Dirty glasses are scattered across the bar, and nobody's picking them up. "Patty," the guy next to me slurs. I clutch my drink and slide a few inches further away from him on my stool. No, sorry, that's not my name." Of course, neither was Maureen. "No, Patty's why I'm drinking. Why you drinking?" I'm not up for conversation at the moment. Instead of answering, I slide off the bar stool and walk across the room to lean on an empty stretch of wall. Sebastian's beautiful face drifts through my mind, and my throat swells with sorrow. That kiss we exchanged when I was 18, the one that kept me going through some of the darkest days of my life, it didn't mean a thing to him. I mean, it's bad enough that he led me on back when I was young and naive. All the flowery words he fed me, about how he'd never met anyone like me and we were made for each other. I should have known better, even then. He's a songwriter. Words are his thing. Of course he knew exactly what to say to make me fall for him. I was a total goody two-shoes up until then. As for Sebastian, he lived in his van, worked construction, and hustled the band's merchandise at their shows. Not only that, but his brother Magnus, who was his drummer, was serving a 90-day jail sentence in Charlotte for some bar fight. My parents would never have let me date him. But for Sebastian, I broke all the rules. I used to sneak out and meet him at the fairgrounds where he spent his days working on the new agricultural hall. He traveled around the state to play gigs on the weekends and called me up after every show to assure me he'd gone straight home by himself. As summer came to a close, he asked me to come with him when he left to go on tour. It was a crazy thing to ask a sheltered, small-town girl like me, but my teenaged brain was addled with infatuation. He had a voice like an angel, and beautiful, sad eyes the color of amber, and cheekbones so sharp they could have cut glass. He towered over me like a tree shading me from the hot sun, his body so perfect it begged to be sculpted in marble and immortalized forever. I said yes. Yes, I'd leave my family behind. Yes, I'd run away from home and travel the country with him. It was the only impulsive thing I've ever done, but he was worth it, because our love was predestined, eternal. It was star-crossed and every other beautiful cliché ever written. I showed up at the fairgrounds with my suitcase, 15 minutes early. His van was gone. His boss said he hadn't punched into work that day. I called him and called him. No answer. I actually called the local hospital emergency room to see if he'd been in an accident. I was that naive. Like a fool, I waited for hours in the hot sun before I accepted the humiliating truth and slunk back home crying. I ripped down my heat lightning posters and loftily told everyone they were just a passing phase. 2 months later, I got a letter with a California postmark, no return address, and the words, "I'm sorry," scrawled on a piece of notebook paper. In the history of lame apologies, that was pretty epic. He always knew where I was. He could have found me and at least given me a proper apology at any time, and the fact that he chose not to tells me how little remorse he felt. But to not even remember me? Even after I mentioned Swampy Bottom and took off my sunglasses and he saw my face? And I don't even want to think about how cowardly I was today. I let all those reporters push me around and shove me to the back of the room when I should have fought my way up front and just told Sebastian who I was. My phone buzzes, and I pull it out of my purse and answer without thinking. It's my sister. "Hey, Callie. Just checking to see when you're going to—" What's that noise? Are you at a bar? Oh, corn fritters. Hold on a sec. I gulp the rest of my drink. I feel light and tingly all over. Long Island iced teas are the best. I should have a few more. I set my glass down on a table with visible drink rings on it and shudder with the need for a clean dish towel. I turn my back on it so it won't distract me. I'm with Jenny. My cover story was that I was visiting one of my old college friends in Alabama for a few days. I told my family that her husband was on a business trip and she'd just had twins and needed some help until he got home. She's at a bar a week after she had a C-section? Daisy sounds scandalized. Shoot, this is why I don't lie. It's not so much that it's immoral, I'm just terrible at it. I forget my story, I give way too much detail, I blush, I stammer. I'm the worst. Yes, she's not drinking or anything, she just came to see her best friend's band play. At this time of day? On a weekday? That sounds lame even to me. What about her babies? I thought she had no one to watch them. Her voice rises in horror. They're not at the bar with you, are they? Callie, how could you? All that noise will destroy their eardrums. For heaven's sake, of course we didn't bring them to a bar. I'm indignant on behalf of Jennifer's fictional babies. The neighbor's watching them for a little while. I should be calling Child Protective Services. Are you listening to me? The babies are not here. Then I quickly change the subject to the one thing that is guaranteed to distract her. How's the heir to the throne? She and her husband Chase just had a son who, I must admit, is excruciatingly cute. Incredibly handsome and brilliant, just like his daddy. I think he's almost ready to start talking. I choke on a laugh. He's 2 weeks old. You are on a hormone high, Daisy. Just say no to hormones. You'll see. He'll be saying full sentences any day now. Sure, sure. And pigs will fly and chickens will drive tractors. So, he's eating well and all that? When I get anxious, I go into mother hen mode. This whole trip has sent my anxiety levels into the stratosphere. All the lying and sneaking and disguises. Never again. No, Callie. He decided he wanted to go on a juice cleanse to get rid of some of that baby fat. I can hear her eyes roll through the phone. Of course he's eating well. Say hi to Callie. That's Chase in the background. It's followed by the noise of a baby burbling. Hi, Chase, I say dutifully. Hi, Ethan. Your mother's crazy. Did you hear that? Daisy says, her voice rising in excitement. Ethan was trying to say hi. Of course he was. You're not the slightest bit cracked in the noggin. How's Mama doing? As well as can be expected, with all the preparations for the tricentennial and everyone on the committee squabbling all day long. Our mother has a mega-intense version of the anxiety disorder from which I suffer. After our father died, it went into hyperdrive. These days it comes and goes. Has she had any episodes? I ask. Nothing major. Daisy, I say in my warning tone. She sighs. Naomi is keeping an eye on her. My poor cousin always gets called in when things explode. What happened? A couple of hours ago, she went shopping, had a panic attack, and couldn't open the door. When our mother is under too much stress, she's afraid of the germs on doorknobs, among other things. Naomi went and got her and brought her back home. She's fine now. Has she done anything else? Like what? Like compulsive panic shopping at an epic level? including buying 15 properties in town to house all the people who were coming for the tricentennial because our hotel was booked up. She paid cash for a few of the houses, emptying out our savings completely. Then she took out loans to cover the rest and didn't stop to think about what would happen after the tricentennial. Our town is popular with the tourist crowd these days, but not enough to keep 15 houses consistently rented out. That's why we so desperately need a major headliner for the arena. It will put us on the map. Other headliners will follow, and we'll be sure to have the constant stream of customers that we need to keep our hotel afloat. Our hotel is the biggest employer in town. We're also a wedding destination, we have swamp boat tours, we have apple orchards, a very popular bar and restaurant, and we're the only hotel in the county. The economy of the entire town depends on our hotel, and my mother's put it at risk. Daisy's husband is richer than Midas, true, but if we had to go begging for them to bail us out, my mother would go into a shame spiral from which she would never emerge. She's still in major denial about her anxiety issues. She's a small-town woman raised on a diet of pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I managed to convince her to talk to a therapist after her house-buying binge, but she wouldn't even see one in town. She's doing it via video conferencing. And she made me swear on my daddy's grave not to tell anyone, so there's no one I can ask for help. Never mind. Jenny's back from the restroom. I should let you go. What bar are you guys at? I hang up quickly, pretending I didn't hear that last question. I'm half afraid if I tell her, she really will send Child Protective Services to make sure there are no babies at the bar. I should never have come here. Mama just can't handle this kind of stress on her own. My alcohol buzz is wearing off, and tension is twisting my insides. I pull my notebook from my purse and glance over my list of tasks for the day. Lists keep me sane. The only thing I have left to do is call the Sisters Together program and confirm that I'm meeting up with my little sister, Fiona Duffy, later this week. Fiona just moved to town for the summer. Her mother's in jail, her father's never been in the picture, and she's staying with her frazzled Aunt Reba, who has 8 kids of her own. I'm supposed to hang out with her this summer and be a good influence. If Rhonda, the program director, could see me now, half drunk in the middle of the day, in my floozy disguise, lying to my family, she'd boot me out of the program before I could say boo. I walk outside the bar, squinting in the bright light of day. Music from the bar blares out onto the street. I walk down the block until the sound fades, and then I call Rhonda, the program director. Oh, Callie, I was just going to call you and let you know. Fiona has decided not to participate in the program. We can match you up with someone else. Thanks for letting me know. We can talk about it when I get back in town, I say, feeling kind of hurt. Fiona and I had already met, and I thought we hit it off. Could just one thing go right today? Well, what's my next move? I'd planned to do some sightseeing since I'd come all this way, but I'm no longer in the mood. My phone pings and I glance down. I'd set it up to give me news alerts if there was any mention of heat lightning. Tara's posted a selfie of herself standing next to Sebastian. She's got a huge gloating smile plastered across her face, and her arm is circled around his waist. I guess they made up after the tray spilling incident. I stalk back into the bar. A man's about to slide into the seat I just vacated. I glare at him and he scurries off. I don't know what's come over me, but I can't seem to stop myself. I wave at the bartender. Another Long Island iced tea, please, and keep them coming. Then I turn to the cowboy hat man, who's slumped even further over the bar. Sebastian, I tell him, my voice ringing out in the air. I don't care who hears me. That's why I'm drinking. Chapter 5. Callie. Who's inside my head tunneling their way out? Why am I on a violently rocking boat? I sit up, groaning in pain. My eyes are sticky. Everything hurts. Tell the boat to stop, I mumble. Don't rock the boat. Coffee? A voice booms through the air. Please don't scream at me. I squint blearily at a cup of coffee that's materialized in front of my face. A man's voice pounds against my eardrums. I didn't. I'm whispering. My hair is hanging over my face in a wavy brown curtain. Fingers part the curtain for me, and I am able to take the cup of coffee and gulp down a sip. Milk and sugar, in the exact right proportions. I take another sip, close my eyes for a few seconds, and open them again. The fog in my head starts to clear. This isn't my bed, and why is there a man here brushing aside my hair and giving me a hot beverage? A man who sounds suspiciously like... I shove my hair out of my face. It's him. It's Sebastian. I'm sitting on a bed in a tiny boat cabin, and Sebastian is towering over me, squinting down at me with a worried look on his face. He's wearing a t-shirt and boxer shorts, and he's barefoot. Has he kidnapped me? Why would he do that? What happened? I moan.
Drink some more coffee, he suggests. Breakfast of champions.
I stare down at the mug. Are you trying to drug me?
Did you seriously just ask me that question?
He sits down on the bed next to me, grabs the cup of coffee, and takes a healthy swig. Then he hands it back to me.
Here, now we've both been drugged.
I glower at him, bleary-eyed. Of course I'm suspicious of him. He brought me onto a seafaring vessel without permission. This boat needs to turn around. I try to sound stern and commanding, but my voice comes out rusty and weak.
We're not on a boat. We're on our tour bus.
Oh, that makes much more sense, I admit. I slowly sip the coffee. My eyes adjust to the light and the clouds clear from my head. Wait, no it doesn't. How did I get here and where are we going?
We're going to a charity gig in Columbus. Sorry, when I found you at the bar, I didn't know what else to do with you. I kept asking where you were staying and you kept saying, with you.
I wince. That doesn't sound like me. His full lips curl up in an adorable grin. He's got stubble on his jaw, his hair is rumpled, and yet he looks good enough to eat. Even without a mirror, I know I look like roadkill that's been sitting out in the sun all week. Life's just not fair.
Maybe not, but it does sound like 6 Long Island iced teas. That's according to Rodrigo the bartender who cut you off at that point.
6? No wonder there's a conga line dancing through my head with steel-toed construction boots. How did you find me at the bar?
After you stormed out, I went looking for you. I was running all over Germantown trying to find you. Finally, Rodrigo, who happens to be a friend of mine, called up and said that a woman claiming to be my fiancée was there, and she was very, very drunk. He said you were talking about how we were supposed to be married and people were recording you with their phones. He described you well enough that I figured out who it was. So I went to pick you up and brought you here.
I take another sip of the coffee, which has gone cold. My mind races. Is there any way I can get out of this without Mama knowing and having a conniption fit that will register on the Richter scale? People recorded me?
Yes. Actually, they recorded both of us. Fortunately for you, your enormous cowboy hat was hiding your face.
Hat? Where did I get a hat? So nobody knows who I am?
Nope. It looks like you lucked out.
Heat floods my cheeks. All the times that I've fantasized about waking up in Sebastian's bed, it was never like this. I'm not much of a drinker. My sister's even worse, I add lamely, as if that helps anything.
Daisy. I remember you telling me about it. She danced on the table at her 17th birthday and got grounded for a month.
Look who's regained his memory. My full name's Callie Abernathy, by the way. I can't keep the bitterness from lacing my words.
For God's sake, Callie.
He has the nerve to look wounded. Beautifully wounded, his amber eyes shining with hurt. Please, like I'd ever fall for that again.
I know that, and I know I was a total dick 10 years ago, and I'm really very, extremely sorry. In my defense...
There is no defense, Sebastian. I don't want to talk about it.
I just want you to know how sorry I am.
You already said that. I already don't care. I'm sure it was for the best, I say stiffly. My words are meant to wound, and I can see they hit their target. His eyes flash with hurt.
Then why did you come to see me? And what was with that disguise?
I came to Nashville because we really, really need a big headlining band to play at the Tricentennial. We had a band booked to play on opening night, but they had to cancel because the singer's in rehab. Another band that had committed just broke up, and now all the members are suing each other, so that's a no-go. We've been reaching out to other headliners for months, and we were getting desperate, and I thought you might say yes for old time's sake if I could only get close enough to you. He arches an eyebrow.
So you put on a blue wig and...
Well, I emailed you. I called and left messages. I didn't know whether or not you were ignoring me on purpose. So this was Plan B. In retrospect, it was pretty crazy.
You think?
I scowl at him. I hoped I could convince you to do this one favor because, frankly, you owe me. But I couldn't tell my family that I was coming here because then I'd have to tell them about what happened between us 10 years ago, which means revisiting a painful and humiliating time in my life. Also, I'd have to tell Mama I lied to her back then. He opens his mouth to answer, but I don't want to hear it. Whatever he has to say, apologies, excuses, it would just pile on more hurt. I rush ahead before he can speak. So I came up with a cover story about visiting an old friend to help with her new babies, and I made my cousin show me how to disguise my looks, and I came here thinking I would get close to you and you'd recognize me, and you didn't. And then I chickened out. Happy? Before he can say anything, I throw back the covers and slide out of bed and realize I'm wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt. What the heck? I shriek. You pervert, I was unconscious.
Hey, settle down.
He jumps to his feet, backing away from me and holding his hands up in defense.
Nothing happened between us.
My heart pounds wildly against my rib cage. I want so much to believe that he didn't molest me when I was in a drunken stupor, but I'm wearing your t-shirt and nothing else.
You're also wearing your underwear, and last night you got sick on your clothes.
Ew. Sorry. The bus goes over a bump, making me stagger. My knees go weak and I sink back down, sitting on the edge of the bed. I'm swearing off alcohol for life. Also, I'm going to dedicate my remaining years to inventing a time machine so I can go back to yesterday and make this never have happened. Failing that, I will find out if the French Foreign Legion accepts female volunteers. Sebastian yawns enormously. Is my humiliation boring to you?
Sorry, I sat up for hours watching you sleep.
He yawns again, covering his mouth. I look at him in alarm. You what?
That came out way creepier than I meant it to. You were so drunk I was afraid you might be sick again in your sleep.
That was actually very decent of him. Oh, thank you for keeping an eye on me. I look down at my t-shirt. What am I going to do for clothes?
We threw them in the washing machine.
A washing machine? Dang, this is one fancy tour bus. I glance around the small room. There's a bookshelf, a half-open door, leading to a bathroom. Does that bathroom have a shower?
It does indeed. Help yourself.
I stand up and hand him the empty coffee cup. Thanks for the coffee and everything else. I can't tell. Are you shouting now?
No. Normal volume.
His eyes twinkle with more amusement than is strictly necessary. Right. Of course. I'd nod, but I'm afraid my head might fall off my neck and roll across the floor. I've learned a new thing from this whole experience. Long Island iced tea is the devil's nectar. Gingerly, I run my fingers through my hair to see if I maybe have a skull fracture. Nope, it's just the hangover. He gives me a sympathetic smile.
There's aspirin in the bathroom cabinet.
My purse is sitting on a nightstand. I grab it and stumble into the bathroom, gulp down 3 aspirin, and wash them down with a cup of water. I scrub down in a glorious hot shower, and the heat and the steam clear some of the cotton from my head. When I'm done with the shower, I dig in my purse and find the special makeup remover that my cousin Naomi sent with me, meant to remove the industrial-strength theatrical makeup she'd taught me to apply. I scrub it off vigorously. My face looks rounder now, my cheekbones less pronounced. My freckles emerge in all their glory. My mouth tastes like the inside of a cat litter box, though, so I brush my teeth with my travel toothbrush kit. I'm starting to feel human, and it seems like the tour bus has stopped moving. I put on Sebastian's t-shirt and my underwear. The shirt is big enough that it hangs down to my knees, so at least I've got some coverage. Impulsively, I grab the t-shirt, bring it up to my nose, and sniff it. I always used to love how Sebastian smelled, with a hint of woodsy cologne mixed with his unique masculine musk. Standing there, I shamelessly draw his essence into my nostrils, like an addict greedy for a fix. Okay, that's done. It's like taking a bite of chocolate and putting the bar back in the wrapper. My craving is satisfied, and I'm completely, totally fine now. Sebastian is dressed when I come out, wearing his usual outfit of jeans, boots, and a t-shirt. Now that I'm less hungover and standing only a few feet away from him, I can appreciate the ridiculous physical perfection of this man. In fact, it's impossible to ignore. The t-shirt molds over the swell of his biceps and stretches across his broad chest. Even on next to no sleep, with rumpled hair and a stubbly jaw, he's just so heartbreakingly beautiful.
Your clothes are clean,
he says, pointing at the bed. My t-shirt, jeans, and bra are folded up neatly on his pillow, right in the middle of the pillow, like I would have done. That was one thing we had in common. He's a neatnik. When I was dating him, he lived in his van, but it was the tidiest little van house you could possibly imagine. He's made the bed, too, so perfectly that hotel maids should be taking notes. The sharply creased linens calm my jangled nerves. I appreciate you washing my clothes.
How's your head?
His mouth curls up in rueful sympathy, and his eyes glint with warmth and affection.
It's had a rough day. First it was violently bonked by a crazy musician, and then you forgot that you're terrible at drinking.
My mouth twitches, desperate to be allowed to smile. The hard kernel of hurt that's wedged deep in my heart melts a little bit. He's moved closer, and now he's looking at me as if no time has passed at all. As if it's just Callie and Sebastian sitting on an old couch in the back of a van, in the shade of an ancient oak tree. My head's fine. You've always had 2 noses and 4 eyes, right? He leans in to check out the tender area where he bashed me with a door.
Doesn't look too bad.
He holds up 2 fingers.
How many fingers do you see?
I narrow my eyes skeptically. Is that a legitimate diagnostic tool to rule out brain damage, or did you just see it in some movie?
Read it on the internet. No, wait, it was in a comic book. Doesn't mean it's not valid medical practice.
The grin that quirks his full, sensual mouth spreads over his whole face until he seems to glow from within. That grin should come with a warning label. Addictive. May cause dizziness, heart palpitations, dampened underwear, and a lifetime of regret. I bite down on my lip to keep from saying things that I can't take back. Like asking him if he's trying to play doctor with me, or suggesting he kiss the boo-boo and make it better. As if he's reading my mind, he takes another step so he's almost pressing up against me. Staring at me, he strokes a lock of hair behind my ear.
You were going to let me properly apologize,
he informs me, his breath warm on my face. My lips part ever so slightly. Am I breathing? I can't remember. I should breathe. That seems like a good thing to do. There's a loud banging on his door, and we both jump apart guiltily.
Not right now,
Sebastian yells. We just wanted to say congratulations. That's a woman's voice. The heat in my loins cools instantly. Why is she saying that? I demand in a low, urgent voice.
Nothing.
But his brow furrows, and he looks at the door with a suspicious side eye.
I'm sure it's nothing.
My heart hammers in my chest. We weren't in Vegas. I didn't drunk marry you. No, that couldn't have happened anyway. I was the only one who over-imbibed.
Must be some kind of joke,
Sebastian says uneasily.
That Monica, she's such a kidder.
The spell is broken mostly. I turn my back on Sebastian and quickly pull on my clothes. I leave his t-shirt folded neatly on the bed, exactly in the center. We hurry from the room, and he leads me down a surprisingly wide hallway into a lounge area. This tour bus is amazing. It's like an apartment on wheels. The lounge has black leather seating arranged in an L shape, with a big screen TV, a table, mini-fridge, sink, and stove. The rest of the band and the guitarist's wife, Monica, are there, drinking coffee and chatting. Sebastian grabs a bottled water from the fridge and hands me one. I glance at the bottle. It's lemon-flavored. He remembered what I like. Or maybe it was just pure coincidence. A memory of years ago flashes through my head. Sebastian was broke as a joke, spending most of his money on lawyers for his brother, but he would always do little thoughtful things for me that meant more than money. I mentioned I loved Emily Dickinson. He got me a book of her poetry from a used bookstore. I told him my favorite meal was chicken fried steak and French fries. He had a coworker teach him how to cook it at his house, and then he surprised me with a home-cooked meal which we ate in the back of his van. Morning glory. Monica grins at me. Nice to see you all again. Sorry about the whole fake reporter thing, I say sheepishly. My cheeks redden in embarrassment. What must they think of me? Oh, and nothing happened between us last night. I glance at Sebastian. Parker grins at me.
We know. We'd have heard you.
My mouth drops open in shock. Are you serious? You can hear each other when you all, get busy? I open the bottle and take a swig. The hangover has me absolutely parched.
Monica and Parker are the busiest people I know, Magnus snorts in amusement. And coming from me, that's saying a lot. Yes, but in my case, I go for quality rather than quantity.
Parker winks at his wife.
Why did you say congratulations?
Sebastian plops down on the sofa, and I gingerly sit next to him.
I assume this was just your incredibly immature sense of humor?
Monica snickers. Not this time. Courtesy of our dumbassed publicist, it looks like you two are engaged. I choke on my water. Say what now? I wheeze. Magnus takes over, looking way too happy.
Thanks to her video rant going viral, a rumor started flying that Sebastian had a fiancée and he dumped her. It was all over social media this morning. A reporter called up Russell and asked if it was true that Sebastian dumped this woman. Russell said no, it was just a big misunderstanding. So the reporter said, does that mean they're still engaged? And Russell panicked and said yes.
Sebastian lets out a pained groan.
Damn it to hell and back again. That sounds exactly like something Russell would do.
Monica grins. So congrats, Sebastian. Looks like you and your new friend here are headed for a lifetime of wedded bliss. Chapter 6. Callie. I'm highly offended by the expression of dismay on Sebastian's face. Once upon a time, he'd convinced me that we were going to get hitched and have a whole passel of little rock and roll babies who'd tour with us. Now he looks like the idea is about as appealing as chugging milk a month past its expiration date.
Wow.
Sebastian shakes his head in wonder.
This is a new low even for Russell.
Nice. Being engaged to me would be a new low. We haven't formally met yet. I'm Callie Abernathy, I say, waving at the band. The woman who'll marry your lead singer when Satan straps on ice skates. Pleased to meet you. Monica waves back. Bummer. If you guys had a girl, I was going to make you name her after me.
Parker is gender neutral,
her husband speaks up.
I like Parker for a girl.
Maybe she'll have twins. Monica and Parker? No, that'd be weird. I'm going to consult my baby name book to pick out a name for the second baby. Apparently, she's instantly forgotten my lack of desire to hitch myself to Sebastian. Well, I say dryly to Sebastian. So, I'm your fiancé. Figures you were too cheap to buy me a ring. I waggle my bare finger at him. He flashes me a wry smile.
Aw, princess. I was just holding out for something that's as special as you are. Smooth,
Magnus says admiringly. At the same time, Monica shoves 2 fingers in her mouth and makes a gagging sound. In addition to the fact that Sebastian's now fake engaged, we do have a little problem in the same way that the Titanic passengers got a little wet. Monica gestures at one of the windows. Sebastian stands up and peeks through a crack in the blinds.
Oh, hell,
he says. I join him and take a quick peek. We're in a parking lot near a large tan concrete building. An enormous sign over the front door says, Columbus Music Hall. In between us and the building are easily 1,000 people. We sink back down into our seats.
There's not going to be any easy way to sneak you off this bus, Sebastian observes.
Well, that's a problem. I was supposed to fly home tomorrow morning. I glance at the clock on the wall. 11 a.m. I assume you're playing tonight?
Yeah, the first set. 6 p.m. We're sleeping on the tour bus overnight so our drivers get a rest, and driving back in the morning.
Maybe we could stuff her in one of my garment bags and carry her off the bus? Monica sees my look of alarm. I'd punch holes in it so you could breathe. I I say faintly, clutching my water bottle so tightly that some of it slops over the top.
She's claustrophobic,
Sebastian says, in a distracted tone. His brow furrows in thought. Oh, you remembered, I say dryly.
Remembered how? You guys have some kind of history together?
Magnus asks.
That would explain a lot. I bet it's quite the story.
I stare at Sebastian. He never even told his brother about me. I wasn't even worth a casual mention. I spent 10 years wondering why I wasn't enough, and stuffing the memory of that painful rejection deep down inside where it could fester and poison. And Sebastian never bothered to tell his brother about me. Shame curdles my stomach. I just let Sebastian flirt with me. Worse, I flirted back. If I'm being honest, I was a microsecond away from letting him kiss me. Sebastian's staring off into the distance. He doesn't notice the fury that's brewing inside me. He drums his fingers on the table. He's thinking, Monica says to Parker. Hard. Too hard. I'm afraid for us all. He might short-circuit. Parker looks at Sebastian with mock concern. Do you smell something burning? We should check the smoke detectors. Sebastian snaps his fingers.
I've got it,
he says, excitedly.
Got what? Is it contagious?
Magnus makes a show of moving back in his seat.
Is it curable with antibiotics?
Sebastian waves his hand at them in dismissal.
Silence, peasants.
He beams at me, not picking up on the fact that I'm a second away from braining him with my water bottle.
I have an idea. A mystery fiancé isn't the worst thing in the world. It would shine a spotlight on the band in a positive way. So why not run with it? We'll have Russell confirm that I'm engaged, but say we want to keep our relationship private. Monica can do your makeup and lend you a wig and clothing. We walk into the concert hall hand in hand. The press will have something to write about other than reformed bad boy rock band blah 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 or that stupid curse rumor.
But then what happens to the mystery fiancé? Monica interjects. Because the press would be all over that.
Well, we could go out on a few dates, invite the press.
He says it to me, not her. Why would I want to do that? I wrap my words in barbed wire and coat them in poison.
Why would you...
He trails off, staring at me.
Well, you know, so we could spend some time together. Catch up. Let me properly apologize, like I said.
Properly apologize for casually ripping my heart out and then dismissing me from his mind so thoroughly that he didn't even mention me to his own brother? Yeah, that'll happen when pigs get pilot licenses. But he apparently needs something from me. Well, I'm no longer in the mood to be charitable. I'll pass on the dates with you. We've spent more than enough time together. His eyes flare with hurt and confusion. Join the club, I think angrily. But I'll agree to walk into the concert hall in disguise if you agree to play at the fairgrounds. Then you can find someone else to play the role of fake fiancé.
Are you kidding?
He splutters. I shrug. Hey, a favor for a favor. He sits there for a long, long moment, his warm gaze gone hard and angry.
They're hardly on the same scale. All I'm asking you to do is put on some makeup and take a short walk, and then go out on a dinner date or two. You're asking me to trash our schedule that's been meticulously planned months in advance. And I would think you'd want to put on a disguise. Otherwise everyone will see you doing the walk of shame. What fairgrounds?
Parker asks. The fairgrounds in Swampy Bottom, North Carolina. I automatically go into my sales pitch. We've built a huge, beautiful, brand new arena, and this August we're celebrating the 300th anniversary of when our town was founded. It's a huge affair. We've got everything. Rides, fireworks every night, pop-up restaurants, historical reenactments and demonstrations, merchandise tents, agricultural displays. We have amazing acts booked there already, and our ticket sales for the entire month have been incredible. Sebastian narrows his eyes at me.
You know, just once in my life, it would be great if I could ask someone for help and they'd do it to be helpful, not because they want something from me. I'd like to believe in the basic human decency of people, but some days it's really hard.
Young Callie would have shriveled up and died in shame. I am not young Callie. I smile sweetly. You know, just once in your life, maybe you could ask for help without being manipulative. You ask me for a favor, then have a mantrum because I responded in kind. So apparently only you get to ask for things? If anyone else does it, they're selfish and manipulative? His eyes widen in surprise.
A mantrum? Really?
Really? Monica nods. Mantrum? I like it. I'm gonna steal it and use it. Sebastian scowls at her.
Whose side are you on?
That is entirely situational. As a connoisseur of witty remarks, I'd have to say whoever has the snappiest comeback.
Whatever. Don't expect a Christmas card from me this year.
Well, I wasn't because I'm Jewish. She smiles sweetly. Mazel tov. He turns his attention back to me.
What I'm suggesting is mutually beneficial. Do you want your family to know you spent the night on a rock star's tour bus?
Wow, that's some next-level manipulation right there. What else have you got?
Plenty.
His whiskey-brown eyes turn icy.
You don't reach this level of success without being a cold-hearted bastard sometimes.
I stare at him, seeking traces of the man I used to know. I'm not the only one who's grown harder over the years. When I knew him, it was all about the lyrics, the feeling, the way the crowd's energy poured into him and lifted him up and carried him away to a place of raw emotion. I used to love watching his face when he talked about playing his music. He'd light up like a night sky full of stars. Now he sounds like some cynical, ruthlessly efficient music company executive with a cash register for a heart. We glare at each other, in a standoff. This sitcom's getting boring, Monica says to Parker.
0 stars. Would not recommend.
Parker agrees.
It'll get canceled after the first season.
Magnus shakes his head sadly. And then a light bulb goes off in my head. I know how to get what I want. Fine, you're right. I don't want my family to see me slinking off the bus with you. Let's do this. Sebastian narrows his eyes at me.
You've got a conniving expression on your face.
That's okay. He may be suspicious, but he doesn't have a lot of options. Do I? I widen my eyes and do my best to look innocent.
Yes, and that's a shame. The Callie Abernathy I remember wasn't conniving.
Well, this Callie Abernathy's older, more cynical, and she's been knocked around by life. His gaze turns cold.
Whatever you're thinking of doing, put it out of your head. The band is my family and my life, and easily 100 full-time jobs depend on me.
I glance at the other people in the room. Don't you mean the jobs depend on the band?
Yes and no.
A weariness drifts into his fierce gaze, and he massages his temples with his fingers.
Yes, every band member is crucial to our success, but I'm not being an egotist when I say I've always been the front man. There's way too much riding on my shoulders, including the jobs of everyone who tour with us. The cafeteria lady I was chatting with yesterday, her name's Bess. Her son is disabled. Her salary keeps a roof over her grandkid's head. There are 100 more people like that who might not be able to make their rent or car payments if the band can't tour.
That's surprisingly responsible of him, to worry about not just his bandmates, but everyone down to the people serving up their lunch. Anger and hurt still swirl in my gut, but I have to admit, I respect the fierce protectiveness in his voice. Damn him, why must he make me feel sympathy? I know what that kind of responsibility feels like. When my father died, I had to run everything by myself. My mother was a basket case. Daisy didn't come home from college like we thought she would, so I had to drop out of college and take care of everything. I woke up every day knowing that the future of our town rested on my shoulders. Still, he's not the only one with responsibilities. Our county and my family business really need this arena to be a success, and I will do what has to be done to make sure that happens. I have no intention of putting 100 people out of work. Sebastian scowls at me.
You still look like you're going to pull something shady. If we're going to do this, I want your solemn promise that you will stay in character and you won't do anything to embarrass the band.
I swear to you on a stack of Bibles that I will stay in character and I won't embarrass the band, I assure him. And I mean it. But that doesn't mean he's going to like what happens next. Chapter 7. Callie. Monica looks me up and down appraisingly. A challenge. I like it. Okay, I'm going to need about half an hour. What size shoes do you wear? 7. I wear a size 8, but we'll make it work. Since you want to hide your identity completely, I'm going to make you look at least 4 inches taller. What we'll do is put you in very high-heeled boots, and you'll wear slacks that cover them so people can't see how much height we're adding. You're going to be wearing a hat, wig, and sunglasses, and I can work miracles with makeup. Will we have enough time? I worry. When do you guys need to check in?
We've got plenty of time. Sound check isn't until 3,
Sebastian says. An hour later, I've gone from a 5'4", pale, freckly brunette with big boobs and freckles to a 5'8" woman of mystery, with olive skin and black tresses flowing down the middle of my back. A big floppy hat and glamorous movie star glasses help obscure my face. We've squashed my boobs down with a sports bra. I could walk by my own mother and she wouldn't recognize me.
Let's do this,
Sebastian says. He gives me a sharp look.
You promised.
I return the look. Yes, and I keep my promises. I'm trustworthy. That's such an important quality in a person, don't you think? He scowls.
I thought you didn't want to talk about it.
Talk about what? I lower my glasses so I can give him a wide-eyed, innocent look, and then slide them back up again. He takes a deep breath and shakes his head in annoyance. Then he straightens up, squaring his shoulders, pastes on a big smile, and throws the door open. He leads the way down the steps, and I follow, my heart thumping. A collective roar of adulation and longing rises from the waiting crowd. Security guards have put up barricades, just like they had at Blue Blazes Records. Hundreds of fans press up against the barricades, howling Sebastian's name, hungry for a piece of him. Good Lord, the intensity in their voices is terrifying. What would happen if they breached the barricades? Alarm jangles my nerves, but then Sebastian folds his big hand around mine, and my fear fades away. I close my eyes, and for a brief moment, I'm 18 again, and I'm standing at the fairgrounds with him behind the bleachers. There's nobody in the world but him and me. Then I open my eyes, and I'm back in the present. Heat and sound crash over me like a wave, leaving me slightly stunned.
It's okay,
he says in a low voice, with a reassuring smile.
They're not that scary. Just picture them all naked.
I look at them doubtfully. Is that what you do?
God, no. Picture Roger Dorpelman naked?
He flashes me a wicked grin and then gestures at a gray-haired, bearded man who's frantically snapping pictures of us.
I'd never be able to eat again.
I choke on a snicker behind my hand. And now I'm laughing, not panicking. I let Sebastian lead me towards the concert hall. The crowd's shouts raised to a level that could shatter glass. Sebastian! Look at me, Sebastian, look! Several girls pull up their shirts and flash their tatas as we walk past. Seriously? I mutter. I'm not jealous at all. I'm just offended at the display of public nudity. And their boobs put mine to shame. In fact, I would like to borrow some boobage from them. They shouldn't have a problem with it. They've got plenty to spare. Sebastian pauses, so I stop too.
Hey, ladies,
Sebastian yells.
That's flattering, but please, put your shirts back on. This is my fiancée, and that's not respectful to her.
It makes me feel swoony, and then angry, because I hate how much I want those words to be true. Most of me is over Sebastian, but there's a part of me that never will be, and it's not just the territory south of my navel. He puts his arm around my shoulders, and we're greeted with loud groans of disappointment. Reporters standing in the front of the barricade aim their cameras at us, clicking away. Monica and Parker crowd around me, helping to keep me half hidden. And now for the rest of my plan. I really like his bandmates, and I know I'm about to make them very angry at me, but it can't be helped. I'm doing this for my mama and my hometown. And yeah, I also want to stick it to Sebastian. The way I see it, he owes me, and I'm just giving him the opportunity to pay me back. So I'm doing him a favor, really. You're welcome, I mutter.
What?
I shrug Sebastian's arm off and step away from the band. Then I turn to the reporters and summon up my high school theater training to hide my southern accent. Hey, everyone, I call out. So nice to meet you all. Aren't these guys just the greatest? The photographers go crazy, jostling and elbowing each other.
Take off your glasses! What's your name? Where are you from? How did you meet?
And, alarmingly, "Are you worried about the curse?"
Yeah, what about the curse? Is the band haunted?
Geez, they're still on that. "Has he ever trashed your bedroom?" one of them yells. That, too. They just can't let it go. I feel a sharp burn of anger at their taunting. The band gets this thrown in their face all the time, and it's unfair. From what I've heard, they've turned everything around and haven't caused any trouble since the band regrouped, but the reporters won't let them forget their past. Sebastian steps in front of me, getting in between me and the press. He leans in and acts as if he's kissing my cheek. His lips are so close I can feel his warm breath on my cheek.
"You're going off script,"
he whispers to me. Okay, I may feel bad for how the press is treating him, but I am on a mission here, and nothing will dissuade me. I tip my head back and fake a loving smile. I promised not to make you look bad, and I'm not. His eyes blaze a warning at me.
"Callie, if you embarrass us, I swear I will pull this wig off your head and tell everyone your name, hometown, and favorite sexual position. Should I say that it's doggy style or 69?
My fake smile stretches wider. I hate 69. It's too distracting. I prefer to take turns. Go with doggy style. He hesitates. An odd look crosses his face, almost like jealousy.
"Who have you 69'd?
I arch an eyebrow. I doubt you know them.
"Whatever,"
he says sourly.
"Don't say anything else to the press. Please."
He grabs me by the arm and tries to pull me towards the building. I stumble and accidentally stab him in the foot with my spike heel. He winces in pain and lets go of my arm. I take the opportunity to rush forward and address the crowd. "I just want to make sure everyone knows about my sweetheart playing at the Swampy Bottom Tricentennial in Swampy Bottom, North Carolina in August. Exact date to be announced soon, and a percentage of the profits from merchandise sales will go to his favorite charity." My occasional Google stalking has revealed that Sebastian donates to a lot of charities. His favorite one is for foster kids who have aged out of the system.
"What? Did we talk about this?"
Parker looks at Sebastian in confusion.
"Did I miss something?"
Sebastian wraps his arm around me and swings me around, hustling me towards the door.
"What the hell, Callie? I told you no,"
Sebastian says with an angry smile. "What the heck, Sebastian? I ignored you." The door swings open, and I turn back to wave at the crowd before Sebastian shoves me inside. "Callie, what was that?" Monica demands. Desperation. "I'm sorry, Monica, we've been begging you guys to come play for months. We had 2 major headlines drop out at the last minute and we're running out of time. We need someone who can pack in the crowds like you guys can. And it will be great for you guys, too, I swear." Sebastian's mouth is set in grim lines as he marches me down the hall. The band scowls and mutters among themselves. We wind through dusty corridors until we reach a lounge filled with battered old furniture and adorned with vintage concert posters. I have a limited supply of bravado, and I just used up all of it. Panic clutches my throat, making it hard to breathe. Before anyone can say a word to me, I reach into my purse, pull out a package of wipes, and start scrubbing the coffee table in the middle of the room. Sebastian stalks over to me.
"Callie, I swear to God."
"Not now," I scrub frantically. My anxiety is in full swing. The germs on the table are leaping up, crawling on my hands. Did you know that the flu virus can live up to 24 hours on surfaces like this? Not to mention E. coli and a host of other infectious diseases. Really? Monica looks faintly green. Can I have one of those hand wipes? Help yourself. The most important thing to remember is to wash your hands immediately after touching door handles or faucets and before touching your face. Turn the faucets on and off with your elbow, not your hands. She plucks a wipe from the package and starts scrubbing at her hands.
"Tell me more." "Monica, we're pissed off at her right now." Parker scowls. "But I will take one of those wipes."
Everyone's mad at me, and I'm in a room full of germs, and I may have made a terrible mistake. And I'm a long, long way from home. I take a deep breath and practice my visualization exercises. I picture the table as spotless, sterile, germ-free. The entire room is the inside of a sterilized autoclave. I imagine a big cartoony-looking flu germ screaming and dying, which makes me smile a little. Yes, I have issues.
Callie, put the wipe down and listen up,
Sebastian says, exasperated. The door flies open so hard it hits the wall with a bang. Their publicist Russell storms in, his eyes wide and panicked. Russell is holding his phone in front of him, and he thrusts it at Sebastian.
Mr. Porter on the line for you. Now.
Wow, word travels fast. Sebastian grabs the phone from Russell and stalks off to the other end of the lounge. I walk over to the garbage can in the corner of the room and drop my wipe in there. Russell follows me and jabs me in the arm with a forefinger.
Do you have any idea what you've done?
Magnus straightens up and fixes Russell with a warning glare. I smack Russell's hand away. Keep your paws to yourself, buddy. I may just be a little old country girl, but my daddy taught me how to throw a punch. He takes a step back, sucking in deep, gulping breaths.
I'm sorry. I'm just a little worked up right now.
It comes out in a grating whine.
My job is on the line here, okay? And so is the band's entire future. These guys have missed so many concerts that it's been near impossible to get insurance coverage for them. No insurance means no touring. And now you announce a concert that they cannot possibly fit into their schedule. Everyone's just waiting for their next screw-up and you provided it. We're going to lose our insurance and our sponsors. Chris just called me up screaming. Literally screaming.
He gives an exaggerated shudder, which makes his whole body shake like a twig.
He said you may have ruined the entire tour.
The entire tour? I struggle to suck in a breath. It's just one night, or day. Whenever they can work it into the schedule. Don't be ridiculous. His narrow face bunches like tissues at the bottom of a purse.
You're a civilian. You know nothing about the music industry or how tours work. We'd have to scramble to pull together an entire road crew, sound engineers, security, food services. It can't be done on such short notice. Chris is having conniptions. You may very well have destroyed them.
Hey, Drama Llama, that's a little harsh, Monica calls out. She most definitely did not destroy them. She gives me a look. Ignore him. He's always having meltdowns. Russell shakes his head dolefully.
Well, Chris says that until we can be sure we don't lose our insurance, he's going to cancel their upcoming charity gigs.
What? Cancel their charity gigs? Why? My voice rises to a shrill squeak. I'm horrified. What have I done? How many lives have I just ruined? And why does this have to be such a huge deal? Is it really that hard to schedule one little concert gig? I blink hard to keep from crying. Sebastian muscles in between us, shoving Russell's phone back at him. Russell takes it and stuffs it into his pocket.
Lay off her,
Sebastian snaps.
If Chris tries to cancel any of our charity gigs, we're going to have a very unpleasant conversation. We haven't lost our insurance or any of our sponsors, and there's no reason to think we will. We can make some changes to our schedule. We don't have any gigs for the entire month of August. Yes, because you're going to spend the entire month rehearsing your new material for the tour. Well, Swampy Bottom can be like a live rehearsal.
The other band members nod in support. Russell's face puckers in frustration.
But it makes you look like a bunch of amateurs playing in a rinky-dink little town like that. You might as well play in some dive bar with an audience of 20. It's lousy optics.
Ha, I've got him there. We've pre-sold 5,000 tickets a day for the fair, and with Heat Lightning playing, we can easily quadruple that. Our arena is brand new, enormous, and state-of-the-art.
The logistics for setting up a huge concert like that will be a nightmare,
Russell squalls at Sebastian. I narrow my eyes at him. First the audience is too small, and now it's too big. I'm really starting to dislike this guy. Yes, Russell, explain yourself. Monica fixes him with an ice-cold glare.
I'm fine with it, Parker says with a shrug. I looked up Swampy Bottom after she mentioned it earlier. They've got a new brew pub I wouldn't mind checking out, and they're supposed to have some of the best barbecue in North Carolina. And they've got a cool eco-swamp tour and a rocking downtown.
I allow myself a little smile of pride. That's all due to my sister and her husband. Chase's family made their fortune buying, rebranding, and marketing hotels and resorts. When Chase and Daisy got married, they came home to Bitter End and dedicated the last year to marketing our county. They've done so well that towns all over the country are bidding for their services. This concert will still be an absolute godsend, though. It's a constant struggle to attract people to a remote county like Swampy Bottom. We have a lot of natural beauty and small-town charm, but we're not near a coast or any big cities. The town's economy was circling the drain before Chase and Daisy stepped in. It's actually pretty good for the band's image, Monica says. Heat Lightning is a southern band, and you'll be playing in a small southern town that's celebrating its roots. And the donation to charity, it fits perfectly.
This is a logistical nightmare.
Russell actually sticks his lower lip out in a pout.
Stop trying to create a crisis. Your job is to solve problems, not inflate minor hiccups into major tragedies.
Sebastian's still standing in between me and Russell.
I guess we're stuck.
Russell scowls.
I'll call Mr. Porter back. Do not, I repeat, do not try to add on any more tour dates.
He directs that at me. Sebastian waits until Russell leaves the room before turning to fix me with a ferocious glower.
That was not cool.
I smile. My earlier confidence is seeping back. I knew they'd be able to find room in their schedule, and I knew it would benefit them as well as us. So why did you stick up for me just then? He grimaces.
I saw how that asshole was bullying you, and I just jumped in without really thinking. I don't like bullies, and I wanted to shut him down.
That's very chivalrous. He treats the band's employees like family. He hates bullies. Maybe my mental portrait of Sebastian as a greedy corporate tool with a guitar isn't entirely fair. Magnus sniggers.
We're going to play in Swampy Bottom. Sounds like we'd need penicillin afterwards.
Yeah, I live in Swampy Bottom, in the town of Bitter End. My hometown is a butt joke. Our town's most popular gift item? Anything with the slogan, "Want to tour my Swampy Bottom" on it. Sebastian shakes his head.
I need to go meet with the sound engineers and check our equipment. We've been having all kinds of weird problems with it lately. And now I have to go make a bunch of phone calls and try to handle this bomb you just dropped in our lap. One more thing. You owe me a fake date disguised as my fake fiancé. I might even need you to sit in on a TV interview at some point.
I can't do a TV interview, I say, appalled. They'd see right through me.
For your sake, I hope not.
His gaze is frosted over, his jaw set.
Or I'll develop a severe case of laryngitis on the day we're supposed to play in Swampy Bottom.
Good Lord. That would be a freaking nightmare. But I don't want to go on a blackmail date with Sebastian. First of all, he's angry at me, so it's not going to be fun, and secondly, his presence messes with my head. No matter how mad I am at him, whenever he's near me, my treacherous ladybits wake up and sing the Hallelujah chorus. I've gotten what I needed from him, and now the smartest thing to do is to go home and keep a very healthy distance from him. I shake my head. I can't do it, Sebastian. It's impossible. I'm due home tomorrow, and I'm going to be working 24/7 until the tricentennial happens.
Make time. Rearrange your schedule. Our first fake date will be dinner tomorrow night.
Which would mean that I'd have to make phone calls back home, come up with some lies about how Jennifer's husband got delayed on his business trip, and rearrange my entire schedule. Magnus snickers again.
Swampy Bottom.
Oh, good Lord. Go ahead, I say with annoyance. Get it all out of your system.
Were you the butt of a lot of jokes growing up? Would you say that your parents did a good job of rearing you? Sorry, am I being too cheeky?
Magnus howls with mirth, tears filling his eyes.
You do realize that you're the only one laughing, right?
Sebastian arches an eyebrow.
But soft what wind through yonder window breaks.
He wipes tears from his cheeks.
That was but with 2 T's. It's important that you appreciate every single aspect of my jokes.
Make it stop, Monica says to her husband. If you love me, you will hurt him.
Are you usually on time or do you run behind? Sorry, you're probably just about ready to crack.
Magnus laughs so hard he gasps for breath.
Woohoo! Yep, I'm done. For now.
Sebastian looks as if he's in physical pain.
He's a really talented drummer,
he says dryly.
Really talented.
I nod. He'd have to be. Magnus grins.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Parker slaps his hand over Magnus's mouth. Thank you, sweetie, Monica says.
Yes, thank you, sweetie,
Sebastian echoes.
And if that fails, there's always duct tape. Monica, you should start planning out a wardrobe for her,
Sebastian says. I grimace as if I'm tasting something sour. Fine. Great. A delightful evening together, based on threats and mutual blackmail. I'm so looking forward to this.
Don't worry.
He gives me a sidelong glower.
After I play the concert, you and I can break up, and I can be publicly heartbroken because of the cold-hearted Jezebel who dumped me.
I bristle. And I will be even more devastated that I had to dump my lousy, rotten fiancé after I caught him cheating.
I would never cheat,
he says indignantly. Yeah, that's what I thought when you proposed. I sigh melodramatically. You think you know a guy. Monica holds up her hands and makes the time-out sign. You do know that this is a fake relationship, right? Do you two need fake couples counseling?
Yeah, I hate it when Mom and Dad fight.
Magnus smirks. Sebastian gives him an annoyed look.
I just want you to know that you don't need to worry about a custody battle. Neither of us want you.
Chapter 8. Sebastian. 5 more minutes, Monica calls from my bathroom. Callie doesn't say a word, which is just fine with me. I'm still stunned by her sudden turnaround on the tour bus. 1 minute it felt like time stood still, like we'd never been apart. When I stood there with her, her eyes shining with what I thought was love and forgiveness, it was like my heart took a time machine back to when I'd first met her. I remembered how being with her pushed aside the dark, sour feelings that swirled inside me and made me light and happy. How it felt to hold her in my arms, to feel her heart beat in rhythm with mine. The way she looked at me yesterday, the sound of her breath hitching when I moved close to her, the easy way we fell back into our old style of banter, I was sure she felt the same way. And then the next thing I knew, she was making it clear she wanted nothing to do with me as a person. She didn't want to spend time with me. She just wanted our band to lend her our fame and prestige. She didn't want so much as a lousy dinner date with me. Well, hell, at least she was honest about it, unlike most of the women who put on a show of liking me so they can get a spot on the gossip websites. The problem is, Callie is the one woman who I'd thought was the real thing, a woman who loved me for myself, not what I could give her. But I've created this fake fiancé story, and now I have to run with it, no matter how much Callie hates me. I pace impatiently in the hall, scowling at the bathroom door. We ignored each other after the concert last night. Callie slept on the sofa in the lounge as our driver headed back to Nashville in the morning, and we haven't said 2 words to each other since we showed up at the rental house that Magnus and I share. She spent the day on her phone and laptop, and what's even more annoying, when Monica bustled in with her makeup and garment bags, Callie lit up and greeted her with a smile that should have been saved for me. Not that I'd been longing for her rare, precious smile or her tinkling laugh all day. Not at all. Couldn't care less. Well, nothing I can do about it now. I'm already dressed up for dinner in my aw shucks, I'm just a humble country boy persona. Black leather dinner jacket, black jeans, fancy cowboy boots, and a bolo tie, all picked out by Monica. I pace the hallway nervously, wondering if I've made a terrible mistake. Callie's angry, and she's holding a grudge, and she already threw me under the bus once, and I've committed to entrusting the band's future and reputation with her? What was I thinking? I must have absolutely lost my mind, just like I did 10 years ago when I started something with her that I was in no position to see through. I wish she'd at least let me apologize for that. But she shut me down when I tried to explain, and I can't really blame her. She thinks I lied to her, but I didn't. I meant every word I said to her. For a couple of short, sweet months over that summer, she made my heart sing. I've never felt the same way about a woman before or since. She was sweet and funny, and she made me feel like the center of the universe. But we were both so young. I'd been working for years to get my music heard, to reach a wider audience, and I'd finally started getting the attention of some major players. People were snapping up our singles and our merchandise. Magnus was about to get out of jail, and we had a tour booked as the opening act for a popular band, and everything I'd worked so hard to accomplish was finally within my grasp. I had no family other than Magnus, and no hometown. My music was everything to me. And then the day before I was supposed to take Callie on the road with me, I kissed her. It blew me away and terrified me. Her embrace felt like love and home and acceptance, everything I yearned for. She'd said she would travel the world with me, but Bitter End was her home, and she would have been miserable. She couldn't leave, and I couldn't stay. It killed me to drive away and leave her behind. It was a lousy thing to do to a woman who'd given me her whole heart. I should have at least been honest with her, and I've always regretted it. I guess it's coming back to bite me in the ass. For years, I carried this fantasy in my head of going back to Bitter End to find her and get that feeling back. In my fantasy, she was still single, and she didn't hate me. And now that dream is dead. She's just like everybody else. She looks at me and she doesn't see a person. She sees a celebrity. She sees a big fat wallet. My mood's getting gloomy, and I need to put on a good face for the paparazzi. I shake my head impatiently and rap on the bathroom door to see how close they are to finishing. 5 minutes, my ass, I call out. You can't rush perfection, Monica yells back. The door swings open and a whiff of her perfume reaches my nostrils. Callie still wears Lily of the Valley perfume, but her scent is the only thing familiar about her. My little country girl has vanished under a mask of makeup and flowing black hair. Her hat is black felt and has red flowers on it. It gives her a hippie chick vibe. Monica paired it with flared bell-bottoms to hide her high-heeled boots. But it's still Callie under all of that. Callie, the girl who's haunted my dreams and woven herself through my songs since the day I met her. Callie, who's stirring up my emotions until they're bubbling inside me like a witch's brew, intoxicating and bewildering. She stands there looking at the mirror with her rosebud mouth curled into the little half-smile that I remember, and I'm angry, resentful, and attracted, all at the same time. Monica hands her a black pair of Jackie O glasses, and Callie puts them on and checks out her reflection. My cousin Savannah did this recently. She adjusts her hat, pulling it lower over her face. Wore a wig to hide her identity, I mean. She had to go undercover. Because she was also pretending to be someone's fiancé? I say skeptically. No, an assassin had targeted her and was trying to kill her. I arch an eyebrow. Okay, sure he did. I don't remember Callie being loony. She really has changed over the years. I read about that, Monica says cheerfully. That was nuts. And then she inherited all that money and she's super rich now and married to a biker? That is not real life. You're making that up, I inform her. Am not, Monica says indignantly. Google it. Savannah Harkwell. It's true, except her name is Savannah McClanahan now. Callie chimes in. She got married to Crash McClanahan a couple of weeks ago, and she's 5 months pregnant. Since this is Bitter End and the 20th century hasn't reached us yet, that part is mildly scandalous. Don't you mean the 21st century? Monica asks. Callie laughs. Nope. How did you even know all that? I ask Monica. Monica adopts a fake foreign accent. Monica the Magnificent knows all, and she sees all. It shouldn't surprise me. Monica's our social media girl, the queen of the social scene. The minute they can invent a media feed that can be beamed into a person's brain, she'll be first in line. Magnus comes strolling up, hands shoved in his pockets. He gives Callie a slow, thorough once-over that only makes me mildly fratricidal. I remind myself that brother killing didn't work out so well for Cain, and it probably wouldn't work out much better for me. She'll do, he says, nodding approvingly. Excuse you? She looks magnificent. Monica gives him an offended look. Sure, very convincing. Of course, the undisguised version is so much better. He winks at Callie. Seriously? Does he want to live to see his next birthday? Something in your eye, Magnus? Callie asks dryly. She immediately goes up a notch in my estimation. Don't you have somewhere you need to be? I inject a note of menace in my voice. It bounces off Magnus's smug, impenetrable ego. Yes, I have an actual, real date tonight, with a gymnast who can put her legs behind her ears. Have fun, kids. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Is there literally anything you wouldn't do? I scoff. Literally, no. He hesitates, scratching his chin. Well, twins. I wouldn't do that again. Sounds fun, but it's actually just twice as much work, and they get mad when you get their names wrong, which is ridiculous if they're identical and... Ow! I punch him in the arm. Thank you, Monica sings out. Ew, seriously? Callie makes a face at Magnus. I'm going to make you sanitize your hands before you touch me. Why would he be touching you? That came out a lot angrier than I intended. Callie stares at me. Who put a bee in your britches? I'm making a fool of myself. I reply with a glower. Let's just get this over with. The limo's waiting. Callie makes a big dramatic show of clapping her hand to her heart. He's a keeper, isn't he? She says to Monica with a smirk. Monica answers with a scornful side-eye directed at me. I'm telling you, if I weren't already married, I would have a hard time resisting a smooth talker like that. I'm semi-sulking as we leave the house. How did Callie suddenly become besties with Monica, who's notoriously picky when it comes to trusting fellow members of the female sex? As we head for the limo, there are half a dozen paparazzi waiting for us on the curb. Russell tipped them off that I'd be taking my fiancée out to dinner today. Our rental house is a neo-modern concrete and glass eyesore in a quiet suburb of Nashville, with high privacy hedges and fences. Our lease ends when our tour starts, because we're going to be traveling for at least a year. We've always been migratory anyway. Half the time when we were growing up, we were on the run from the law because of some bullshit our stepfather had pulled. Callie and I ignore the pop's shouted questions, but I give them a friendly wave. Then I hold the door open for her, and she enters without a word and slides to the far end of the seat, pressing up against the door so she doesn't have to be close to me. Dark resentment pulses through me and leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I'm angry at her for not being who I want her to be. I'm angry at myself for still feeling intense desire for her, even though I know she doesn't give a damn about me as a person. Every time I'm near her, my mouth goes dry, and all the blood in my body rushes south and makes me lightheaded. It makes me feel like a fool. One thing I've got going for me, though, I know that my presence has the same physical effect on Callie that hers has on me. I can hear it in the way her breath hitches when I get close to her. I can see how her nipples swell into hard little buds under the thin fabric of her blouse. And I'm in a sour enough mood that I feel like using that to my advantage, to make her feel as unsettled as I do. I slide down the seat, and she squirms a little and hugs herself. "Too close," she says. "Whatever you say." I slide away a few inches, smirking. "Am I making you nervous?" "Don't flatter yourself." "I don't have to flatter myself to see that I have a certain physical effect on you." I flick a glance in the direction of her chest. "And I like it." She makes a huffing sound and folds her arms over her chest to hide the evidence. "You don't need to look so smug." I respond with a predatory smile. "That's just my face, darling." Callie rolls her eyes at me. "Dial it down a notch. There are no cameras in here." But the spicy scent of her arousal drifts to my nostrils and betrays her real feelings. "Hey, we've got a show to put on. I'm just getting in character." She makes a big show of pulling her cell phone out of her purse and ignoring me for the rest of the ride. We're going to the Golden Bull in downtown Nashville. It's the celebrity hangout where the rich and famous love to make appearances and then pretend to be annoyed and shocked that the paparazzi are there, as if they weren't there every single night. Our driver pulls up into the traffic circle in front of the restaurant. When we pull out, the press goes crazy. This mystery fiancé thing may not have been such a terrible idea on Russell's part. I wave at them, and Callie does too. "Swampy Bottom," she calls out to them. "Don't forget." The paparazzi buzz with excitement. "Are you from Swampy Bottom? Tell us your name. What are you trying to hide?" I put my arm around her, pull her in close, and whisper in her ear, "Stop going off script. I wasn't kidding about the laryngitis." Unfortunately, being that close means I can smell her sweet perfume, and my lips are brushing against her shell-like ear. She sucks in a breath and shivers. I'm glad my jacket covers my crotch area, or the press would be snapping pictures of an embarrassing tenting situation. As payback, I nibble on her ear. She pulls away from me and sings out to the reporters, "Oh, he is so naughty! You wouldn't believe what he just said to me." And then she spins gracefully away from me and hurries ahead. I rush after her and grab her hand. We stride into the restaurant with big smiles on our faces, and the waiter takes us to our table. "Oh, wow! It's really you! Oh, wow!" The waiter tries to pour us water, and his hand shakes, and he accidentally splashes my pants. "I'm sorry! I'm a huge fan!" His face flames red, and his hand shakes even harder. I stand up and grab the jug of water and gently set it down on the table. "It's okay. It's totally okay. This kind of thing happens all the time." "Really?" His eyes widen in surprise. "Not really, but the poor guy looks like he's about to cry with humiliation." "Every single day," I assure him. "He's not even kidding." Callie speaks up. "He carries an extra set of clothes in the car in case fans spill stuff on him." "No kidding." He laughs, and the beet red color starts to fade from his cheeks. "Thank you. That's very nice of you. I was afraid you might punch me or something." I smile politely. "Of course not. Will we ever be able to live down our reputation? Yeah, we got in some bar fights, but it's been spun out of control to make it look like we mug old ladies and punch Boy Scouts on our way to the grocery store." "He would never," Callie says quickly. "Honestly, don't believe everything you read online. Actually, don't believe anything you read online." Let's start again. "Hello, my name is Juan, and I will be your waiter tonight. Can I start you off with our wine list?" I order a nice Merlot and then lean in and plant a kiss on Callie's cheek, still holding on to her hand. "Me and my sweetheart will need a little time to look at the menu." He hurries off to get our drinks. You were less jerky than I expected. Callie tries to pull her hand away. I hold on tight and caress her palm with my thumb, and she crosses her legs, wiggling in her chair. Oh, yes, she may hate me, but she wants me. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do. Are we having fun yet, princess? Sweetness? No need to lay it on so thick. Her voice comes out all shaky and breathy. Oh, darling, you haven't seen thick yet. I punctuate that with an exaggerated wink. She stifles a snicker, and despite my annoyance with her, I like that I can make her laugh. She's always been someone who carries the weight of the world on her shoulders. She doesn't smile for just anyone. It has to be earned. Is that what you call it? Thick? Callie yanks really hard on her hand, and I have to let go, or the people who are openly staring at us will think I'm holding her prisoner. Are you one of those guys who gives it a nickname? I give her my most charming grin as she picks up her water glass and takes a delicate sip. Actually, I call it Thor, God of Thunder. What about you? Do you have a nickname for yourself? Let me guess. Do you call it Virginia? No? Regina? Or the Promised Land? She chokes on her water. I really should slap you. I grab a napkin and dab at the water dribbling down her chin. You should, but you won't, because I'm unbearably cute and you're having a great time. Are the voices in your head having fun right now? Always, but not as much fun as you're having. My God! She shakes her head in wonder. You must need a separate tour bus just for your ego. I do. It gets expensive. I lay off for a minute so we can look at our menus, but I'm smiling to myself. I'm having more fun than I thought I would. The waiter comes back and opens the bottle of wine for us and pours a small amount for us each to taste. Wonderful, I assure him. I'm actually ready to order if you are, Callie says to me, and I nod. I would like a steak, medium rare, please. She smiles up at the waiter as she hands him her menu. I order prime rib. She's nice to the waitstaff. That's crucial. I've been on a few dates with stuck-up snooty girls who were rude to the waiters, and that was a deal-breaker right there. Not that this is real, and not that we're really dating, but it would have sucked if my fake fiancé had been a bitch to the staff. When the waiter leaves, I pour our wine and drink half the glass in one swallow. Now that it's just Callie and me, I'm oddly nervous. Callie takes a very tiny sip. You don't like it? I ask her. I do. I've just never been much of a drinker, as you've already seen. An awkward silence settles over us. I look down at my wine. I could drink the rest of it, or I could actually make an effort. Callie's worth the effort. I manufacture a smile. So, how are things these days? Can't complain. My sister and her husband just had a baby a couple of weeks ago, and the fair has me so busy I'm running around like a nine-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. We keep adding more cleaning staff, but it's never enough, so I'm managing the staff and working a shift every day. How about you? We're all doing great. Wonderful. My endless stream of witticisms and flirty banter seems to have dried up. Magnus is doing really well these days. Hasn't been arrested in a couple of years. Monica and Parker are happy. All our concert dates are sold out and the new album's coming together nicely. That's nice. You, have time for fun? Any hobbies? Not really. You? Is cleaning a hobby? She grimaces. I guess I already said that I clean. Well, you could say bailing my family out of trouble is a hobby. That sounds fun. My words ring awkwardly in my ears. No, it doesn't. We don't have anything in common anymore, do we? She says in a small, sad voice. We probably never did. Don't. My voice is fierce. Don't do that. Don't do what? Don't take away my one pure memory of love, or at least what I thought was love. Don't put yourself down. Don't diminish what we had, because for that brief, beautiful summer, it was everything. Everything. She sounds like the old Callie now, like someone who cares. I wish I knew what to believe. The waiter arrives just then with our salads, saving us from more awkwardness. We dive into the salad without saying another word. The salads are quickly followed by our dinners. As we eat in silence, I try to hang on to my anger, but it fades like mist. It's the Callie magic. Her light seeps into me, pushing aside the darkness. As we eat, I watch her, wishing I could strip away the makeup and wig and see the woman underneath. I miss her little freckles. After all these years, I can still visualize them with my eyes closed. I could draw their location on a map. Would you like some more wine? Maybe half a dozen Long Island iced teas? I flash a roguish grin. That earns me a smile in return. Don't even say those 4 words together in the same sentence. I'm getting hangover flashbacks. I promise I'll hold your hair when they come back up. She shudders delicately and takes a sip of her ice water. Please, don't even joke. The mere thought of the drink that shall not be named makes me want to gag. Well, we don't want that. At least not as a result of alcohol. She chokes on her water, coughing. Did you really just say that? I lean over and pat her on the back. A light flashes in our direction. Despite the no-camera policy inside the restaurant, someone's taking our picture. Time to put on a show. I scooch my chair over until it's next to hers and move my face close to her. Paparazzi are watching us. I tell her, can I kiss you? We've got to sell this. A breath whooshes in and out of her, and I tell myself it's a sigh of desire. My goodness, you do know how to charm a girl, she murmurs. The memory of our long-ago kiss floods my senses. I remember exactly what she tasted like, sweet and warm. I flash her my best, most endearing smile, remembering to crinkle my eyes when I do it. It's for a good cause. So romantic. But I can see the longing in her eyes. Her white teeth sink into her full bottom lip. Another camera flashes. Just one quick kiss. I wink at her. Let's give the people what they want. Heat surges through my loins at the memory of her soft lips. I guess kissing you wouldn't be the absolute worst, most disgusting experience of my life, she sniffs. That would be the time I had to dispose of a dead skunk that lost a fight with our rooster. Oh, keep sweet-talking me like that and I'm really going to fall for you. She replies with a fake on-camera smile. Can we just hurry up and get it over with? And just for that, when I lean in to kiss her, I give it my all. I cup her chin in my hand and caress her cheek with my thumb as my tongue caresses hers. Our mouths melt together, and after a moment's hesitance, she yields to me. When she lets out a low moan, it undoes me. I forget that we're just acting, and I tangle my fingers in the back of her hair, or rather, her wig. I wish I was holding her real hair. I remember its soft silkiness sliding through my fingers on a sunny day, and an intense longing fills my aching, lonely core. Everything in the world falls away as I kiss her. All of my problems and responsibilities melt to nothing, and hot desire rushes through my body. She tastes like wine, and my tongue leads hers in an intimate dance as I probe the silken cave of her mouth. The lights of flashbulbs burst like stars against my closed lids. Somewhere, dimly, I hear the waiter loudly ordering people to stop, but I don't care. And then Callie pulls away, and a faint chill drifts over me. "Dessert?" I mutter, trying to gather my thoughts. "I'm pretty full, but thank you." Her eyes have a dazed expression, and it makes me glad to see that I wasn't the only one who was affected. I pay the bill quickly. The waiter apologizes profusely for the reporters who snuck in and who are now being escorted out, and also, again, for the water incident. I tell him it was nothing, and I sign my napkin for him. "You're 1 in a million. Best wishes, SM." Callie gives me a quick, surprised smile. "That was nice of you to personalize it like that." Warmth wraps around me. She noticed. I do it for every autograph I sign. Really? What if his name was Sam? I'd probably say, "Sam's the man." I wince. That's kind of corny and stupid, I know. Not at all. Her sweet, genuine smile of approval pours over me and nourishes me in places that have been barren for so long I forgot they existed. It doesn't have to be fancy. The fact that you take the time to do that is enough. I bet it absolutely makes their day. It's very thoughtful of you. What if it was a woman named Rhonda? "I'm fond of Rhonda." She giggles behind her hand and my heart sings. We're walking past the reporters and I barely even notice them. "Okay, that is pretty corny," she admits. "What about a guy named Linus?" "Linus is the finest." She throws her head back and laughs out loud. "Keep feeding them to me," I say as I open the limo door. "I could go all night." For once, I'm not handing her a corny line, and I'm hoping she takes me up on it, because I don't want this night to end. Chapter 9. Sebastian. Operation Fake Date was a success, Callie says as we pull away. Don't you think? Surprisingly, yes. It went pretty well. Liar. That kiss blew my socks off. "Let's just drive for a while," I say to the limo driver. "What are we doing now?" She takes off her sunglasses and tucks them into the glasses case in her purse. Then she pulls out her phone and switches it back on. She'd turned it off for the duration of the dinner, which I appreciate. Meandering around town until the paparazzi get bored and stop following us. That's only partly true, though. My limo driver knows how to shake the press. I'm just coming up with excuses to prolong the date. I put my arm around her as we drive. After an awkward minute, she relaxes and leans in. This time, the silence doesn't feel awkward. It's like it was back when I first met her, when we could just sit there in my van together, reading, listening to music, doing nothing, and the hours would fly by like seconds. She looks around at the skyscrapers streaming past us, her expression dreamy. "So many lights. It's like a field of stars." "Do you like the city?" She purses her lips in thought, and I fight the urge to bend down and nibble that full lower lip. "I like to visit. I used to think I wanted to escape to a big city, and when I had to come home from college, I resented it for a long time. But I've come to realize that I'd never be really happy anywhere else. There's a certain feel to home, you know, and a certain smell. The sun warms the cut hay in the summer. The cows, the chickens, the pigs, the wildflowers in the field." Her phone rings in her purse and she sighs. "Speaking of home, that's my sister. I have to take this." She answers the phone, and I can hear her doing her best to rush her sister off the phone once she's sure there's no emergency. She assures her she'll be home tomorrow and can watch Ethan for a little while. A faint chill drifts over me. She'll be home, hundreds of miles away from me. She hangs up and turns to face me. So anyway, as I was saying, her phone rings again. It's my cousin. A worried frown puckers her forehead. Why is she calling this late? She answers the phone. Naomi, it's late. Is everything okay? Yes, I'll be home tomorrow. She did what? Seriously? No, don't bail her out. Mama's right. Leave her there. How is Mama handling it? Is she all right? Thanks for letting me know. Immediately after she hangs up her phone, it rings yet again. She glances down at it and then turns it off and drops it back in her purse. That was the sheriff's office. She rolls her eyes. I'm sure they're just calling to tell me that my Grandma May got arrested for throwing coffee in Hepzibah Harkwell's face, and they want me to post bail because everybody else is refusing to. Say what now? She laughs ruefully. Forget it. It's nothing. Well, not nothing. I mean, here I am supposedly hanging out with a college friend and babysitting her twins, and they still can't stop harassing me with their craziness for one whole day. Family. She throws up her hands in exasperation. They drive me completely nuts. I smile to hide the deep pain that drives into my heart. Must be nice. Being driven nuts? Having a place you call home. Having people who care enough to drive you crazy. She twists to look at me, wincing. You're right. I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me. She doesn't know everything about my past, but she does know some. Mother was an alcoholic. Father ran out on us when I was 2 and Magnus was 1. When we were in our early teens, she married a fellow alcoholic who dragged us all over the country, doing odd jobs when he wasn't in jail for drinking and fighting. Our mother's liver finally gave out, and she died when I was 15, leaving Magnus and me with our stepfather and his son. Magnus and I never finished high school. What she doesn't know is that my stepfather used to beat the hell out of the two of us, especially Magnus, who was always mouthy and also a runty late bloomer. He spared his own son, but used us as punching bags. He's the one who gave me the scar on my eyebrow. No, it wasn't. I asked you about your family. Hearing about it kind of makes me feel like I'm a part of it, just for a little while. Do you guys keep in touch with anyone from your family? I snort. My stepfather died in prison. May he rot in pieces. Oh, I didn't know. She puts her hand on my arm. I really am sorry, Sebastian. I'm glad that you were able to turn things around. I look away. Nobody outside the band knows that, and there are reasons why Magnus and I don't talk about our past much. Our band's reputation is bad enough as it is. If they started digging around into what happened when Magnus was 16, it would just make things worse. That's why Magnus and I both legally changed both our first and last names when we were old enough. We wanted to leave the past far behind us. Nobody else knows that. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention it, I say to her. I never slip up like that, but something about Callie scrambles my brains. When I'm near her, I do things without thinking, like forcing her to pretend to be my fiancé and go on a fake dinner date. Yeah, it got the band some positive press, but maybe, deep down, I had other motives for this whole charade. Of course, and you're right. I should appreciate my family more. Even if my mother is a throwback to the 1950s who still makes me put money in a swear jar if I cuss, and my sister is a lunatic who's constantly dragging me into weird schemes, and my Grandma May can't go a week without starting a fight with someone. Tell me more. And it all spills out. How much she worries about her crazy family and how she tries to keep them off the gossip pages of the Bitter End Bulletin, which her uncle Tyrell owns. He refuses to treat them any differently than everyone else in Bitter End, so every time they mess up, it's immortalized in print for all the world to see. And Daisy started some detective club when they were in grade school, and ever since then she's running around trying to find weird mysteries to solve. And their cousin Naomi is always playing peacemaker, and one of these days she's probably going to explode from the stress, and there will be Naomi body parts flying all over Swampy Bottom County. Her head will end up in Sugar Hill, her feet will be hanging from the family apple orchards. She finally stops to catch a breath. They sound amazing. Amazingly weird? She chuckles ruefully. No. Amazingly annoying? I smile because for just a few minutes, she's made me feel like I'm part of her crazy family too. I'm worried that Grandma May's going to get 30 days in jail next time she whacks her mortal enemy Hepzibah upside the head with her cane. And I'm excited for Daisy and Chase and their new son. And I really hope that Naomi escapes her smothering mother and moves out on her own. No, just amazing. Her bee-stung lips curve up in a small, faint smile, and I stare hard and snapshot it in my mind so I can warm myself with it later. The walls between us may not have crumbled completely, but at least I can see over them. I take a risk and ask the question that's been driving me crazy like an itch you can't reach. Why did you get so mad at me when we were in the lounge? One minute everything's fine, the next you're looking at me like I was wearing a suit made of puppies. Good Lord! Her eyebrows shoot up in horror. Where did you dredge up that particular simile? Wait, metaphor. No, simile. Now I'm going to have to Google it. Simile. You dodged the question quite expertly. Thanks. I thought so. We ride in silence that stretches out long and uncomfortable. I'm just about to break to say something funny and flirty just because I want to see her smile again when she finally clears her throat. Magnus had never even heard of me. You didn't bother to tell your brother about me back when we were dating. He was in jail, I protest, and afterwards I was ashamed and heartbroken and disgusted with myself. I threw myself into promoting the band and writing songs that I hoped Callie would hear and know that I meant them for her. I couldn't bear to say her name to anybody, much less my brother, who was a lot angrier and more bitter back then. She clears her throat. Never mind. I don't want to talk about what happened. I nod, the old guilt visiting me like Scrooge's ghosts. I'll respect that and hope you change your mind at some point. But I'm really sorry, and I can understand how that would seem, me not telling my brother about you. It would make it seem as if what we had wasn't that important, which was the farthest thing from the case. I accept your apology, she says quickly. Let's talk about something less awkward, like politics or the right way to put toilet paper on a holder. Over rather than under, obviously. Whew! She places her hand dramatically on her chest. That was a close one. I may be a jerk, but I'm not an absolute monster. Well, there's a puppy fur suit in your closet that begs to differ. There's that smile again. I grin at her. Hey, if it was good enough for the lady with the black and white hair. Yes, there's an excellent role model, she observes dryly, but her eyes gleam with mischief. The years have melted away again. I could ride all night with her and never grow bored. I've got to make an early night of it, though. because Russell and I are meeting up bright and early to go over our PR strategy for the next week or so. Reluctantly, I tell the limo driver to ditch the few paparazzi who are still tailing us and take us to Monica and Parker's house. We're going there because the paparazzi don't stake them out the way they do me, and it will be easier to sneak Callie out of their home in the morning. Callie and I sleep in separate rooms, and I toss and turn, haunted by erotic dreams that vanish when the alarm clock rings. I wake up early, feeling light and cheerful. I'm going to see if we can schedule another fake date sometime this week. I have a private helicopter. I could fly her here any time she wanted. Might as well give the paparazzi their money's worth, right? After a quick shower, I dress and head down the hallway to the guest room. I knock on the door and it swings open. The room is empty. Callie and her suitcase are gone. The bed is made, and there's a little folded paper rose on the pillow like it's a hotel room. Monica calls out from the kitchen, "Hey, your fake fiancé did the dishes and cleaned the bathroom. If you don't marry her, I will." "Do I have anything to say about this?" That's Parker, his voice plaintive and wounded. My shoulders slump. I walk to the kitchen, happiness leaking from me like a popped balloon. Monica is still wearing her pajamas. Her baby bump is starting to show for real. Parker, sitting at their retro 50s kitchen table, looks up from his coffee and waves at me. "Monica loves your friend more than she loves me," he grumbles. "Did I mention she scrubbed out the toilet? You don't even remember to put down the seat." But she softens that by blowing him a kiss. She picks up a sheet of folded paper and holds it out to me. "This was on the kitchen counter." My stomach clenches, but I take it and sit down at the table. I half expect a note saying sorry and nothing else. But it's the contact info for the Swampy Bottom Tricentennial Planning Committee. Somehow that makes it worse. She's really rubbing it in. It's a hammer blow to the heart. She wants one thing from Sebastian Monroe, and it's not love or even friendship. She wants that concert. And that's fine. That's all she'll ever get from me.
Chapter 10. Callie. The din at Bitter Bites is a constant, comforting buzz. It's too loud to hear yourself think, and that's exactly what I need. I pick up my fork, ready to start in on my second slice of pecan pie. I really shouldn't. Ever since I ditched Sebastian in Nashville, I've been eating like I'm pregnant with triplets. I've gained 2 pounds in the last week, and the only reason I haven't gained more is because I've been running my behind off at work. I set the fork down again. Sebastian's face appears in my mind unbidden, as it has been ever since I got back home. The thought of him makes my nerve centers light up like the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. I can feel his soft lips on mine, his hands on my face. I pick my fork up, hold it up in front of my face, and glare at it. "No," I say to it, "I will not." And to think, you used to be the normal Abernathy sister. Naomi plops down next to me. She pulls my pie plate over in front of her. "Mayor Mike, please, medium rare," she calls out to Herman, the diner owner. A Mayor Mike is a hamburger, named after a former mayor known for hamming it up. "Are you ordering that just to drive me crazy?" I ask her. Hamburgers aren't made of ham, and therefore the name makes no sense. I have expressed my feelings about this on more than one occasion. It would be a very short trip. Hardy har. How original. Give me back my pie. If I have to deal with Naomi's inevitable taunting, I deserve sugar. She takes an enormous bite and swallows, looking me right in the eye as she chews. At the same time, she cups her free hand protectively over the pie. "You've got 2 plates stacked up in front of you already, so this would be your third. And yesterday you told me if I saw you stress eating, I should slap the food out of your mouth. However, that would be felonious assault and also wasteful, so I've decided to steal it instead. Anyway, you still haven't called him?" She leans in and lowers her voice as she says that. She's the only one I've confided in. I had to, since she was the one who helped me with my rock star makeover before I left for Nashville, and she told me if I didn't tell her every dirty detail of what happened with me and Sebastian, she'd squeal on me to Mama. No, not yet. Well, are you going to call him, or are you going to eat your way up through several new dress sizes? I don't even have his phone number. I reach for the pie plate. She pushes it down the counter, out of my reach. You could contact the band through their publicist. I could, but the publicist is a weasel, and he's mad at me. I doubt he'd pass along any message I left with him, and I can't even think of what I'd say to Sebastian at this point anyway. I heave a sigh. I went to Nashville, I pulled off Mission Impossible and got them to play here. And that's generated enough publicity that we've got a few more major headliners talking about playing later in the year. Mission accomplished. Game over. You sure use a lot of cliches when you want to avoid your feelings. Oh well. Anyway, that whole fake fiancé thing was a work of genius. She pulls today's copy of the Bitter End Bulletin out of her purse and slaps it down in front of me, in the empty space where my pie plate should be. I see a story on a graffiti vandal who's targeted downtown businesses. The person has been spray painting giant flowers on the sides of some of the buildings. In Bitter End. That's front page news. The flowers are actually rather pretty. Not that. Naomi taps her finger beneath it. Here. Since you dumped him, he found a new fake fiancé. There's a picture of Sebastian, with his arm around a woman dressed very similarly to the way I was the other night, walking past a row of photographers as they head into a restaurant. The article mentions Heat Lightning's upcoming concert date at our new arena on August 10th. I feel faintly queasy at the thought of him fake dating someone else, even though I was the one who originally suggested it. What did I expect, though? I ran out on him without so much as a goodbye, and he doesn't even have my phone number. I should get going, I mutter. I told Mama I'd pick up some sewing needles at the general store. Ooh, look! Naomi's staring at her phone now. I have my phone set to alert me every time there's a story about them. Tara Jones, that reporter who hates him, just posted an article on the Make Noise blog speculating that his mystery date is none other than Parker Williams' wife, Monica. Scandalous. I lean in and look at her phone screen. Apparently, when Sebastian and his date were walking into the restaurant, her sleeve rode up and revealed what looked like the lower part of a tattoo. There's a side-by-side photo showing the blurry, pixelated picture of the arm, next to a bright, clear picture of Monica's arm with the tattoo on it. It's not a slam dunk, but it's going to set off a storm of speculation. I should feel bad that his fake fiancé story is at risk of exposure. Instead, I'm ridiculously relieved that it's not a real date. Too bad for him. I shrug. I've got to run. Enjoy my dessert, thief. I will, wimp. As I walk towards the door, she calls out, Hey! I glance back at her, and she mouths, Call him. I hold my hand up to my ear. What did you say? I can't hear you. Before she can answer me, I hurry out of the diner. Ever since I got back, I've been feeling kind of guilty about the way I ran out on him. It was a lousy thing to do. A small, petty part of me thinks, see how it feels? But I didn't leave just for payback. It was also my survival instinct kicking in. I did everything I could to make myself hate him during our date, and I failed miserably. The way he kissed me, the look on his face when I talked about my family. He was listening to me, really hearing me, like nobody else does. He acted as if he really cared, and I went to sleep in a haze of happiness, and then woke up before dawn in a state of panic. Because that was just it. Past experience has taught me that his words and the look in his eyes mean nothing. He was acting. If I hung around him, I'd fall for him again, and he'd promise me the moon, and I know how that story ends. Even worse, once he'd made a fool of me, I'd never be able to escape him. Everywhere I look these days, I see Heat Lightning. Turn on the TV, there they are. Go on social media, and it's Sebastian Monroe this and Heat Lightning that. It'd be hard to get over my heartbreak with Sebastian's face in front of me all the time. I take a deep sigh and head towards the general store. The street is crowded with tourists and townspeople. Chase and Daisy's marketing campaign has been a mixed blessing. We absolutely needed the influx of visitors and cash, or we'd have been at risk of fading away to nothing like so many small towns. But sometimes I miss the days when I recognized every face that I saw and knew their whole life story, the good, the bad, and the mortifying. As I make my way through the crowd, I see Fiona strolling in my direction, a backpack slung over one shoulder. Annoyance sparks inside me. She's got a sullen look on her face, and she's looking at the sidewalk, bumping into people as she walks. Her aunt doesn't seem to pay much attention to her, so she's always walking around downtown by herself. I would have gladly chaperoned her around town, taken her to movies, talked about what she wants to do with her life, been her big sister. I can't believe she'd rather meander around Bitter End alone than even give me a chance. Then I think of Sebastian and how hard it must be to basically raise yourself. My family may drive me insane and make me mildly homicidal on a good day, but I know they love me fiercely, and they'd lay down and die for me, and I'd do the same for them. I resolve to give it one more try. I walk over to her, and when I reach her, I catch a faint chemical whiff, which is very likely spray paint. Have I found the downtown vandal? Hey there! I step in front of her, and she almost walks into me, then looks up at me with a glum expression. Oh, hello. Cassie? Callie. How have you been? Fine. She looks self-conscious. Sorry about the sisters together thing. It would just be a waste of your time. I'm not going to be here that long. Where are you going? I don't know. She lifts her thin shoulders in a shrug, and I wonder if she gets enough to eat at home. There's no way to ask without sounding patronizing. I have another aunt in California. I've never met her, though. Ouch. Well, if that's true, I want her to at least have some good memories of Bitter End. No problem. You don't have to do the sisters together thing, but if you want the world's best ice cream sundae, there's a new ice cream shop that just opened. It's called Bittersweet. She tilts her head to the side with a speculative look. Sunday, huh? Can I meet you there in like half an hour? She sneaks a casual glance down the alley, and her hand closes around her backpack strap. Yep, I thought so. She has spray paint, and she wants to go on another vandalizing spree. I slide in between her and the alley. The alleys around here may look safe, but that's actually deceptive. Some hoodlum has been vandalizing them, so you'd want to stay away. Sheriff Buckley has a bunch of surveillance cameras set up behind the shops now. You should really stay out of there. I have no idea what you're talking about. The sly expression in her eyes tells me she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, sure. Anyway, if you want that sundae, I just have to call and check in with your aunt. Can you give me her number? She snorts. Have fun with that. She recites the number in a bored voice. The phone rings 10 times before Mrs. Duffy finally picks it up. She sounds busy and harassed. Hello, Mrs. Duffy, it's Callie Abernathy. I was calling about Fiona. Oh, for heaven's sake. I knew it was a mistake to take in that demon spawn. What has she done now? Nothing, I say, taken aback. I was just wondering if I could take her to buy a sundae. You interrupted my wash day for that? Why would I care? If she steals something, drop her off at the sheriff's office and tell her not to bother coming home. And she hangs up. I stare at my phone in distaste, as if it's the phone's fault, then drop it back into my purse. Well, she's a barrel of laughs. Told you, she shrugs. But she follows me to the ice cream shop, with only a couple of backward glances at the alley she wanted to deface. I order a small sundae. She asks for an extra-large banana split. We take our sugary concoctions outside and sit at one of the small, round tables on the sidewalk. That sundae must weigh more than you do. Are you going to barf? I ask her. Probably, she says cheerfully. She takes an enormous bite and swallows it quickly. Why did you get a small sundae? Are you anorexic? You don't make yourself barf, do you? Is that why you're asking about barfing? Good Lord, Fiona, you can't ask questions like that. Of course I can. You're my mentor. I thought you were supposed to teach me valuable life lessons and stuff. I roll my eyes. No, I am not anorexic. I'm just not that hungry. I already ate lunch and dessert half an hour ago. I'm stress-eating because of a man. Men, Fiona says, shaking her head knowingly as if she were 40 instead of 14. Can't live with 'em, can't find a good place to hide the body. Am I right? I stifle a laugh. Unfortunately. Oh, and can you not tell anyone why I'm hoovering down my own body weight in desserts, please? Her eyes widen. Like a secret? Exactly like that. Why would you trust me? I mean, you hardly know me. I just have a good feeling about you. She shrugs, but I think I see a tiny hint of a smile on her sullen face. Then it vanishes. It's probably just the sugar high. There you are. Grandma May's voice rings out from across the room. She grabs a chair from a nearby table and drags it over. Then she plops down next to me, looking at my sundae. I barely even see you these days. Herman said you had 4 desserts already and you're eating another one? You're not pregnant, are you? Grandma May! My face flames red with embarrassment. I am so glad I didn't bail her out when she got arrested last week. Also, I guess I don't have to worry that Bitter End is losing its small-town character anytime soon. I should have known that varying my eating pattern would set everyone a-Twitter. Are you? Fiona stares at my stomach in fascination. You're not married. That's okay, though. No judgment. When you have it, I could babysit. Oh, wait. I won't be here anymore. Bummer. I am not pregnant, I hiss. And it was 2 desserts and 1 small sundae. Grandma May, keep your voice down, I swear to God. And who's this sour-faced little miscreant? Fiona Duffy. She's staying with her aunt for the summer. They paired me up with her through the Sisters Together program. Maybe. Fiona's tone is bored. She shovels another spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. Look, you're going to be here all summer. You might as well enjoy yourself. There's a huge fair coming up in August for the whole month. There'll be rides and food and games and music. It's going to be amazing. She takes another bite of sundae and answers in a mouth-filled mumble, Doubt it. Fairs are stupid. Well, you're just a little ray of sunshine, aren't you? Grandma May observes dryly. Fiona looks at her narrow-eyed. Careful. I'm a juvenile delinquent. Grandma May smiles, flashing big white dentures. Careful. I'm a senile delinquent, which means I've had a lot more practice than you. I've been in juvie, Fiona informs her. Grandma May nods thoughtfully. Juvie has some fun people, but the food's terrible there and it smells like butt. Grandma May? What? She looks at me wide-eyed. What did I do wrong? I didn't say ass since we have a young person in our presence. Where was I? Oh, yes, juvie. Bad food. Now, our county jail, they serve gourmet meals. I keep telling the sheriff to stop that. Sometimes people get arrested just for the food. Fiona perks up. I like food. What do they serve for breakfast? Do they have pancakes? Ugh! I slam my hands down on the table. You're encouraging her to go to jail. Grandma May, you are now forbidden to associate with Fiona. You're a bad influence. I'll do the Sisters Together thing if she can come with us when we do stuff, Fiona says promptly. Grandma May smirks. Looking forward to it. Callie, call me next time you take my new protege anywhere. I will be on my worst behavior, she assures Fiona. She winks at me and stands up. Gotta go. Carlisle's waiting for me at the Bitter Brew. Carlisle is her gentleman friend. He used to live in Sugar Hill, working as a butler for Hepzibah Harkwell, who is Grandma May's bitter enemy. Now that he's retired, he lives in a small rental house in Bitter End, and he and Grandma May are, much to our family's mortification, canoodling. And probably even more than that. I can't bear to think about it. When we finish our sundaes, we stand up, and I grab both of our plates to take them back inside. If you want to meet me here tomorrow at noon, Grandma May and I can try to find something for you to do that doesn't bore you to death. Good luck with that, is Fiona's parting shot. She saunters off, hands shoved in her pockets. As I watch, she makes her way down the sidewalk, headed toward the alley I'd seen her check out before. It's going to be a long summer, I mutter to myself. Chapter 11. Callie. My goal is to go to the general store, but in a town like Bitter End, nobody goes directly from point A to point B. Every half block or so, people I know stop me to make conversation, swap stories about what's happening with our families, and speculate about the identity of Sebastian Monroe's fiancé. My face is getting hotter and hotter. I can feel myself blushing. To escape, I duck into the Bitter End boutique. Naomi is there chatting with Harper. She works at the boutique part-time when she's not at the salon. "Long time no see, dessert thief," I say to her. "Is it true you ate 6 desserts today?" Harper asks. 5 slices of pie and a sundae? What's going on? She glances at my stomach. What is wrong with this town? I am not pregnant, I hiss, glancing around the store to make sure nobody heard. And it was 2 slices of pie and half a sundae. It's that time of the month. I always crave sugar then. That's a very common thing for a lot of women. Women who aren't pregnant. Naomi makes a throat-slashing motion, telling me to cut it out. Right. There I go again, the world's worst liar. We were just talking about Sebastian Monroe's mystery fiancé, Naomi says, with a glint of mischief in her eye. Harper's just obsessed with it. Really? I manufacture an expression of boredom and fake a yawn. That's kind of old news, isn't it? Old news? He took her out on a date last night. Nobody knows her name, but if she mentioned playing the concert in Swampy Bottom, obviously it's someone from here. Harper's eyes are shining with excitement. I don't really follow celebrity news, because I have actual work to do. So who do you think it is? I'm making a list of possibilities, Harper confides. She holds up a lined yellow notepad. Naomi grins. Yeah, who do you think it is, Callie? I glare daggers at her. An actual list? How would you even know where to start? Well, I figure the woman is going to be attractive, to have snagged a famous guy like that, and probably around his age. He's 30, so I'm going with any single woman in Swampy Bottom County who's between the ages of 18 and 32. That's probably casting too wide a net, though. She frowns. I've studied the videos of them, and I think she looks more like she's in her 20s. She's studied the videos? Oh no, that could just be good makeup, I say desperately. She could easily be in her 40s. I heard he likes older women. Yeah, really old, Naomi nods. I thought the woman in the video looked at least middle-aged. She blinks at me, all innocent-like. I stare at her, struggling to summon up laser eye rays to no avail. Really? Harper lights up. I had no idea. That gives me a lot more suspects. How do you even have time for this? I say desperately. You're making costumes for the tricentennial, you're launching a new clothing line, you've got the shop to run. Are you kidding? This is the most exciting thing that's happened to Bitter End in ages. Absolutely riveting. Naomi grins widely. Hey, we should bring the detective club in on this. Get Daisy involved. She's so good at solving mysteries. Yes, Harper cries. Oh, but wait, she's probably too busy with the baby and trying to help out with the tricentennial and all that. But Daisy might get involved, since she loves solving puzzles. And she's actually pretty good at it. Naomi. I smile, but there's murder in my eyes. I know where you live. Harper looks puzzled. Everybody knows where she lives. This is Bitter End. Everybody knows where everybody lives. Well, gotta run. I fix my gaze on Naomi. Be very careful, Naomi. It's a dangerous world out there. She nods cheerfully. I know. That's why I carry pepper spray. I refuse to look away first. Forewarned is forearmed. Who has 4 arms? Harper looks back and forth between the two of us. I heard Hubert's goat just had a kid with 3 legs. Is that what you're talking about? Absolutely. See you later. I finally make it to the general store and pick up the supplies Mama wanted. I'm heading back down Main Street towards the hotel when I see my cousin Savannah and her husband Crash. She's walking one of her rescue dogs. When she sees me, she waves enthusiastically and gestures at me to come over. Savannah's turned over a new leaf after a lifetime of being a snotty debutante biatch, and now she's so over-the-top nice, it can be exhausting. I'm too stressed out over this fake fiancé thing. I just don't have the energy to deal with her at the moment. I give her a quick wave back and turn and head down a side street. After a couple of blocks, I realize that a white van is heading my way. It looks like a kidnapper's van, with no windows in the back, and it stops directly across the street from me. I slow down, staring at the van. I never used to worry about my safety in Bitter End, but we have so many out-of-towners these days. Am I being paranoid? I'm debating if I should run for it when the van's side door slides open. Sebastian is in the back seat, waving me over. My heart leaps into my throat, and other parts of me wake up and take notice too, especially the below-the-belly-button parts, which Sebastian would probably call Regina or Virginia. But my brain quickly shuts Regina down. For the love of God, what if someone sees us together? Either they'd guess that I'm the fake fiancé, or they'd think I'm a skank who fools around with a man who's engaged. I look around to make sure nobody's watching and hurry towards the van. "No, no, no!" a shrill voice screams. Fiona dashes up, waving a can of spray paint. "A van with no windows? Didn't you ever take a stranger danger class?" Before I can stop her, she jumps in front of me and spray paints Sebastian right in the face. Fortunately for her, he manages to throw his arm up and block the worst of it. He's also wearing sunglasses. I glare at the can of spray paint. "I knew it." She looks down at the can of spray paint. "Who? What? Where?" She shoves the can in her backpack. "You can't be mad at me. I just saved your life." Then she looks at Sebastian. "You look like the guy from that old-timey band Heat Lightning." "Oh, wait." She looks at him more closely. Then she looks at me, eyes wide. "That's him, isn't it?"
Old-timey?
Sebastian splutters as he wipes at his face with his sleeve. "You can't tell anyone you saw us together," I tell her sternly. "So you guys know each other? Oh, wait, is this the guy you've been stress-eating over?" "Fiona," I squall. "Secret. What does the word secret mean to you?" "Oops, gotta go see a man about a dog," and she takes off at a dead run. I quickly get in the van and shut the door. The van starts driving. "That's my little sister from the Sisters Together program. Isn't she adorable?" I say, and hand Sebastian a wipe from my purse. People mock me for my purse of plenty, but I have the means to survive an apocalypse in there. They won't be mocking me when the zombies take over, and I'm the only one with granola bars.
Precious,
Sebastian says sourly. Then he gives me a sidelong smirk.
"So you've been stress-eating because of me?"
"That is so not what we're talking about right now. And no, I have been stress-eating over the fear of my lies being exposed. But we're not talking about it. Why are you stalking me?" He scrubs at his face some more.
"Well, despite the fact that you can't stand me."
I shift in my seat. "I never said I can't stand you. I just don't trust you. You know the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me."
"Okay, I understand."
He shoots me a sidelong glance.
"Although, in fairness, people do change and grow and mature over time. I'd like to think I have. I thought we had a great time when we hung out. I was surprised you left without saying goodbye. I thought we could at least be friends."
I arch an eyebrow. "You didn't sneak into Bitter End and pull this cloak and dagger stuff to ask me that. Just so we're being honest." A sharp twinge stabs through me when I say that. I wish he'd contradict me. Instead, he answers with a huff of contempt.
"Am I getting lectures on honesty from the woman who printed up a fake press pass and assumed a fake identity so she could sneak past my bodyguards?"
"Fine. We're both big fat liars."
"That's not what I'm saying."
His voice is sharp. He takes a breath and rolls his shoulders.
"All right, I'm being kind of salty right now. In all honesty, I thought we really connected the other night, and I probably opened up to you more than I should have. Won't happen again."
I snort. "Oh, please continue. You're doing great so far."
"Fine,"
he says, in a tight, angry voice.
"I came back because I need you to pretend to be my fiancé again."
There we are. Look at you, telling the truth. Was that so hard?
"I'm serious."
"And I need calorie-free chocolate mousse and world peace. Life's disappointing sometimes."
It sure is. But you're going to do this, because the press is eating it up, which is good for both of us.
Why can't you just keep using Monica?
Well, aside from the fact that Tara Jones kind of guessed who it was, and it's too risky, Monica is also pregnant and starting to show.
You know what else is risky? Spending time with the one man who has the power to break my heart into a million bitty pieces. Okay, so Monica's out. Oh, tell her congratulations for me, please. Also, she needs to avoid sushi and hair dye and raw cookie dough, and coffee, wine, and acrylic nails. But isn't there anyone else you could use instead of me?
Too risky. The more people who know about it, the more chance there is that word will get out. You and I need to go on a date ASAP, and Monica and Parker will go out somewhere else that's very public on the same night, and then people will see that I'm not sneaking around with my guitarist's wife.
Well, this means I'm going to have to figure out a way to keep explaining my absences to my family, I say. And it's going to be really hard. I'll do it if you agree to play an extra night. His gaze goes frosty.
Look at you, little Miss Cutthroat. Who's been giving you shark lessons? I wish I'd had you on my legal team when I was negotiating our contract with Blue Blazes.
My answering look is equally icy. Well, you don't reach this level of success without being a cold-hearted bitch sometimes. Yes, I'm throwing his own words back in his face. Feels good, too. He shakes his head.
Wow. Just wow.
Enough with the dramatics already. I mean, you guys aren't playing for free. Your tickets sold out within minutes, and for the second night that you're playing, you'll do it again. And we're selling your merchandise at a dedicated booth for the entire month of August, with 50% of the profits going to your favorite charity. Let's pick a date and a time to go out again, and I'll start working on my alibi. He leans back in his seat.
Fine. We'll play one more night, and we will go on multiple dates. I start to protest, but he holds up his hand and cuts me off. It's not going to be that hard for us to get together. We're coming to stay in Bitter End until our tour kicks off.
Did those spray paint fumes cause brain damage? I swear it sounded like you just told me you were leaving Nashville to come stay in Bitter End. You and the band. For the rest of June and all of July, and then, I guess, the month of August? He nods.
We are. You know that whole curse thing the reporters were talking about?
Oh, come on. Do not tell me you believe in curses.
Of course not. We think someone's trying to sabotage our tour. A stage light fell while we were rehearsing the other day and nearly brained me. Things keep going missing from our dressing rooms. Someone's been planting false rumors on social media sites about us, and they've got just enough info to make it semi-believable. Like, Magnus went to the doctor for a regular checkup, and the paparazzi ambushed him on the way out, and suddenly rumors started flying that he's got some debilitating disease. We had to submit his medical records to our insurers and all the tour sponsors to prove that he's physically healthy enough to tour. The other day, Parker's brand new car died on the highway, and he barely was able to pull over on time. When we took it to a garage, they said the engine had been tampered with.
Have you gone to the police? I say, alarmed. I'm annoyed at Sebastian, sure, but I don't want anything to happen to him. He runs his fingers through his thick hair, looking frustrated.
Yeah, but they don't think all these different things are connected. They think it's just coincidence and bad luck.
How does coming to Bitter End help anything?
We're only bringing people we've worked with for years, that we're pretty sure that we can trust. We're hoping that we'll leave behind whoever is trying to screw with us. And if we don't, then at least we've got a smaller group of suspects. We also insisted that Blue Blazes Records fire the security company who they'd contracted with, because a lot of this stuff has happened on their watch.
So maybe it was their fault? I say hopefully. He shakes his head.
They definitely fell down on the job on multiple occasions, like when they were supposed to be watching over our equipment and the rehearsal studio. But there's other stuff that they couldn't possibly be connected to. We just think that getting out of town for a while is the best option.
But all those people whose jobs you want to protect, what will they do when you're gone?
Everyone who's not coming here with us has been guaranteed their positions back in Nashville. That was part of our contract with Chris. As long as we're with Blue Blazes, our crew keeps their jobs.
A storm of emotions swirls inside me. Sebastian will be staying in the same county as me for more than a month until the fair's opening day. This is bad. I've learned something about myself recently, and it's that I have no willpower. The tight waistband on my jeans is a testament to that. And Sebastian's way more tempting than ice cream. I need to find a way to talk him out of it. I'll offer helpful suggestions that direct him anywhere but here. Well, our hotel is all booked up, and so are our other properties, but my family could probably find somewhere for you to stay. Why did my mouth just say that? His look of frustration fades, and his mouth curls up in a lazy grin.
I already spoke to your mother. She's eager to have us here in Bitter End because it'll be great publicity for you guys, and also because she wants to make sure we play the Tricentennial. She's moving some bookings into a house that she bought recently and letting us have your hotel's top floor instead. And she says that she's got an old barn refurbished that we can use for our rehearsals. It'll be the perfect backdrop for photo shoots, a music video, everything.
Our hotel is within spitting distance of the farmhouse where I live with my mother and Grandma May. So is the barn. And I work at the hotel every day. I will be on the same property as Sebastian 7 days a week. My mouth opens and shuts, but no words come out.
Callie Abernathy, speechless?
Sebastian holds his hands up, framing me, and pretends to take a picture.
Let me record this moment for posterity.
Ha ha, funny. You're going to be living at my hotel, I say faintly, for the next couple of months? He smirks at me.
We'll be naughty next-door neighbors.
Chapter 12. Sebastian. It's been 3 days since we arrived, and we've settled in nicely. We crash at the hotel at night, and during the day we jam at the rehearsal studio we've put together in the former barn on the back of the Abernathy's property. It's a beautiful old building from the 1800s, freshly painted a rustic red that's been completely refurbished inside. In addition to the rehearsal studio, there's a kitchen, a bathroom with a shower, and a big open area for us to hang out. The barn hides behind temporary fencing designed to keep fans at bay and give us privacy. The fans have already showed up by the hundreds and built a tent city on the tarmac in the fairgrounds. Some of them are living in mobile homes or vans. It's flattering, but also so intense it's a little scary. We've even set up a helipad next to the barn, and I've parked my private helicopter there. Hey, what's the point of being a rock star if you don't enjoy the ridiculous perks? I mean, it's not like I'm a dick about it most of the time. We don't have crazy riders in our contract. I never insist on having the brown M&Ms removed from the bowls in my dressing room, for instance. All M&Ms are welcome. Hot enough for you? Magnus wanders up holding a beer. You're sweating like a whore in church. I give him a look of amusement. You're pure class, Magnus. He belches, toasts me, and takes a long swig from the bottle. It is humid today, though. The air conditioning units in the window are working overtime, but it's a big space to fill. I'm standing next to one of them, bathing in a stream of cool air, but sweat still beads on my forehead. That might have something to do with the fact that Callie and I are going on a date tonight. We've mostly avoided each other since I got here, but there's no more hiding from her or the tangled mess of my feelings. We need to keep feeding good stories to the press, and they've been eating the whole mystery fiancé thing up with a spoon. I look over at Callie, who's sitting 10 feet away from me, letting Monica put the finishing touches on her disguise. We're lucky that she's able to sneak into the barn unseen by entering a thickly overgrown area at the back of their apple orchards. She and her sister Daisy made tunnels through the undergrowth when they were little and snuck through them to play hide-and-seek. Callie maintained the tunnels even after they abandoned their childish games. There's something unexpectedly whimsical and naughty about her doing that, and it taps at the hard wall I've built up around my heart. Apparently, even Daisy doesn't know that Callie kept the tunnels pruned. I picture her as a little girl with a spray of freckles on her nose. Was she so serious even then? She's wound so tight sometimes that she almost vibrates with tension. She wasn't much of a smiler even when she was 18. She was intense, quiet, and serious. Not like she is now, though. I think that the death of her father affected her more than she ever lets herself admit, and it's a weight she carries with her to this day. I shake my head. I can't let myself get sentimental, not even if her presence makes my breath catch in my throat and heat sizzle through my veins. What I have to remember is that she's not the same Callie anymore. She's turned hard and calculating, negotiating for payment for every favor I ask of her, manipulating me because of my need to protect the band's image. When I demanded that she commit to 1 date a week for as long as we're staying in Swampy Bottom, she promptly negotiated yet another concert gig. We're now playing a Friday night and Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Yeah, all 3 concert days sold out instantly, and it's putting a ton of cash in our pocket. That's not the point. The old Callie would have given me the shirt off her back and thrown in her shoes and never expected anything for it. These days she's tit for tat. Nothing comes for free. I don't blame her for it. Hell, I'm no different. I wheel and deal to get the best for the band whenever and wherever I can. Merchandise sales, venues, our cut of profits. It's just that I'm not going to let myself fall for a woman with dollar signs in her eyes. Yeah, tell that to my heart. Callie and Monica are sitting at a dressing table chatting away as Monica paints over the last of Callie's freckles. They giggle and glance in my direction from time to time. I walk over to Parker, who's sprawled on a sofa with a table fan blasting cold air in his face. I wonder what they're talking about, I say to him. Should I be nervous? He shakes his head, smiling. Nah. Whew. His smile twists up into a smirk. You should be terrified. I'm glad you're enjoying this, jerk. Also, fuck you. Magnus walks up to us, plops down on the couch, and looks at Callie speculatively. So, from what you've repeatedly said for the past few days, you're not really into her and this is all for show? Why? My muscles go tight with tension. My brother is a clown who radiates mild self-loathing wrapped in a cloak of bluster and constant mockery. He's not her type at all. Is he? No reason. She's got a nice personality. I lean forward and snap my fingers in front of his face, and he redirects his attention from her back to me. If that's your way of asking if you can make a move, I wouldn't. Not if you want to keep your balls attached to your body. He grins at me. So why is that, if you're not interested? This is his subtle way of trying to force you to admit that you are, in fact, interested, Parker observes dryly. I shoot Magnus a dark look. Do me a favor. Never get a job as a therapist. You could do worse. Magnus shrugs. That pisses me off even more. Callie rates much better than you could do worse. My phone rings before I can dig myself any deeper. I make a sour face when I see who's calling, and then turn on the face chat feature. I settle back into the chair with a resigned look. Hello, Chris. Yes, everything's going fine. No, we haven't had any new disasters. He's sitting in his ultra-modern office with the industrial decor and the wall full of music industry awards strategically displayed behind him. Too bad he never seems to enjoy the spoils of his success. His face is creased in a familiar scowl. The only time I've ever seen him smile is during a press conference. You're sounding awfully flippant about it. I'm not flippant. I just know that we've all been doing exactly what we're contracted to do. We're not drinking to excess, we're not getting in fights, we're spending all day in rehearsals and writing our lyrics, we're working with the publicist to continue to repair our image and to promote the band. And yet some members of the press are continuing to trash talk you. Our contract states that letting you tour and release new material is dependent on you not just staying out of trouble, but repairing your reputation to the point that people no longer expect you guys to find new ways to fuck shit up. When we first signed our contract with him, he wasn't this much of an asshole. It wasn't like we had much choice at the time. We were radioactive. Nobody else would take a chance on us. Still, he and his wife Skylar both seemed enthusiastic about signing us on. Over the past few months, though, he's gotten more and more irritable, stressed, and controlling. And not in a good way, because his decisions are both stupid and non-negotiable. Like hiring Russell, a moderately competent bundle of nervous twitches, to handle our publicity. You do realize that there's only so much of it we can control, I say with barely concealed impatience. There have been several times that we wanted to sue for libel and slander, and you wouldn't let us. If we could aggressively pursue people who openly lie about us, we'd go a long way to cleaning up our reputation. I'm not going to risk alienating the press by filing lawsuits. Frustration brews in my gut. The only people we'd be suing already hate us. It's mostly make noise and then a few wannabes who follow their lead and reprint false rumors. Then you're handicapping us at every turn. You do realize that if we can't make money, you can't make money. His brows draw together in a scowl. If you're asking me if I'm aware that I made a bad bargain when I bought your contract, yes, that's starting to occur to me. I know I shouldn't let him bait me, but I'm just about to bite his head off when Skylar appears in the background. "Chris, we're going to be late to the club," she snaps at him. She peers at the screen, her glacial blue eyes fixing on me with annoyance. "You're making us late, Sebastian. We have a dinner date with friends." "Well, then I'd better let you go." And I hang up. She's caught Chris screwing around on her several times. I know the only reason she came in to look at the phone is to make sure that he's really talking to us and not one of his hoochie mamas. She does that a lot. For a smart woman, she can be really dumb sometimes. Has she never heard of burner phones? Of course he wouldn't talk to one of his mistresses on his regular phone in his office when she constantly bursts in on him like this. Rumor has it that if Chris could get out of his marriage with his balls and bank account intact, he would. The problem is, Skylar invested earnings from her stint as a soap opera actress in their company, and she owns half of it. Word is he also married her without a prenup. That probably has a lot to do with his sour attitude, but I'm sick of him taking his marital misery out on us. "Ready!" Monica sings out. Callie stands up and spins in a twirl. She's wearing a sky-blue maxi dress with a scoop neck, which sends a rush of heat through my veins. I struggle to keep my composure. I won't let myself fall for a woman who only wants one thing from me, even if she's a soft, pretty, sweet-smelling... I shake my head and lightly smack my own cheek. User, manipulator. Boobs, very nice ones, swelling gently under the light cotton fabric. Callie wraps a light fringed blue shawl around her shoulders. With her purse slung over her shoulder, she walks over to Magnus, grabs the half-filled beer from his hand, and tosses it into the trash. "Too much alcohol dehydrates you and is bad for your liver. That would have been your third already, but who's counting?" she says sweetly. "Obviously you." His annoyed scowl is in a fight with his mouth, which is twitching in an effort not to smile. "Thanks, Mom." She meets his gaze boldly. "People always say that to me like they think it's insulting. What's terrible about being a mother? Are mothers awful people? Do you hate mothers?" I'm trying so hard not to like her, but it's really fun watching her tie Magnus into knots. He has no answer. "Have fun at your dinner," Callie calls out to Monica. "Take that list I printed out for you." She gave Monica a list of cleaning supplies to avoid while pregnant, along with safe alternatives. "You know it, girl, and don't go too easy on him." I shoot Monica a dirty look. "Thank you, Monica, that's helpful." "I live to please." "Oh, wait. No, I don't. I live to amuse myself by annoying you." Monica flashes me a sunny smile. "It's fun, isn't it?" Parker grins at her. "Sure is, babe. More than a barrel of monkeys." Russell has just announced that she's expecting, and tonight she and Parker are going to the restaurant at the Bitter End Hotel to celebrate. Everybody loves a celebrity baby. And a celebrity rock and roll baby? Even better. Off the charts publicity for us. There will be reporters swarming the place. Russell has also leaked the news that I'm taking my fiancé out to dinner in Charlotte. Hopefully this means no more stories about the curse, although I'm concerned enough that I have the helicopter's engine checked over before we take off. As we glide through the evening sky, the sun sinks into the horizon, an orange globe melting in a lake of fire. Callie stares out the window with her mouth half open in surprise and a look of wonder in her eyes. Seeing her marvel at the night sky makes me realize how jaded I've let myself become. We've jetted all over the world, and we've lounged in the penthouse suites of the most luxurious hotels, and it all feels ho-hum these days. I think it's because I don't have anyone to share in the excitement with me. I've reached the pinnacle of success in my field, and there's still a hollow ache inside me. Callie's innocent enthusiasm is contagious. I want to take her with me everywhere I travel and see the world anew through her eyes. I want to feel what she feels and rediscover the wonders all around me. Then I think of how I felt when I woke up and saw that note she'd left me. She doesn't want the same thing. She wants us to play the concert and then leave town, in a don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out kind of way. My mind knows that, but my heart keeps forgetting. It's raining lightly by the time we land, but not enough to affect the copter's visibility. We take a limo from the airport to the restaurant, making polite conversation as we drive. The rain's gotten heavier by the time we get to the restaurant, but it hasn't discouraged the paparazzi. I open an umbrella and hold it over her head as she carefully climbs out of the limo, trying not to trip on the hem of her dress. A frown creases her forehead, and she glances at the reporters and chews her lower lip nervously. Then I grab her hand and we switch to our lovey-dovey mode for the press. Inside the restaurant, we settle in at our table. It's angled so we're visible to the surrounding diners, as per our instructions to the restaurant owner. "You ready to order, sweetness?" I say with a hint of sarcasm when the waiter comes to our table. "Just a few more minutes while I try to choose from so many delicious options." "I mean, you could order one of everything. Nothing's too good for my baby." Her smile twitches in annoyance, but holds. "Oh, no, honey, that would be wasteful." The waiter leaves us and her smile vanishes. "Seriously, you don't have to make it ridiculous," Callie says. I scowl at her. "Nope, I sure don't. It's just my whimsical sense of fun." She glares back. "So whimsical. That must be why I fell madly in love with you and agreed to hitch myself to you for all eternity. Actually, why did I do that again? Please remind me." "Because, like everybody in my life, there was something you wanted from me, and you were willing to do anything to get it." Her eyes flash with anger. "Not anything," she mutters. "What are you having? I'm debating between the tenderloin and the baby back ribs." "I'm thinking the porterhouse." My gaze drifts around the room. "Oh, hell," I say, and instantly paste my smile back on. "What?" Callie casually looks up from the menu. I give a slight incline of my head. Tara Jones is here. What a surprise. Callie sneaks a glance over in the direction. She really seems to have it in for you these days. You've been reading our press, have you? Her cheeks redden. Hardly ever. But really, what is her deal? Is she actually that mad that you didn't let her seduce you in front of a room full of reporters? I did embarrass her pretty publicly. She's all about the image. Nothing but surface. And what she wants most in the world is to be a rock and roll girlfriend. So it would really bother her if she saw us acting super affectionate? Her eyes gleam with a mischievous glow, and her lips curl up in a smile that's contagious. I like this side of Callie. She should let it out more often. What were you thinking? She scoots her chair closer to mine and leans in, brushing my lips with hers. But a quick, gentle kiss from Callie is never going to be enough. I lean in and deepen the kiss. I tangle my hand in her hair and put my other hand on the back of her neck. Pleasurable heat rushes through my body, and my groin aches with desire. I try to remember why I'm mad at her, but nothing comes to mind. She tastes warm and sweet, and my tongue swirls around hers, leading an intimate dance. Finally, I release her, but I lean in and keep my face close. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? That's a really weird thing to ask me right now, she murmurs into my face. Are we just making normal conversation, but doing it super close to continue sending Tara through the roof? I wink at her. You're so smart. You figured it out all by yourself. Oh, shut your pie hole. But she's smiling. You still didn't answer me. I waggle my eyebrows. Is your favorite ice cream flavor some dark, twisted secret? Jeez. Okay, bubblegum ice cream. How delightfully weird. My favorite is Rocky Road. Rather predictable. A rock star liking Rocky Road. I shake my head chidingly. Are you flavor-shaming me? Come on, Callie, you're better than that. That makes her laugh. She's so close to me now. This was a mistake. I should pull back because breathing in her scent is making me dizzy. But she smiles wickedly. Okay, my turn. What's your favorite sex position? I make a strangling noise. What? That escalated quickly. Also, ouch. If my cock gets any harder, I may need medical attention. I'm almost afraid it'll develop a mind of its own and fight its way out of my pants, seeking Callie's sweet warmth. She throws back her head and laughs, then leans in and smiles at me. You don't have to answer. I just wanted to see the look on your face. I know everybody thinks I'm some cliché old maid with the sex drive of a nun. Maybe people don't know me as well as they think they do. Am I blushing? I thought I was a man who knew no shame. I don't think I've ever blushed in my life. What is happening to me? And why have I lost the power of speech? I'm a lyricist. Words are my thing. And yet, right now, they're just swimming around in my brain, struggling to link up and form complete sentences. Wow, she grins. Look at you. This is amazing. I don't know if I've ever enjoyed a date more. The thought of her on a date with another man sends a shocking wave of fury through me. When was your last date? If I'm going to answer that, you're going to have to answer my question. Oh, yeah? She asked for it. Okay. My favorite sex position is with my face in between a woman's legs, my tongue caressing her clit, tasting the sweet nectar of her pussy. Oh. Now Callie's the one blushing. Her cheeks are a delightful shade of burgundy wine red. I actually meant more like, do you prefer to be on top? Okay, the last time I was on a date, I'm not done yet. I lean in closer. In this position, my fingers might be spreading her lips out wide so I can stroke her with my tongue, or they might be sliding up inside her, massaging her G-spot while I lap her. You okay? She squirms in her seat, and I'm close enough to inhale the spicy scent of her desire. 2 years, she blurts out. She crosses her arms over her chest to hide the swollen buds of her nipples straining against her dress. Too late. I've already seen them and thoroughly enjoyed the sight. It's been 2 years since I went on a date. His name was Kelvin. He was an accountant. We went out 3 times, and he said something about how he had a timeline for marriage because he wanted to have kids by age 30 so he could retire the same year that the youngest finished college. And he even knew what college the kids would go to. It was creepy. We had never even kissed at that point. I pretended I wasn't feeling well and called my friend Harper to come pick me up. Then I sent him a text saying I didn't think we'd work out. He never bothered to reply. I know the only reason she shared that much information is because she's desperate to get me to stop talking about what I want to do to her pussy. Because we both know that's what I'm talking about. Not just any woman's private parts, only hers. Blushing furiously, she reaches over to my napkin, which we've knocked askew during our makeout session, and sets it back in place. She pushes it a little too far, and I reach out to fix it at the exact moment she does. Our hands touch, and electricity crackles through my nervous system. She pulls her hand away and looks around the room with a dazed expression. Oh, that reporter isn't in her seat anymore. I flash her a wicked grin. I know. She's been gone for a while. She tried to take a picture of us and the manager threw her out. So, why were we still close talking all this time? Maybe I was having fun. With me? There's a sudden raw vulnerability in her voice that makes me want to put myself in between her and anything in the world that might ever try to hurt her. Yes, with you. I glance out the window. The weather has gone downhill and the rain is coming down in buckets. We won't be able to fly back tonight. We're going to have to find a hotel. Callie and I. In a hotel. No way are we booking separate rooms, and no way am I letting this opportunity pass. This is the night I've been dreaming of from the very minute I first laid eyes on Callie. I wave at the waiter. Please box up our meals to go, I say. And Callie doesn't utter a word of protest.
Chapter 13. Callie. The rain is blowing sideways, in sheets. As we run for the hotel awning, the wind snatches up Sebastian's umbrella and sweeps it away. A wind gust nearly sweeps me off my feet, but he catches me and holds me up. Another gust makes him stagger, and I clutch his arm. "I'll never let go, Jack," I yell, the wet strands of my wig sticking to my face.
"History proves otherwise, and 2 people can fit on a door, Rose," he yells back. And we collapse in laughter as we stagger into the hotel. We're still laughing and clinging to each other as we ride the elevator to our room, drenched as 2 sewer rats. The other passengers in the hotel edge over to the other side of the elevator. Our shoes are soaked and we squelch all the way down the hallway. As soon as we're in our room, we step out of our shoes. Sebastian grabs towels from the bathroom and hands them to me, and I start drying my hair. I shiver in the air conditioning, and Sebastian hurries to turn it off. Then he comes back to me. "I know this is cliché, but let's get you out of these wet things before you catch pneumonia."
He peels off my shawl, drapes it over a desk, and then helps me step out my wet dress. I shed my bra and underwear, leaving them in a wet pile on the floor, which I've never in my life done before. But my mind is on other things right now. And suddenly, I'm not cold anymore. Heat flows through my body as he rubs my arms with his strong, broad hands. He very studiously avoids staring at my nudity.
Let me find you a robe.
He fetches me a warm terry cloth robe from the closet and hands it to me before he strips off his own wet clothes. My brain is battling with my libido. He's a gentleman. No, he's a liar. Sebastian stands there, wearing nothing but his boxers, his wet hair plastered to his scalp and a grin on his beautiful face. My brain's going down for the count. He reaches over and strokes a wet tendril of hair from my face.
Fancy meeting a girl like you in a place like this. Oops, that was another cliché.
Did I ever tell you how much I love clichés? He sweeps me up into his arms in one breathtakingly swift movement and carries me over to the bed, setting me down gently.
Did I ever tell you how much I love your body?
No, in fact, you have not. Why is that?
Because I've been an idiot, and I'm going to make up for lost time.
He bends over me and kisses my breast.
I love your breasts.
The sensation of Sebastian's kiss is just enough to make me lose my mind, but there's something I need to do first. Make him lose his. Wait. He freezes in place with a groan of frustration, and I throw him a mischievous smile. Slowly, I reach for his boxers and tug them down, letting his erection spring free. Glorious. That's the only word for it. My tongue sweeps across my lip before I look at his face again. His eyes are filled with heat, bolstering my courage, and I lean forward and take Sebastian in my hands. Maintaining eye contact the whole time, I kiss the tip and run my tongue down his length. He sucks in a ragged breath and fists my hair in his hand. I can't tell if he's trying to control me or tug me off.
You don't have to.
Sebastian's words end on a garbled moan as I take him as far into my mouth as I can. For once, I have literally sucked all the speech from him. Me. I'm doing that. I caress him with my tongue as I bob my head up and down and just listen to the noises he makes. Grunts and unintelligible words accompany my admittedly amateurish endeavor. I just do what he seems to like, and when I raise my head and just suck the tip of him, swirling my tongue around the head, he yanks my hair and pulls me off of him.
Callie, I'm so close. I'm going to come.
I want that, I insist, before tugging him back toward my mouth.
God, this is not how I planned things. I wanted to make you...
His words trail off in a groan of pleasure. I wrap my hand around him and move it up and down in sync with my head bobbing, relishing the gurgles that come from him. His fist tightens in my hair and I make out the words,
I'm coming.
I giggle, but continue sucking. When he does come, hot spurts of his essence, salty and smooth, shoot into the back of my throat. I drink it all in, content in the fact I've rendered Sebastian stupid, and it feels incredible. He pushes me back, and his eyes take on a predatory look. I realize I might have made a mistake doing that. Sebastian looks like he wants to get back at me for it, which could be fun. I decide to enjoy it as he tugs the robe completely off and wraps his arms around me, his body covering mine on the bed. Then he takes my breast into his mouth and moans, his steely girth pressing into my thigh. Is he hard again already, or did he never get soft? My head falls back on the soft pillow, and I let myself experience the sensations arcing through my body. Who knew my breasts were such an erogenous area? His arms tremble as he balances himself over me, laving my breasts with his tongue. His teeth scrape the nipple, and then his lips latch onto it, sucking, before moving on to the other. Each pass and suckle sends a shock of desire straight to my core, and I can't help it. My hips are writhing, I'm pulling at his golden locks, and I'm simply lost. Yup, he can kiss my breasts for a lifetime and I'd be happy. But then Sebastian moves. His hands and mouth are everywhere. My waist, my hips, my belly button, lower still. He ghosts kisses over my thighs, the stubble on his face glancing over my sex, and I have to watch him. He looks up at me with a grin on his face, but doesn't say anything. It's like he knows that what he's about to do is going to send me flying, and he's looking forward to it. Yes, I urge him on, shameless. He latches onto my core, and I hear a low moan rumbling through the air and realize that it came from me. Oh my God. His tongue is positively delicious. It's swirling around and flicking things down there I wasn't entirely aware I had. Men had gone down on me before. I hadn't lived like a nun. Well, okay, 2 men, but neither had been particularly good at it, and neither of them had done it very much, so I really had no comparison. He sticks 2 fingers inside me and light bursts behind my eyes. Oh my God, he's rubbing a spot in there. This is, oh my God. My fingers are still in his hair, my hips pressing into his face in an embarrassing way, and now my thighs clamp around his face, no doubt smothering him. But I have never felt anything like this before. It's an exquisite pain I never want to end. His tongue slows as I come down from what is for sure the biggest orgasm of my life. He laps me up like an ice cream cone, and I go limp on the bed.
Condom,
he moans.
I have to get one.
I stifle a whimper of protest as he slides off the bed and rustles around in his clothing. But he returns a minute later, his thick erection sheathed and ready. I revel in the sensations of his body, the warmth and heat of it as he crawls up, kissing my body in reverse order as he makes his way back. When he reaches my mouth, I taste myself on his tongue as he surges inside me. I come alive again on a gasp. He fills me so completely I can barely think, much less breathe. We moan together as we join, his mouth still on mine in a kiss I never want to end. He's seeking, exploring, and I'm loving every second of it. Together we taste like heaven, the unique flavor of his mouth I remember from so long ago, coupled with my essence on his tongue. Warmth from the friction of him pulsing in and out washes over me. He disengages his lips from mine and lowers his head to my neck, each breath heating me from the inside out, but it's not a normal warmth. No, this is a white-hot heat that brings me to a climax almost as fast as before. Everything tightens within me, and his thrusts speed up as he groans. I can feel him twitching and jerking. With restraint or release? I'm not sure. Only that I feel it, and I know it's him. That makes everything 10 times better. Something is niggling at the back of my brain, that this is a bad idea. This is something I'll regret. The forefront of my brain silences it because the sensations are too powerful. I'm too busy feeling him to think about whatever Nancy naysayer my subconscious wants me to understand. He stills himself, straightens his elbows, and roars out his orgasm as his trembling body presses against me, and I let go. Lights flash behind my eyes as every muscle in my body tightens and releases in a perfect symphony of pleasure. We rock together one final time, and he collapses on my chest, the warm blanket of his body absorbing the aftershocks of our lovemaking.
I wake up in a pleasant haze. The smell of sex mingles with the scent of her perfume, and I roll over and stretch my arm out, eyes still closed, blindly feeling for her. My hand lands on something flat and smooth. A sheet of paper. No, she did not. I sit bolt upright and stare down at the empty spot in the bed next to me. I don't need to look around the room or check the bathroom to know that she's gone. Fucking seriously? I pick up the note she left me. Last night was amazing. I have to get back home and you were out cold, so I figured I'd let you sleep in. Baloney. That's a cop-out. I slide out of bed and stalk into the bathroom. My clothing is neatly arranged on hangers in one of the towel bars in the bathroom. My God, a woman who gives great blowjobs and who's even more anal retentive than me? If only she were still here with me, I'd think that I'd died and gone to heaven.
Chapter 14. Callie.
Wow, you really like polishing that wood, Callie.
I stare at our bartender Lance in shock. How did he just read my mind? What did you say?
You're gonna rub the varnish off.
Oh, that would. I look down at the gleaming surface of the bar that I've just scrubbed clean for the 3rd time. It's so shiny, I can see my face in it. My guilty, blushing face. Yes, I was just fantasizing about Sebastian as I aggressively wiped down the old mahogany. Lance reaches across the bar and snatches the rag from my hand, and I blink at him.
I think them Lysol fumes are getting to you. Take a break,
he advises me. Before I can answer him, he rushes off to take orders from 4 girls with Heat Lightning t-shirts. Our lobby is like one big fan club these days, as people, mostly women, crowd the room and hang out for hours hoping desperately for a glimpse of the band members. In fact, we now have a dozen different drinks named after the band. There's the Heat Lightning, of course. There's also the Sebastian, the Magnus, and the Parker, and then there are drinks named after their best-selling songs and albums. My mother has been letting the band sneak out the servants' entrance in the back to avoid the crowds most days, although a couple of times the band members have come in to sign autographs and start mini-riots. The only reason I'm in the lobby today is that I know the band left the hotel hours ago to head back to the barn for a jam session. Ever since I fled Sebastian's bed, I've been doing the dance of avoidance, rushing from one place to another to make sure I don't have to cross paths with them. Or rather, him. I lean on the bar, my fingers itching for that rag. Then I look around the room. I've only cleaned the tabletops in the bar area twice. They could do with another round. Earth to Callie. Hello, Earth to Callie. My mother waves her hand in front of my face. I didn't even notice her walk up. That's not unusual. She's little but stealthy. That's how she'd always catch Daisy when she was doing stuff she shouldn't as a child. Oh, hello, I say distractedly. She raises an eyebrow. Who licked the red off your candy? Sorry, Mama. I'm just mentally reviewing my schedule for the rest of the day. That is not a lie. I'm mentally reviewing how I'll avoid seeing Sebastian. Well, you're doing something mentally, all right. Anyway, I try to think of something to say to throw her off course. I checked all our bookings. That includes the bookings from our hotel and all of the houses she bought. The hotel's always booked solid. The houses are booked through the end of August, and after that, we've got 12 houses sitting empty. 9 of them have mortgages on them, and there will be no income coming in. And even the 3 that she paid off with all of our savings aren't free to maintain. We've got utilities, insurance, property taxes, and landscaping maintenance. Her eyes widen with alarm. Has something changed? Cancellations? We can't afford cancellations. Why would someone cancel? Oh no, we don't have any cancellations. And if we did, we have waiting lists. For the next couple months, anyway. Phew! She pats her chest in relief. Then she looks at me suspiciously. Why are you even mentioning it? We already went over that yesterday evening. Well, it's a new day. I smile brightly. Then I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror over the bar over my mother's shoulder. I'm doing the crazy smile again. I try to tone it down a little. Now I only look half crazy. Why was I born without the lying gene? It would come in so handy. My mother's brow puckers. What's wrong with your face? Do you have gas? Maybe you've been eating too much roughage. I take a step back. Mother, I'm 28. You can't ask me questions like that. I most certainly can, and I will. You still haven't answered me. What's been eating you these past few days? What's been eating me, indeed? An image of Sebastian flashes through my mind. Nothing's been eating me. That's the problem. Oh, dear God, I can't think things like that with my mother 2 feet away from me. My face flames with heat. I take a step back. What makes you think something's been bothering me? My mother is no fool. Why are you answering my question with a question? Why are you the color of a candy apple? Why are you interrogating me? And then, because I'm just digging my own grave deeper and deeper, I reach into my purse and pull out my phone, which hasn't rung. Oops, I've got to get that. It's probably Fiona wondering where I am. Quickly, I take my apron off and drop it into the cleaning cart by my side. I'll find out what you're up to, Missy, my mother calls out as I break into a jog, heading for the supply closet. Not if I can help it. I quickly stash the cart and then power walk to Main Street, huffing in the early July heat. I need to keep busy, but I've cleaned our house top to bottom. I've cleaned every room on the floor that I assigned myself, and then I started cleaning the other floors until the maids complained I wasn't leaving them any work to do. I'm like Mr. Clean on crack. I finally slow down, perspiration rolling down the sides of my face. I keep my head down low and stare at the sidewalk. I've been trying not to run into any of my relatives or anyone who's ever met me, in case my recent sexual activity is as obvious to everyone else as it is to me. I feel as if I have a big glowing announcement hanging over my head, like one of those blinking neon motel signs. I, Callie Abernathy, slept with a man 3 nights ago, and I don't even have his phone number. Whoever knew I'd turn out to be such a hussy? And the funny thing is, I don't feel bad about it. If anything, it kind of makes me feel dark and dangerous. Maybe a little hussy-ish behavior isn't such a bad thing. I haven't heard from Sebastian, and he's probably never going to talk to me again after I ran out on him for the 2nd time. That seems like the kind of thing that a man would find problematic. But I finally scratched my Sebastian Monroe itch and had the most amazing sex of my life, and I'm not going to beat myself up for it. When I reach Main Street, I stop to look at one of my uncle's newspaper vending machines. The headline makes my smile vanish. Last night, someone spray-painted magnolia blossoms on the back of the general store. All right, this has got to stop before someone gets arrested, even if the blossoms are actually really pretty. I put in 2 quarters and grab a copy of the newspaper. Fiona's waiting for me by the barber shop, leaning on the striped pole. She's agreed to meet me even though Grandma May can't make it due to a doctor's appointment. As Fiona put it when I told her, it'll probably be really boring without her there, but I've got nothing better to do, I guess. That kid. God love her. I mean, someone has to. I walk up to her with a look of annoyance on my face. I read the most interesting article in the newspaper, I inform her. I hold it up and show her. She barely glances at it. Then she starts walking. If anyone did that, I bet they'd be smart and wear a disguise. Also, wow, look at how pretty those flowers are. Whoever did that is pretty talented, don't you think? I huff out an exasperated breath, following her. Yes, those flowers are gorgeous, but that's not the point. What is the point? The point is, it's only a matter of time before whoever did that gets caught. Whatever. Well, threats aren't working. She doesn't care if she gets arrested. She's got a dark view of her future, and she seems to think it's only a matter of time before she goes to grown-up jail, as she puts it. I don't want to give up. My daddy didn't raise a quitter. Why do you think a person would do that? She responds with her favorite gesture, a sullen shrug. Bored? Who knows? Who cares? I turn this over my head as we walk. Daddy used to talk about turning problems into opportunities. How can I do that with Fiona? She spray paints very pretty flowers because she's bored and angry. The problem is, she's painting them in the wrong place. Hey, do you want to take an art class? Sally Sue's sewing studio just expanded and now she has an art supply store and they're giving drop-in summer art classes. Really? She perks up. Then her smile fades, the way it always does when anyone catches her looking too happy. Probably a bunch of kindergartners. It isn't. There's a kindergarten class, a grade school class, and then there's one for teens and adults. Why start anything I probably won't get to finish? Humor me. I've been wanting to take art class. Oh, sure you were. Her voice turns snide. How else can I make your dreams come true? I'm tempted to verbally bite her head off and then tell her to enjoy the rest of her summer in juvie, but I decide to count to 30 first. I've reached 29 when Fiona throws her hands up in the air. Fine, I use sarcasm as a defense mechanism. I'm still stung by her teenaged bitchiness. I swear if I'd ever acted like her as a teenager, I'd have been spitting out soap, grounded, and my rear end would have glowed like a firefly. You also use the internet to look up pop psychology phrases so you can justify your bratty behavior, I say coolly. She shoves her hands in her pockets. I guess I should just go home. Who wants to take an art class with someone as bratty as me? Can you stop always assuming the worst about people? Probably not. Have I ever let you down? I demand. And it's obvious the answer is going to be something like, not yet. You know me so well, Fiona observes dryly. I stop walking and wave my hand at a brick storefront building with a red awning. Oh, look where we ended up. Sally Sue's Art Supplies. It's almost like it's meant to be. Let's get you signed up. Fiona makes a face, but she comes inside with me and stands there while I fill out the form. When I pull out my wallet to pay the $100 fee for 10 classes, her eyes widen in surprise. Oh, I didn't know it would cost that much. I pay Sally Sue and then we walk outside. I'll have to figure out how to get the money, Fiona says with a worried frown. I wave my hand dismissively. It's fine. She stiffens. I'm not a charity case. No, you're a mouthy, thin-skinned little twerp. That's why I'm going to make you work at the hotel to pay for it. We'll pay you $10 an hour to help clean rooms and maybe bus tables at our restaurant. I had no intention of doing that before, but now that I think of it, it's a good way to keep her busy. Take problems, make them into opportunity. Daddy would be proud. Fiona perks up. Wow, my first real job. That's actually pretty cool. She's so pleased that she forgets to look sour. When do I start? Show up for training tomorrow at 8 a.m. You should probably tell your aunt about it so she doesn't worry about where you are. Fiona's smile twists in a grimace. Ha ha, that's a good one. Then she waves at a crowd of people across the street. Looks like Heat Lightning tried to go shopping and got mobbed. That's the only thing that gets people here this excited. Savannah is standing on the edge of the crowd, and when she sees me, she breaks away from the crowd and hurries across the street towards us. She's about 6 months along now, wearing a stylish scoop-necked blue maternity dress. Guess what the fuss is all about? She says eagerly. It's Heat Lightning. I met them the other day. Crash's friend is going to provide security at the show, and I'm going to introduce you to them. Her husband is a biker, but he's also ex-military. He's got a lot of friends who provide high-level security. You look cute as a button, by the way. And who's your adorable little friend? Fiona's face scrunches up in an attempt to look fierce. I'm Fiona, and I'm not adorable. I'm a juvenile delinquent, and I'm nothing but trouble. Well, what a great sense of humor. Isn't she precious and cute? Savannah beams at her. I look around to see if any other children have appeared in our vicinity in the last nanosecond, but nope. Savannah's talking about Fiona. I'm Savannah. I'm delighted to meet you. Let me go get my husband so he can help us bust through that crowd. I remember how much you used to love them. No need, I call out after her, but she's already scampered off. Fiona watches her with a bemused expression. Does she always try too hard? Yes, she used to be a terrible person, and now she's going overboard trying to make up for it. Worse than me? I consider that. Savannah grew up just like her mother, a snooty, nasty, bullying debutante. She stole my sister Daisy's fiancé Percy and rubbed it in Daisy's face for years. Then Percy cheated on her, her mother booted her out, and she had to rethink her entire life. Different. Fiona chews her lip thoughtfully. But she was bad and then she decided not to be. How come? This feels like a really important question. My heart stutters with the fear of getting it wrong. Well, being a jerk just doesn't feel that good, especially if you're basically decent underneath it all. She finally decided she'd had enough of acting like that, I guess. Also, my cousin Daisy was willing to forgive Savannah, even after Savannah did some really bad things to her, and I think that kind of showed Savannah a different way to do things. Ex-bitch Savannah's waving at you, Fiona says. We do not use that kind of language, I reply primly. You don't. I'm a juvenile delinquent, remember? A reformed juvenile delinquent. Savannah and Crash gesture at me from across the street. Reluctantly, I start walking towards them, with Fiona at my heels. This I gotta see. She smirks. You actually don't. You could run along and buy a sandwich. I pluck a $10 bill out of my purse and hand it to her. She stuffs it in her pocket and keeps following me. Seriously? Give it back then, I say in exasperation. Heck no. Possession is 9/10 of the law. That sounds like something Grandma May would say. That is, in fact, something that she said. When? I demand suspiciously. Not when I was there. Are you hanging out with her when I'm not around? We reach the crowd of fans. Yes, Callie, I am cheating on you with your grandmother. She knows the best cuss words, she doesn't tell me to behave myself all the time, and she never tries to clean my face with a handy wipe. I'd lecture Fiona about cleanliness being next to godliness, again, but Crash has grabbed a hold of my arm and is dragging me through the crowd and past several burly bikers holding the crowd at bay. Daisy and Chase are standing right next to Parker, Magnus, and Sebastian, who are signing autographs for fans. Callie wants your autograph, Savannah says. Oh, I'm sorry, have you two met yet? Where are my manners? Callie Abernathy meets Sebastian Monroe. I've seen him in passing, I manage. At our hotel, when he was in the lobby, with the other band members. Maybe once, or twice, or 3 times. Shut up, Callie. Are you going to keep going? Fiona asks me. Because this is awesome. Sebastian directs a beaming smile at me.
Charmed, I'm sure.
He grabs my hand and bends down to kiss it. Ew! Fiona makes a horrified face. Cooties, gag me. He straightens up and gives her a narrow-eyed look.
Well, someone should,
he says in a low voice. He hasn't forgotten the spray painting incident or the fact that she called heat lightning old-timey. She just smirks at him. He smiles again, focusing on me.
I can't wait to tell my fiancé all about you. I have a feeling you guys would get along really well. You're like 2 peas in a pod.
Is he kidding me with this? I want to smack the grin off his face. My cheeks are about to spontaneously combust, I'm blushing so hard.
Yeah, they really are,
Magnus chimes in.
It's eerie, actually.
I stick my hand out. You must be Magnus.
Must I be? Well, someone has to, I guess.
He gives me that roguish, charming grin.
Might as well be me.
He takes my hand and I shake hard. He winces in pain. I've got a surprisingly strong grip, which more than one guy has found out to his dismay when he tried to get a little handsy.
Nice to meet you. Cassie, was it? Sassy? By the way, I'm a drummer. I make my living with my hands. Can I have mine back?
I give one last squeeze, hard enough to make his eyes water, and then drop his hand. Well, I can imagine how busy you guys are, talking logistics and all that important stuff. I'll let you run along now.
Not so fast. I heard you were a big fan and you wanted my autograph?
There's a twinkle in Sebastian's eye. It was more Savannah's idea. She's such a giver. I manage a sickly smile. Really, heat lightning was just a passing phase back when I was young and foolish.
Ouch,
he murmurs. He scribbles on a piece of paper and shoves it in my purse.
Here, that's just for you.
Oh, come on now, Savannah protests. You still like them. You still have a heat lightning keychain.
You do?
Sebastian looks at me with interest.
Can I see it?
Actually, I lost it the other day. I didn't, but if I took it out right now, I'd be tempted to stab him with the little lightning bolt. Daisy jumps in. It's too bad you're engaged. She was so sweet on you when she was a teenager. Actually, I can't believe she kept her mouth shut this long. We love each other, but we also fight like we're both still in high school. We have clashing personalities and irritate the bejeepers out of each other. Mostly because she can never be mature enough to admit that I'm right and she's a stinky stupid face. I mean, she's also my little sis and I'd die for her. If I don't end up being the one to kill her first.
Oh, was she now?
Sebastian's grin has definite overtones of smirk. She sure was, Daisy says cheerfully. For a while there, when she was like 17, she had heat lightning stickers all over her notebooks and she wore your t-shirts as nightshirts. She had your posters all over her room. I saw her kiss one of them once. Sebastian can't help it. He openly guffaws. I spear my sister with a murderous gaze. I know 10 different kinds of undetectable poisons. And if you'll recall, you told Mama you're coming over to dinner tonight. If you haven't made out a will yet, there's no time like the present. As I stalk off, Fiona takes out the $10 bill from her pocket and hands it to me. What's that for? She gives me a wicked grin. I'm paying you for the best show I've seen all week. Chapter 15. Callie. Sebastian and I have exchanged exactly 3 texts since he slipped his phone number into my purse a week ago, along with his scribbled autograph. I sent him a text saying, "Thanks for your number." He replied minutes later with, "Use it any time." I couldn't think of a single thing to say to that, so I replied, "Thanks." Wow, that was devastatingly witty and irresistible. Or not, because he didn't reply. I know he's been busy. Over the next couple of months before they start the big tour, they've got a handful of charity gigs scheduled at concert venues all throughout the South. They've got interviews, video shoots, and they're rehearsing their new material as well. And we're not dating. We're not a thing. We're not even really friends. So there's no reason for him to text me, and there's no reason for me to be simmering with resentment every single day that goes by without hearing from him. This was my choice. I've cut and run twice so far. It would be crazy to try to keep things going anyway. He's about to go on a year-long tour. So when my phone does its little text bleep, my heart shouldn't leap with hope. And it shouldn't dash to the ground when I see it's Daisy. "Come meet me in the apple grove by the Pink Lady Grove." Nope, I shouldn't be so annoyed to hear from my own sister, even though we've annoyed each other since we first formed words as toddlers. In my defense, my mother says that Daisy used to dump her cereal on my lap. Even back then, she had to mock my penchant for tidiness. Is it urgent? I'm busy cleaning. Daisy just replies, yes. And I don't even really have any excuse at this point, because I've finished all of the rooms. Early. What could be so urgent? And why would she need to meet me in the orchard, I wonder, as I wheel my cleaning cart back to the supply room? Trouble with her husband? I can't imagine it. Those two are tighter than bark on a hickory tree. I quickly shed my apron, gloves, and cap and scurry out the front door. A wall of warm, humid air engulfs me, and my wavy hair instantly goes to frizz setting. It takes me about 15 minutes to get to the Pink Lady Grove. Those are late-season apples, and it's only July, so I assume she wanted to meet there for privacy reasons. Nobody will be picking here until September. All of the pick-your-own crowd will be over in the Honeycrisp or the Gala Groves. When I get there, I'm huffing, puffing, and perspiring like a prize racehorse, and Daisy is the picture of calm and contentment. Chase has his arm around her shoulders, and she's gazing adoringly down into Ethan's face. Nearby, there's a crowd clustered around one of our horse-drawn wagons. A camera crew, screaming groupies. Heat lightning must be there somewhere. So much for privacy. "Sorry," Daisy says when I reach her. "I thought this would be a quiet, restful place to meet. They just got here. If I'd known they'd be doing a photo shoot, I'd have picked somewhere else. Here, hold Ethan." She hands him to me. I take him gingerly, cradling him and staring down into his enormous blue eyes. He has a look of perpetual surprise on his face, and he stares at me in wonder. I look down at my nephew, and my tensions start to melt away. His little baby face is so innocent. Every new moment is a surprise to him. His weight in my arms feels comfortable and natural. "Hello, handsome," I croon. He waves his chubby arms excitedly and blows a spit bubble. I look up at Daisy. "What's up?" I ask her. "I don't know. I just thought you needed this." I sigh and lean down to kiss his head, breathing in his sweet baby smell. "Listen to me, not your mama," I whisper into his ear. "Your mama's tetched in the head." Then I carefully hand him back to her. I guess I did. "Listen, the other day when I teased you about the heat lightning posters, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I thought you'd think it was funny. I mean, I used to write Mrs. Zac Efron on my notebook covers at school, and I kissed my Zac Efron pillow goodnight. Technically, that's how I learned a French kiss." She smiles fondly. 2007. "You what?" Chase looks appalled. "I'm rethinking everything." "Too late. Why do you think I didn't reveal that unsavory piece of my past until I'd already trapped you with a ring and a baby?" Daisy smirks at him. "I feel betrayed. I'm a broken man, Daisy." He puts a hand on his broad chest. "I think the only thing that would heal me is if we made another baby." Chase's eyes gleam in a way that I really don't want to be seeing, given that he's looking at my sister. You guys. I snap my fingers at them to get their attention. Don't talk like that in front of Ethan.
Don't talk about baby making in front of our baby?
Chase cocks his head quizzically. Yes, it's inappropriate, I say primly. He was brought by the stork, and that's all he'll ever need to know. And Daisy, it's fine. I wasn't that upset. Are you sure? She arches an eyebrow. Because ever since then you've been acting strange and cleaning like a maniac. I mean, more maniacally than usual. I was afraid I'd really upset you, and I only meant to mildly aggravate you. Actually, the crazy cleaning started after I had sex with Sebastian and then ditched him. But the autograph fiasco was the first time I'd run into her since then, so I could see how she'd think that. Honestly, truly, I'm just stressed about the planning for the tricentennial and the effect it's having on Mom. A shriek from the nearby crowd draws my attention. The band has climbed onto the wagon, and the photographers are getting snaps. We've started offering wagon rides around the property, and this is a great photo op for the band, promoting their down-home country image. The women press forward, and the bodyguards are barely holding them back. I spot Mimi Applebottom. She's Savannah's sorority sister and former best friend, and she slept with Savannah's husband Percy, ending their marriage. Then Percy dumped her, so she's been on the prowl ever since. Tiffany Lee Vanderboom is trying to push past the bodyguards. She's a snooty Sugar Hill debutante. She failed to snag a wealthy husband in college, much to her disappointment. She's always gone after trust fund types, but it looks like she'd be willing to settle for a rock star. Sebastian must have some kind of weird ESP, because he swivels around, sees me, and waves. Right there in public. I reply with a quick, nervous wave back, and then drop my hand and turn my back on him. I guess it's okay for him to acknowledge me like that, because we did publicly meet on the street the other day. Are you feeling all right? What's wrong with your face? Daisy asks, peering at me narrow-eyed. Nothing. I try to smile, but my face has frozen into place.
You should never play poker,
Chase informs me. He plays poker a lot at the mayor's house. They have a Friday night poker game, which includes our bartender Lance, the diner owner, and the town's other notables. Percy used to go, but he got caught cheating. Ha, shocker. Now he's been permanently banned. Why? What's my tell? I demand. His lips twitch in amusement.
Basically, your entire body radiating visible guilt rays.
Daisy nods. True story. My cheeks heat up with embarrassment. Well, this has been incredibly fun, but when you texted me, I was just about to clean a very dirty hotel room, so I'm leaving now. I turn and hurry off. You're lying again, Daisy calls after me, with your lying lie hole, and you're terrible at it. I hold up my hand and wave without looking back, giving her a one-finger salute. Then I remember that Ethan might see, and I quickly put my hand back down. I don't care if he's only a couple of weeks old. Someone in this family has to be a good example, and it's pretty much down to Mom and me. I'm almost back at the hotel when I hear a voice behind me. Callie Abernathy? Wait up. Oh, good gravy. Tara Jones is here in Bitter End, and worse, she's slithering up to me with a feral gleam in her eyes. She's wearing jeans so tight I can see her religion, and her push-up bra ensures that her boobs are up near chin level. I walk faster, hiding a secret smile. She doesn't have a clue that she was standing inches away from me when I was disguised as Maureen Mitchell, which is kind of fun. She catches up to me. Callie, slow down. I just want to talk to you for a minute. No comment. Sebastian Monroe just waved at you. You and nobody else. He's engaged, but his fiancée isn't staying with him at the hotel, and she hasn't been seen with him in a week. Something shady, and I bet you know what it is. I could really make it worth your while to get me an exclusive. I walk faster. No comment. You might want to rethink that. She breaks into a jog. I have a very big following. I can say nice things about your hotel, or I can report that I found bugs in my food. And that's just for starters. We've reached the front door of the hotel. This is private property, and I want you off it. I'm a guest, she smirks. When I write about your hotel, I'll make sure to add a comment about your lousy hospitality. A guest? Oh, heck no. I walk into the lobby, and I'll be talking to our lawyer right now, and then to the owner of your blog when we sue you for slander. She hurries after me, her face bunching up like a clenched fist. Cracks run through her foundation. Try it and I'll ruin you, she yells. The hotel lobby and bar are packed with Heat Lightning fans waiting for a glimpse of any of the band members, and guests lined up at the counter waiting to check in. Everyone turns to look at her. I make my way through the crowds and hurry into the office. My mother and Junebug, the hotel manager, are seated at their desks, drinking iced tea and going over expense reports. Junebug looks up at me and smiles. Her hair is piled up in a genuine beehive, and her frosty blue eye makeup has taken a time machine from 1970. What's got you so head up? Junebug drawls. I just ran into a scandal sheet reporter named Tara Jones. She says she's a guest here. How is that possible? We were all booked up. My mother makes a face. That woman, bless her heart, she clearly didn't have much in the way of raising. She's only been here a day, and she's already tried to bribe and bully every employee on the premises, looking for dirt on Heat Lightning. I'm afraid we're stuck with her, though. Seems she bribed someone to let her have their reservation. I shake my head in dismay, sinking into a chair that faces her desk. She's really bad news. She just threatened to badmouth the hotel on her blog if I don't give her an exclusive interview about Heat Lightning. Well, specifically Sebastian, but I don't want to say his name in front of my mother for fear I'll blush and squirm. My mother looks worried. You think she'd really do that? She'd try. Can't we get rid of her? I plead. One piece of trash reporter isn't near enough to hurt our hotel. Junebug sets down her iced tea and leans back in her chair. If she slanders us, we'll sue. And we don't have any legit cause to kick her out. She paid for her stay and she hasn't been disruptive. I insist on sending an email to our attorney anyway. Junebug scoots out of her way so I can type it right away, with all the details of our conversation. You worry too much, girl, she says when I'm done. You need to get out there and live a little. Cause some trouble. Be more like your sister. What? You're always telling her to stay out of trouble and stop embarrassing Mama. As a matter of fact, you're always telling her to be more like me. Junebug shrugs. It's all a matter of balance. Good Lord, this town... I shake my head and walk away, muttering to myself. Raise some hell, behave yourself, you're too boring, you're not boring enough. I head back to the supply room. There must be a room in this hotel that I haven't cleaned yet. I'll start on the windows, that's what I'll do. My fingers are closing on the doorknob when my phone bleeps with a text message. I check it, not at all desperately hoping that it's Sebastian. And it isn't. It's Harper. Come to the Bitter Brew ASAP. Don't stop for anything. It's urgent. Chapter 16. Callie. Lord, woman, you look like you've been rode hard and put up wet. Harper hands me a paper napkin. She's sitting with Daisy, Naomi, and Savannah at a table by the window. I'm too out of breath to reply, so I just collapse into the chair next to Savannah, huffing and puffing. I blot my forehead and neck with the napkin as my breathing slows down to normal. I just ran all the way from the hotel, and my blouse is sticking to my body like cling film. I am not built to run in this heat. Also, yet again, nobody appears to be bleeding out. I look around the table for signs of distress that would justify an emergency message, and see none. Daisy, Harper, and Savannah are all looking at Harper's iPad. Daisy's drinking decaf, or as she calls it, brown sadness water. She's breastfeeding, so she can't have caffeine. It's the first time I've seen her without Ethan since his birth, but she doesn't look panicked, so that can't be the emergency. Savannah is drinking a non-alcoholic beer because she's pregnant, and she has 2 dogs with her. This is an unusually low number. One is her German Shepherd, Red, and the other one is a mutt that looks like it's been assembled from a dog spare parts factory. It has long legs, a bulldogish face, a squat body, and floppy ears. She runs a no-kill animal shelter, and she's always bringing her work home with her. Not one of you is dying, I say when I get my breath back. I fan myself with my hand. She sounds so disappointed, Harper observes. Are we offended? I'm offended. Long time no see, Callie, Daisy says, deliberately pronouncing the lie part of my name. Like an hour now, hour and a half? Not long enough, dazed and confused. She narrows her eyes at me. I gave you a very nice apology along with baby cuddle therapy, and you repay me by keeping secrets from me. I'm usually the one with all the secrets. What are you hiding? My plan's to run away and join a circus, so I can finally see what normal looks like. Oops, secret's out. By the way, has Chase forgiven you for your questionable taste in teen crushes? He will tonight, she smirks. I recoil. Your baby is only 3 weeks old. How can you even? No, don't tell me. No details. I am literally begging you. She ignores my fervent pleas. I can do certain things. I need to change the subject immediately before she tells me things I can never unhear. What was the emergency? Why did I run all the way here? Harper holds the tablet up and shows me. Check this out. Mimi has reached peak crazy. Tara Jones has interviewed Mimi, splashing her smirking face across the Make Noise blog. Mimi is claiming that she's the mystery fiancé, and that's why the band is in Swampy Bottom County. Daisy purses her lips in thought. Well, it could be true. It is kind of random that they came to stay here of all places. Could she have disguised herself with a wig and stage makeup? Yikes. She's getting uncomfortably close to the truth. Gross, Savannah says. Okay, Crash talks to those guys a lot since they're planning out their security details for the tricentennial. I'm going to make him pass the word on about Mimi. Sebastian seems like a nice guy. He's way too good for her. I wonder how they met. Let's not jump to any conclusions now, I protest. Why am I arguing? I should absolutely let them think that it's Mimi. It directs attention away from me. I'm adding to my list, Harper says. She has a notebook open next to the iPad. She starts scribbling in the notebook and nodding to herself. She looks to be about 5'8". That fits with Mimi. She may have a tattoo on her right arm, although it could have been a temporary tattoo because she's been seen without the tattoo also. So it was either covered with makeup that one time or... Where was I? Anyway, long black hair could be a wig, kind of olive-complexioned, I'd say. She scrolls on her tablet and holds it up to show an alarmingly clear paparazzi photo of me in my disguise. What do you think, Callie? Does she look familiar at all? We now have the attention of everyone in the room. Coralie Smith, who's teaching the summer art classes, is having lunch with Sally Sue at the table next to ours. They both swivel towards us. Mimi's butt's bigger than that, Coralie decides. Definitely, Mayor Culpepper pipes up from the booth behind us. Then he glances at his wife Jolene. Not that I was paying close attention, he assures her. No, you're right. Jolene nods supportively. She's broader in the beam than the girl in those pictures. Then she wrinkles her forehead. Well, I think so anyway. Let me have a look-see. She and her husband get up and come to our table to look at the picture. She examines the picture with a frown. No, that's definitely not Mimi Applebottom's caboose. Oh, I don't know. Maybe she's wearing really good support hose in the picture? Sally Sue suggests. Or that kind of underwear that lifts and separates. You can't buy it here in town, but you can get it from a catalog. She and Coralie both get up from their table and walk over. They're all crowded around the table, jostling to get a closer look at the mystery fiancé's butt. Which is actually my butt. The mayor is checking out my butt. Everybody is looking at my butt. This was your emergency? I splutter. The fact that we might have finally solved the mystery of the Monroe fiancé? Harper looks mildly offended. Of course that's an emergency, and I thought you'd want to be a part of it. Mystery of the Monroe fiancé, Savannah muses. Is that what we're calling this case? It's kind of awkward. Let's workshop it. How am I related to these people? And how can I get them to stop trying to expose me? I think that we have better things to do with our time than sit around and gossip. I say severely. Since when? Harper, Daisy, Savannah, the mayor, Jolene, Sally Sue, and Cora Bell all say at the same time. I stare at them with glazed eyes, and the only thing that comes to mind is we definitely need to broaden the gene pool in this town. She does have a very nice butt, Savannah says, peering closer. Firm, perky, round, almost as good as mine. It looks kind of familiar, actually. What do you think, Callie? Have you seen this butt around town? Butt watch, Harper says enthusiastically. We're on a butt watch. We could put up wanted posters. Have you seen this butt? I can feel my cheeks heating up again. I leap to my feet. I cannot handle this without alcohol. Where is that waitress? I'll be right back. Then my phone alerts me to a text message. Saved by the bleep. I check. It's Sebastian. SOS. Emergency. Come meet me at the barn. Okay, given that we're not even speaking to each other, for him to send a text like that, it must be a genuine emergency. I wave goodbye. You gossip hounds will have to unravel the mystery without me. Or you could, do some planning for the tricentennial, or just about anything useful. Daisy shakes her head with a pitying expression. Have you ever heard of fun, Callie? It's in the dictionary under the letter PH, PHUN. My right eye twitches. Now you're just trying to aggravate me. I'll keep misspelling words until you spill your secret. Sometimes I forget my sister is made of pure evil, and she knows my weaknesses. She never lets me forget for long, though. Don't you have a baby to burp? Where is he, anyway? Did you forget him somewhere? Did I have a baby? That sounds vaguely familiar. I must have left him on a park bench or something. She sees my horrified look. Chase has him, you twit. Hey, at least I don't bring my baby to loud bars, unlike your friend Jen. She shakes her head. I never did like Jen. You met her once 10 years ago, and she did not bring her babies to the bar. I told you she left them with a neighbor. Sure she did. She looks around the table and snaps her fingers to get everyone's attention. I don't think we're paying enough attention to whatever secret Callie is keeping. Add it to your list of mysteries, Harper. Callie's got a secret? Sally Sue's eyebrows shoot up. That's a new one. Usually Daisy's the one with something to hide. Occasionally Naomi, but Callie's supposed to be the boring Abernathy. So what's your secret? I scowl at her. My secret is that my sister is a fruitcake who thinks people have secrets when they don't. Okay, they're calling me back to the hotel. Gotta run. I don't know how many more mad dashes through the heat I can survive in one day. What new disaster is waiting for me? When I finally limp into the barn, Sebastian is sitting on a bale of hay, his guitar resting on his lap. They've got a corner of the room set up for a photo shoot, with hay bales and a pitchfork, rusty shovel, and buckets full of flowers. What's, gasp, the, gasp, emergency, I ask between huffs of breath. My legs give out and I collapse on the hay bale next to him.
The emergency is, I saw you in the apple grove earlier today, and you looked like you were freaking out. I figured you could use a break. This was just the first chance I had to get rid of everybody.
It takes me a good 60 seconds to be able to speak without wheezing. I was trying to look calm. Was it really that obvious? Sebastian smiles and laugh lines crinkle around his eyes.
I'm sorry, but yes. I actually kind of like it that you can't hide your emotions, though. You're just you. You're raw and honest. Also, lots of people lie to me, and you literally can't.
Thank you, I laugh ruefully. I know my acting skills aren't the best. I'm probably the worst choice for a fake fiancé.
Not at all. When you're in costume and in the moment, you do great.
That's true. Maybe it's because once we settle into our dates and stop sparring, I feel like what we have is actually real. The costume helps a lot, too. I manage a smile. I hear that you're engaged to Mimi Applebottom, by the way. Congratulations. He pouts his lips as if I've hurt his feelings.
Now, Callie, you know you're the only fake fiancé for me.
I put my hands on my chest. Really? Truly? I've been waiting my whole life to hear you say those words.
Exactly those words?
I laugh. Yes, exactly those words.
Goofball.
He reaches over and strokes a lock of hair from my face, and my nerves glow like Christmas tree lights.
Your face is flushed from the heat.
Yes, the heat. I nod frantically. It's very hot out. I get flushed when it's hot because of the heat. What is wrong with me? He just sits there, looking at me with a smile on his face. What? I say nervously.
I like looking at you.
I look away and swallow hard. You're making me nervous.
Well, that's the opposite of what I wanted, so I'll stop staring at you like a freak. I'm the freak in that scenario, in case I wasn't being clear.
He grimaces and shakes his head.
Hell, Callie, you make me all tongue-tied sometimes.
I'm glad I'm not the only tongue-tied idiot in the room. That's kind of flattering, actually. You're always so smooth and sure of yourself.
90% of that's an act, believe me.
He clears his throat.
Hey, I've been working on some new lyrics. Want to listen?
I get to be the first person to hear new Heat Lightning lyrics? Take that, Tara Jones. Of course. He picks up his guitar and starts strumming, and the words flow like honey. He sings about a love that's just out of reach, so close he can almost touch it. His voice is low and deep and sad. His words wrap around me and fill me with love and loss, and the yearning for a perfectly imperfect person who was put on this earth just for me. He stops playing and looks at me with concern.
You okay?
I realize the tears are streaming down my cheeks. And I smile as tears drip from my face and splash onto my shirt. You know, I am. I really am. Maybe I needed this. Sometimes it's not so terrible to let yourself be sad, to cry, to just feel. I lean back on the hay bale and take a deep breath, blotting my cheeks with my sleeve. Hey, just to clear the air, I know I keep running out on you. He sighs.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel good at all. I get the message. What I did to you really sucked.
That's true, but that's not why I did it. I'm afraid I'll fall for you again, and I don't want to go through that same pain twice. It really hurts, Sebastian. It messed me up for a long time.
I know you don't want to talk about what happened back then, but would you please let me properly apologize? And then I'll drop it and we'll put it behind us forever.
I nod, even though the thought of revisiting that day makes me mildly queasy. He leans forward, his arms resting on his knees, dark eyes shining with emotion.
I was young and immature. I'd been working hard for years to get the band off the ground, and we finally were taking off. But it took everything I had to hold the band together. Magnus had a tendency to go off the rails. We'd gone through several lead guitarists trying to find the right fit, and the guy we'd picked had a drinking problem, and it was adding to the stress. We were teetering on the brink, and we could have fallen either way.
I know all those things.
The thing is, I wasn't lying about my feelings to you. It was just that I knew I couldn't take you on tour with me. I couldn't take you away from your family. They'd freak out. They'd search everywhere for you, and you'd have to choose between them and me.
I realize I'm clenching my fists, and I force myself to relax them.
But I didn't handle it well, and I've regretted it ever since. Asking you to come with me in the first place was selfish, and then bailing on you was cowardly. I'm truly sorry.
I can't say I forgive you for it, but I understand. I know how important the band was to you.
It wasn't just that the band was important to me. It was also the only thing that kept Magnus from going even more off the rails. He had a tough time of it growing up. After our mother died, our stepfather turned into an abusive asshole. Treated his own son like gold, and I was bigger than Magnus, and I could fight back, so he didn't go as hard on me. But Magnus was his punching bag.
He taps his eyebrow, his finger tracing the scar.
That happened during my last fight with him. I went after him because I found out that he burned Magnus with his cigar. On more than one occasion.
Holy shit! Then I slap my hand over my mouth. I can't believe I said that word. Then again, I can't believe that happened to Magnus.
I dragged Magnus to the police station and made him tell the cops. Our stepfather went to jail, our stepbrother went to live with his relatives, and we were in foster care for a year until I turned 18.
His face twists in remembered pain, and I reach out and take his hand. I'm sorry, Sebastian. I'm glad it's behind you, but it's terrible that you had to go through that.
Magnus just took the abuse for years, because he was afraid if he told anyone, we'd end up in foster care and we'd get separated. I blame myself. It was my responsibility to take care of him.
I squeeze his hand gently, and he returns it with a squeeze of his own. He seems to have turned out all right, other than his addiction to bad puns. Really, really bad puns. But he's not shaving his head and joining a cult or robbing banks or anything. Sebastian smiles wryly.
Anyway, I didn't mean to dump all of my trauma on you. I just want you to understand why I was so single-minded about keeping the band going.
Well, if he wanted to keep the band together, then those years of trashing hotel rooms and getting in bar fights probably wasn't his smartest move. But now that he's told me about his past, I understand why he was under so much pressure that he'd snap sometimes. And it sounds like he never had anyone to set a good example for him and show him how to deal with stress in a healthy way. It's in the past. I meet his gaze and stare into his gorgeous whiskey-colored eyes. And I'm right here with you now. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but I know what I want right this minute.
What's that?
You moron. Right here on this hay bale. His mouth curls up in a gorgeous grin, and it feels like the sun sliding out from behind a cloud, bathing me in its heat.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
He reaches over and unbuttons the top button of my blouse.
There's a condition.
Oh, is there? I laugh.
You can't sneak out on me again. You promise me right now that you won't leave without saying goodbye.
Oh, yeah? What happens if I don't promise? His eyes gleam wickedly.
I withhold sex?
Looking at him, I think he means it. I clap my hands to my chest in exaggerated dismay. I swear to you on the biggest stack of Bibles you ever saw that I will not leave without saying goodbye. Chapter 17. Callie. The next moment, I'm in his arms and he's kissing me with all the sweet hunger and yearning I heard in his lyrics. His lips are a fierce, warm pressure against mine, and as I let out a gasp of longing, he darts his tongue teasingly into my mouth. He runs his hand down my body, skimming the side of my breast, cupping my waist and sliding over my hip. He bunches the fabric of my skirt in his fist so he can hitch my bare thigh up against his hip and press himself against my core. His very hard, very thick self. He lays me back against the fragrant hay, fingers teasing the velvety insides of my thighs, their pads calloused from caressing his guitar strings. He deepens his kiss, pressing me back against the hay bale with his big muscular body. Ouch! I wriggle uncomfortably. He pulls back, eyebrow raised, slashed through with that sexy little scar.
Ouch! That's not really what I was going for. I was hoping for ooh la la, maybe even yowza.
His words are light, but I can see a shadow of genuine worry in those whiskey-colored eyes. Eyes that make me feel drunk and giddy and foolish and warm inside. I let my lips curve in a smile so he knows I'm playing, and he relaxes. We have a problem, I tell him in a confidential whisper, voice so soft that he's forced to lean closer. He steals a soft, biting kiss and whispers against my lips.
I'm a problem solver.
His low musical voice is hoarse with desire. This is a big problem, I tell him solemnly. Are you sure you're up to the job? He rolls his pelvis, pushing his impressive erection against the damp cotton of my panties, and I have to bite back a groan. Oh, my stars, he's up to the job. He really is. But I keep my expression solemn. The hay, I inform him, is scratching my butt.
That is a problem, he agrees. But I have the solution.
Oh, yes, and what? Hey! I shriek as he stands and hauls me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, butt in the air. What are you doing? I demand.
I'm going to kiss it better,
he declares, and he dumps me on the sofa. I'm still bouncing as he yanks off his clothes. My butt? I ask, affecting a scandalized tone, but I've already pulled my blouse over my head and I'm working on the clasp of my bra as he crawls on top of me naked.
You're everything,
he says, and he works my panties down over my thighs. Any smart aleck response I might have made fizzles away as he slides his tongue between my slick, sensitive lips. A bolt of sensual energy arches my spine, and my brain short-circuits. The press have called him silver-tongued for his singing voice and his lyrics. They have no clue. As he works his tongue against my molten center, I slide my fingers into his thick hair, holding on to him as the rest of the world flies away. Nothing is real but him, his flickering tongue, and his rough, clever musician's fingertips. Even my own shouts of release seem distant as my body is engulfed in wave after wave of shuddering bliss. I'm still trembling and breathless when I hear the crinkle of a condom wrapper and he's wrapping me in his arms again, all strength and heat and urgency. I almost tell him that I can't take any more, that it was so good he broke me, but I want him inside me so badly. He seems to know instinctively that my body is still humming with electric arousal, still teetering on the brink of shattering bliss. He lifts me and positions me straddling his lap, letting me control my slow, exquisite slide down his length until he's fully buried inside me. He brushes a damp curl tenderly away from my flushed face and runs gentle fingers over my collarbones and breasts. He circles my nipples with little fluttering touches that spark through me like lightning. He's so gentle, so patient, even though I can feel his heartbeat juddering against my own and sense the tension in his body from holding back. He sucks gently on my neck, nibbles my lips, and lets me set the pace as I start to move, rolling my hips to work his rigid length in and out of my eager body as bliss starts to build inside me again. He groans and lets his head fall back against the couch as I pick up the pace. His eyes are closed, his features locked in an expression of sensation and desire that is almost more exciting than his hands on my breasts, his throbbing erection inside me. I'm panning now, my movements jerkier as arousal takes hold of me, takes control of me, moves my body for me. Sebastian is on the brink of losing control too. I can see it on his face, feel it in the tension of his muscles, hear it in the quiver in his breath. We're not in control of this thing anymore. It's like a bolting horse, a runaway train, a tidal wave. It's bigger than us, consuming us, and we're eager to be consumed. Sebastian moves his hands to my hips, fingertips digging into the soft flesh, and as I moan and murmur words of invitation, he rocks up against me, adding a sweet counterpoint to my movements. He fills me more completely than I could have imagined possible, and I let the sensation take me as I start to pulse and clench around his throbbing length. My moan of completion sparks a desperate groan from him, and he jerks inside me, moaning raggedly and burying his face against my shoulder. I feel him twitch inside me, and he holds me tight and shudders and curses. Some pretty spicy curses, too. I let it slide for now. It's going to be a while before I can stand up, let alone catch my breath enough to scold him. Chapter 18. Callie.
Well, hello,
Sebastian says. What's a nice guy like you doing in a place like this? He grins.
I feel right at home. Everyone's always saying I act like I was brought up in a barn.
We lie facing each other on the sofa, entwined and sticky with sweat. The late afternoon sun pours through the gauzy cotton curtains, making patterns on Sebastian's naked flesh. Idly, I trace them with my fingers.
What are you thinking?
He murmurs into my hair. Nothing.
Liar.
He's right. I have plenty on my mind, and I could hide from my feelings like I usually do, but this feels too big, too important. Wriggling a little, I throw open my barricades and risk having my tender heart crushed by Sebastian Monroe. Again. Okay, a little while ago I said I wasn't thinking about the future. I was only thinking about what I wanted right now, which was true when I said it because you're sexier than socks on a rooster, and I really, really wanted to enjoy carnal knowledge of your entire body. But now I'm wondering where this is going.
Me too, because I want more.
He slides his finger under my chin and gently turns my face towards his.
I want to try to make it work.
His words wrap around me and stroke me, making me shiver with their pleasurable heat. Define it. He strokes my hair.
I want you to be my girl.
You want us to be together and exclusive? Instantly, he goes rigid, his muscles strung taut like bowstrings.
Why? Who else did you want to date?
I burst out laughing, as if I'd want to date other men while I was seeing Sebastian. I was only asking because I worry about all the groupies throwing themselves at him on a regular basis. Well, I saw that accountant the other day, and I was thinking, now there's a man who can add, subtract, and divide, and he always has a calculator in his pocket. I mean, how sexy is that? His body is stiffer than Junebug's hair after she's sprayed 6 cans of hairspray on it. Good gravy, Sebastian, I'm kidding. I haven't seen him since we broke up. He moved to Charlotte, and I'm the one who needs to worry. You have so much temptation every single day. He stares down into my eyes, his gaze burning with intensity.
You're my only temptation, Callie. Those women aren't temptation. They're strangers who want to have sex with a famous rock star, and, yeah, they'd also love to be the girlfriend of a famous rock star. Any famous rock star. That's not what I want. I've never slept with a groupie. The women I've dated have been a couple of fellow musicians, an actress, and a photographer, and it never worked out.
Why is that? He shrugs, a frown creasing his forehead. Back off. No, this matters too much. If I'm going all in, I need to know what I'm in for. If you push him, he'll leave. Then he wasn't worth keeping.
Excuse me.
Sebastian taps my forehead with his finger.
What exactly is happening in your head right now?
I bat his finger aside. The voices in my head are having a lively conversation. They want to know why your past relationships didn't work out and why this one would be different.
Tell the voices that none of them were the right women. None of them made me feel like you do.
Is that the only reason? I push him. I feel like there's more to it than that.
Is that you asking, or is that the voices?
He flashes me a brilliant smile.
Just so I know what I'm dealing with.
Is that you being charming and deflecting my question?
By God, I think it is. I didn't even realize I was doing it.
Sebastian gives me a rueful nod of acknowledgement.
Thinking back, I guess things fell apart because I always put the band first. I'd start dating someone and we'd have some good times when the band wasn't that busy, and then things would get busy. We'd be recording or going on tour. I would forget to call for days.
He winces.
Okay, if I'm being honest, weeks on end. And by the time I remembered to call, they were long gone, and very pissed off at me. And I'd feel mildly bad, but not as bad as I should have.
The mere thought of him having good times with other women is making me feel very stabby. I force myself to focus on the good part, on the fact that he's telling me I'm not like them. So how would things be different for us? Because the band is always going to be important to you.
Well, mainly because I care about you enough to do whatever it takes to make it work. I'd put in the effort to keep things going because you're worth it.
Am I? I nestle my head into his shoulder. Tell me more. He lets out a long, contented sigh and strokes my sweat-damp hair.
Being with you today feels just as right as it did 10 years ago. Like a puzzle piece sliding into place, and suddenly everything's whole. You're beautiful and smart and stubborn and totally nuts and unselfish, and you don't take any crap. Even from me. And even when you're driving me absolutely batshit crazy, I still want to be with you. I'd rather be with you, being driven around the bend, than with anyone else in the world.
A rush of emotion chokes me, and tears prick my eyelids. I blink hard so he doesn't see me crying.
Your turn,
he says.
Say smooshy things that make me feel good about myself.
Smooshy? I laugh. Really?
Smooshy,
he repeats firmly. Okay. Words tremble on my tongue, and then fear chokes me and I swallow them. This feels like standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering over a vast abyss. Wow, this is scarier than I thought it would be.
Yes, it is. That's why it took me so long to do it.
I hesitate so long that he sighs and says,
It's okay.
No, it's not. The voices in my head are very fond of you. Chicken, I scold myself. And I am more than fond of you. I think about you all the time. Being with you makes me feel, light. I always feel such a burden on me to make sure that everything's running the way it should and people are acting the way they should, and I know I end up acting like a crabby old lady a lot, and it makes me feel so stifled and unsexy. But the way you look at me makes me feel beautiful.
You are beautiful.
He tangles his fingers in my hair and gives them a little tug.
Never doubt it.
I feel like I'm falling in love with you. Or maybe I've already fallen. It's hard to tell because when it comes to romance or risk, I wall off my feelings. His smile fades.
And I'm responsible for that. That's entirely on me.
His voice is soaked in regret and guilt.
I can't change the past, but I can spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it.
The rest of his life? That would mean the rest of our lives. Together. That's what he's asking me for. He strokes my cheek with his thumb, staring at me thoughtfully.
Hey, could you possibly come on tour with me?
I hadn't even thought about it. I mean, maybe? I chew my lip. It's just, you'll laugh.
I promise you I won't.
Well, I'm kind of OCD.
Yeah, obviously.
Ouch. I blink hard at his casual acknowledgement. He shakes his head quickly.
I don't mean that in a bad way, at all. I have my hang-ups, too. Magnus and I missed a lot of meals growing up, and we were always wearing dirty second-hand clothes. Kids at school called Magnus Raggedy Man, and they called me Patches. There were plenty of nights where Magnus and I sat in our room hungry, while my stepfather and stepbrother were in the living room eating TV dinners. Now I have this fear of running out of things. I always have to have backups of everything. Clothing, food, notebooks.
He looks at me side-eyed to see my reaction. You're talking to a country girl with mild prepper tendencies. In a bad storm, we can lose power for a week. Having backups sounds entirely sensible. Do you keep lists of your stuff? That would help you make sure you have what you need.
I keep the list in my head. I even know when things are going to expire. Ask me when Monica's pregnancy vitamins are going to expire.
I grin at him. Sebastian Monroe, can you please, for the love of God, tell me when Monica's pregnancy vitamins are going to expire? I really need to know.
August 2023. So we're good there.
He says that with relief, nodding to himself in reassurance, and my heart melts.
She'll have used them all up in the next 30 days anyway. But what does your OCD have to do with you coming on tour?
Well, I need to clean. I've been telling everyone that the reason I still clean the hotel rooms is because we're short-staffed, but that's an excuse. I clean because it's like meditation for me. There's so much in life that I can't control. My father went to sleep one night and never woke up. My mother fell apart, and she was totally dysfunctional for years. My sister went to college and never came back, and I felt abandoned. Cleaning is something I can control, though. When I go into a messy room and put things where they're supposed to go, I'm keeping chaos at bay. I know how over-the-top melodramatic that sounds, and I brace myself for laughter, scorn, or at best, denial. Instead, he responds with an embrace, pulling me up against his hard, muscular chest. I can feel every thump of his heart.
You could clean the tour buses if you want to. We wouldn't mind and we wouldn't judge. The band loves you, and they've never liked anyone that I've dated before.
A thoughtful look crosses his face.
They really haven't.
I rest my head on his shoulder. Could it work? Could I leave Mama behind for that long? Well, Daisy's back home for good now, and that helps a lot. I'd never even dare to dream of traveling if Daisy weren't here. Thinking about the future is one of the things that tends to ratchet up my anxiety. This feels so perfect, I'm afraid to jinx it by committing. Let's just say that we're together until the tour starts, and then see how we feel then. That's less scary.
Whatever you need. And it wouldn't have to be all year long. You could go home part of the time, join us whenever you wanted.
I'm actually seriously thinking about it, and it makes me dizzy. This could be real. This could be happening. My phone bleeps in my purse, signaling yet another text. I groan aloud. I should know better than to answer, I really should. But I can't help myself. It's one of my compulsions. I should check that. I'm sorry. I slide off the couch and hurry over to root through my purse.
Just so you know, I'm checking out your ass. I'm really enjoying the view,
Sebastian calls. I feel the warmth of his gaze caressing me, and a little shiver of pleasure ripples through me. Just so you know, I like it. I pull my phone out and check it. This time it's a text from my grandmother. I need you downtown ASAP. Meet us by Sally Sue's. It's Fiona. Alarmed, I text her back. Is she okay? Just get down here. Son of a gun. Okay, Grandma May never sends me texts like that. If she's telling me she needs me ASAP, she means it. 15 minutes, I reply.
Make it 10.
I groan and look at Sebastian. My grandmother messaged me. I have to go. For the record, I am formally notifying you this time, not sneaking out and leaving a note. He sighs heavily.
I could lie around here with you forever and be happy, but the band will be back soon. We've got some more rehearsing to do. To be continued?
I smile at him. If you're lucky.
Oh, I hope I'm lucky.
My God, that smile. I could eat him with a spoon. My grandmother's emergency better be really awful, or I'm going to be steamed. No, that's a terrible thing to think. But it's also true. I rush into the bathroom to clean myself up with a washcloth, so I don't smell of sex, and I pull on my clothes so fast I rip a button off my blouse. Then I hurry through the hedge maze, and once I'm back in the apple orchard, I jog towards downtown. My lungs are on fire by the time I reach them. How many times have I jogged through this heat today? I'm losing count. She and Fiona are standing on the corner of Main and Peach Blossom. Fiona is licking an ice cream cone. All of Fiona's limbs remain attached to her body. There are no gushing wounds. I do not see any urgency to this situation. They dragged me away from Sebastian's muscular arms and sweet, soft lips to watch Fiona stuff her face. I swear to everything that is holy, I yell. If one more person sends me a fake emergency text today, I'm gonna Hulk out and throw a car across the street. Who else had a fake emergency? Grandma May asks. Oops. Nobody. Well, Daisy earlier today. Daisy or nobody? Daisy, I just said, get your hearing aids checked. Why is my voice suddenly all squeaky? Grandma May stares at me, squinting. Why do you have straw in your hair? What? I looked in the mirror before I left. How did I miss that? Why didn't Sebastian tell me? I look in the mirrored store window. Something new I'm trying, with my hair. I saw it on Instagram. Lots of people are doing it. Doing it sounds like sex. Putting straw in their hair, I mean. I didn't mean anything else. I quickly pluck the offending strands of straw from my hair. You don't like it? I think it gives me a whimsical country girl je ne sais quoi. Grandma May looks at Fiona. Take it from me. If you need somebody to teach you a lie, hit me up. Do not, I repeat, do not ask my granddaughter. Fiona brightens. Really? What else can you teach me? May smiles. Lots of useful stuff. But not when Callie's here. She's the fun police. Grandma May, I will not have you ruin Fiona with your questionable morals. I grit out the words, glaring at her. Fiona stares at me in fascination. Callie's face sure looks funny when it turns all red like that, doesn't it? Then she flicks a gaze down the block, and her body goes tense. Sheriff Buckley is strolling towards us, looking more exasperated than usual. Grandma May lowers her voice, speaking quickly. It was an emergency because I heard on the scanner that someone saw your little friend running through a back alley with a can of spray paint, and I thought the cops would get here before me. Fortunately, they had to break up a fight at Bitter Brew first. Mimi and Tiffany Lee got into it because they're both saying they're the mystery gal who's engaged to Sebastian. Oh, for the love... My money's on Tiffany Lee, I say, which earns me a look of knowing amusement from Fiona. Mimi's too shrill. Tiffany Lee can at least act kind of seductive. Good point. Maybe I'll change my entry. At my questioning look, she adds, Harper's got a betting pool set up. What? I squall, just as Sheriff Buckley reaches us and fixes his gaze on Fiona.
We know it's you. Your mask only hides your face and hair, Fiona. The security video shows a small, skinny girl of your height and build.
He grabs her backpack. Ask him for a warrant, Grandma May tells Fiona, but he's already dumped the contents on the sidewalk. There's a pad of paper and a pack of pencils and a box of charcoal sticks from our art class, a wallet, a hairbrush, a small makeup bag, and a battered copy of Huckleberry Finn. He unzips the makeup bag. It contains a tube of peach lip gloss. Grandma May smirks at him. I think you owe her an apology. I don't care if she's 80-something. If the sheriff wasn't there, I'd smack her upside the head. She's setting a terrible example for Fiona, and Fiona could get in real trouble if she doesn't straighten up. Sheriff Buckley gives her a distinctly unfriendly look.
Don't push your luck, May. Whenever there's trouble in this county, there's an Abernathy involved.
He shakes his head. Grandma May makes a hurt face, pursing her lips. I feel oppressed. Sheriff Buckley fixes a cold, hard gaze on Fiona.
We will catch you, and you will end up in juvie. Consider this your last warning.
She's smarter than Grandma May. She stares down at the ground and remains completely silent until he walks away. Once he's gone, Grandma May opens up her enormous purse. I peer in and see a bottle of black spray paint. That was a close one, she says to Fiona. He's right. You're pushing your luck. I'm not visiting you in juvie either. Fiona shrugs. I won't get caught. She tries to reach into my grandmother's purse to retrieve her spray paint. Nope. May snaps the purse shut and strolls off, whistling Dixie. Literally whistling Dixie. What a smarty pants. Fiona turns to me, her eyes wide with indignation. Hey, are you going to let her get away with stealing from me? Stealing is wrong. I put my hands on my hips. So is vandalism. This is one of the few times in her entire life that I approve of her actions. Fine, she huffs. I guess I'll just go back to my aunt's house where they may ignore me, but at least they don't steal my stuff. I guess you'll go to the art supply store with me before they close and get some watercolor pencils to practice for tomorrow's class. First, we're going to grab a salad so you can counteract that ice cream you just inhaled. That is not how nutrition works. Fiona gives me a dirty look as she crouches down to put her stuff back in the backpack.
Chapter 19. Sebastian. Quit messing up my costumes, Monica scowls at me. I kneel down next to the open trunk, pulling out hats and holding them up for inspection. I'm trying to find something to stuff my hair under so I can walk downtown to the general store without being recognized and mobbed. We're leaving tonight for a charity gig in Memphis, and I have a mental list of backup items to buy. Aspirin, underwear, socks, random things that pop into my head and nag me and won't let go. My just-in-case shopping is a soothing ritual that I go through before every trip. You know I'll put everything back neater than I found it. Yes, that's the problem. You organize my stuff and then I can't find anything. Why does he rearrange things all the time, Parker? Parker is sitting on the couch, guitar on his lap, absent-mindedly plucking out chords. Same reason he has to buy 2 of everything. Some kind of mental disorder, I'm assuming. He starts singing to the tune of our latest hit. Instead of, "You drive me crazy in all the best ways," he ad-libs, "He's totally crazy every single day." I'm right here, you pair of dickwads. I examine a baseball cap. Why does she have a Yankees baseball cap in her costume trunk? I just want to walk to the general store without being mobbed. Is that too much to ask? I'm not wearing a Yankees cap here in Bitter End, where people say damn Yankees like it's one word. I set the cap back in the trunk. On the left side, hats should be arranged by size, smallest to largest, left to right. For a rock star? Yes, Monica says. She puts a cowboy hat on my head. I take it off and put it back in the trunk, to the right. People are going to recognize you anyway. Less people will recognize me. I might make it several whole blocks. How long has it been now? Monica asks me. You and Callie dating, I mean. 3 weeks? Something like that. I've managed to see her at least once a day. When we're done rehearsing, the band leaves the rehearsal studio and Callie sneaks in. We've also staged 2 very public fake dates with her in disguise as my fiancée, one in Charlotte and one in Nashville. I was sure you'd screw it up by now. You mean you thought the press would have found us out by now? Russell has actually for once been doing a good job with our press. He's kept the story about my engagement at the top of everyone's social media feed. Hundreds of women, some of them even semi-famous, have come forward and claimed to be my mystery fiancé. I've become a meme. People are photoshopping pictures of me with every celebrity they can think of. Betty White, E.T., Shamu the Whale, Bigfoot. No, I mean I figured you guys would have split up by now. Didn't you, Parker? He lifts one shoulder in a lazy shrug. Pretty much. I shoot him a dirty look. Not helping. Nothing personal, you're just lousy at relationships. Monica grabs the cowboy hat and tries to put it on my head again. I bat it away. This is perfect. It hides your face. Isn't that what you want? I glare at her. How is that not personal? And no, I'm not wearing a cowboy hat, because I'm not a cowboy. I feel like I'm in the Village People. She shrugs. Just try not to scare her away. She doesn't annoy me like every other person you've ever dated. And how often do you have to deal with my dating anyone? I've been like a monk for the past year. She glances over at Parker. What do you think, Parker? Can he hold on to this one? God, I hope so. He's been so much less dickish since he started dating her. Dickish? Aren't you supposed to wait until I leave to start talking about me behind my back? I say irritably. Where's the fun in that? Parker wrinkles his brow, giving me a puzzled look. I find a baseball cap with no logos on it, put it on, and stuff my hair up under it. That, topped off with a pair of sunglasses and a long-sleeved cotton shirt to hide my tattoos, will help obscure my identity at least a little. Monica goes to sit down next to Parker and flashes him a look of such easy, intimate affection that it makes my heart twist with envy. They're so sure. They never doubt each other's love, never worry about screwing things up. How do you two do it? I ask. How do you make it work day in, day out? Parker's brow furrows in thought. Well, we just fit together somehow. Maybe because we're both weird and antisocial in our own way. I mean, Monica's great at social media, but you know how she hates most people. Hate's a strong word, she shrugs. I just want to push them off cliffs when they're annoying, but not in a hateful way, more just so they'd stop talking. It's the exact same for me. All the same things annoy us. He looks at her with affection. Anyway, our weirdness just seems to mesh perfectly together. Really, I think the secret to a successful relationship is finding the right person and being open to a relationship in the first place, he adds. Monica shakes her finger at me chidingly. Don't screw it up with her. They're no help at all. You already said that. Later, losers, I say, and head out towards downtown. As I walk, I start humming to myself. I'm not going to let Monica and Parker ruin my good mood when things are going so well. Not only are Callie and I making up for lost time, the band's rehearsals are smoother than they've ever been. We're all aware that the band's future rides on this upcoming album and tour, and we've been laying off the partying and giving it everything we've got. And it's paying off. The words and lyrics are coming together so much easier, and I feel like this album might be our biggest seller yet. My lyrics are lighter, more hopeful, and they lift my spirits when I sing. I hope they do the same for everyone who listens to them. I've had a couple of minor verbal scuffles with Chris and Russell because weird rumors keep appearing on the Make Noise blog and then getting picked up by other press outlets. That's par for the course when dealing with those two, though. They overreact to everything. When I reach Main Street, downtown Bitter End is crowded with tourists, Heat Lightning fans, and locals. but nobody stops me as I make my way towards the general store. The street lamps are draped with signs advertising the Tricentennial, and every storefront is adorned with Tricentennial posters. 2 more weeks until the first week of August, when we play our gig. I can't wait. I know that preparing for the next month has been all-consuming for Callie, so I haven't pushed her yet. But as soon as it's over, I want to start planning out the logistics of her coming on tour with us. "Hey, Sebastian!" Mayor Culpepper waves at me cheerfully as he passes by. He's wearing a tie with the Tricentennial's 300 logo and a matching pocket square. "Sorry, no time to talk. Got a budget meeting at noon. Shoot me now, huh?" He laughs. "We'll catch up later." I nod at him. He claps me on the shoulder and keeps going. At first, I thought the politicians and bigwigs in Bitter End were just buttering me up because of my celebrity status. But I very quickly found out they treat me the same way as they do everybody else who's here for any length of time. Oh, sure, everybody wanted my autograph at first. But once the novelty of us being here in town wore off, the people who live here started treating me like one of them. That doesn't mean they leave me alone. It means I can't make it down the street without hearing about the fire chief's corns acting up, and Louis the landscaper's pet goat Gertie having triplets, and Savannah's great-aunt Hepzibah and her boyfriend Tank getting pulled over for speeding on Tank's 3-wheeled motorbike. When I was a surly 20-year-old killing time in Bitter End and obsessing over getting my music career launched, I never really appreciated the town. I kept my head down and didn't make conversation with anyone. Well, except for Callie. Now that I've opened myself up and given people a chance, it feels different. There are times when I feel as if maybe, when the tour is over, I could see staying here for a while. Nashville has all the glitz and glamour, but there's something different about being here. Bitter End could feel like home if I let it. I get stopped 3 or 4 more times before I make it to the general store, so it's a slow day for gossip. Once I'm in the store, nobody bothers me for a good 10 minutes. I'm wandering the pharmacy aisle when someone taps on my arm. I turn around to see a scowling face. "Hello, Savannah." She usually looks a lot more friendly. I wonder what's stuck in her craw today. She stands there with her hands on her hips. Behind her, her burly husband is browsing through the gift section. Savannah wastes no time. "Listen up, buddy. I've got your number. Yesterday in the hotel lobby, I saw how you and Callie looked at each other." "How does she look at me?" I blurt out the words like an idiot. Why can't I keep my cool when it comes to Callie? "She looks at you like you hang the moon, and you look at her like she's dessert. And that's the problem. Because you're engaged to some mystery woman who you can't even be bothered to hang out with more than once every week or two." Savannah's blue eyes bore into mine. "Let me give you a little local history, Sebastian. I did a terrible thing once. I stole Daisy's ex-fiancé, and even worse, I rubbed it in her face for years. And then he cheated on me, which I deserved. But here's the thing. Daisy and her family forgave me, and they've been there for me like nobody else. Grandma May hasn't even hit me once since she found out I was pregnant. They are my family, and if you break Callie's heart, I will break your dick." Crash walks over just then. He's selected 2 yellow baby T-shirts, which look adorably ridiculous dangling in his giant ham-sized hand. "What are we talking about?" he asks his wife. "I just threatened to break Sebastian's dick." That does not go over well. "What the fuck?" Crash's voice booms off the wall. A woman pushing a stroller gasps in horror and hurries off. "Sorry," he calls out after her. "I will break his dick if he breaks Callie's heart," Savannah explains patiently. "Geez, what did you think I meant?" She narrows her eyes at him. "Think carefully before you answer." Crash looks like he's about to have a stroke. His face is flushed and his big, meaty fists clench. Do me a favor, babe. Please don't talk about other men's dicks. Ever.
Why, sugar, I do believe you're jealous. Even though we're married and I'm very pregnant with your twins. Could you try to be a little less ridiculous?
She stands up on tiptoe to kiss his bearded cheek.
But it's kind of sweet.
I glare at them. I would never cheat on a woman. I would never look at another man's woman, and I have no intention of breaking Callie's heart.
Are you trying to tell me you didn't look at her like you wanted to devour her?
Savannah demands. I have no idea what that would even look like. I hurry away and quickly ring up my purchases at the cash register. Savannah yells at my back as I'm leaving the store.
I've got my eyes on you, Sebastian Monroe.
Well, that's great. Just what I need. I head back to my room at the hotel with my purchases. I've almost made it there when Fiona leaps out onto the sidewalk to block me.
Halt! None shall pass.
She holds up her hand dramatically.
We need to talk.
You too? I demand.
That depends on what you mean. Me too what?
Are you going to threaten to hurt me if I do anything to upset Callie?
Well, obviously. Why else would I want to talk to you?
This kid. You are a little charmer, aren't you?
Wait, who else threatened you? Does everyone know about you guys now? She didn't tell me that.
Fiona's mouth puckers into a pout.
Why didn't she tell me that?
Jesus, this is getting complicated. Savannah is starting to figure it out. Well, she thinks that Callie has a crush on me, but she doesn't know what's really happening. It's still a secret. A sly look crosses her face. She holds out her hand.
And if you cross my palm with silver, it will remain a secret.
I shake my head in disappointment. I thought you were better than that, Fiona. Callie told me that you refused to accept handouts. She said you insisted on working to pay for your art class. She was very proud of you for that.
Yes, and grift is a time-honored way of earning money.
Time-honored?
Historical, even. I've read Charles Dickens.
It sounds more like a case of situational ethics. But I fish around in my wallet and pull out a prepaid gift card to the ice cream shop. The owner gave it to me when I was in there last week after I autographed a menu for her. This will have to do. And Fiona.
What?
You too. I don't want to see you do anything to hurt Callie. She draws herself up indignantly.
Like what?
She snaps. Callie cares about you like a sister. She worries about you. If you got caught doing anything you shouldn't, she'd be very upset. Fiona's mouth curls up in a wicked grin.
If I were stupid enough to get caught, I'd be very upset too.
I shake my head. I've got to get going. Stay out of trouble, will you?
Unlikely, but I appreciate your optimism.
She stuffs the ice cream card in her pocket and skips off happily in the direction of downtown. It's just as well that the band is headed out of town, I guess. If I'm being that obvious when I see Callie, then the safest thing to do is get away from her for a while. Then why does the thought of leaving town fill me with a cold, gray sense of loneliness on this sunniest of days? Chapter 20. Sebastian. The tour bus rocks gently as we hit the road, driving towards the setting sun. I glance at my watch. In 10 minutes I have a call scheduled with Chris. I've been dodging him for a couple of days because he never has anything positive to say, and I'm sick of dealing with it. But I can't hide from him forever. Russell tries to act as an intermediary, but it's hard to do when you've got a spine made out of limp celery. The band members are gathered in the lounge. Once I get all of my bags arranged in my room and go over all the backup supplies to make sure we have everything we might need, I go join them. "What's eating you?" Magnus asks as I plop down next to him. I've been thinking.
Uh-oh. He smirks at me. And you sprained something?
Shut your pie hole.
Magnus laughs. Pie hole? Who the hell says that? Oh, yeah. Callie says that. I elbow him in the arm.
I've been thinking we should make it public that Callie is my mystery woman.
That's one less thing we'd have to stress about. I mean, it's a real relationship now. Why hide it? What does Callie say? Monica asks.
I shrug. I sort of hinted at it the other day.
She said it's too soon.
But too soon is different than never. Well, you'd have to talk to Chris first, since we have to get his permission before we so much as burp in public. Parker says, run it up the flagpole and see how it goes.
I'd like to run a flagpole up his ass, Magnus mutters. Douchewad.
And that's why I'm the band's spokesman, I snort. Please. He makes a face as if he's going to gag. Blowing smoke up Chris's ass?
The job's all yours. Thank you for that lovely image. Monica rolls her eyes. Remind me again, how is it you're still single?
I haven't found the right woman.
That's because she went into federal witness protection,
Monica whispers to her husband. They laugh and high-five each other, earning an annoyed scowl from Magnus. All right, zip it, guys. I'm about to call our evil overlord. Chris is in a sour mood when he answers my video call, and the conversation starts out tense and goes downhill from there. He's surly and unimpressed with all the progress we've been making. Tara Jones's latest blog post claims I'm cheating on my fake fiancé, and apparently that's my fault. He looks horrified when I suggest that we reveal my fake fiancé's identity. Russell mentioned that you seem to be genuinely getting close to her, and he agrees with me that it's a problem. You're not getting engaged to her. You're not marrying her. Chris shakes his head vigorously. She's not the right type. She'd do nothing for your public image. It takes every ounce of my self-control to keep from telling him to take our contract and shove it up his ass. The only thing that stops me is the fact that Callie hasn't agreed to go public yet, so there's no point in getting into a big blowout fight yet. But when we're both ready, nothing's going to stop me from telling everyone that we're together. We'll discuss this at a later point, I say coolly. There's nothing to discuss, not if you want to be allowed to tour and release your music. Magnus's face darkens in a scowl, and he bites back a curse. Fortunately, he and the other band members are sitting out of range of the phone's phone screen, but I don't want Chris to hear him. I make a shushing motion with my hand. What are you doing? Chris snaps. Who are you waving at? What's that? I can't hear you. I tap my ear. Bullshit! I can hear you just fine. Monica starts making loud, staticky sounds. Then Parker joins in. Magnus contributes. Sorry, we're going through a bad spot. So much static. What did you say? My lips quiver as I fight not to laugh. That is literally just some people making whooshing noises. Chris's face clenches like an angry butthole. Quit screwing around. I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear a word. I yell, and then press the power button on the side of the phone with my thumb. Oops, I just lost him. I shake my head sadly. Monica and Parker laugh out loud once I've hung up. Classic, Monica says. Magnus's phone starts ringing. He glances at it. It's Beelzebub. Don't answer it, I order him. He snorts, no shiznit. Monica huffs out an exasperated breath. Chris is such a douche canoe. You'd think he'd be happy with us. Parker shakes his head. All of our concert dates have sold out. We're looking at adding more dates, and we've got 2 singles topping the charts now. Also, Russell is beyond incompetent. He's got no sense of what works and what doesn't.
He's totally wrong about Callie being bad for your public image, Monica says. I'm killer at the social media game. Marrying a small-town country girl whose family owns a historic hotel and a bunch of apple orchards? That would be amazing for your image. To say nothing of the big reveal, it would be front-page news worldwide.
Nepotism at its finest. If Russell wasn't Chris's distant cousin or whatever he is, he'd be a coffee-fetching intern, not even trusted to send emails.
Russell's meeting us at the gig, right? Monica says. Maybe I can sweet-talk him. He gets all tense whenever he has to deal with you guys, but he's a little better when he's talking to me.
Let's leave it for now. If Callie says yes to going public, then we can revisit it. I don't know how much more of this bullshit I want to deal with. Magnus's eyes have gone dark with anger. Dealing with Chris's constant negativity is harder on him than it is the rest of us. It sends him back to when we were teenagers. Nothing was ever good enough for our stepfather. Magnus was subject to constant belittlement for everything he did. Hell, he couldn't even breathe right as far as our stepfather was concerned. Listen, I say quickly, anxious to stave off his plunge into gloom. We're touring for a solid year. We're going to kick ass all over the country. After that, we'll reconsider. We'll only have 2 years left on the contract. We'll be coming off a mega-successful concert tour. We'll have more negotiating power, and if Chris doesn't play ball at that point, I think we could afford to just stay home and wait him out until the contract ends. Magnus rubs his face with his hands. If we even last through the entire tour. Once he goes into the downward mood spiral, it's hard to pull him out. I'm sorry I roped us into this nightmare contract. Guilt twists at me. I should have fought harder for better terms. No, I'm sorry. Magnus's eyes meet mine and the old pain is shining through. I'm sorry you felt like you had to. Abruptly, he gets up and stalks out of the lounge area. A minute later, I hear his bedroom door slam. We're due at the auditorium for sound check in an hour. You're sure nobody went in my room? I ask Leon, our new head of security. He's an older man with a clipped gray crew cut and a gut that laps over his belt. He's sitting on a chair in the hallway outside of our suite of rooms. He scowls at me. I already told you no. I fix him with a cold look. You can lose the attitude, Leon. We've had multiple security issues, a lot of which were the result of our previous security company falling down on the job. If you can't do the job, we can replace your company too. And I know you're lying because my cell phone is missing. I left it on the charger by my nightstand when I went to grab dinner, and when I came back, it was gone. It didn't evaporate. Leon's eyes spark with resentment. Maybe you forgot it somewhere. I just stand there and stare at him until his gaze drops. A maid might have gone in there. I don't really pay attention to cleaning staff. He mutters. Is he kidding me with this? So, to be clear, all a burglar or a groupie has to do is put on a maid's uniform and they'll become invisible to you? His face has gone sullen and defensive. I'll report your missing phone to hotel security and ask if any of their staff went in your room. And I won't let anyone, even cleaning crew, in there. Jesus! Yet another lousy security company. Where does Chris find these people? This isn't over, I snap, and I stalk off to fetch Magnus and the rest of the guys so we can head over to the auditorium. Unfortunately, I don't have time to deal with this tonight. First thing tomorrow, I'm going to have to go head-to-head with Chris again. I told Callie I'd text her before the show, but I've got so much on my mind I can't concentrate right now. It's always crazy before a gig, but with all of the problems we've been having, my nerves are strung tighter than piano wire, and I feel obligated to do safety checks on everything, and it never feels like enough. When we get to the auditorium, I walk around with the sound engineers, triple-checking all of the equipment and the wiring and the stage lighting. Once our gig starts, though, my worries evaporate like mist. The audience leaps to their feet, screaming, cheering, exultant, and the sound picks me up and carries me away. The crowd goes crazy for every single song. The energy of the audience flows into me, and I'm lifted by it, whirled around, taken to that place that I can only reach through my music. Parker joins me on vocals, and the crowd howls their approval. I step back a little, subtly. I don't think Parker even notices it. I've been doing it at all of our gigs lately, and when I move back, he instinctively moves forward. What I'm trying to do is maneuver Parker into a more visible position, making him equal with me on vocals. Being the frontman for Heat Lightning is an awesome and sometimes exhausting responsibility. Parker is every bit as good as I am, and he's also younger and has a lot more energy. If I ever wanted to scale back, I'd like to position him so he's ready to step into my shoes. One song blends into another, and our set is over all too soon. We're riding on an adrenaline high, soaked in sweat and breathing hard. When the set ends, we congregate backstage and high-five each other, whooping in triumph. "VIP lounge," Russell calls out, hurrying over to us. Chris has arranged for us to go to the Galaxy Club, a local nightclub where some of his wealthy buddies hang out, including sponsors for our tour and investors in blue blazes. We let Russell shepherd us out of the building to our limo. "I should call Callie," I say to Magnus. His attention wanders over to me and then he stares out the window again. "Huh? What did you say?" Like me, he's grinning, rejuvenated, caught up in the moment. Being on stage is a high that sweeps you away to another place. Never mind, I'll do it later. Minutes later, we're pulling up in front of the club, and I stifle a sigh of impatience. When I was younger, going to fancy spots like the Galaxy Club was a thrill for me. Over the years, it's become a chore. Still, I know it's a way for us to rebuild goodwill. "For our sins," I mutter to myself, and for the next couple of hours I manage to keep the smile plastered on my face as I schmooze, sign autographs, and tactfully reject the women who try to drape themselves all over me. Finally, I plead exhaustion, which is kind of true. I'm exhausted from shoveling bullshit. I catch a cab back to the hotel with the other band members. "Did you say something about calling Callie?" Monica asks as we pile into the elevator. I yawn hugely. "What are you, my relationship coach?" She shrugs. "It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it." It's way past midnight. She'll be asleep, and she wakes up early. I'll do it in the morning. I am such a good boyfriend. I really want to talk to her right now, but caring about someone else means putting their needs first sometimes. When we get to our floor, I glance at the chair at the end of the hall. It's empty. No security guard in sight. If Leon's shift ended, he should have assigned someone else. This is bullshit, I say, gesturing at the chair. Everything about Chris's so-called security detail is bullshit. Parker shrugs wearily. We can deal with it tomorrow. As everybody else heads for their rooms, I pause uneasily. A nervous feeling buzzes through me. I hesitate for a moment, then swing open the door to my room. My heart sinks. It's a flashback to years ago. Furniture is scattered everywhere, drawers pulled out of the dresser, my suitcase dumped out and clothing flung across the room. Lamps are smashed on the floor, and a nude girl lies sprawled out on my bed, flat on her back. Chapter 21. Sebastian. I back out quickly. Parker and Monica are already in their room, but Magnus is standing by his door, scribbling an autograph for a middle-aged couple. "Call security," I yell to him. "A girl broke into my room and trashed everything, and now she's lying on my bed." I glance through the doorway. She hasn't moved. My yelling didn't wake her up. Magnus and the couple hurry over. Magnus has his cell phone to his ear when he reaches me.
"We're huge fans," the woman burbles. "Can I have your autograph?"
Seriously? Now? Something about meeting celebrities robs people of their common sense. I could be in a car accident with my limbs falling off, and the EMT would ask me for an autograph. My arms would go splat on the floor, and he'd be like, "You can use your foot to sign." I reply with a pained smile, "I'm sorry, this isn't a good time." They both look past me into the room. The woman's excited look fades.
"Oh my, Roddy, is she all right?"
"Fucking Leon's not answering," Magnus snaps. "I'll call the front desk." Roddy squinches his face and peers at the naked chick.
"Hard to tell from here."
He glances at me.
"Does she do drugs?"
"I've never seen her before. She broke in."
Sure. Of course she did."
He frowns.
"I'm a nurse. I should take a look at her."
He hurries to the bedside and takes her pulse. My heart seizes up in my chest. Did a woman just die in my bed while I was on stage? How did this happen?
"Call 911, he yells to his wife. "She's breathing, but it's shallow and her heartbeat is slow."
I let out a breath of relief. Her heartbeat is slow, but at least she has one. Within minutes, the suite is swarming with police and EMTs. I stand out in the hall while they load her onto a stretcher and wheel her out. Then I call my attorney, who tells me not to say anything until he can get a local lawyer for me. Magnus, Parker, Monica, and I wait downstairs in a conference room with a very annoyed cop.
"You don't need a lawyer if you've got nothing to hide,"
he snaps at me. I ignore him. "You okay, bro?" I ask Magnus. Magnus's eyes are glazed and he's got a 1,000-yard stare. "Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I should be asking if you're okay." "All good here." Russell shows up a few minutes later, yawning and rubbing his eyes.
"Can you just talk to the police officer so we can all get some sleep?"
His voice is a high-pitched whine. Can I ignore my lawyer's advice? No. Has anyone figured out what happened to our security detail? Russell scowls. Not yet. Leon comes barreling in a few minutes later, mumbling apologies about a screw-up in the scheduling. I freeze him with an ice-cold look, and he has the good sense to avoid my gaze and stare at the ground. The cop questions him and then lets him go. Leon stalks out sullenly as if he's been deeply wronged. When my lawyer finally shows up, I have a quick talk with him out in the hall. Then we go back in to deal with the police officer. I give him the names of all the people that I remember from the VIP lounge to verify my whereabouts for the evening, and I tell him again and again that I've never seen the woman before and my hotel room was fine when I left. I also report my stolen phone. The officer's expression is blank and polite and never changes as he takes notes. He doesn't believe us, Parker says wearily after the cop leaves. Fuck, no he doesn't, and neither will the press, I groan. I'll deal with it, Russell says in annoyance, standing up. We all exchange glances that speak volumes. That's what I'm afraid of. What we're finding out is that Russell is moderately competent when everything is going well, announcing Monica's pregnancy, feeding the press snippets about my fake fiancé. But he can't handle a crisis for shit. The hotel management wants you to leave immediately. Russell yawns and covers his mouth. They're letting me keep my room since I didn't trash anything. Excuse you? Magnus bellows. And neither did you, of course, he says hastily. They just don't believe you. But they said you can keep the bus in the parking lot. I'll walk with you because we're going to have to pass by a bunch of reporters. You can sleep there tonight and we'll reconvene in the morning. Hell, it already is morning. It's past 4 a.m. As we walk across the parking lot to our tour bus, stumbling with exhaustion, we run the gauntlet of reporters and looky-loos. Tara Jones is in the crowd yelling,
"Does your fiancé know? How could you betray her like this?"
That's funny. First, she was running stories saying my fiancé didn't exist. Then I was cheating with Parker's wife. Then I was engaged to 2 different women who didn't know about each other. Now I'm a heartless betrayer of the woman I'd pledged to marry. Whatever gets more page views, I guess. Russell just keeps yelling,
"They have no comment."
Well, that's helpful. Once we're safely inside the tour bus, I grab Russell by the shoulder. We need to come up with a statement for me to give them.
"I talked to Chris about it already, and he said no. I'm sorry. He said it's like having a criminal testify at his own trial. Never a good idea."
"What does that even mean, you moron?" Magnus snaps.
"Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just trying to clean up your mess."
"This isn't our mess," I yell. He holds up his hands in what he apparently thinks is a placating gesture.
"I'm not judging you. I'm aware that you need to let off steam sometimes. I'm just trying to contain the damage. Chris is very firm on this. You can't talk to any members of the press under any circumstances."
Does he actually think I did this? I suck in a furious breath, about to rip him a new one.
"I'll talk to him again in the morning. Maybe he'll change his mind."
Yeah, and maybe pigs will grow wings. We're all too tired to deal with anything else right now. I borrow Magnus's phone and send Callie a quick text. "I'm sorry. Everything's been a clusterfuck here and I can't find my phone. I'll call you later." My eyes are closing blearily as I make one final call to my cell phone carrier to report the phone being stolen. Then I stagger to my room and collapse. I spend a restless night tossing and turning and wake up to Magnus banging on my door at noon. Our lawyer called him since I still haven't found my phone, and he wants to talk to me. The girl is going to be fine. She's being discharged from the hospital today. He did a background check on her and found out that she's had several previous breaking and entering arrests, and she's been charged with stalking the lead singer of another band. She apparently had Rohypnol in her system. When she spoke to the cops, she claimed she didn't remember anything about the night before. No charges will be filed against me. My lawyer says there's not much point in pressing charges against her. We don't have any proof that she's the one who actually trashed my room. Around 1 p.m., Russell comes to let us know that a helicopter has arrived to fly us from Memphis to Nashville and ride out another one of Chris's hissy fits. Chris is waiting for us in his office, and he greets us with the expression we've all come to know and loathe, like he's simultaneously smelled something foul and tasted something sour. We're just settling into our chairs facing Chris's desk when the door flies open and Skylar bustles in, her stilettos clicking angrily on the tile floor. She stalks across the room, grabs a chair, and rolls it over so she's sitting next to Chris. "There's no need for you to be here, Skylar," Chris says to her with annoyance. "This is a business meeting."
"As part owner of the company, this involves me too."
This is good news. Skylar is motivated entirely by greed, and that makes her ruthlessly practical. "Well," Chris says tightly, "there really isn't that much to talk about. There was really no need for you to fly out here. We could have done this on the phone." Of course, he was the one who sent a helicopter to pick us up. He just wasn't planning on having his wife be part of the conversation. "Oh, we've got plenty to talk about," I say icily.
"Like how you're sabotaging my husband's company?"
Skylar tries to glare, but her Botoxed forehead won't cooperate. Her perfectly waxed brows twitch slightly. "Like how he's sabotaging our band to the point where we may not be able to go on tour."
"Not go on tour?" she squalls. "That'll cost us a fortune.
How could you do that to us after everything we've done for you? I'll sue your asses off, Chris blusters. He makes a big show of shoving his chair back and leaping to his feet. This meeting is over. Skylar remains seated.
No, I want to hear what they have to say,
she says icily. He's not leaving us any choice. He's assigned us a publicist who's completely incompetent. Last night, after my hotel room was trashed, Russell told us that Chris was refusing to let us talk to the press and give our side of the story. We could have taken control of this whole thing, and at least some of the headlines would have been sympathetic. Now we're being roasted by the media. Not only that, this is the second time he's saddled us with a security company that's asleep at the wheel. Last night was not the time to deal with the press, Chris grouses. You were all tired and emotional.
Bullshit. Last night was exactly the time to deal with the press.
Skylar pierces him with her icy blue gaze. Encouraged, I continue. We could speak to Stewie and a few other reporters who are big fans and also sympathetic to us, and we could totally steer the narrative in the right direction. But Russell shuts us down every time. Instead, I've seen Russell quoted by Tara Jones in multiple articles. His quotes sound like apologies and excuses and end up making us look even worse. And her articles trash us at every turn.
She's already extremely hostile to us, Russell protests. I'm trying to turn it around.
That's ridiculous, Skylar scoffs.
Do you know nothing about the media? Your big strategy is cooperating with the most hostile reporter out there and ignoring the friendly ones?
Russell's gaze drops to the floor and he chews his lip. I've been directing Russell in the way I see fit, Chris says stiffly. He's one of those thin-skinned types who can't stand to be criticized. He'd rather steer right into the iceberg and go down with the ship than admit he'd plotted the wrong course.
You're going to direct everybody right off a cliff.
Skylar's voice drips with scorn. I address Chris, but I'm really speaking for Skylar's benefit. We can't go on like this. We're in the age of social media flash mobs, and reputation management is everything. If you don't allow us to give interviews to the reporters I select with a thorough explanation of what happened last night, we'll cancel our tour. You don't get to threaten me. Chris's face reddens.
Let them do the damn interviews with the people who will help smooth this over and contain the damage.
The lower part of Skylar's face bunches up in fury, while her forehead is smooth as glass.
There's literally no downside to it. What's wrong with you?
I've been managing bands for years. This isn't the first crisis I've had to handle.
No, but it's the first time I've seen you screw up to this level.
Skylar stares daggers at her husband.
I have an equal interest in this company, Chris, and I can see I'm going to have to start taking a more active role.
Thank you, Skylar, I say. In addition to letting us speak to the press, we're going to get a new security company, and this time I'm choosing them. The last two security companies you've hired have been total garbage. You want to pick your own security company? Chris scoffs. You can pay for it. No freaking way, I inform him. You're responsible for security costs. It says so in our precious contract. I'm already working with a guy who's ex-military, the guy who is going to provide some of the security for our Bitter End concerts. Well, now he's providing all of the security, and you're going to pay for it. Chris starts to protest. I talk over his outraged squall. If you don't stop handicapping us at every turn, not only is the tour off the table, but I swear to God I'll go public and tell everyone what you've put us through. Consequences be damned. I'll sue you till you're dead. I'll sue your grandchildren. A vein throbs in Chris's forehead. I wonder if he's about to have a stroke. We should be so lucky. I don't actually want him dead, just incapacitated for a while.
Just let them do the interviews and pay for the damned security to make sure that whatever happened at the hotel never happens again.
Skylar's icy tone frosts the air.
They're going to make us a fortune on this tour, and you are not going to ruin it for us because you refuse to admit when you're wrong, as usual."
"Well, thank you for airing out our dirty laundry in public." Her silicon-puffed lips pull up in a rictus of a smile.
"Any time. I'll arrange those interviews now," Monica says dryly. "We'll do them today."
"I'll do it," Russell protests. "It's my job."
"From now on, if you want to give interviews or post stuff online, run it through me first," Skylar says. She glances at Monica. "You're the best at social media. Give me your number. I'll text you my cell phone number right now."
"I am sitting right here." Chris's face flushes an alarming shade of red. If this were a cartoon, steam would be shooting out of his ears. Skylar ignores him as Monica jots down her number and hands it to her.
"I assume we're all good here?" Skylar says coolly. "Are we done?"
I consider that. Now that we've put our foot down and Skylar seems to be on our side, maybe it won't be as bad. If I can get our own security, we won't have any more screw-ups. And with permission to speak to the reporters who will put a positive spin on things, we can finally start addressing our public relations problems. We're done if Chris agrees to hire the security team that I choose.
"He agrees," Skylar says before he can answer.
I bet they're going to have a really fun conversation after we leave.
"Maybe we should replace Russell with a different publicist," Monica suggests to Skylar.
"He has a contract," Chris says quickly, his brow furrowing, "and he's just been following my direction. You have an issue with me, not him. And I still say I'm handling a bad situation the best I can."
"I would hope that you'd understand that I can't control what the press says, and I can't control events of the type that happened at the hotel last night, or the public's reaction to those events," Russell says huffily. "I have come up with numerous ideas which were highly beneficial to your band, including the fake fiancé angle. And I have done an excellent job of generating good press from Monica's pregnancy."
Monica and I exchange glances, and we don't even try to hide our contemptuous eye roll. There was no way to screw up the Monica and Parker pregnancy story. They're a gorgeous rock and roll couple who are madly in love and having a baby.
"Now, if you will excuse me, I'll start working on lining up interviews to address yesterday's situation. Hello? Have you been listening to me?" Skylar snaps her fingers in front of his face. "Monica will send me the list of reporters, and I will approve them and arrange the interviews."
I can almost feel the subarctic chill radiating from Skylar's body. Russell swallows hard and glances at Chris. Chris shrugs and looks away. "I'd say we're done here," Chris mutters. "You can go too, Russell. Skylar and I need to talk." We leave with a skip to our step and a lightened mood. I have the feeling that things are going to go a lot more smoothly from now on. After an early dinner, we end up going back to the studio and giving interviews until late in the evening. Then, because it's late and we're wrung out and exhausted, we all head back to our houses, which we still have rented through the end of August. Monica and Parker come to my house the next morning looking wrung out.
"You're going to need to schedule a very public date with Callie as soon as possible," Monica tells me. "How's she dealing with this whole thing?"
"Well, Callie hasn't returned the text I sent from Magnus's phone, or at least he hasn't mentioned it. But I'm sure she's fine. She's a trooper," I tell her. "I'll go out and get a new phone today and give her a call. I'm sure she'll understand." Monica gives me the skeptical side eye, but then again, that's pretty much her default expression. Chapter 22. Sebastian. We're gathered in a Nashville breakfast cafe when my new phone bleeps with an alert. Well, hello. I look down at my phone. Someone just turned on my old phone, and it's here in Nashville. Magnus looks puzzled. How did your stolen phone travel from Memphis to Nashville? Damned good question.
I have an idea.
Monica flashes an evil grin.
What's the address?
I glance back at the screen. 3576 Rosewood Avenue. What are you doing? She's typing away on her own phone.
Social media, baby. I just put out a blast to all the Heat Lightning fans that your stolen phone is at that address. Hold on a minute.
She types some more.
Interesting. That's the address of a computer repair shop. I bet someone's trying to get your phone unlocked. That repair shop's shady. It has 1 star on Yelp.
Magnus lights up. Hot damn, let's go down there and kick some ass. Or we could call the police and not be arrested for yet another fight. He makes a disgusted face. That's some weak sauce right there. But he shuts up when I'm on the phone calling the cops. I normally wouldn't make such a big deal about a phone that I was easily able to replace, but since it happened on the same night my hotel room was trashed, and now the phone has mysteriously followed us across the state, I want to see if there's any connection between the two. Half an hour later, as we're finishing breakfast, the police call me back. A small mob of my fans stormed into the computer repair shop and found Tara Jones with my phone. At the same time, Monica's phone starts sending frantic bleeping news notifications.
Look at this,
she crows, turning the phone towards me. There's a video of Tara Jones running out the front door of a computer repair shop, and a swarm of Heat Lightning fans swarming over her. She tries to escape, swinging her fists, and they tackle her and take her down. Jesus, Magnus says, shaking his head.
Why am I not surprised?
What a twat muffin. Monica shakes her head.
Want us to come with you?
Nah, I've got this. I'll just catch a cab down there. When I arrive at the station, I find Tara Jones sitting next to a desk, handcuffed to a chair under the watchful eye of a bored cop. The cop is typing on his computer, and Tara's wiping at her face with her sleeve. Her right eye is puffy and swelling shut, and someone pulled out a chunk of her hair. She's been crying. Her face is mascara-striped like a skunk. I glance at her cuffed wrist. She tried to run out of the station, the cop says with annoyance.
Sebastian, tell him to let me go. I found this phone lying outside the hotel in Memphis, and I was trying to unlock it so I could see who owns it.
Tara whines at me.
I was trying to be a good citizen.
Hotels have security cameras these days, the cop points out. Are the security cameras going to back up your story? Her gaze slides away and she stares at the floor.
It wasn't right outside the hotel. It was a few blocks away.
Why would you find a phone and take it all the way from Memphis to Nashville? I ask. Tara flicks me a sullen look.
I live in Nashville.
You live in Nashville when you're not stalking me, I scoff.
I don't stalk you. It's my job to cover your band.
All right, this has been fun. You pressing charges? The officer asks me. Tara flicks me a sullen look.
I'm not the one who stole your phone,
she mutters. So someone else did? My pulse quickens. She could be lying, of course, or she could have someone on the inside. It would explain a lot, like how she seems to find us wherever we go, whether we've announced it to the press or not. And it would explain how she prints so many rumors that have half-truths woven into them. Maybe she's bribing someone to give her information about me. I'd put nothing past her.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying I didn't steal your phone.
Then tell me who did, or I will definitely press charges. She fixes me with a hate-filled glare. If you do, I'll ruin you. How exactly? I snort in contempt. You've burned one too many bridges, and even tabloids have to follow the law. If I press charges, you'll be fired. So if you want to salvage your career, I'd start talking.
You can't do this to me. I was just doing my job. It's not fair.
Oh, please. The woman who's been making a career out of slandering me and the band just because I didn't go for it when she tried to flirt with me is now whining about fair. You can keep your job. Just tell me who gave you the phone. She glares at the desk.
I found it.
Frustration simmers in my gut. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure that she's working with someone else. Probably someone she's bribing for information. But does it tie into the weird accidents that we've been having? Would she create all those accidents just so she could write about the curse of heat lightning? She stays sullenly silent. That's your choice, I say to her. I look at the cop. I'm pressing charges. Home again, I say, flopping down on the couch in the barn. It does feel kind of homey, Magnus acknowledges. When I was carrying my bag up to my room, Mrs. Abernathy stopped me in the lobby, told me I looked peaked, and said I should take vitamin C and get some sleep. I see where Callie gets it from. Speaking of Callie, Monica pokes me in the shoulder. Speaking of Callie, what?
Have you heard back from her?
No, I have not, Mrs. Match Me If You Can. But I know how busy she is with the tricentennial planning and all. I've arranged for her to meet me here in the barn tonight for dinner. 6 p.m., so you guys all need to skedaddle before then.
How did you arrange this?
I sent her a text telling her what time to be there. Monica's skeptical expression makes me defensive. She'll be there. Monica shakes her head.
You don't know women very well, do you?
I arch an eyebrow. I know Callie. She's the only woman I need to know. She and Parker exchange skeptical glances and wander off. Magnus just shrugs and heads over to his drum set. I'm not going to tell the band this yet, but I'm hoping this is our last sneak-around meal. I want to be able to take her out to a restaurant. I want to walk down Main Street holding her hand. I mean, why not? What do we have to hide? Chris can suck it as far as I'm concerned. He's not going to cancel a highly lucrative tour and album release just because I'm taking Callie out to dinner. Not with his wife breathing down his neck. After we get some rehearsal time in, I set up a perfect meal for her. I go to the flower shop and bought a bouquet of lily of the valley in a crystal vase. I turn the lights down low and light flowers for her. When Callie and I were dating, her favorite dinner was chicken fried steak and crispy French fries. So that's what I've made. From scratch. I've actually practiced it several times over the last few weeks until I got it just right. Dessert is pecan pie, which I purchased from Bitter Bites. I know my girl. Callie is compulsively punctual. At 5:55, I take my seat at the table and wait. And wait. The sun sinks in the horizon. The food grows cold. My appetite fizzles. I'm genuinely worried. This isn't like her. Normally, she can't wait to see me. I haven't heard any sirens. Could she be injured? The only person I can think of calling is Crash. I've already hired him to take over security for the band, and his wife is Callie's cousin, so he'd have to know if something had happened to her. He's brought in a bunch of his ex-military friends to watch over our equipment, our vehicles, and us when necessary. He answers right away when I call. I hear music blaring in the background. Sebastian, what's up? Hell, this is tricky. I can't tell him what Callie and I have really been up to, but I need to make sure she's not lying in a ditch somewhere. The mere thought makes my mouth dry with panic. I'm trying to get a hold of Callie Abernathy. I just have a question about our rooms. She said she would get back to me, but she hasn't called, and from what I've heard about her, she's normally very reliable, so I was worried. I blurt out. Music blares in the background. She's sitting right across from me and my wife. Looks fine to me. My heart thumps painfully against my ribcage. Thanks, I say, and end the call. I guess I don't know Callie that well after all.
Chapter 23. Callie. Lord have mercy, child. What did that floor ever do to you? My mother asks. I glance up from the hardwood that I've been furiously polishing. My mother looms over me, peering down with concern. Fiona's standing next to her. She leans over to look at the gleaming hardwood. I can see my face. Wow, I'm adorable. I guess I'm done here. I toss my rag into the bucket and squint up at the ceiling, looking for cobwebs to sweep away. Spiders all headed for the hills when they saw you coming, Fiona informs me. They're allergic to crazy. My mother gestures at me. Stand up, she says. You're going to wear a hole clear through to China. I sigh and obey her. As I do, my phone buzzes. It's probably Sebastian. He's been home for 3 days and he's tried to text me so many times, I've lost count. I've turned the volume on my phone off. She turns to Fiona. Child, you look a mite peaked. Go to the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich. Wash your hands first, you hear? Fiona rolls her eyes. I hear. My mother freezes her with a look that would ice over a sauna in hell. The temperature around us drops several degrees. Fiona straightens up and nods vigorously. Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Go on now, scoot. Fiona scoots faster than I have ever seen her scoot before. She scoots as if a pack of rabid wolverines are nipping at the heels of her raggedy sneakers. How do you do that? I ask. Sorcery? Never mind. I haven't met a child yet who'd dare to sass you. Callie, we need to talk. I shove my hands in my pockets. Here comes the lecture and the interrogation. My mother tilts her head to the side. I've piled up too many things on your shoulders for too long now. My gaze flicks down to her hands. When she's nervous, she wrings her hands or clutches the straps of her pocketbook or twists her apron. Her hands are perfectly still now. I'm all right, she says. You don't have to worry about me. You never should have. I'm the mother. It's my job to take care of you, not the other way around. How are you so calm? I ask her, pushing a sweaty lock of hair from my face. Well, I was sitting there this morning fixing to have a hissy because we got all these people wanting hotel rooms over the next month, but we're completely booked up, and I was thinking that with all the money we're making these days, and with you having fixed our credit, I should buy a few more houses so we could rent out those rooms, and we'd always have money coming in. I go stiff with tension. No, not this again. She puts her hand on my arm. And then I saw you walking by looking sadder than a store-bought biscuit, and I thought, no, Carol, you're not going to take on any more responsibilities. You're going to take care of what's most important. Family. I'm okay, I protest. I shouldn't have let her see that I was upset. Stress is what makes her spiral. But she just shakes her head, her mouth curling up in a sad smile. No, you're not. So I made a call to our real estate agent. My eyes widen in alarm. We can't afford any more houses. Why? The market's red hot right now. I'm putting the houses back on the market. They'll sell after the tricentennial's over, so we'll get the money from all those bookings, and then we won't have to worry about the mortgages anymore. I'll be able to get at least what I put into them, even with the real estate agent's commission. One less thing for you to worry about. Oh, my goodness. I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Whew! But there's more than that, isn't there? I know something's bothering you. It's not just me and the money that you're worried about. I chew my lower lip. I don't like having to keep things from my mother, but I just can't talk to her about this. What could I possibly tell her? That I lied to her 10 years ago and had a secret relationship, and that I've been lying to her for the past month and sneaking around with Sebastian behind her back? That I've been having, gasp, premarital sex? Amazing, scorchingly hot premarital sex? Right now, she really likes the band. They've stayed here long enough that she treats them like family. She cooks Monica's special pregnant lady dishes. She sends treats up to the band members' rooms based on what they've ordered at our restaurant. She scolds them to get more sleep when they look tired. She doesn't need to know that they've all been in on the big lie. I don't want to make her think badly of them. It would hurt her as much as it hurts them. I'm really, truly okay, I tell her, and I try to manufacture a sincere smile. Everyone has their down days. I'm just tired. Take the rest of the day off, she says. When was the last time you had a day off? Exactly. Go downtown, maybe go for a ride somewhere. Relax. She gestures around the hotel. It's under control. Cleaning isn't bringing me any release, so I might as well try relaxing instead. Well, okay. Remember to nag Fiona as needed. My mother smiles, and her face wreathes in wrinkles that make her, to me, the most beautiful woman in the world. Who do you think you're talking to? I invented nagging. I strip off my apron. Thanks, Mama. I'll be back at work tomorrow. You can take tomorrow off, too, if you need it. And Callie, whenever you're ready to talk, I'm here. My mother is standing there, perfectly calm, not judging or lecturing at all. She pulled herself out of the swamp of her anxiety and fear because she wants to be there for me. Just the fact that she's okay, that she's getting her anxiety under control, is all that I could ask for. I blink hard. My allergies are acting up, I say, dabbing at my eyes with my sleeve. Love you, Mama. I'm going to go change out of my work clothes and then go downtown. As I head back to the house, I spot a group of heat-lightning groupies over by the fence that surrounds the barn, waiting hopefully for a glimpse of their idols. I scowl and look away. As soon as I step through the front door of our house, I stop in my tracks. Something feels off, and I don't know what. I stand perfectly still and crane my ears. There's a long moment of silence, then I hear a rattling sound from upstairs. Nobody should be there. Grandma May's room is on the ground floor, and besides, she's on a date with Carlisle. We've been paying off-duty deputies to work security at our hotel ever since Heat Lightning came to stay. I quickly call the front desk and tell him that we have an intruder. The smart thing to do would be to hurry outside the house and wait for the security guard to arrive. They'll be here in 2 minutes, tops. A loud bang makes me jump. The hell with being smart. I'm angry, hurt, and frustrated, and looking for someone to take it out on. I grab a poker from the fireplace and run upstairs. I hear another crash. The noise is coming from my bedroom. I burst through the door, yelling at the top of my lungs, poker raised high. A burglar wearing a black ski mask is rummaging through my dresser drawers. Several drawers have been pulled out already and dumped on the floor. He made a mess in my house? In my room? Oh, hell no. He's a dead man walking. He spins around to face me. I wave the poker in the air threateningly. I just folded those clothes, I yell at him. He grabs a metal statuette from off the top of the dresser and holds it up threateningly. I run towards him and smash the statuette from his hand with the bat, and the burglar lets out a high-pitched shriek. A high-pitched, female shriek. And it sounds weirdly familiar. Footsteps are pounding up the stairs. "Callie, are you all right?" a voice yells. It's our bartender, Lance. He bursts through the door with a sheriff's deputy at his heels. "Tara Jones," I say to the burglar. My poker clatters to the floor. In response, she runs for the open window and climbs out onto the roof. "Girl, what are you doing here taking on a burglar by yourself?" Lance shouts at me. The deputy walks over to the window. Tara's realized there's a 12-foot drop to the ground and she's trapped. "Tara Jones, get back in here. I know it's you," I yell. "No, it isn't," she calls back, looking down at the ground. I stick my head out the window. "Tara, this is just sad." I shake my head in annoyance. If you jump, you're going to break your legs, or maybe your neck.
Get in here, the deputy hollers. There's nowhere to go. Or jump, I don't care. I'm either taking you to jail or the hospital.
After a pause, she turns around and climbs back in through the window. The deputy reaches over and pulls her ski mask off. I stifle a gasp. She looks terrible. One of her eyes purpling and swollen half shut. There's a stubbly patch of hair on the left side of her head, near her hairline. I'd heard about what happened to her in Nashville, tangling with a crowd of heat lightning groupies, but I had no idea it was that bad. I was just doing my job, she says angrily. But you got fired from the blog, I point out. So you actually don't have a job. You're just a burglar. Well, I started my own blog. She glowers at me resentfully. I already have hundreds of thousands of views. I bet she does. Sleaze sells. I don't care if you started your own scandal sheet. That doesn't give you the legal right to break into my house and rummage through my drawers. And you're evicted from our hotel, and I'm getting a restraining order. No refund under the circumstances.
You're under arrest for burglary and criminal trespass, the deputy informs her. Right this way.
He gestures at the door. Sullenly, she lets him lead her out. Don't tell Mama I confronted a burglar, I plead with Lance. You're right, it was stupid. It won't happen again. She's in a surprisingly good mood today, and I don't want to ruin it. You know how she gets.
Fine, this one time. But it better not happen again.
And he heads out, shaking his head disapprovingly. After he leaves, I put everything back in the drawers before heading downstairs. Fiona is sitting at the kitchen table eating a slice of pie. Apparently our house has a come in without knocking and take what you want sign on it today. Fancy meeting you here, I say, sitting across from her. She conveys her scorn with that special brand of eye roll that only teenagers can truly master. Hello, the 1900s called. They want their cliché back. I came over because I heard someone say the cops went to your house. You didn't commit a crime, did you? You're too boring to commit a crime. No, there was a burglar upstairs in my bedroom. Well, it turned out to be a crazy tabloid reporter, but I don't think she'll bother us again. Her narrow face pinches in worry. You should get a big dog, she suggests. Savannah has lots of them, right? At her dog shelter? We'll put in an alarm system, I assure her. We should have done it already. But I like dogs, she pouts. I could play with a dog. You can go over to Savannah's animal shelter any time and play with dogs. You could volunteer there. I'll go with you. Stop trying to get me to be socially responsible and deal with the fact that you're a sitting duck here. A sitting duck? Now who's abusing cliches? I push back my chair and stand up. I wouldn't mind playing with some dogs today. We'll go down to Savannah's shelter and see if maybe she's got a volunteer application hanging around. The busier she is, the less chance she has of getting into trouble. I'm just going to go change out of my work clothes. Fiona stands up too, pushing her empty pie plate away. Not so fast. Let me go up there first and clear the room. I look her up and down. She's so skinny if she turned sideways, she'd disappear. Sure, I say indulgently. I'll be right behind you in case you need backup. She goes over to the cabinet under the sink and roots around for a minute and selects a can of wasp spray. Since I don't have mace, this will have to do. I should be allowed to have mace, though. Somehow that idea worries me, I say. I look around for a weapon that I can use to confront a non-existent burglar. The closest thing I see is a rolling pin on the counter. I grab that, follow her up the stairs, and wait in the hallway as she kicks open the door to my room and leaps in like a skinny little ninja. A moment later, I hear her yell, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Oh my God, I just sent a child into my room to be murdered. I'm the worst person ever. I rush in after her, waving the rolling pin and yelling at the top of my lungs, "Don't you touch her! I'll cut you!" Sebastian is sitting on my bed. He's got circles under his eyes and his shirt is rumpled.
You'll cut me?
He looks pointedly at my rolling pin.
Don't you mean you'll make me into a pie crust?
You'll cut him, Fiona echoes, stifling a snicker. With what? Your razor-sharp wit? I glower at her. Don't mock me when I was willing to risk my life for you. You have a rolling pin. She shakes her head in disbelief. You were in a kitchen full of steak knives and your go-to weapon was a rolling pin. What the actual heck? I mean, even a fork would have made more sense. Then she turns her attention back to Sebastian. I do not like you, she says icily. You did something to upset Callie. She's not even stress-eating this time. She's just not eating. Happy? No, he says wearily, rubbing his face with his hand. I'm not. Good. Fiona narrows her eyes at him. I hope you cry yourself to sleep every night. I hope all your hair falls out and your new record bombs. Ouch. I have rooms to clean back at the hotel. She sniffs. I'm leaving now. After that, I'm going to go make a Sebastian voodoo doll and stab it in a very personal place, Dingleberry. Don't let Mama hear you say that word, I call out after her. That is not even a swear, she yells back. But I'd bet my favorite blouse that she won't say it in front of Mama. I wait until I hear her footsteps thudding down the stairs before I turn to glare at Sebastian. He glares right back.
Seriously?
He says angrily.
You didn't even call me and tell me you couldn't make it to dinner? I was worried sick about you.
You didn't invite me to dinner. You sent me a command ordering me to show up at the time and place of your choosing, and the fact that I didn't reply should have been a clue. And of course I wasn't the least bit upset when you ghosted me for 3 days straight. Sebastian throws his hands up in exasperation.
I was caught up in a huge crisis. Maybe you heard about it, since it was mentioned all day, every day on every single news station, entertainment site, and blog on the entire planet.
A crisis? Is that what you call a naked groupie in your room?
You must have seen all the news interviews I did.
He shakes his head, like he just can't believe I'm making such a big deal out of this.
She broke into my room, and I'd assume she's the one who trashed it. I'd never seen her before. You know me. You know I would never cheat on you.
Do I know you, though? I shake my head, my heart throbbing painfully. I thought I knew you 10 years ago, too. His voice rises in frustration.
I'm a different person now.
Be quiet, I hiss. My mother could pop in here at any time, and if she catches you in my bedroom, I'll be grounded. Yes, literally grounded at age 28, and you'll be picking buckshot out of your face for a week. He lets out an angry breath.
Sorry, but you're not being reasonable. When I'm touring, even when you come travel with me, there will be times we'll be apart for weeks. If you can't trust me, if you're going to keep holding the past over my head, how can we possibly make this work?
And if every time you run into some problem on tour, you forget I exist, how can I trust you? I blink back tears. You've left me before without a word of explanation. How am I supposed to know if you're just busy or if you're going to pull another 10-year disappearing act?
Are you going to hold that over my head for the rest of my life?
He demands angrily. Nope, I say, stung to the core. Because that would mean we'd still be speaking for the rest of your life. This is our last conversation. I point with a shaky finger. I'd rather know that you're not going to call than wonder if you're ever going to call again. See that thing there? It's called a door. You can see yourself out.
Chapter 24. Sebastian. The Bitter Brew is crowded tonight. Music thumps from the speakers, bodies gyrate on the dance floor, and the air swirls with the familiar sense of perfume, cologne, and sweat. I'm sitting with the rest of the band in a small private room in the back, watching the crowd through the window. Sebastian, Monica says impatiently, but I ignore her and stare morosely down into an empty glass. No more whiskey. It's gone. Just like Callie. Seriously, bro? Magnus shoots me a look of annoyance. She stood me up, I slur at Magnus, and then she dumped me. Why would she do that? I don't understand. I can't talk to you when you're like this. Ask me when you're sober. But why would she do it? Magnus glares at me. What did I just tell you? I'm going to keep asking until you explain it to me. Drunk me is an asshole. Magnus looks at me and shakes his head. I'm out. He gets up and walks out of the room, letting the door slam behind him. I turn and glare at Monica, who's drinking an orange juice. Callie's always on her about getting enough vitamin C. You're a woman. You tell me. Why would she do that? Monica responds by grabbing the half-empty beer that Magnus left behind and dumping it on my head. I leap to my feet, spluttering. God damn it! She stands up, too, and slaps my cheek so hard it stings. I clap my hand to my face, blinking. Ow! Seriously, Monica, back off! Beer drips into my eyes and makes them water. I glower at Parker. What the hell is wrong with her? He stands up and moves in front of his wife. Watch yourself. His tone is sharp enough to cut glass. I got this, babe. Monica steps out from behind him. Sober up, you idiot, she snaps at me. I've heard that Tara Jones is still lurking around here somewhere, and she would love nothing more than to see you like this. I shake my head, trying to clear it. If only the room would stop tilting to the left, it would be a lot easier to think straight. Obviously, you've decided she's not the girl for you, Monica continues. Be a man and tell her to her face. But that's just it. She is the one for me. The only one. She shoots me a look of scorn. You've got a funny way of showing it. And by funny, I don't mean funny ha-ha. I mean funny how stupid a smart guy can be. I can't believe she doesn't have my back when it's 100% obvious that I'm right. I just don't understand why she's so upset. I grimace and concentrate really hard. Upset. Monica and Parker exchange glances. Excuse me a minute while I roll my eyes so hard I can see the back of my skull, Monica says. Just tell me. Oh, I don't know. Why would she be upset just because she read about a naked groupie being found in your room and then you ghosted her? I didn't ghost her, I say angrily. I was putting out a million fires. I was busy. Yes, literally so busy that you didn't have time for a 60-second break to call her a couple of times during the day saying you were thinking of her. If Parker did that to me, I'd ghost his ass, as in he'd be a freaking ghost. She pauses. Because I'd kill him. Yeah, I get it, I grumble. I would never do that to you, Parker assures her. I want to keep my genitals attached to my body. Me too, she coos. I like them just where they are. These two. These sickeningly happy, perfect for each other, too. I just can't be around them right now. I'm going for a walk. Clear my head. Parker, go with him, Monica directs her husband. He's too dumb to be allowed out unsupervised. I shake my head. I'm not in the mood for company. Especially not company that keeps busting my chops when I'm 75% sure I'm right. I head out the back door of the VIP room to avoid the groupies who are crowded hopefully at the bar. They're gorgeous, they're eager, they'd do anything to be with me, and the thought of them makes my cojones shrivel. The back door leads to a hallway which I walk down to get to the alley behind the bar. The night air is blessedly mild, and I stand there for a minute, hands shoved in my pocket, willing the street to stop shifting under my feet. Then I start walking aimlessly. I wonder where Callie is. Does she miss me at all? Or is she already out on a date with someone else? The thought makes me so angry that I stalk across the street without looking both ways. A car screeches to a stop. A horn blares angrily, and I flip off the driver without looking at it. Hey, Sebastian! I stare blearily at the driver. It's Chase Lancaster, Callie's brother-in-law. Are you trying to kill yourself? I glower at him belligerently. Who'd miss me? Jesus, you freaking idiot. Get in the damned car. Let's go for a drive. I walk around the front of his Lexus LX and slide into the passenger's seat. I've met Chase a few times since I've been here. He's a nice enough guy, but flashy, always wearing custom-tailored suits and cufflinks that cost more than a working man's yearly salary. Sorry. I try again, sounding my words out very carefully so I won't slur. Sorry. I'm not trying to kill myself, or anyone else. I should have watched where I was going. I take a deep breath. Watched where I was going. No shit, he says with annoyance. He rolls down the windows and starts driving. I don't ask where we're going. What's on your mind? Family? Or lack thereof? What about family? I force my fuzzy brain to focus. My band is supposed to be my family. I don't just mean Magnus. I mean Parker and Monica, too. Shouldn't they have my back no matter what? Depends, I guess. He looks straight ahead as he's driving. We've left downtown and we're wandering down one of Bitter End's side streets at a leisurely pace. What do you mean exactly by having your back? I mean, they shouldn't kick a man when he's down. Chase speaks with exaggerated patience. How did they kick you exactly? They're not taking my side, even though I'm at least 50% sure I'm right. Okay, 25%. Should they be taking your side? As we drive, the cool night air streams through the window and clears some of the fog from my brain. Callie has every reason not to trust me. I left her without a word of explanation. Yes, I am a different man now, but how would she know that? We've just started to get to know each other again. I can't expect her to just give me the benefit of the doubt. I haven't earned it. No, they shouldn't. And how exactly did they not have your back? Did you want them to just agree with whatever you do or say, even if you're being an idiot? I assume you did something stupid and they handed you your ass. Does that sound about right? I mean, look, I didn't grow up with the most functional parents. The Abernathys are more my family than my parents ever were. And I can tell you, when someone, including me, fucks up, the Abernathys will let them know. It doesn't mean they don't love me. It means they respect themselves too much to put up with any crap, and they care enough to expect me to be my best. Everything he's saying is true, and every word is like a blow to the gut. Because in screwing over Callie, I didn't just hurt her. I hurt her family by extension. They've welcomed me with open arms. They've treated me like one of them. Unfortunately, I'm now 0% sure that I'm in the right. My phone starts ringing. Answer it, Chase says. I want to argue, but he's the one with the sober brain, so he probably has better ideas than me right now. I pull my phone out. What? I growl. Where the hell are you? It's Magnus. Somewhere. I don't know. I squint out the window and see a blur of magnolia trees. I'm in Chase Lancaster's car. Can he bring you back to the hotel? We can go for a walk, clear your head. He heaves a weary sigh. Sorry. I should have been more patient with you back at the bar. I look at Chase. Magnus is waiting for me back at the hotel. Do you mind? Not in the slightest. Just don't run in front of any more cars, especially not mine. Blood and guts are hell to clean out of the grill. He has me back to the hotel in 10 minutes. I climb out of the car, considerably steadier now. Thanks, I say. I'm sorry I was such a pain in the ass. That's really not like me. I consider what he may have heard about me. He looks like a man who'd do his homework, considering he's one of the biggest promoters of the Tricentennial and the town. Well, not anymore. I swear to God. You can't believe everything you read in the press. Don't I know it? He chuckles with dark humor, waves at me, and drives off. Magnus is standing on the brick walkway out front, waiting for me. I'm fine now, I tell him. Well, I'm less drunk, at least. We're still going for a walk, he informs me. I give him a mock salute, and we start strolling aimlessly through the flower gardens to the side of the hotel, where they hold weddings every day during the summer. It's a lushly beautiful night, made musical by the chorus of peepers and katydids. I want to walk with Callie and point out the fat full moon, the color of old ivory. I want to see the warm, scented breeze rustle her hair. The need to be with her is like a dull ache that won't go away. A cluster of women walking back to the hotel from downtown spot us and squeal with excitement. "It's him! It's him!" they scream. "Not now," Magnus barks at them. He's been stressed out lately, too. I really don't need to add to it by acting like a self-pitying teenager. The women's smiles vanish. "Douche!" one of them snaps. They stalk off, shooting resentful looks over their shoulders. "Hell," Magnus mutters. "I'm an idiot. We can't afford to alienate people like that." "Don't worry about it. Nobody can be an absolute delight 24/7. He flashes a wry grin. "So you admit that most of the time I'm an absolute delight? Don't push your luck." "I'm sorry that things with Callie are messed up. You might be able to fix it." "Maybe. Maybe I don't deserve to fix it." He nods sympathetically. "Yeah, I guess she's not worth fighting for." Rage flares through me. "Of course she's worth fighting for, you asshole! Take that back right now!" Then I see the half smile on his face. "Oh, I see what you did there." I shove my hands in my pockets. I thought she'd be more understanding. Well, her understanding of things might be different than yours. You might want to talk it out before you just give up on her. I tried to talk to her. She threw me out. He sighed. "You'll figure it out, Sebastian. You always do." His tone is so bleak, his gaze grim. He's drifting back into the dark days when he'd get drunk and withdraw for days on end. "Magnus," I say with concern. He shrugs and rolls his shoulders, scowling off into the distance. "Don't worry about me. I'm okay." And he walks away, leaving me alone under a sky full of twinkling stars. Chapter 25. Sebastian. I'm not a teenager anymore. I'm not even a 20-something anymore. And the march of time can be cruel. I am reminded of that the minute I wake up. Hangovers are different when you're 30. Epically, hideously different. I feel like someone's trapped inside my skull and trying to drill their way out, and my mouth tastes like the inside of an ashtray. Not that I've ever licked an ashtray, but if I did, I'm pretty sure this is what it would taste like. "I said, dumbass, wake up!" Magnus's voice booms through the room. "Shh," I groan and sit up. "Morning," Magnus says. "You look like something the cat dragged in, chewed up, and then spit out." "Nice to see you, too." I scrub at my eyes with my hands. "Why are you here at dark 30? "It's 10 a.m., he scoffs. "And no, I didn't wake you up to be a dick, although that's certainly a side benefit. I'm here because we're being ambushed. Chris and Skylar are here with one of our biggest tour sponsors, Luigi Conti. He just called and he wants to meet us within the hour, and we had to fight for that hour. He actually wants to meet with us immediately." Luigi Conti is huge in the fashion industry. His lines of clothing range from couture to casual wear and are sold in stores all over the world. His sponsorship is crucial to our tour. Jesus, nice of Russell to give us the heads up. Monica called him to bitch at him. He claimed that it was a surprise to him, too. What do they want? Reassurance? He makes a sour face. Proof that we've still got our shiznit together? Yesterday, Russell posted that puff piece that Monica came up with about how you and your fiancé are considering settling down in Swampy Bottom after the tour. Then that twat muffin Tara posted on her blog last night that you were seen staggering around drunk and hitting on women. I thought she was in jail for breaking into Callie's house. Nah, she already posted bail. Fuck. She's a platinum-plated bitch. And when Callie reads that, she's seriously never going to talk to me again. A rush of despair makes me nauseous. Magnus clenches his fists. We'll sue her for slander. I shake my head ever so slightly, and pain hammers my temples. Not for that. She's basically taking the truth and exaggerating it just enough. I was drunk last night, and how would I prove I wasn't hitting on anyone? We have to keep letting her get away with this crap? His forehead furrows with anger. That's bullshit. No, I force myself to stay calm. Some of this is on me. If I don't give her any fuel, she can't build a fire. Or something. My head's still foggy. Hell, when are they getting here? They're already here, but Daisy and Chase are giving them a little tour of downtown to buy us some time. I groan. I can do this. I have to do this. All right. I'm going to make myself presentable. Give me 20 minutes. I gulp some aspirin and subject myself to a freezing cold shower, which sets my teeth chattering but blasts me awake. Then I dress quickly, pulling on an outfit entirely designed by Luigi Conti, a pair of his designer jeans, a t-shirt, and his sneakers. Not normally what I'd wear, but I do know how to play the game when necessary. Magnus and Parker are waiting for me in the hallway. You clean up nice. There's a healthy heaping of mockery in Magnus's voice, but he's at least decent enough to use his quiet voice. I force a smile. It's purely an illusion. Everything on me hurts. My eyelashes hurt. My shoelaces hurt. That'll learn you. You'd think, wouldn't you? I sigh, following him to the elevator. We hurry down to the private dining room where they're waiting for us. It's decorated in what Monica would call farmhouse chic, with burlap curtains held back with checkered gingham ties and fresh flowers in mason jars set out on the tables. Chris, Skylar, Luigi, and Russell are already seated at the end of the table. Mrs. Abernathy, bless her southern hostess heart, walks over and sets out a tray of hors d'oeuvres on the table in front of them. Skylar glowers at her and shoves the tray away from her as if she might gain weight from inhaling. Mrs. Abernathy's smile falters, and she blinks hard and walks away from the table, heading towards Magnus and me. Anger burns through my veins. Skylar's socialite bitch act may be acceptable in Nashville, but it has no place here, and I will not stand by while she insults Mrs. Abernathy. Good morning, Mrs. Abernathy. I say it a little too loudly and heartily, and my voice echoes in my skull, making me wince. I force the wince into a smile. Thank you so much for your excellent hospitality. I know it was short notice, but I'm sure that Mr. and Mrs. Porter appreciate your hospitality. I shoot them a look. Don't you? Skylar returns my dirty look. Why, yes, certainly. Thank you, she says flatly. I walk to the door with Mrs. Abernathy. Don't pay them any mind. Goodness, Sebastian. She flutters her hands nervously. Magnus told me this is an important meeting for you. Those are some of our most popular appetizers.
I hope I didn't do something to offend her. Does she have food allergies? I should have checked.
It has nothing to do with your food, which is hands down the best cooking I've ever eaten. I'm rewarded by her grateful smile, and I'm not even lying. Mrs. Abernathy is an amazing cook. She's always on a diet, lives off raw kale and low-calorie air. Her brow creases in puzzlement.
Well, heavens, I can't imagine why. If she turned sideways, she'd fall through a sidewalk grate. All right, I'll let y'all get to it. Give me a shout if you need anything.
I walk over and greet Luigi with a warm smile and a hearty handshake before I sit down. Hello, everyone. Luigi nods at us, then glances at Chris in annoyance. Now what? You said he'd bring his mysterious fiancée, who I'm beginning to suspect doesn't exist, Luigi says to Chris. My company's investors are getting very nervous about this. And now I'm in a lousy position. Either I can embarrass Chris and say that this is the first I'd heard of it, or I can take the blame and come off as an unreliable flake. I manage a pained smile. She's not feeling very well. I told her she could sleep in. That was totally lame, and I can see nobody bought it. And you're just telling us this now? Chris snaps. Magnus glowers and opens his mouth to speak, and I put my hand on his arm. He shakes it off, but stays sullenly silent. Excuse me, coming through. The door flies open and Monica bustles in, with Callie in her fiancé disguise. She's wearing her big sunglasses, wig, and a floppy straw hat decorated with daisies. She's in full makeup, heels that make her 4 inches taller, and bell-bottoms to hide the heels. She and Monica must have thrown her disguise together in record time. A wave of relief sweeps over me. She came through for us. And me. Maybe she doesn't hate me. Maybe there's still a chance for us. There you are, honey, she sings out. The loud voice reverberates off my hungover skull, but I'm so grateful I don't even care. Chris's eyes widen in surprise. Good morning, everyone, Callie says, disguising her accent perfectly. As she walks over to the table, Luigi stands up, checking out her cleavage in a way that makes the hair on the back of my neck prickle. When she reaches him, he takes her hand, makes a big show of kissing it. Did you just growl? Magnus whispers to me. Like a dog? Did not. Bro. Magnus covers his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his laughter. Pretty sure you did. Callie slinks down into the seat next to me and takes off her sunglasses and hat. Her blue eyes are disguised with amber contact lenses. Does this mean she's not mad at me anymore? She sits down next to me. Sweetheart, so sorry I'm late. It's practically a bellow. I wince as she leans in to kiss me on the cheek. Hangover, I whisper in her ear. Bad one. I know, she whispers back. So she might still be mad. This is quite an honor, Luigi says. And what is your lovely fiancé's name? Hell, we haven't bothered with coming up with a fake name for her. Penny, I blurt out. Amelia, she says at the same time. Parker covers his mouth and has a fake coughing fit that sounds suspiciously like laughter. Monica thumps him on the back, her mouth contorting as she desperately struggles not to smile. Penny Amelia Johansson, she says, but you can just call me Amelia. I prefer my middle name. And why all this secrecy? Luigi arches an eyebrow. She smiles winningly. The minute the press finds out who I am, they'll descend on my friends and family like a pack of locusts. My family are simple folk who aren't into the whole fame game, and we wanted to let our relationship develop normally
to see where things were going without the pressure of reporters dogging our every move.
Perfect. She's great at this.
So you are from this town, then? I am from around here, yes.
When are you going to go public? He glances at Chris and Skylar.
That would be fantastic publicity. She should wear something from our couture line at her wedding.
We're not going to stay in hiding forever, I assure him. We might even make the announcement before the tour starts.
And I would be honored to wear a Conti creation at my wedding.
Callie beams at him. It's like sunshine on a cloudy day.
Excellent!
He's practically simpering over her.
I'm glad to see that the rumors of you two breaking up aren't true.
She smiles and grabs my hand.
Oh, no, I'm never letting this one go. Have you heard the song that he wrote just for me?
She belts out a lyric from The Heart Knows at the top of her lungs. My skull throbs in time to the music. Beautiful. I give her a pained smile. There's a glint of malice in her eyes as she returns my smile.
You do it so much better. Why don't you sing for him, honey?
Damn. Note to self, do not mess with a Southern woman. My voice is a little hoarse today. I'm giving it a rest for the next couple of days.
As you can see, she's real. They're still together, and you can reassure your investors that everything is just fine,
Skylar says.
You really can't believe what anyone says in the tabloids, especially that Tara Jones. She just has it in for these boys.
We spend a little while chewing the fat. Luigi converses with Callie's boobs in a way that makes me mildly homicidal. I keep reminding myself that killing or mutilating one of our tour sponsors would very likely be a contract violation. My hangover fades a little bit as the aspirin kicks in, and I thank Luigi graciously for coming. Fortunately, they're headed out of town right after our meeting, flying back to Nashville in Chris's private plane. As Callie, the band members, and I walk through the lobby, I spot Mrs. Abernathy. She's standing behind the counter talking to a guest. She glances our way, waves, and looks curiously at Callie. Oh, hell. Does she recognize her? No, she'd surely say something. She's just staring at us because this is the first time I've appeared in Bitter End with my mystery fiancé.
Everything all right?
Luigi asks her with concern.
Couldn't be better.
Callie smiles brightly and crushes my hand in a death grip. As we walk through the lobby, everybody starts whispering, "It's her." The rest of the band gathers around us, and we start walking faster. People snap pictures on their phones. We hurry out of the hotel and start walking faster. A group of women standing outside the hotel check us out. "It's them!" one of them bellows. Callie looks at me in panic. "Run!" she says.
Chapter 26. Callie. We almost don't make it to the fence. We're gasping for breath by the time we get into the barn. We stagger in the door and collapse on the sofa, laughing so hard our sides ache. "Oh, hell," Monica says. "That was close. My mother didn't recognize me, right? Please tell me she didn't," I plead. "Whew, I've never run so fast in heels."
She didn't recognize you. She'd have come over and said something.
Sebastian's trying to be reassuring. I wish he'd say it with a little more conviction in his voice.
"So you two are going to kiss and make up now?"
Magnus asks.
"Can I watch?"
"Two's company, three's a crowd," Monica informs him. She gestures at herself and Parker. "And five's a full-blown orgy. Not really my scene anymore." She holds up her ring finger and wiggles it.
"What?"
Parker looks intrigued.
"Tell me more."
"You want me to talk dirty? You have to buy me lunch." She leaps to her feet, and Parker and Magnus stand up too. "I may be easy, but I'm not cheap. Also, these guys need some privacy so Callie can tear Sebastian a new asshole."
As ever, thanks for your support,
Sebastian calls out as she and Parker walk hand in hand to the door. Magnus is still standing there, hand shoved in his pocket, watching us with interest. Magnus, come on, Monica yells at him. They're not going to do it in front of you, pervert.
Spoil sport.
Magnus trots after Parker and Monica. When they are gone, an awkward silence falls. Sebastian and I both start to speak at the same time. You go first, I say stiffly.
I can't thank you enough for helping us.
I clench my fists and slide a few inches down the couch to put some distance between us, even though my body is crying out for his warmth, his solid strength. I haven't felt his soft lips on mine for so long it makes me ache. Don't let him in, my head says. Every time you do, he hurts you. What my nether regions are saying is another story entirely. You're helping us in return. I keep my voice cool and formal. Every day that you're playing at the fairgrounds, we're sold out and above capacity. And we've signed contracts with several major bands. That never would have happened without you guys.
Don't be like that, Callie. That's not the only reason you helped us. Is it?
My heart pulses painfully in my chest. Why else? I can't look at him when I say that. His silence bears enough pain for both of us. Finally, I speak. I forgot the relationship isn't real. It won't happen again.
It is real. It has been for weeks. We both agreed to that,
Sebastian says, his tone hurt and angry.
You asked for a relationship. You wanted it as much as I do. Was everything you said to me a lie?
Was everything I said a lie? I echo, my gaze snapping back to his. How dare you ask me that question?
I have not lied to you, Callie.
His voice is heated with anger.
Even back when we first met, I never deliberately misled you. My decision to leave was cowardly and scummy and lousy, but I meant every word I ever said to you. And I have never, ever cheated on you.
He stares at me, his eyes burning with intensity.
Tell me the truth. Do you honestly believe that I had sex with the woman who was in my hotel room? Do you believe I invited her here?
I chew my lip and turn my face away. He grabs me by the chin and gently turns my face back.
Do you?
He pleads. He drops his hand. No, I admit. But it was really hurtful of you not to even call for days after that happened. You sent a text basically saying, we're busy, won't bother calling you, you're not part of what we're doing, get over it. Sebastian winces.
That isn't what the text said. But if that was the message I conveyed, then I apologize. I was wrong. I should have made it a point to call you as soon as possible, and I should have stayed in touch with you.
He manages a rueful smile.
The thing is, I thought about you all the time. I thought, what would Callie tell me to do? And when I was freaking out, I told myself that in a few days I'd be home with you, and knowing that would calm me down and help me get through all the craziness. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
You said home with me. Is that how you think of bitter end? I hate the naked need in my voice. I hate the question I'm really asking. Will you stay here, with me? His eyes shudder, and he takes a deep breath.
It's starting to feel that way. I don't know. Do you think that they'd want me to stay here? I mean, the town, the people, everyone, your family?
Let's see. Do people stop you on the street and tell you about their family's embarrassing ailments before you even get a chance to say howdy?
Yes.
He looks puzzled.
Happens a lot. I'm a little concerned about Herman's ongoing gas situation. I think he should see a gastroenterologist.
A lot of us are. But he doesn't need a specialist. He just needs to lay off the fried onions. Okay, moving on. Is it impossible for you to make it a block down Main Street without spotting at least 2 people who you know by their full name and also their nickname?
Well, yeah, but what is that?
And also the history behind the nickname?
Well, yeah. A nickname's no fun unless you know why someone's called Greasy Guts. That's quite a story, by the way. Have you heard it?
Of course. Okay, here's one more. Are you genuinely concerned about whether Sally Sue's prize pig wins blue ribbon at the tricentennial?
Well, yeah, of course.
His eyes burn with righteous indignation.
Bitter End has never won before, and those Sugar Hill snobs have been rubbing it in our faces for the last 50 years. I think their pig should be tested for steroids.
Ha! I say triumphantly. You said our faces.
Huh.
He strokes his chin thoughtfully.
So I did.
Anyway, I lean back on the sofa. Truth be told, I owe you an apology too. He looks at me in confusion.
For what?
The grudge I've been holding against you all this time. We were both really young, and you weren't the only one making false promises. I told you I was ready to travel the world with you and leave my family behind, but I wasn't. Neither of us were ready for forever at that point.
I'm ready now.
He puts his hand on mine, his eyes burning with intensity.
I'm ready for forever with you. It's always been you, Callie.
Oh, a hot rush of tears blinds me. I'm ready too, but you can't just disappear on me for days and expect I'll be okay with it.
It'll never happen again,
he says fervently.
If I go on tour and if you aren't with us, I'll call you 3 times a day.
I choke on a snort laugh. Oh, come on.
Not enough? 5 times a day.
Sebastian!
Every hour?
You'd drive me crazy. Settle down there. How about call me in the morning and in the evening? Most evenings. And if there's some kind of crazy crisis, or rumors start drifting around about you and girls, you contact me, and I'll find a way to go on tour with you at least half the time. Probably a few weeks on and then a few weeks off. I can last for a year. After the tour's over, though?
After the tour's over, I will find a way to settle down here. With you.
He folds his hand over mine, and a wave of heat rushes through me.
I can play gigs all around the South. If I tour after that, it won't be for more than a few months at a time.
That could work, I say. My heart is buoyant with hope. The doubt and fear are dropping away, and when I look in his eyes, I can see the truth. And the truth is that he loves me.
It will work. You and me together, we can do anything. I feel like I could conquer the world when I'm with you.
Me too. When I'm with you, I'm a different person. I'm not Careful Callie. I don't even know who I am, but I like her. A thick, dark lock of hair slides into my face. He brushes it behind my ear. And a devilish thought occurs to me. You know what I want to do right now? I ask. Sebastian's eyes light up.
Oh God, I hope it's the same thing I want to do.
I want to take a walk downtown. I want to go to Bitter Bites and order a hamburger and have something to eat. It's absolutely crazy, but there's something about being with Sebastian that makes me fearless.
Whoa.
His eyes widen.
Did not see that coming. Are you sure?
No, maybe not. But for once, I want to do something crazy and fearless, for no reason. Let's do this before I chicken out.
Let me just make a quick call to Crash to let him know we're going to need some security with us. I can normally walk downtown by myself without too much hassle these days, but if you're with me, we'll be swarmed.
Luckily, Sebastian has tons of security at his disposal these days because he's hired Crash to provide him with full-time details 24/7. They have video cameras and scary ex-military guys watching over their vehicles, equipment, the barn, and the band's rooms in the hotel. 15 minutes later, we're hand in hand, strolling down Main Street, accompanied by a couple of burly men in suits. The bodyguards politely but firmly repel everyone who tries to talk to us. When we approach Bitter Bites, my courage starts to falter. Looking through the picture window, I spot way too many people that I know. Harper, Savannah, Crash, Daisy, Chase, and Naomi are sitting together, talking animatedly. I bet my eye teeth that they've already heard that Sebastian has been spotted with his mystery chick right here in Bitter End. They'll be sitting there yammering and comparing notes. Magnus, Monica, and Parker are sitting at another table. They swivel around to look at the picture window, and Monica waves. What was I thinking? I'm Careful Callie, not Crazy Daisy. I'll never be able to pull this off. Forget it, I say to Sebastian. This was a bad idea. But everyone has turned to stare at us.
Too late now.
He leans in and whispers, his breath hot against my ear.
If you go in there and eat lunch, I promise the most mind-blowing session of oral sex you've ever experienced.
Pretty sure I had that in the bag anyway.
You know me too well, he admits.
All right, let's do this. I grip his hand, and we walk in. Chapter 27. Callie. We walk in the door, with the bodyguards close on our heels. There are no empty tables, but the band members are sitting at a table right next to the table where my family is sitting with Harper. Of course. All eyes are on us as Sebastian and I make our way over to their table. Magnus quickly collects 2 empty chairs from a nearby table and sets them down for us.
Already done making up? That was fast. You're slipping, bro,
he whispers as we sit down.
Bite me.
Sebastian pastes on a big fake smile as he whispers back. Magnus snickers quietly.
Nuh-uh, man. That's her job. Hey, we didn't expect to see you here.
Parker's lips curl up in amusement. Yes, what an unexpected pleasure. Good to see you again. Monica raises her voice for the benefit of everyone who is shamelessly craning their ears in our direction. Half the restaurant is recording us on their phones. Herman bustles over, handing us each a menu. I freeze, staring up at him. What would Penny Amelia Johansson say to him? After pausing just a little too long, I choke out, "Thank you kindly, sir. This is a lovely establishment." Monica claps her hand over her mouth so nobody can see her laugh. "Thank you kindly, sir? What am I, an extra on Gone with the Wind?"
Thanks, Herman,
Sebastian says.
I've been bragging to my sweetheart about your great food ever since I had my first meal here. I'm glad she'll finally get to taste it.
Herman beams at him.
Well, mighty glad to hear it. Can I start you off with some coffee? That'd be great.
I nod. Yes, I'd love some. Herman nods at the 2 bodyguards.
Can I get you boys something? No, thank you, sir.
Herman walks over to the counter, and I see one of the waitresses lean in and murmur to him. There's a furious, whispered conversation between the 2 of them, and they keep glancing over at our table. Sebastian stands up.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all.
Hello, Sebastian. All of the regulars, including my family, chorus. The tourists and Heat Lightning fans just sit there with their mouths hanging open.
I understand everyone's curious, and I promise you your questions will be answered in time. But right now, my fiancé and I would like to spend some time together and enjoy Herman's fine dining, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to respect our privacy. You all have a wonderful day now.
You too, they answer, looking disappointed, and then they turn to each other, grumbling. Herman returns with 2 coffee mugs. He glances at the counter, and Patience gestures at him impatiently.
Sorry, ma'am. I never did get your name.
Then he looks at Patience and gives her the thumbs up as if to say, I did it. Shameless. Utterly shameless. I could be rude and say something like, no, you didn't. After all, I'm in disguise. I can get away with things that Callie would never do. But I find I don't want to use my powers for evil. Penny, I say. He stands there expectantly. Penny Amelia Johansson, I sigh, deliberately keeping my voice low to make it harder for all of the eavesdroppers.
From around these parts, are you? Herman,
Sebastian says, his tone turning severe.
I did just ask everyone to respect our privacy. Could I please get a Mayor Mike medium? And I'd recommend the prosecutor Egan,
he adds, glancing at me. That's a grilled cheese, my favorite. I nod.
Can't blame a fella for trying.
Herman shrugs.
Coming right up.
A crash on the floor makes me start. I look over. Harper was leaning her chair so far in our direction that she fell over. Everyone at her table scrambles to their feet, making a half-hearted show of helping her up, and then they just leave her there and start walking towards our table. The 2 bodyguards move in front of them.
Sorry, ma'am, but they asked for privacy,
one of them says loudly. Hey, you work for my husband, Savannah says indignantly. Let us pass. Crash puts his hand on her arm.
Yes, they do work for me, and they're doing their job, babe. Let's go sit down.
Everyone except Savannah and Crash return to their table. Harper got back up on her own and is shooting dirty looks at everyone else. Are you serious? Savannah splutters indignantly. I'm going to withhold 6 tonight. And she turns on her heel, preparing to storm out.
No, you're not.
Crash laughs. She glowers at him. No, I'm not, but I'm going to bitch at you for hours first.
Yes, you are.
He agrees. He returns to the table. Savannah heaves a huge martyred sigh and returns to her seat, too. Herman hurries back to the counter, where there's another whispered exchange with the waitress. People start walking up to the counter in a steady stream. They lean in and ask questions in low voices. Patience abandons all pretense of actually working, and soon most of the people in the room are gathered at the counter, whispering and staring at me. Harper goes up to the counter, talks to Patience, and then hurries back to her table. It's obvious she, like everybody else, went up there to get the name of Sebastian's mystery fiancé, me. Quite the show, Monica observes dryly. She pours herself more coffee from the carafe on the table. Herman walks over with our sandwiches and sets them down.
Do you need anything else?
He asks. No, we're fine for the moment, thank you, I say. He stands there for a moment and then, not having any excuse to linger, slowly saunters off. A minute later, my Uncle Tyrell, owner of the Bitter End Bulletin, rushes through the door with his camera. The bodyguards move to block him, but he maneuvers quickly and gets several shots. They block him when he tries to approach the table.
Hey, freedom of the press, he says indignantly. The people have a right to know. The people have a right to know what?
One of the bodyguards says skeptically.
Whether she puts salt or ketchup on her grits?
Tyrell looks appalled.
She puts ketchup on her grits?
He pulls out his notepad and starts scribbling. Harper, in the meantime, is frantically taking notes and consulting her iPad. I hope to God there's not really a Penny Amelia Johansson, because if there is, she's going to have an army of reporters on her doorstep.
No comment,
Sebastian calls out.
Except that Bitter Bites is the best diner in town.
Also the only diner in town. My family's hotel restaurant is more high-end farm-to-table fare. Tyrell finds a chair and goes to sit down next to Harper. As Sebastian and I quickly finish our sandwiches, the two of them compare notes. When we're done, we hurry back to the hotel, followed by a crowd of Bitter End residents, Heat Lightning fans, and tourists who just want to see what the fuss is all about. Magnus, Parker, and Monica go to their rooms, and Sebastian, the bodyguards, and I go through the hotel lobby, down a hall, out the back door, and across the property until we get to the fencing surrounding the barn. There, Sebastian calls,
"Sorry, everybody,"
and does a melodramatic bow from the waist before we walk through the gate. Chapter 28. Callie. This is your one chance to cheat on me, I inform him. You may do anything you want with Penny Amelia Johansson.
Wow, Penny Amelia Johansson is pretty hot. I may have to take you up on that.
First, P.A.J., which I'm going to call her for short, needs to take off her heels because they're freaking killing her. I limp walk over to the makeup table, sit down, and kick my shoes off. My feet sing with gratitude. Whoever invented high heels needs to be sentenced to a month of walking in them, every waking moment, which is the worst torture I can think of. I'd throw in a mandatory corset for good measure. I stand up and turn around to find Sebastian right behind me. Eep! Couldn't wait, could you?
For Penny?
He grins fiercely.
Hell no.
He pulls me to him, and I fall against him, loving the warm, solid feel of him. One arm circles around my waist as he bends down to kiss me. His fingers tangle in my wig, and it comes off in his hand. Ah! I shriek. We fall apart, laughing. The wig dangles from his fingers. No, you scalped Penny!
Damn, I guess I don't know my own strength.
He tosses the wig onto the makeup table.
This must be the kind of thing that happens when the Hulk has sex.
Oh my God! I'm howling. Tears of laughter dribble down my cheeks. My ribs seriously hurt. Why would you put that image in my head? But then his lips descend and claim mine in a heated kiss, and my belly laughs fade into a low, deep moan of pleasure. I feel his fingers in my hair, teasing out the pins that held my hair in place beneath the wig, letting my curls tumble into their usual riotous non-style. He leans back and examines me.
That's better,
he says.
Now I feel like I can see you underneath all that makeup.
For just a moment, I feel an odd pang of jealousy, as though Penny, my alter ego with the tan skin and amber contacts and the painted-on illusion of sculpted cheekbones, really is another woman. But then Sebastian's lips are against mine, and his hands are on my body, and it's me and it's him. It's so familiar and so right that it couldn't be anyone else. We're back underneath the bleachers all those years ago, and we're here and now and together, touching and tasting and letting the lost years go. This time, we almost make it to the couch. We end up sprawled on the area rug in front of it, a tangle of limbs, our eager hands all over each other. Sebastian tries to yank off his shirt one-handed. The other is busy somewhere delicious, and we run through a brief, kind of hot slapstick routine as I help him get untangled. I've never had sex before that was so much fun, so joyous. We're smiling and panting as we come together again, pressing our mouths together, fingers stroking and exploring. When Sebastian rolls over to grab a condom, I take the packet from his fingers and carefully tear open the foil. He moans as I wrap my fingers around his rigid length, then hisses as I roll the latex sheath down, tightening my fingers ever so slightly around his hardness. I lean over him and kiss him, enjoying the feeling of his muscular chest against my breasts. He wraps one arm around my waist and cups his free hand against the nape of my neck so he can kiss me thoroughly and sweetly, controlling the pace and the intensity and the tension. He's back in charge. He rolls me over onto my back, and I wrap my legs around his hips, allowing him to settle between my thighs, the head of his erection nudging against my entrance. I bite my lip to stifle a groan and twitch my hips upwards. He chuckles against my mouth, and I nip his lip with my teeth, making him laugh with surprise.
So impatient,
he murmurs. Then he surges inside me in one long, powerful thrust, and his amusement is carried away on a broken groan. I'm right there with him, biting my lip and squeezing my eyes shut as that delicious tension begins to spiral in my core. My nipples are tiny, hard buds of sensation, and the friction against them as he shifts above me is enough to make me gasp. I dig my fingers into the muscles of his back as they tense and relax in time with his thrusts, and he suddenly gives a broken groan and grabs the backs of my thighs, hitching them up so I'm spread wider and he can thrust deeper. I wrap my arms around him and cling to him, urging him on with whimpers and gasps and half-spoken nonsense as he surges into me, loving me, claiming me. As I feel him start to pulse inside me, pleasure overtakes me in a heart-stopping rush. My muscles lock, my thoughts switch off. All that fussing, all that worry, it's gone in a flood of sensation. My mind is blank to everything but bliss. The feel of Sebastian's body, the sweetness of Sebastian's touch, the helter-skelter racing of Sebastian's heart as he collapses against me, murmuring sweet nonsense into my ear. We lie there for quite some time, not moving, not wanting to move. If I'm honest with myself, I wouldn't be able to move if someone came in dangling a slice of Herman's pecan pie on a fishing rod. Well, maybe if it was a la mode. Eventually, I recover enough to lift my head and swipe my hair out of my eyes. We're a sweaty, rumpled mess, smeared with orange contouring makeup in some extremely intimate places and utterly breathless. Sebastian's eyes are closed, and he looks exhausted and peaceful and happy, content. So, I say, penny for your thoughts? The feeble snort he gives in reply is because he's so tired, obviously. I am hilarious. Chapter 29. Callie. Holy tamales! There's a wanted poster with your face on it, Naomi whispers. We stop and stare at the bulletin board. We're standing in the entry hallway of the agricultural hall. Tucked among the offers for lawn mowing services and sewing classes is a poster showing a picture of me eating lunch with Sebastian at Bitter Bites 3 days ago. Uncle Tyrell is offering a $10,000 reward for the first person who can positively identify Sebastian's mystery fiancé. Panic flares up inside me. I must have had my wig on too tight that day. What was I thinking going out in downtown Bitter End in my disguise? How could I have risked Mama finding out? Keep walking, I order her. Don't look at it. I can't believe Uncle Tyrell did that. She puts her hand over her mouth and snickers quietly. $10,000? I'm not going to lie, if you weren't my cousin. I shake my head ruefully. Heck, for $10,000, I'm tempted to turn myself in. Ooh, can you imagine the look on Tyrell and everybody's face? Naomi's eyes light up with glee. Everybody thinks you're just a boring, prissy old maid naggy pants, but you're secretly a total psychopath living a weird double life. No offense. I glower at her. Tell me one thing in that sentence that wasn't offensive. My cell phone bleeps, and I pull it out to look. It's Sebastian. I just left him a couple of hours earlier. Guess who? It's your favorite stalker. To make up for flaking out on me, he's been messaging me all day long. I quickly message him back. Who says you're my favorite? He sends a pouty face icon. I reply, okay, since you're my only stalker, I guess you'd have to be my favorite. I have to go deal with this committee stuff. Wish me luck. He replies with an Irish shamrock, which I guess is for luck, and a series of hearts. I shove my phone back in my pocket and glance over at Naomi, who's smirking knowingly. That was Mama, I inform her. I call bullshiznit. Your mama never inspired the look that's on your face right now. Then she glances around the room. Hey, what gives? I follow her gaze. She's right. There's a distinct chill in the air, coming from the Sugar Hill residence. Grandma May cheerfully waves at us from the coffee table. Carlisle is sipping coffee, and Grandma May is loading up her plate with cookies, many of which will end up wrapped in a napkin and shoved in her purse. You can't take her anywhere. The beautifully coiffed ladies who lunch set from Sugar Hill are clustered together at the opposite end of the table, whispering amongst themselves with their husbands and glaring at Grandma May and Carlisle, and then me. I can make a pretty good guess. Naomi glances at Grandma May. You're on your own with this one. She takes a step backward. Coward. Hey, she's your wacky grandma, not mine. Excuse me, I just remembered I need to drink some of that brown energy water. What's it called again? Oh yeah, coffee. Naomi scampers away. I sigh and walk over to Grandma May and Carlisle. Cookie? Grandma May holds out her plate. Don't you cookie me. What have you done? She gives me a hurt look. Who says anyone's done anything? I look at Carlisle. He shrugs. She never tells me anything. That's right. Grandma May nods. Plausible deniability. I lean in and whisper in her ear. Okay, how much is it going to cost in bail money? She smiles and blinks her eyes. Bail's for people who get caught. Callie Abernathy? Sheriff Buckley has somehow sidled up to us without me noticing. I spin around. Good morning, Sheriff. I use my brightest, chirpiest voice and smile hugely. I flash back to Chase telling me that when I lie, my entire body radiates visible guilt rays. I've got absolutely no future as a criminal. I clearly haven't fooled Sheriff Buckley. His forehead furrows in a scowl. Don't good morning me, Callie. Just tell me if you can confirm Fiona Duffy's whereabouts last night. Fiona? I feel a jolt of alarm. Yes, she slept over in our guest room because Mama needed help cleaning out the chicken stalls this morning. Her aunt gave us permission. Well, more like when I called her aunt to ask if it was okay, her aunt yelled at me to stop bothering her and hung up the phone. That woman's nastier than week-old roadkill. She easily could have snuck out at any time. No, she couldn't have, because we just had an alarm system installed after that whole burglary incident. He looks a little less sure of himself. She could have disarmed it. I roll my eyes. I'm getting mad on Fiona's behalf, because she's been behaving better for weeks now, and she definitely didn't do anything last night. She doesn't have the code. What happened overnight? Someone vandalized a bunch of cars in Sugar Hill. Specifically, they spray-painted a bunch of penises on them. I clap my hand over my mouth. I really want to laugh, but Sheriff Buckley is looking at me grim-faced, and I know it would be a very bad idea. Grandma May, who was born without the common-sense gland that keeps so many of us from rushing headfirst into danger, snort-laughs into her hand. Aw, did someone get Dick on their Range Rover? His eyes narrow and his gaze lights on her. How do you know it was a Range Rover? Because that's what all those highfalutin snobs drive, Grandma May scoffs. Just go look out in the parking lot today and you'll see. Cars that cost more than a house, those people have more money than sense. Fiona had nothing to do with it, I say firmly. Obviously the vandal is someone else, because I swear to you on my daddy's grave that Fiona was with us all night.
I assume your mother can corroborate Fiona's alibi?
Yes, she can. She cooked Fiona dinner last night and made her breakfast this morning. Nagged her into having seconds because she thinks Fiona looks a little peaked. Probably from all the persecution, Grandma May chimes in. By the law. I shoot her a look. That woman just doesn't know when to quit.
You Abernathys will be the death of me. I can only hope sooner rather than later.
Sheriff Buckley stalks off. He's immediately surrounded by a group of very well-dressed Sugar Hill residents, all shouting at once and gesturing in our direction. I know they had something to do with it. Arrest that woman! Grandma May starts sidling away, clutching her plate to her chest. I grab her sleeve. Not so fast. What? I want to grab a seat before all the good seats are taken. We have assigned seating. I lean in and whisper, and you smell like spray paint. I most certainly do not. I washed it off this morning. I mean, her face settles into a scowl. My dear, you've been played. Carlyle's mouth quirks up in an amused smile. Oops. Grandma May yanks her arm free and takes a step sideways. I have to go powder my nose. I move to block her. Why would you do such a thing? I demand in a low, furious voice. She grins. You only live once. It was on my bucket list. And now the heat's off Fiona. But you could have gotten caught. Mama would have a conniption, and you... Grandma May breaks in. Enough about me. Why have you had that suspicious grin on your face the past few days? You're not a smiler. You're up to something. What are you not telling us? I've been having the most amazing sex of my life. Oops, I have to go powder my nose. I back away quickly. Said no young person ever, she calls out after me. I glance at the clock on the wall. Our meeting is starting in about 5 minutes. I quickly call Fiona. Hello, Child Protective Services, she answers the phone. I'd like to report a child being forced to clean up chicken poop. You're hilarious. And yet I'm not laughing. I just spoke with Sheriff Buckley. He's upset because someone spray-painted obscene images on cars in Sugar Hill. I would never spray-paint anything obscene, she says indignantly. She hesitates. Or anything else. Also, how would I even get to Sugar Hill? And why would I go there? Bunch of snobs. Whenever they come slumming in Bitter End, they look at me like I'm going to steal their purse. I didn't say I thought that you did it. A certain geriatric troublemaker who's inexplicably fond of you may have done it to take the heat off you. If she gets caught, she could go to jail. For you. Is that what you want? No, that's not what I want. The sass is gone from Fiona's voice. Mama would be horrified. I mean, your mama, she adds hastily. A sudden rush of emotion chokes me, and I blink away hot tears at the naked longing in Fiona's voice. You can call her Mama. Mama Carol, that works. I promise you she'd love it. And she basically acts like everyone's mama. But she particularly seems to enjoy nagging you, probably because you need a lot of nagging. Fiona snorts. You act like everyone's mama, too. You're 30 going on 300. There's the sassy pants I've come to know and loathe. I mean, love. 28, I correct her indignantly, but she's already hung up the phone.
Chapter 30. Sebastian. Absolutely perfect. I survey the table with satisfaction. The last time I cooked dinner for Callie, it didn't go well. I've been wanting to make it up to her ever since. This afternoon, Callie texted me saying she'd be swinging by around 6 p.m. After rehearsal today, I shooed the band out and then whipped up chicken fried steak, pecan pie, and an enormous bowl of crispy French fries, just the way she likes them. The lights are turned down low. I've got candles lit on the table and a mason jar full of lily-of-the-valley flowers. I glance at the clock on the wall. She'll be here in 5 minutes. I've just got time for the coup de grace. I quickly strip off my clothing in the kitchen and then put on the apron that I've been saving for a night like this. Underneath the apron, I'm starkers. Callie will love it. I look around for the chef's hat that I've been saving for tonight, and then remember I left it in the dressing room area, which is set up behind a couple of screens in the corner. I hurry across the room bare-assed to fetch it. The front door creaks, and a wave of heat rushes through me. I'm already hard as I imagine Callie stripping the apron off me. Will she even want to eat? "I'll be right out," I call. I grabbed the chef's hat that I'd left sitting on the trunk and set it on my head. Why didn't she answer me? A sudden sense of unease lifts the hair on the back of my neck. It has to be Callie who just came in, doesn't it? Our security guards watch the perimeter of the fence 24 hours a day. We've set up security cameras, too, and those are constantly being monitored. Nobody could sneak in here. And yet, I don't think Callie's here. I'm almost certain it's an intruder. Unfortunately, my cell phone is sitting on the table. Moving quietly, I peek through the gap between two screens. Oh, hell. Not an intruder. Worse. It's Carol, and Daisy, and Mayor Culpepper, and Tyrell, Callie's uncle and owner of the newspaper, and Callie's cousin Naomi, and Grandma May. Daisy, Carol, Naomi, and the mayor are sitting at the 4 chairs around the table, and the others are standing. The mayor has a shotgun lying across the table in front of him. Daisy reaches over and grabs a handful of the French fries I'd cooked. Her mother smacks her hand. Daisy looks at her defiantly and stuffs the French fries in her mouth. They all turn to look expectantly in my direction. They heard me call out, so they know that I'm here. And I left my clothing in the kitchen. It's dark in the barn, but it's not going to be dark enough to hide my naked ass. Picturing the mayor's shotgun, I look around the dressing room area for pants. I grab a pair that are hanging off the rack and pull them on. As I zip them up, I realize they're Parker's. He's stockier than me, so they're loose, and these are bell-bottoms with big flowers embroidered on them. Monica had some hippie clothes set up for a photo shoot of her and Parker. It was for a baby bump photo shoot, and she wore a flower crown and had flowers painted on her face and had flowers painted on her pregnant belly, and Parker was an over-the-top hippie dude. It was cute and funny in that context. On me, it looks idiotic. "We know you're in there," Mayor Culpepper yells. "Coming," I yell back. I want to change out of the pants, but I don't have time. I rip the chef's hat off my head, untie the apron, and snatch a t-shirt off a hanger. I put it on and hurry out into the dining room. "Hello, Sebastian," Daisy says, and she shoves a French fry in her mouth. "You got some splaining to do." Hey," I say. "It's not what it looks like." "It looks like you're engaged to be married and yet making a romantic dinner for my daughter." Carol Abernathy looks at me with a contempt that makes me want to shrivel up and fall through a crack on the floor. "That's not it," I say desperately. "I thought so highly of you, too." She's got the mournful woe-is-me tone of voice perfected, that's for sure. "Did the whole band know? Even Monica?" "What the hell are you wearing, son?" Mayor Culpepper demands. "Is that some kind of big city fashion trend?" Tyrell squints at my shirt. "I hope it's a short-lived one." I stare down at my outfit. My t-shirt says, "Feel the heat," and has a picture of me playing a guitar. I flash a sickly smile. It's a kind of private joke." Mayor Culpepper's frown deepens. "I don't get it." He fingers the shotgun as he stares at me. "I just can't believe Callie would do something like this." Carol shakes her head slowly. I feel utterly horrible, but I don't want to tell her the truth without Callie's permission. That opens up another can of worms. The fact that Callie paraded around in front of everyone in disguise, pretending to be some mystery woman. She lied to her family. I don't feel right snitching on her.
I agree. I never thought she had it in her.
Grandma May reaches over and grabs some fries, too.
Grandma May,
Daisy glowers at her.
Don't make it sound like something fun and mildly naughty. She's cavorting with a man who's almost married. And stop stealing my fries. I'm a nursing mother. I need the calories.
Your fries? Those are Callie's fries.
Grandma May snorts. They're adultery fries, the fries of sin. None of you should be eating them. Carol pulls the bowl away from them and sets it down in front of her. Mayor Culpepper reaches his arm out and pulls the shotgun closer to him. Callie was never like that before you got here. His thick brows draw together. We welcomed you to our town, treated you like family. You did, I say hopelessly, and I can't stop staring at the shotgun as it inches closer to him. This is a freaking nightmare. Mystery fiancé? What was I thinking? How stupid could I be? I mean, how did I think it was going to end? Especially once I started actually dating Callie.
Mama, you just ate a sin fry,
Daisy points out.
I'm nervous.
Carol shakes her head.
And sad and disappointed.
She stuffs another fry in her mouth. I'm surprised. Tyrell sighs heavily. I really wouldn't have expected this of you, young man, or Callie. I thought I was a better judge of character. The door to the barn flies open and Callie rushes in. They all jump guiltily like toddlers caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
What in the name of Sam Hill are you doing?
She yells at them. Then she stares at me.
And what are you wearing?
She stalks over to the table and grabs the French fry bowl.
And why are you eating my dinner?
She stuffs a couple of fries in her mouth. Her mother looks at her guiltily.
How did you know we were here?
Callie stares at her.
How do you think I knew?
She says, still chewing. She must be really mad. Normally she has impeccable table manners. Her mother wilts.
Because this is bitter end. Exactly.
I got a text saying that you'd meet me here at 6, I say to Callie, and all of these guys came here instead. I'm confused.
I never sent any text like that.
She glowers at them.
Did one of you use a phone spoofing service? And you all lied and sent me over to the Ag Hall for no reason. And you must have lied to the security guards to get past them.
That makes sense. The security guards would have no reason to suspect that Carol, the owner of the property, would be up to anything nefarious.
I'd expect this from Grandma May, Mama, but you're the person who told me that lying is a one-way ticket to hell.
Hey, Daisy says angrily,
don't yell at us. You are messing around with a man who's about to get married. That's a really horrible thing to do, Callie.
Everyone starts talking at once. How could you?
I thought I raised you better than that. Daddy would be turning over in his grave. What kind of example do you think this sets for Fiona?
Stop! Callie yells.
Just sit right there without talking and without eating any more of my fries. I will be right back.
She sets the bowl down on the far end of the table and hurries over to the dressing room area. As soon as she's gone, everybody dives for the fries again. Okay, I may be minutes away from being tarred and feathered, but at least my cooking was a hit. We wait in the most uncomfortable silence in the history of silences. Everyone glares at me, and I stare at the floor and wish I was in Hong Kong, or on the International Space Station, or anywhere but here. Callie stalks out, and now she's several inches taller in platform shoes and wearing the wig, hat, and sunglasses.
I don't understand.
Grandma May stares at her.
Why are you playing dress-up? Is this something kinky?
Grandma May,
Carol shrieks. I will put you in a nursing home. Don't think I won't. Daisy's jaw drops. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was you all along. You're the mystery fiancé. Everyone gapes at her, their mouths hanging open. I put my arm around Callie's shoulders. It's always been her. But how? Why? Carol looks bewildered. Mayor Culpepper slowly sets down his shotgun. She did it to help me, I say quickly. Callie takes off the sunglasses. I'm really, really sorry. It's an incredibly long story. I've got all night. Carol's eyes bore right into Callie. Well, I don't, because Sebastian cooked me dinner, and I'd like to eat whatever you vultures haven't snarfed up. Here's the short version. We really needed a major band to play the arena, and we were getting way too close to the deadline to land anyone else. And I knew Sebastian from when he lived here a long time ago. And Sebastian needed someone to pretend to be engaged to him to help repair his image. We agreed on this subterfuge, and then we ended up dating, and everything just got out of hand. How could you not tell me you had a boyfriend? Carol wails. Callie winces. I'm sorry, Mama. It's early days yet, and we're still figuring out where this is going. Carol claps her hand to her chest. Oh, thank heavens you're taking it slow. I thought you'd... you know... She glances around. Grandma May snorts. She thought you'd boinked. Grandma May! Everyone shouts at the same time, glaring at her. Grandma May shrugs. What? I didn't think so. Callie's way too uptight. Callie raises her voice. That's it. I am 28 years old and I am putting my foot down. Get out. Everyone climbs to their feet, staring at each other uneasily. They'd come here for a possibly violent confrontation, and then things just got weird, and they can't figure out what to do next. She turns and glowers at Tyrell. And you can't tell anyone about this until we're ready. The biggest story in the history of Bitter End? He looks appalled. Oh, it is not, she scoffs. Bitter End is a vortex of weirdness. I mean, Daisy's father-in-law was hiding toxic waste in our swamp, and Savannah's cousin hired an assassin to kill her. I know, but that's old news. Tyrell's lower lip juts out in a pout. This is new news. Here's the thing, I say to him. Once this news gets out, it's going to be the end of life as you know it for weeks, probably months. Callie's family and friends and neighbors and employees will be swarmed with press from all over the world. Let's at least wait until after the tricentennial is over, okay? I think everyone has enough on their plate. They glower and mutter amongst each other. This is the best gossip ever, and I can't even tell Harper or Savannah. Daisy groans. So unfair. 1 week, I plead. Nobody will say anything, Carol says, her voice ringing through the air with a note of command. She glances at Callie, her gaze steely. I assume you will be home right after dinner. We have a lot to talk about. Callie glowers at her. She certainly will, I say quickly. They troop out of the barn, muttering amongst themselves and shooting back dirty looks at us. Callie stares at me with huge, dazed eyes. Oh, my God, my heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. I stood up to Mama. That's nothing. I shake my head and gesture at my outfit. When I tell you about what I was wearing when your family showed up, you're going to need a damned defibrillator. Chapter 31. Sebastian. We sprawl on the sofa in the barn studio, the overhead fans ruffling our hair with blasts of warm air. Tell me again, Monica begs,
What went through your mind when you realized who was sitting at the dinner table?
I narrow my eyes at her. Thank you for your sympathy in this darkest of times. Darkest of times? Parker scoffs. He glances at his wife. He didn't get laid last night, and now it's a national tragedy. Then he smiles smugly. If it makes you feel any better, I did. Get laid last night, I mean. I kick him in the ankle. Why would that make me feel any better? Frankly, you should have abstained from having sex out of sympathy to my plight.
There he goes again with the crazy talk,
Monica says to her husband. Certifiable. Parker looks at me with pity. I'm going to buy him a straitjacket for Christmas. Monica nods in agreement.
I'm going to find him a therapist for Hanukkah.
You guys should take your act on the road, I say irritably. A road that leads far, far away from me. After Callie and I hastily gulped down our dinner last night, I'd walked her back to her house and then returned to the hotel and met up with the band to update them on what had happened. I'd hoped for maybe a modicum of sympathy. A dollop. A smidge. I forgot who I was dealing with. Monica laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. Parker howled with merriment until he got a stitch in his side. Even Magnus, who's been in a sour mood recently, snickered quietly. Everyone agreed, at least, that it was for the best that Callie's nearest and dearest finally know the truth. It gets me one step closer to being able to make this relationship official. I shift restlessly in my chair, glancing out the window. Clouds bunch in the sky, sliding over the sun and reflecting my mood. Last night everything felt full of promise. Today feels like an impending storm. This morning our jam session was very mediocre. We just couldn't focus. Magnus has been in a dark place lately, and I was distracted by my disaster of a dinner date last night. When my phone rings, of course, it delivers more bad news. It's the security guard stationed by the front gate. Russell's out there, which is never a good thing. Thanks, Quentin. Send him back here. I sigh and glance at Magnus. Do you want to go take a walk? I'll deal with him. Magnus's thick brows draw together. No, I want to open up his skull and confirm my theory that he has shit for brains. Well, that's dark. And also a good reason for you to go for a walk, I say. But Magnus stays put. When Russell bustles in a few minutes later, he's wearing his usual expression of mild panic mixed with exasperation. I assume you got the message from Chris this morning? He was wondering why you hadn't confirmed. No, we were in rehearsal. What message? You're booked for a gig in Ironside, Kentucky tonight. Helicopter will be here in an hour. Magnus sits bolt upright in his chair. I stand up and move between him and Russell. No we aren't, I snap. Could you please start checking your emails? Because he emailed you. Also, this is too last minute for us to arrange transportation for your own security, but the Ironside Auditorium will provide security for you. Absolutely fucking not. I glare at Russell. We're not playing there. How did this even happen? Blue Blazes Records schedules all of our concert dates and locations. We have one stipulation when it comes to our gigs, one that we made abundantly clear. We will never play in Ironside, Kentucky. That's where the worst of our stepfather's abuse took place. That's where he burned Magnus with his cigar again and again. That's where I turned him into the cops. That's where I stood in front of our rickety trailer with Magnus, watching as they loaded our stepfather into a cop car and hauled our stepbrother James, 12 years old, out of the house kicking and screaming and handed him over to social services. At least James had family to go stay with. Magnus and I slept on hard, lumpy bunk beds in a big, indifferent group home for the next year. I don't know, Russell says pleadingly.
I'm just the messenger. I have nothing to do with scheduling your gigs. I just publicize them. You know that. This is a charity gig, which is part of your branding. It benefits a domestic violence shelter. I would think you'd be delighted.
Look at my face. Is this my delighted face?
He twitches an eyebrow at me. I wouldn't know. I've never seen it.
You might want to ask yourself why that is. Spoiler alert, it's your asshole boss screwing with us for no reason. As for the domestic violence shelter, I'll donate the money myself. I snap.
Russell sighs hugely. It's too late to cancel. Another band dropped out and Chris offered to have you replace them. What difference does it make where you play?
Are you listening to me? We're under no obligation to play there. It actually says in our record contract that we won't. That was one of the few requests we made.
Well, he obviously forgot. I mean, to be fair to him, he has a lot on his plate. You're not the only band he's managing. You're just the one that's giving him the most headaches.
I shake my head in frustration. Fucking Chris. He didn't forget. I'd bet a year's salary that he did this on purpose out of spite. He's still smarting about the trouble we've caused with his wife, which has resulted in her coming into the office and meddling in their business affairs way more than he'd like. Word from our friends in Nashville is that he hasn't been able to cheat on her in weeks because she's constantly up his butt, and he's climbing the walls. And Chris could have no way of knowing it, but he picked the perfect revenge. Given Magnus's mood lately, I'm afraid of what might happen if we go anywhere near Ironside. Magnus has come a long way since the bad old days when he was destroying himself with liquor and alienating everyone with raging mood swings. But we've been under a lot of pressure lately, and I don't want to push our luck. Chris is still subjecting us to blasts of insults and complaints several times a week. Magnus just can't handle that kind of treatment coming from a male authority figure. And he shouldn't have to. If you don't go, it'll look like you're back to missing out on gigs again, Russell prods me. Everyone's looking at me. The pressure of being the one to make all the decisions makes my head hurt sometimes. Fine. We'll do it. I will use my personal helicopter to fly our own security there, and that's non-negotiable. And we'll have a stand-in for Magnus, I say. As part of my obsession with having backups for everything, I have people on standby who can sub in if either Parker or Magnus aren't available. One of our roadies is a very talented drummer who frequently jams with us. Why just Magnus? Russell asks, his face scrunching in confusion. What's wrong with Magnus? Nothing's wrong with Magnus. I spit out the words. It's personal, and we're not getting into it. Magnus's face has gone grim and angry. No need. I'll play there. His body language has changed completely. His jaw is set in an angry line, and his body is tight with tension. I shake my head. It's my decision. His face flushes red. Since when? You don't get to tell me where and when I play. Magnus, it's for the best. You don't think I can handle it? Rage simmers in his eyes, and he opens his mouth, about to direct it at me full force. Monica puts her hand on his arm. Sebastian is not the enemy. Chris is. Magnus shakes her arm off angrily. Parker goes into protective husband mode and lunges at Magnus. I barely catch him in time and pull him back, arms wrapped tightly around him. Knock it off, everyone! I yell at them. If we can't work together, we're not going on tour. I will not tour if we're at each other's throats. End of story. Everybody take 5 and calm down, and then we'll deal with it. Magnus turns and storms out of the conference room, and I release Parker. I consider going after Magnus, but experience has taught me that it's always better to let him cool down on his own. He needs time alone when he's like this. Monica grabs Parker's hand. Babe, I love it that you go all caveman sometimes, but the moment has passed, and it's all good now.
We're going for a walk. Parker's face is dark with anger, but he nods and lets Monica lead him out of the room. Callie walks in a minute later, her face puckered with concern.
Everything okay? Private meeting, Russell says impatiently. Come back later.
You want to watch how you talk to her, because you're already treading on very thin ice with me. I say coldly, Callie, come in. She walks into the room, barely sparing Russell a glance. Even as angry as I am, I can't help but appreciate how cute she looks, wearing her hotel maid outfit with a little cap and apron. It lightens my heart in this otherwise dark moment. She's the Monica to my Parker, my other half, and as long as we're together, nothing can be that bad. Russell scowls at me.
That's another thing, Sebastian. You're getting dangerously close to exposing the relationship, and you know how Chris feels about it. As in, it's a non-starter. Not happening. Excuse you?
Callie's voice is sharp enough to draw blood. She shoots me a look. I'm about a microsecond away from exploding. I almost feel like Russell is stirring up crap on purpose, maybe at Chris's direction, trying to upset Magnus, trying to cause beef between Callie and me. What the fuck is Chris's endgame? Because I'm done with playing. Chris has zero say in my relationship status, and when it comes to Callie, I will do what I want. We're together, permanently, so he better deal with it and move on. I think I made it clear at our Nashville meeting that I won't be pushed around anymore. And right now, the best thing that you can do for yourself is to walk out of that door. We'll play the concert in Ironside, despite the fact that our contract specifically bars that. Magnus will not be there. I pull my phone out of my pocket.
What are you doing?
Russell's voice climbs in alarm.
Don't bother Chris, he's in a mood.
I'm not bothering Chris. I'm messaging Skylar directly. I doubt she's going to want to tank everything just because Chris would rather pair me off with a celebrity.
I can take care of it.
Not from what I've seen so far. I tap out a message. Chris claims we're not allowed to tour if anyone finds out that Callie is my fake fiancé. This would be a mistake. A moment later, I get a reply. I'll talk to him about it. Just do your job. There, it's handled, I say. Callie stands there with her hands on her hips. Russell looks as if he's about to give me a sharp retort, but the expression on my face warns him off, and for once he does the smart thing. He turns around and walks out of the room without a word. I turn to Callie, prepared for a small-scale nuclear explosion. Oddly, she's smiling. Thanks for sticking up for me. Relief floods through me. I guess I should have told you about Chris's dumb ass not wanting us to be together, but I was never going to let him affect anything between us. She nods. Yes, you should have told me. You and I could strategize together to figure out how best to deal with it. We're stronger together, right? We are. She steps forward, pressing up against me, and my arms circle around her waist. Even though I'm easily a foot taller than her, we just fit somehow. Standing on her tiptoes, she brushes her soft lips against mine in a feathery kiss. My cock swells in response to her touch, straining against my jeans. That's for agreeing with me, she murmurs. The sweet, light scent of her perfume fills my nostrils. I will agree with you more often. I will agree with you all night long. I let go of her, walk over, and lock the door. She follows me, arching an eyebrow in question. You know, I've got the conference room booked up for the next hour. I flash a grin at her. Ever done it on a conference room table? No, I haven't. She smiles sweetly and reaches over and unlocks the door and opens it.
And that's for not telling me about Chris's Caliban. Anything else hugely important that you've forgotten to tell me?
No, but I have a hugely painful erection right now. I try to smile winningly, which is hard, because most of the blood in my body has rushed south, and it's making me lightheaded.
That is so unfortunate. I'm sure it will help you remember every time you consider keeping secrets from me.
Her eyes gleam with mischief. I don't keep secrets from you. Well, I kind of did when it came to Chris and him not wanting us to be together, I guess. But in my defense, she holds up her hand.
Whenever someone says, "in my defense," it generally means they know they've done something bad and they're trying to weasel out of it. Moving on. What has Monica and Parker and Magnus all storming out of the conference room?
Well, apparently there will be no conference room nookie. I explain about the concert and why it would be a potential disaster for Magnus to play there. You're right, I say to her. We are stronger together, and this affects you too. Chris holds most of the cards. If we breach our contract, he can really make life hell for us. What are your thoughts on it?
For starters, have you had your contract reviewed by a good lawyer? One who represents your interests, not Blue Blaze's?
Yeah. Once Chris started turning into an asshole, which happened a few months after we signed on with him, we took the contract to several lawyers. I shake my head. The contract is ironclad, although there's nothing in the contract that says he has any say over who I date. He can't really control that. She frowns in thought, nibbling her lower lip, which does strange things to my libido.
This problem with Chris goes beyond whether or not you and I can come clean about us being a couple, though. I feel like he's almost openly trying to sabotage you, and you need to figure out why. Have you had any luck figuring out who Tara Jones's inside man might be?
None whatsoever. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay, this may sound crazy, but is there any possibility that Chris and Tara Jones are a thing?
I consider it for a moment, then shake my head. It's not a bad theory, but the way Chris is screwing us over all the time means that he's risking losing a fortune. I don't see how Tara Jones would fit into that. Also, he doesn't tend to have long-term affairs, more like brief flings and lots of high-end hookers.
What an absolute charmer. Yeah, that was my next question, whether he would somehow benefit from ruining you guys. Because if so, I think it would make sense to consider him your main suspect.
I can't see how. He is insured, but if we couldn't tour or sell our music, he'd lose far more money than he could earn from the insurance payout. Also, if Skylar found out that he'd caused that kind of financial loss, she'd fry up his cojones and serve them to him on a platter. Callie's face squinches up in disgust.
Sebastian! Now I've got that image stuck in my head and I can't unsee it.
What can I say? I grin at her. I'm a wordsmith. I paint pictures with words.
Put down your paintbrush before I heave. What about hiring a private investigator?
I hadn't thought of it before, but it's not a bad idea. I concede. Up until now, I kept hoping that our security companies would come through for us.
I'd like to discuss it with Daisy. She's a whack job, but she's also very good at figuring things out, much as it pains me to admit it. And it really pains me to admit it. I'm experiencing mild nausea at the thought.
What could I possibly do to take your mind off your pain? I lean over and kiss her shoulder, then nibble it gently. The scent of her perfume caresses my nostrils, and I move slightly, slowly kissing my way up her neck, nipping her soft skin and caressing it with my tongue. She closes her eyes and shivers pleasurably, then glances over at the conference room door.
How much longer did you say you have this room booked for?
Chapter 32. Callie. Afternoon, Magnus. I wave jauntily as I stride by him in the hotel lobby, pushing my cart of cleaning supplies. I'm in the kind of mood that has rom-com movie heroines dancing in the street and singing on screen. My conference room nookie session a couple of days ago has been followed up by several more hot and heavy sexcapades with Sebastian. Everyone keeps telling me I'm glowing and asking what's my secret. It takes everything I've got to keep from bursting out with the answer, which is multiple orgasms. Life is grand. Apparently, though, good moods aren't contagious.
Yes, it is,
he says sourly. A nice afternoon, specifically. It's a nice afternoon.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. I hadn't noticed,
he says irritably and stalks off. I try not to take it personally. He's probably hungover. Last night, he got in an argument with the band and went to the Bitter Brew and drank up a storm, and came very close to getting in a bar fight. The only thing that saved him was the intervention of a bodyguard. "Look, it's a rare sighting of Mr. Clean's wife in her natural habitat," Daisy calls out to me from across the lobby. She and Naomi make their way past the usual crowd of heat-lightning gawkers who are watching Magnus from a careful distance. When she gets to me, Daisy pokes me in the arm. I poke her back. "Listen, it's the high-pitched call of the Nutsicus crazybirdus, an unusual genus which has been known to drive its flock to early migration. And you're early," I inform Daisy. "Let me just put my card away." Daisy and Naomi have come to brainstorm about how to flush out the saboteur in Sebastian's band. I came early because this is the only time Chase can watch Ethan. He's got meetings all day after this. Also, Ethan is speaking in complete sentences. Isn't that right, Naomi? You heard him. I saw them yesterday. Ethan entertained us all with a hearty chorus of vowel sounds. He doesn't even have consonants nailed down yet. Yes, he recited the Declaration of Independence. Naomi nods, circling her finger next to her skull in the universal cray-cray gesture. And he also had some astute political commentary on it. Look for his new book in a Barnes & Noble near you. Whatever, Daisy huffs. I heard him say, "Good morning, Mama." Chase did, too. Chase doesn't want his nookie supply cut off, Naomi observes dryly. Let me just put my supplies away. I push the cleaning cart towards the supply room, with Naomi and Daisy trailing behind me. The front door slams. We look through the big picture window and see Magnus storming down the front steps. "Who put a knot in his tail?" Daisy says. I'm about to, if he doesn't lose the attitude. I frown after him. Sebastian doesn't need this kind of stress. And the concert's in 2 days. I'm low-key freaking out. Low-key? Naomi laughs. You don't do anything low-key. Rumor has it that you were cleaning your kitchen at midnight last night. What? I squawk. Who tattled? Grandma May, obviously. She told me when I was doing her hair this morning. Now everyone knows. Oh, also, she has a blue streak in her hair. Naomi, why would you let her do that? I demand. She's Jurassic years old. She rode a Triceratops to kindergarten. She can't go all punk rock. It's undignified. Seriously? Naomi's mouth curls up in amusement. Can you imagine me trying to stop her from doing anything she wants to do? Fair point. After I stash my cleaning supplies, we head to the conference room. As we're walking, I overhear 2 of our cleaning staff. They're standing next to an arrangement of potted trees with their backs to me. Did you hear that? Grandma May has blue hair and a mohawk. Also, Callie was cleaning the kitchen at 2 a.m. I don't think she's pregnant, though, or at least she's not showing. Do we know who the father is? Well, if she is, and if I had to guess. I lean around the trees and yell, I heard that. They both yelp and scatter. Great, I groan as we file into the conference room. By the time this gets around town, Grandma May will have facial piercings and I'll be expecting triplets, probably fathered by the mayor or Bigfoot. Imagine how happy that would make Uncle Tyrell. It would be on the front page. Daisy smirks. She goes to sit down and I point at the other end of the conference table. No, let's sit down there. Why? Daisy asks, looking puzzled. That chair's kind of wobbly. We need to get it fixed. Actually, that chair is where Sebastian sat as I performed certain actions on my knees a few days ago. I really wasn't thinking it through. I'm going to have to get rid of that chair because I'll never be able to look at it again without hearing his groans of pleasure and feeling his fingers stroking my hair. You're blushing. Daisy narrows her eyes. What's the real reason? She deliberately plops down in the chair and bounces up and down. It's not wobbly. My cheeks are on fire. I turn and walk to the other end of the conference table, sit down, and swivel so my back is turned towards her. After a minute, Daisy and Naomi both join me. We'll figure it out, won't we, Naomi? Daisy shoots a smirking look in my direction. Sure we will. Naomi, looking disinterested, holds out her phone. I've got my heat lightning news alert set up. Have you seen the latest headlines? Maybe this is why Magnus is so crabby today. I look at her phone, scan the headlines, and grimace. I'm disgusted, but not surprised. Is heat lightning over? Magnus banned from concert. Family feud tears heat lightning apart. Heat lightning tour in doubt. That last one is from Tara Jones, who's still staying in town. She found a room to rent in someone's house, and who always puts the worst possible spin on every story. She's got a court date coming up in a couple of weeks for the burglary and trespassing charges, but in the meantime she's free to run around being a pain in the rear. Who knew about the fight? Daisy asks. The press got a hold of it awfully fast. I mean, it's one thing to notice that Magnus wasn't playing that gig, but how did the press know that him and Sebastian were fighting? I guess they could have speculated, since he wasn't at the concert. But yes, it seems kind of suspicious. Daisy starts scanning through the stories on her phone. As far as I can tell, Tara published her story first, and other people followed suit. I shake my head in frustration. That little word that rhymes with witch. I'm about ready to tear a strip off her hide. It seems to me that Sebastian needs to step up his security, Daisy says. I guess. I don't see how. They've got video monitoring of their vehicles, of the rehearsal barn, of their rooms, surrounding the fence around the barn. They've got security guards stationed all over the place. We've installed video cameras in the stairwell that leads up to their suite, and also facing the door to the suite. But if you can think of anything else to do, I'm all ears. I'll talk it over with Chase. I'm sure he'll come up with something, she says. In the meantime, we've been working with Crash since he's doing Chase's security. I'm afraid we haven't come up with anything yet. We've rerun background checks on all of the members of the tour. The drivers, the sound crew, the lighting crew, everybody. We haven't come up with anything. We also maybe secretly checked a bunch of people's bank accounts, including Tara Jones and the owner of Blue Blazes Records. We were looking for any unusual deposits or withdrawals. People being bribed, people being blackmailed. If that's happening, it's being done with cash. Crash's security crew is on very high alert, but they haven't spotted anything yet either. They've even had guards pretend not to be at their posts to see if anybody would try to sabotage the equipment or the tour buses, but nothing yet. She sees the look on my face. That doesn't mean we won't find anything. We've just gotten started. Then her eyes gleam dangerously, and she smiles in a menacing fashion. Now about that chair. My cheeks instantly flame with heat. Mercifully, before she can grill me any more, the door flies open and Junebug sticks her head in. You're needed down at the sheriff's office, she says. Oh, for heaven's sake, what's Grandma May done now? Daisy and I exchange resigned looks. I'm not bailing her out, I inform Daisy. Yes, you are. Her chin juts out stubbornly. It's your turn. No, it's Fiona, Junebug says. And I'm not sure what she's done. I just know that she's in the sheriff's office because Tansy in booking told Prudence over in dispatch, who told... Never mind, I get it, I say. Dang it. I was so sure that Fiona would give up her vandalizing ways after I lectured her about Grandma May putting her neck on the line for her. Carry on with the detective work, please, I say to Daisy. I make it to the sheriff's department in 10 minutes, jogging down the sidewalk and dodging everyone who tries to wave me over to say hey. Sorry, emergency, I call out over my shoulder. I find Fiona sitting alone in an empty office, looking like a balloon with a slow leak. She's slumped in a chair facing the desk, boneless, miserable. Her gaze is glued to the floor, and she doesn't look up when I sit down next to her. Why are you here? She mutters. Thank you for coming. Why, you're welcome. I'm so glad my etiquette lessons took. She shrugs sullenly. You didn't have to come. Fiona, whatever happened, we'll deal with it together. You've become part of our family. You're my sister from another mister. I've put up with your cranky attitude all this time. I'm not quitting on you now. She sneaks me a sidelong glance. Even if I murdered someone? You murdered someone? I gasp, horrified. Who? Why? Geez, we need to get you a lawyer. Then I narrow my eyes. Did someone try something with you? That's justifiable homicide. I'd have killed them myself, slowly. Ew. She looks horrified. I didn't murder anyone and nobody tried anything. I just wanted to see what you'd say. Fiona Duffy. I clap my hand to my chest and then realize that I've copied the same gesture my mother uses. Ugh, I'm too young to be turning into my mother. I glare at her. Is this really the best time to be messing with me? Her mouth twists up in a wry smile. Consider it my farewell gift to you. I'll be moving on soon. Before I can protest, Sheriff Buckley stalks into the office, holding a garbage bag in his hand. He empties it out on the desk, and half a dozen cans of spray paint fall out.
Her aunt caught her putting this bag in the dumpster.
He holds up a can of spray paint, waving it at me.
We've caught our vandal. Why would you cover up for her, Callie? You, of all people? I'm disappointed in you.
I glance at Fiona, who's suddenly fascinated by something on the floor. I blush so hard my face hurts. I didn't specifically lie. I just didn't elaborate on certain things, which, for the record, I am still not elaborating on. But I can reimburse the store owners for the cost of painting over the damage. Sheriff Buckley sighs.
Well, actually, so far they've been saying that they like the artwork and they've left it up.
Fiona's eyes widen in surprise. He pins her with an angry gaze.
That does not by any means excuse the act of vandalism. And some of it was on city buildings. We had to have it painted over.
I'll pay for it, I say firmly.
Yes, you will. The town clerk will send you the bill. Next order of business. I thought you'd want to know that her aunt is no longer willing to allow Fiona to stay with her.
You know what? Good. Because her aunt's a total word that rhymes with witch. She can stay with us. My family has taken in foster kids before, and we're cleared to take them in. I also had to do a criminal background check for the Sisters Together program. You don't have to do that. Doubt wrestles with hope in Fiona's voice. I know I don't. Nobody makes me do anything I don't want to. And I want you to come stay with us. For the summer, she mutters, with the gaze of a wounded bird. Why even bother? No, for good. You'll be going to Swampy Bottom High School. Why? I arch an eyebrow. How else would I get you to work off the cost of repainting those buildings? Oh, she tilts her head to the side. That makes sense. So, when I'm done paying you back, I'm gone? No, clean out your ears, little Miss Trouble. You are now an Abernathy. I care about your annoying, snarky little self, and Grandma May would be really sad if you left town. Fiona nods. That's true, I'm one of her best friends. And I'm her protege. She's teaching me everything she knows because Daisy's too busy with the baby and you're too uptight. Gah! I make a face. A junior Grandma May? Don't make me rethink this. Then I glance at Sheriff Buckley. Any rumors of us illegally using child labor are highly exaggerated. But I do plan on running Fiona ragged for the rest of the summer. He fixes his sharp gaze on me.
I would expect no less. I'll go notify Child Services. If you're lucky, you can get an emergency hearing for guardianship this afternoon.
I glance at my watch. 2 p.m. Grandma May plays bingo with the social worker every Wednesday. I think we're good. A sigh slowly pours from her thin body. I'm sorry I dragged you into all this, and Grandma May could have gotten in big trouble because of me. If I come stay with you, maybe I'll turn you into a bad person just like I am. I swallow hard. I'd hug her, but I'm afraid she might bite me. She's not the huggy type. You're not a bad person. You were just bored and angry. I know you were throwing away the spray paint because you were done with the vandalism, I tell her. Your aunt is just being a cow. Not that you should ever refer to your elders in that fashion. But she is. We spend the rest of the afternoon arranging the guardianship. My mother, Daisy, and Chase come to assert that I am of good character and will care for Fiona appropriately. We leave Grandma May at home. I don't want to risk her derailing the whole process by flipping someone off or busting out in obscenities. As we sit in the hallway waiting for the judge to sign off on everything, Fiona's Aunt Reba strides up with a garbage bag and drops it on the floor at Fiona's feet. She's only in her 40s, but her forehead is furrowed with the frown lines of a very angry 80-year-old. Here's all your junk. Good riddance. Fiona shrinks in on herself. I rake Reba with a murderous gaze. Watch yourself, I snap. She ignores me and keeps laying into Fiona. And to think, I took you in and fed you and clothed you. And this is the gratitude I get. You're nothing but a common criminal. I leap to my feet. Excuse me. Number one, she's an uncommon criminal. She's an uncommonly talented artist, and she was uncommonly good at not getting caught. Number two, maybe if you hadn't thrown her out of the house every morning, she'd have been less inclined to spend her time finding ways to get in trouble. And number three, shut your pie hole or I'll shut it for you. I sneak a glance at Edna, the social worker, who was sitting across the hallway working on her cross-stitch. You going to let her get away with that? Reba hollers at her. Edna glances up. Get away with what? She winks at me and then looks back down and keeps stitching. Reba's face flushes an unhealthy red. Highfalutin snobs, the lot of you. Think you're better than the rest of us. Well, good luck with that nasty, no-good little... I shoot to my feet, fists clenched. Reba's stream of vitriol ends in a startled squawk. One more word, I threaten her. One more word and I will punch your buck teeth straight. My mother stands up and puts her hand on my arm reprovingly. Not now, dear. Unfortunately, she's right. If I sock Reba in the kisser, I might not get guardianship of Fiona. Nasty, no-good little criminal, just like her mama, Reba finishes, with a look of loathsome satisfaction on her face. She turns and stomps off without another word. Once the door shuts behind her, Fiona lets out a long, deep breath of relief. I am so glad we left Grandma May at home, I say to Mama. We'd be cleaning blood off the floor. Amen to that. It's 5 p.m. before all the proceedings are done, and we finally head back home. I follow Fiona into the guest room, where she slept several times before. She sets her garbage bag down on the floor by her bed. You can put your stuff away in the closet, I tell her. She shrugs. I'll wait. She's afraid we'll send her away. Whenever you're ready, I try for a casual shrug. Fiona peers at me, staring at my face. Your left eye is twitching. Is it because there's a garbage bag sitting on the floor? You know me too well. Fine, I'll put it away. I can always pack it up again when you get sick of me. Also, your pocket is vibrating. I'm already sick of you, Fiona, and yet here you are. We're not sending you away. If I haven't given Grandma May the heave-ho, I'm definitely not kicking you out. Just chillax and unpack. Chillax is what old people say to sound cool, she mutters, but she reaches into her garbage bag and pulls out a handful of clothes. I grab my phone, which I had set on silent during the court proceeding. It's Sebastian. I'm at the Bitter Brew, he says happily. We're in the lounge room, got it all to ourselves. Come join us. Hold on. I glance at Fiona. Dinner's in an hour. Wash your hands first. She answers me with crossed eyes and a raspberry noise. Keep doing that and your face will get stuck that way. Yep, I'm turning into my mom. I leave the room. We're not going public yet, remember? I say to Sebastian as I head down the stairs. Well, go to the barn and put your disguise on. Right, without Monica's assistance. That would go well. Also, I barely survived my last excursion into downtown Bitterend as Penny Amelia Johansson. Never again. How drunk are you? Halfway between mildly intoxicated and slightly smashed? Well, slow your roll, cowboy. Tara is lurking around just waiting for you to screw up. Is Magnus okay? He's being a real pill. I'll talk to him about it, Sebastian says. All right, if you can't come meet me, can I see you later? Probably not tonight, I say. I just got guardianship of Fiona and we're getting her settled in. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Good for you.
And congratulations, you've adopted an adorable baby demon. Tell her I say hi, but make the sign of a cross while you're doing it, and stand well out of smiting distance. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Love you, babe.
A wave of shock and happiness washes over me. You said the L word.
I said it and I meant it. I'm sorry I'm drunkish. I'll say it again tomorrow when I'm sober.
Love you too, I say softly. I think my heart just grew 2 sizes. I end the call and walk quietly to the kitchen to help Mama with dinner. Chapter 33. Callie. I'm just settling into bed when my text alert sounds. I check it, and a stab of alarm shoots through me. It's from Junebug. Come to the hotel right now. Now? 11 p.m. now? This can't be good. I slide out of bed in my pajamas, put my slippers on, and hurry to my mother's room. I knock once and throw the door open. Mama, Junebug just texted me to come to the hotel right now. Do you have any idea what's going on? My mother is in bed, reading a Georgette Heyer novel. She sets it down on the night table. Good Lord, I have no idea. Give me 2 minutes to get decent. When she says 2 minutes, she actually means 2 minutes. She joins me in the hall, wearing a house dress and slip-on sneakers. I yell down the hall to Fiona. We're going to the hotel. We'll be back in a few. I'm turning the alarm on. I'll try not to set anything on fire while you're gone, she calls back. No promises. The minute Mama and I step out our front door into the damp evening heat, my heart leaps into my throat. 2 sheriff's patrol cars are parked in front of the hotel. We jog across the lawn and make our way into the lobby, which is a scene of controlled chaos. Several of the out-of-town reporters who've hung around to cover Heat Lightning are in the lobby, trying to interview hotel staff and a harassed-looking deputy. Junebug sees us and rushes over. What happened? I demand. Is anyone hurt? Monica and Parker are huddled at the other end of the lobby, looking miserable and talking to a deputy who's scribbling on a notepad. Junebug shoots them a scowl, then looks back at me. Those 2 just got back from the bar a little while ago, and when they went up to the suite, they said they found it totally trashed. I mean, it is trashed. Who knows if they found it that way or did it themselves or not. What? My mother's voice is a faint, wounded cry. The penthouse suite is basically like a big apartment that takes up the entire top floor. The whole band is staying there. They're the only ones who have access to it. Junebug gives a surly shrug. Those 2 probably didn't do it, she mutters. The desk clerk says they went upstairs and were back downstairs maybe 2 minutes later. They wouldn't have had time. Who knows about the other 2, though? Especially Magnus. He's got too many tattoos to be trusted, if you ask me. What? Oh, for the love of... I don't have time to argue with the ridiculousness of that statement, and I don't want to wait for the elevator. I leave Mama and Junebug without another word and rush up 3 flights of stairs. There should be a security guard, selected by Crash, stationed by the door. There isn't. When I enter the living room of the suite, my stomach lurches. It looks like the Tasmanian devil threw a rager in there. Paintings are smashed on the floor. The chair and desk are in splinters, the lamps are shattered, the bed on its side, the comforter on the floor. Where was the security guard? The elevator dings. My mother hurries into the room and gasps in horror. My father handmade a lot of that furniture. The sampler, now in shreds on the floor, was made by my mother's grandmother. The paintings were original folk art, painted by ancestors of ours in the 1800s. My mother stands stock still, her face white as the fine confectioner's sugar she sprinkles on her baked goods. Mama, I'm so sorry. I put my hand on her arm. Why? Tears flood her eyes. Why would they do this to us? I shake my head vigorously. It was the saboteur. Nobody from the band would do this. Are you sure? Her voice trembles like a leaf. I've read all the stories about them. They used to do this all the time, especially Sebastian. I always want to think the best of people, really I do, but who else could it be? That was years ago. They've changed, and they care about us. They wouldn't trash our personal property. But my voice wavers a little bit. It's just... She waves her hand weakly at the shattered furniture. Leland made those. These are things. Yes, they had sentimental value attached. We're fortunate that we still have plenty of family heirlooms and things that he's made, and I'm sure that we can get some of it repaired. My mother's chest heaves, and she gulps for air. But why, I can't believe... Mama, I say sharply. She looks at me, startled. I never use that tone on her. What did you say to me about what you've learned to do when you get anxious? You focus on family. Look at me. I'm healthy, Fiona's healthy, so is Daisy and Naomi and Chase and Ethan and Grandma May. My mother makes a sour face at that last one. Mama, I squall. She flaps her hand in dismissal. Oh, for heaven's sake, I can indulge in a little wishful thinking. I assure you, that woman's never going to die. She'll bury all of us. A detective from the sheriff's office walks through the door, along with a crime scene photographer.
Evening, ma'am,
he says. He looks around the room and sighs.
Looks like they're back to their old tricks. What a surprise.
Jumping to conclusions much? Do we know for a fact that anyone from the band did this?
No, we're going to need to go through your security video,
he says.
But who else had access to this room?
Well, our cleaning staff, I guess. I mean, anyone who works at the hotel? I shake my head. Someone's been trying to sabotage the band for months now. His skeptical look scrapes along my nerves, but I guess in fairness, it does sound pretty crazy. Mama, I'm going to go talk to the band and also see if I can find out why there was no security up here. My mother nods. All right. I'll stay up here in case they need anything else from me. When I get downstairs, the scene in the lobby is even more chaotic. Hotel guests, having heard the commotion, have come downstairs to gawk. It looks like half the town is pouring through our front doors, eager for the latest gossip. Junebug's trying to shoo out anyone who's not a guest, but it's just about impossible with the room so crowded. A shrill, familiar voice jabs at me. You better get your hands off me if you want to keep your job. I scan the crowd and see a deputy escorting Tara Jones out of the lobby. She has a huge smirk on her face. Everyone's staring, and she's basking in the attention. I hurry over to the deputy. I want to press charges against her for trespassing, I tell him. We've got a restraining order against her, and the judge ordered her not to come within 100 feet of our property line. There's already a pending burglary case against her here, and she's got an out-of-state court date for stealing Sebastian's cell phone. Her smirk fades. You better watch who you're messing with. I'll go public with your attack on the press. I'm a journalist. I have the same right to be here as any of them. She waves at the reporters in the lobby. First of all, it wouldn't matter if you were a journalist. A court order is a court order. But you're not a journalist. You're a carny sideshow with a blog. Have you looked up your own name online recently, Tara? You're a meme, and not in a good way. People don't come on your blog to read your articles. They come to laugh at the freak. You bitch! She lunges at me, her hand grazing my arm. The deputy catches her by the arm and yanks her back. He snaps handcuffs on her while she wails and struggles. Someone taps me on the shoulder from behind. Callie, what the hell is going on? Daisy, wearing pink silk pajamas and sandals, is holding Ethan and yawning. Chase is standing next to her, looking as rumpled as I've ever seen him, which is only slightly. He's wearing slacks and a t-shirt. Even as distracted as I am, the sight of him in casual attire startles me. If I weren't so stressed, I'd be checking the t-shirt for diamond cufflinks. Don't say the H word in front of the baby, I say automatically. The penthouse has been trashed. Daisy's eyes snap with anger. Those bastards! Is Mom all right? She's having a mild freak-out, but she's holding up pretty well. I groan and rub my face. Chase rubs Daisy's arm supportively. Angry shouts from across the lobby distract me. I look across the room and see Sebastian and Magnus pushing each other. I hurry towards them.
You think I did it?
Magnus yells.
You think I'd do that? Fine, fuck you, I did it! Are you kidding me, you son of a bitch?
Sebastian bellows.
How could you do that to them?
His fist lashes out, and the next thing I know, Magnus is staggering back, clutching his jaw.
I'm done covering for your ass,
Sebastian bellows.
And I'm done with all of you!
Magnus turns and storms off. The next thing I know, they're being swarmed by deputies. Sebastian is being handcuffed. Magnus stands there swaying drunkenly, rubbing his jaw and yelling at the crowd,
I did it! It was me!
A deputy spins him around and expertly cuffs him before he even has time to react. I grab the arm of the deputy who's leading Sebastian away. Let go of him, I yell furiously, yanking his arm hard. The deputy spins around and shakes my arm off. Of course I know him. Cletus Spillwell.
Cassie, this man just committed assault. He's under arrest. Unless you want me to take you in too, you'll back off.
I open my mouth to snarl some very unladylike insults, but Sebastian shakes his head.
Callie, don't. He's just doing his job. I'll post bail and see you first thing in the morning. And I'm sorry about your room.
He looks so wretched that it makes me want to cry. As the deputy leads him outside, I follow behind. When we get to the patrol car, which is parked out front of the hotel, I speak up. Cletus, I'm sorry I grabbed your arm. Could I please speak to Sebastian for just a minute? He heaves an exaggerated sigh.
Only because it's you.
He walks a few feet away and waves back the onlookers who are circling the car. Sebastian, help me understand, I plead. Why would Magnus do that? I don't mean to be a jerk, but I've never heard of him trashing a room. It was always you. Then I see the look on his face. Oh my God, it was never you. You covered for him all along. He shrugs uneasily, staring at the ground. He was a total ass to let you take the fall for him, I say heatedly. Worse than an ass, an absolute dickhead.
No, that's on me,
Sebastian grimaces.
He trashed a room, he was on probation. I didn't want him to go away for a long time, so I said I'd done it. He wanted to come clean. I wouldn't let him. I told him that things would be even worse for us if it came out that I lied. And when it got to the point that we lost our contract, he finally straightened out. Went to therapy for a while, cut down on the drinking, and just basically owned his shit.
For God's sake, why didn't you just let him deal with the consequences of his actions? Sebastian shakes his head, his brow furrowing in anguish.
Because it was my fault, Callie. Him being so angry, it was on me. Our stepfather abused him for years, and I should have seen it, and I didn't.
He chews his lower lip.
I still can't believe Magnus took it out on you guys, though. I'm so sorry. He wouldn't have done that if I'd made him deal with his problems earlier.
I throw up my hands in exasperation. Sebastian, climb down off your cross already. His mouth opens, and he stares at me in total shock. I'm as surprised as he is. I didn't know I was going to say that until I said it, but somehow my mouth keeps moving and words spill out. I'm sorry, but your martyr complex is going to drag you under and drown you. I know what it feels like to try to shoulder everyone else's burdens. You can only do it so long before you snap. And then you're no good to yourself or anybody. I mean, I get it. I feel like if I don't keep everything clean, my loved ones are going to get bubonic plague or something. The rational part of my mind knows that's not true. You need to stop yourself when you get those kind of feelings and understand them for what they are. They're a way to try to control things that can't be controlled. Look at you. You feel responsible for keeping the band going, for making sure Monica's pregnancy goes smoothly and she stays healthy, for keeping Magnus out of trouble, for working with an impossible boss who undermines you at every turn, and then you try to keep Chris from upsetting Magnus? You can't do it all, Sebastian, and if anything bad happens, it's not your fault. Sometimes bad stuff just happens.
Callie, wrap it up,
Deputy Spillwell yells impatiently. Sebastian's just staring at me, his expression blank. Phew, that was a lot, I say. Are you still speaking to me? His eyes are glazed.
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
I hate to pile even more on him, but what I'm about to say has to be said. I don't think Magnus did it. When he was like, fine, you think I did it? Then I did. It sounded more like he was angry at being accused. A look of shock crosses his face.
You think so? I was so angry at him I didn't ask, I just accused. We need to go, Deputy Spillwell calls out. We'll figure it out. I'll check our security footage, I say to Sebastian as the deputy walks back over and opens the patrol car door. I head back into the hotel at a dead run. Ignoring everyone's questions, I hurry through the lobby and make my way to the office. Daisy and Chase are standing by the office door, talking to Junebug and my mother. I need to check the cameras, I tell them.
I don't think Magnus did it. They follow me in, and I plop down behind the desk and turn the computer on. As I switch on the camera feed, everyone huddles around behind me. Guys, a little personal space, please, I say, annoyed. They ignore me. Daisy leans in, practically breathing down my neck. Why is there nothing but static? Did you do it wrong? Chase, you do it. She's hopeless with technology. I jab an elbow back at her, and it hits her in the boob. Ow! She snaps. That wouldn't have happened if you weren't all up my butt. Language, my mother calls out. But really, did you do it wrong, Callie? I don't see anything. I stare at the screen, which displays the camera feeds from every location where we have a camera. Or it should. I'm looking at a dozen screens of snowy static. We've been hacked. Look at it. Starting a couple of hours ago, all the cameras went down. That's not a drunk, angry, impulsive kind of thing to do. It's a deliberate act that took calm, careful planning. I twist around to look at them, and they respond with grim nods of agreement. There's no denying it. The saboteur trashed our hotel. I'm at the sheriff's office 10 minutes later, gasping for breath. I make my way past a crowd of reporters who are standing on the front steps, ignoring their shouted questions. Sheriff Buckley is standing near the door, talking to a patrol sergeant. He waves me over and nods at the sergeant, who strolls off.
I was going to call you when I got a chance, he says. Tara Jones is making a big deal about wanting to talk to you. She won't tell us why.
I snort in contempt. She just wants to try to threaten me into dropping charges against her. She can sit in her cell and rot. I came to tell you that someone hacked into our security cameras. It's got to be the saboteur. Magnus didn't get dead drunk, then carefully disable the cameras, get rid of the security guard, and trash our hotel room. Oh, have you found the security guard?
Yep.
He nods.
Passed out in the broom closet on the second floor. He's being transported to the hospital. It looks as if he was drugged. So far as the medics can tell, he should be okay. He's starting to regain consciousness, and we know it's not Magnus. We've heard from witnesses who saw him leave the bar and go to the park downtown. He was just pacing around there for a while, and by the time he headed back to the hotel, we'd already been called about your room.
I appreciate that. Where's Sebastian?
He's being booked. We'll probably release him on his own recognizance in the morning.
I exhale a sigh of relief. Can you let me know when you find out anything else? Like who actually trashed our penthouse suite? He smiles wryly.
It's an ongoing investigation. I'll update you when I can.
I trudge back to the hotel with a heavy heart. The opening day of the Tricentennial and Heat Lightning's opening gig is the day after tomorrow, and it should be cause for celebration. Instead, I'm weighed down with dread and worry. A darkness has come to visit my corner of the world, and I don't know when it will ever leave us.
Chapter 34. Sebastian. It feels as if the whole world has shown up for the first day of the fair. It's so crowded and everyone's so distracted by all the pageantry that nobody even notices us as we stroll past the booths. A small swarm of bodyguards trail discreetly behind us, scanning the crowd constantly for any threats. Costumed reenactors are everywhere, both on stage and mingling with the fairgoers. They have every kind of ride imaginable, a 1720s-era reproduction of a village with demonstrations and a tavern and historical food being sold, picnic tables, booths, face painting, pony rides, a petting zoo, and stages set up everywhere. The crowds are entertained by comedians, jugglers, magicians, and local bands. Our gig is set for 7 p.m. tonight, and it's only 11 a.m., so we've got all the time in the world.
Look, there's Sorrowful Abernathy,
Monica says, pointing to a costumed character who's making his way through the crowd. She's really got her bitter-end history down. Sorrowful was Daisy's great-great-great etc. grandfather who brought his whole family with him from New England, dreaming of a tropical paradise. When they arrived in August of 1720 and found that he'd spent every cent of his hard-earned money on a swampy, marshy mosquito farm, he said to his family, "This is the bitter end."
and that's what he named the town he founded.
Woe is me! The actor playing Sorrowful calls out to the tourists who stand back to snap his picture.
Wow, he looks even more bummed than you do, Monica says. She pats my arm. I'm sorry about Magnus. I'm sure he's fine.
You're not being a jerk to me at all today, I say to her. Are you feeling okay? Did you take your vitamins? She shrugs and gives me a wry smile.
I hate to kick a man when he's down. Okay, not really, but I'm worried about your asshole brother too, and I know you're stressed about the whole sabotage thing.
Yeah, I am. This is our first really big concert in ages, our first time debuting our new material. It seems like it would be a perfect time to strike.
We've got security up the yin-yang, Monica points out.
Yeah, and it's done nothing for us so far. We sure do, I say brightly. Woe is me, the sorrowful actor bellows. I shake my head in annoyance. Let's go somewhere else, I say to Monica, and we head over to a booth that's selling fried candy bars.
Are these period accurate?
Monica asks the pimply teenager who's serving the heart attack diabetes special.
Yep, old Sorrowful used to eat them with every meal. He'd have 2 on Sunday,
he says straight-faced. She shoves a couple of singles in his tip jar and accepts 2 candy bars and gives one to Parker. Oh, you sweet thing, he says to the candy bar.
What about me?
She says to Parker. He shrugs. You're all right. He looks at the candy bar, takes a bite, and moans in pleasure. Oh, yes, baby. Come to Daddy. Monica glares at him.
I swear to God, I'm ready to kick that candy bar's ass right now.
You should buy a horrifying calorie bomb, Parker says to me, his mouth oozing chocolate. They're cholesterol-rific. Ugh. Chew with your mouth closed, and I'm too stressed out to eat.
Yeah, this whole saboteur thing is freaking insane.
Monica shakes her head dolefully. Yeah, that too, I say, scanning the crowd distracted.
You're worried about Magnus?
She looks puzzled. Also that. But right now, I'm about to either do the most romantic thing anyone's ever heard of, or experience the most legendary and public humiliation since Custer. Except I'll be alive for the aftermath.
Ooh, we should watch, honey, Monica says happily to Parker. I'm kind of rooting for the Custer thing. What about you?
Either one sounds good to me. He grabs her hand, and they follow me through the crowd until we reach a stage where a group of improv players in old-timey costumes are performing. Callie is standing 20 feet from the stage, chatting with her sister, who's holding Ethan in her arms. The sun pours down on Callie, painting her hair with golden highlights. And I know it's time. I was originally going to wait until tonight and do it on a much larger stage, but this just feels right somehow. Of course, there have been plenty of times when something felt right to me, like downing an entire bottle of mezcal and eating the worm, and it turns out I tragically miscalculated. So I'm hoping that today my instincts are more on point. I leap up on the stage, interrupting the skit just as yet another sorrowful Abernathy is launching into a mournful soliloquy. Excuse me. Sorry, really, sorry, I say. 2 of the bodyguards jump up onto the stage with me, watching me warily.
Heat lightning!
Sorrowful stares at me in shock, pushing his wig back a little with one hand.
You're the heat lightning guy. Are you going to sing?
I'm afraid so. I'm really sorry about this.
Don't be. We're booked to do this 6 times a day, and this is epic.
He steps away from the microphone stand, and I take his place. Hey, everyone. I'm Sebastian Monroe, and I'd like your attention, please. A hush falls on the crowd. You there, I call, pointing to Callie. She holds up her hand, waving tentatively. "Me?" she yells back. She makes her way towards the stage, followed by her family. Before I can say anything, I see someone scrambling up on the stage. The bodyguards move in front of them, then step back to let him by. To my shock, it's a bleary-eyed, stubble-faced Magnus. He makes his way over to me and grabs my microphone. "Greetings," he calls out to the crowd. "I've got something I need to tell you. This is going to involve a very lengthy apology to my brother, Sebastian, who's had my back for years, even when I didn't deserve it, which was most of the time." "Magnus, what the hell?" I say in a low, urgent voice. He gives me a wounded look and leans the microphone away from his mouth. "I thought you'd be happy to see me. You only left me like 20 messages. Then he pulls the microphone in front of him again. "Since I was a kid, my brother protected me. When my drunk-ass stepfather was beating my ass, he protected me. That's how he got that scar on his eyebrow, folks. Secret's out. And I want everyone to know that years ago, when Sebastian claimed he'd trashed a bunch of hotel rooms, it was really—" "What, damn it?" he says as I poke him in the arm and try to grab his mic. He dances back away from me, dragging the microphone with him. "Can't a man make a very touching and humble public apology when he's screwed up?" I glower at him. "Not when his brother is trying to propose, no." The mic picks it up. There's a collective exclamation from the crowd. "Ooh." His eyes widen. "Oh," he groans. "Oh, shit. Sorry." Then he looks at the crowd, which is full of kids. Several mothers are putting their hands over their children's ears. "Oh, ship. I said ship, like a pirate ship." He hesitates. No one's buying it. "Okay, everyone, my brother's the best, and I just crashed his proposal, and I'll probably never hear the end of it." "Nope." I shake my head. "You sure won't. Peace out." He hands me the microphone and leaps gracefully off the stage, trotting over to join Monica and Parker. As I was saying before I was so weirdly interrupted, I want to introduce you to the woman who's been playing the role of my fiancée for the last month and a half. The woman I love. Callie Abernathy. I point down at her with a flourish. The crowd is abuzz. A forest of hands are waving in the air, holding cell phones and recording us. "Callie, I've made some terrible mistakes in my time, but I love you, and I've always loved you. It's always been you, Callie Abernathy. If you'll come up on this stage, I have something I want to ask you." Callie looks around nervously. Daisy gives her a shove, and Callie gives her a quick shove back. Then she scrambles up on the stage. "Oh, this is kind of sweet," one of the bodyguards says. "Puke," the other one, clearly not a romantic, observes dryly. Let's hope Callie is more like the first guy. "You've clearly lost your mind." Callie's laughing and crying at the same time, wiping at her cheeks with her hand. "But I can't wait to see where this is going." I lean into the mic, fill my lungs with air, and burst into song, the song I wrote just for her, the song about finding love at last, the song I was saving for our gig tonight, but I just couldn't wait. She's never heard it before, but she knows it's for her, because I wove in verses about eating French fries and pecan pie. The crowd shrinks away, and it's just her and me. I stare into her beautiful brown eyes, and I'm lost in their depths. I see love and forgiveness and acceptance. I have no doubt in my mind that I could put down my guitar and walk away from it all, and she'd be happy as long as she was by my side. She loves me for me, not the lead singer of Heat Lightning. She loves Sebastian Monroe, flawed human being, occasional asshole,
but someone who wants to be a better man. For her. When my voice trails off, I hold my breath. Did she like it? Did she hate it? That was beautiful, she says, her voice hoarse with emotion. Tears glitter like dewdrops on the tips of her eyelashes. Thank you. I wrote it for you. I go down on one knee, reach in my pocket, and pull out the twined lily-of-the-valley flower ring that I made this morning. I promise I'll get you a better one. This was kind of short notice. Callie Abernathy, will you do me the honor of being my bride? Her mouth opens in an O. She looks at me, then swivels and stares down at the crowd. Her whole family has pushed their way to the front. Grandma May waves her cane in encouragement. You go, girl! Get some! She yells out. Oh, my God! Callie flashes me a mortified look. Our families! Could they make this moment any more embarrassing? They're so awful. The worst. I grin back at her. Say yes, for heaven's sake, Carol calls out. You have my permission, Fiona shouts to her, hands cupped around her mouth. But I don't have to like it. Good going, son. We knew you were one of us, Mayor Culpepper calls out. He's dressed up in a sorrowful Abernathy costume, which I definitely plan on ribbing him about at some point. His wife Jolene is dressed up as Innocence Abernathy. Herman, the diner owner, gives me 2 thumbs up. Grandma May lifts up her cane and waves it like someone waving a lighter at a concert. The crowd starts chanting, Say yes! Say yes! And Callie wipes her eyes with her hand and sniffles and nods at me. Yes, Sebastian, she says huskily. Yes, I'll marry you. The crowd erupts in cheers, which start at the front and make their way to the back, a wave of happiness and good spirits. Oh, thank God. I feel as if a 1,000-ton weight just lifted off me. That could have gone either way. Just so you know, I wouldn't have given up if you'd said no, though. I would have set aside my career as a musician to become your full-time stalker. I take her hand and slide the lily-of-the-valley ring on her finger. How does it fit? Badly, she laughs, but I love it. She leans in and kisses me. She tastes sweet and warm, and I gently cup her chin in my hand. I help her climb off the stage, and we're instantly surrounded by her friends and family and my band members, and the shouting swallows us up, and people are tapping on my shoulder and trying to talk to us. But I only have eyes for Callie.
Chapter 35. Callie. I'm going to marry Sebastian. I'm going to be Mrs. Monroe. Me, Callie Monroe. The words run through my head in a low, stunned chant of happiness and disbelief. Congratulations, you won, a bitter voice says from behind me. I turn and scowl when I see Tara Jones. She's been out on bail for a couple of days. I'm standing in the shade behind one of the food booths, and I'm exhilarated but drained. Every single person in Swamp Bottom County has congratulated the two of us and demanded to know what the heck that fake fiancé business was all about, and Sebastian and I gave our exclusive interview to Uncle Tyrell for the Bitter End Bulletin. I asked him how Chris was going to handle it, but he just shrugged it off. I've only just now escaped the horde so I can be alone with my thoughts for a few minutes. I don't know how Tara found me in this crowd, but she seems to have an unerring ability to be where she's not wanted. She's looking much better now. She's gotten a haircut with a fringe of bangs to hide the hair that was pulled out, and a thick coat of makeup hides the fading bruises around her eye and brings her pretty features into sharp relief. Her court date for her burglary charges is coming up in a month. I'm surprised she's still in town, considering how badly things have gone for her here, but she can't seem to get over her heat-lightning obsession. Not in the mood right now, thanks. I smile pleasantly. It's a lovely day. Go enjoy yourself. The fried candy bars are to die for. And I'll still see you in court next month, you psycho. I glance down at my watch. The band is going to be on the main stage soon. I have a backstage pass, and I need to start making my way there because it's going to be a challenge just getting through the crowds. How did a fugly nobody like you land a guy like him? You must give head like a Hoover vacuum cleaner, she sneers. Questions like that are high on the list of reasons why you have no real friends, and why you're still single. I shake my head. I was so intimidated when I first saw her, with all her sneering bravado and her spackled-on beauty. Now I see there's nothing behind it. She's a hollow vessel filled with envy and spite. Why don't you go back to Nashville, Tara? There's nothing for you here. Oh, yes, there is. There's one last thing. Revenge. She leans in, her eyes glowing with a crazy light. I want to watch. A faint whisper of uneasiness skitters through me. Want to watch what? I ask, even though of course she'll never give me a straight answer. She just stands there and smirks, twirling a lock of hair in her finger. Wouldn't you like to know? Stay sweet now, I reply with a polite smile, leaving her standing there and staring at me in puzzlement. I know she's trying to remember where she heard that before. I walk off, diving back into the crowd. Her words and her intense, focused expression follow me. She's just messing with your head, I tell myself. To be on the safe side, I text a message to Sheriff Buckley, telling him what she just told me. He responds right away. Then I resume my slow stroll through the crowd. I'm not going to let her ruin today for me. The man I love just proposed to me, and the Tricentennial is a huge, crazy success, and the Swampy Bottom Chamber of Commerce is fielding requests from some of the biggest bands in the country who are eager to play at the arena. It'll be okay, I tell myself. Sebastian and the Tricentennial Planning Committee have made sure that there's tons of security here. There's plainclothes security, there's uniformed security, there are video cameras. Everyone was searched for weapons before entering the fairgrounds. They've checked over all of the equipment, and they have a small army of guards watching it. Although today would be a perfect day to do something terrible with such an enormous crowd watching. No, stop it. Do not let Tara get to you. I send a quick message to Grandma May as I start to work my way towards the main stage. Don't let Fiona eat too much junk food. I get a quick response. I thought she was with you. Oh, heck. I text Fiona on her new cell phone. Fiona, where are you? I told you to stay with me or Grandma May or Mom. I keep working my way through the crowd. I make it to the stage, and when I get there, she still hasn't answered. It's been 5 minutes. That's not like her. She may be a scrawny sassbag, but she's been very good about answering her phone immediately. I text her again. Fiona, answer me right now. I'm worried. Is she just distracted by the fair? Unease rumbles through me. She's streetwise and doesn't trust anybody. She's 14, not 5. She wouldn't leave with anybody, and the fair is way too crowded for anybody to get away with kidnapping her. Still, I need to know where she is. I call Daisy and give her a quick rundown of what's happening. Sheriff Buckley's right here. I'll tell him, she says. I'll also ask him to have an announcement made over the loudspeaker system, telling Fiona to go find the nearest lost and found station. Good thinking. I'll start texting everyone. Worry swells inside me, and I try to stuff it down. Is this what it's like being a parent? I feel an intense flash of empathy for my mother. No wonder she's so stressed all the time. I quickly send out a group text to my mother, Naomi, Harper, Savannah, Grandma May, and Crash, letting them know that I can't find Fiona and she's not answering her phone. Then I remember the Find My Phone app, and I quickly sign into it. It looks as if Fiona's app turned off, about half an hour ago. Oddly, looks as if it was right near this area of the arena. I frantically scan the arena. There's a raised 2-story high stage, with massive amounts of scaffolding in a semicircle behind it. The scaffolding houses all kinds of electrical equipment and heaven knows what else, and it looks like it's the size of at least a city block. Uniformed security guards are patrolling, but the crowd is so big that they can't keep an eye on everything and everyone at once. Before I can message anyone with my find, someone taps my shoulder and I turn around. It's Russell, but his bizarre expression contorts his face so much I barely recognize him. His eyes are glowing with rage, his mouth twisted in a feral smile.
Lost something?
He says with mock solicitousness.
Or someone?
He holds up a small doll. Terror and rage flood through my body. Oh no. No, 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 it's the Sebastian voodoo doll that Fiona carries around with her. I suck in my breath to scream for help.
Make a noise and you'll never see her again.
He moves closer to me and I flinch away from his sour breath. A tsunami of panic floods me, making me hot and lightheaded. What did you do with her, you pervert? I hiss. His face twists in disgust.
Hey, nothing like that. I'm not interested in that little bitch at all. I just needed to make sure I'd be able to get your attention. And cooperation. Come with me. We're gonna go past the security guards right now, and if you even blink wrong, she's dead.
He puts his hand on my arm and steers me past the security guards who are standing by the scaffolding. He gets past them with a flash of his all-access pass.
Did you know I was a licensed electrician?
He says in a conversational tone as we wind our way past metal supports.
But everything else that you know about me is a lie. My name, my age, my face.
His face? He grabs my purse from my arm and tosses it away. I had mace in there. My cell phone. His hand tightens on my arm as he moves us deeper into the bowels of the arena. The sunlight vanishes behind us. Electrician. The accidents that nearly fried Heat Lightning on stage before they stepped up their security. The sabotaged vehicle that nearly killed Parker and Monica. It was him. He has an all-access pass. He could go anywhere backstage. He could do anything. He could get close to a security guard or a groupie, close enough to drug them. Nobody would suspect Heat Lightning's publicist. Up ahead, I see a small figure lying next to a pylon. My heart leaps in my chest. Why isn't she moving? As we get closer, I see that she's tied hand and foot with rope looping around her thin ankles and wrists. I can't tell if she's breathing or not. I need to check on her, I say, starting towards her, but he yanks my arm hard, holding me in place. If she's dead, I've got no reason to cooperate, I say, choking on the words. And I will mess you up or die trying.
She's not dead, she's just sedated. Look at her,
he says, sounding annoyed.
She's breathing.
Peering closely, I can see her chest rise and fall. I suck in a breath of relief. Someone's bound to find us. I just need to distract him and keep him talking. Why do all this?
Stalling won't help,
he says, his eyes glittering with hate.
It's going to happen no matter what. They're going to fry. They'll all get the electric chair just like they deserve.
The equipment's been checked again and again.
Licensed electrician.
His smile is very unpleasant.
I made sure that the safety checks wouldn't show any problems.
But why? I say desperately. I don't understand.
You don't have to understand.
He nods his head behind me, and his hand tightens painfully on my arm.
But he does.
I twist around to look and see Sebastian hurrying towards us. For a moment, relief floods through me, and then I feel something sharp jabbing in my side.
Come any closer and I stab her in the kidney,
Russell snarls. The OCD fact-checker in me wants to tell him that the knife is actually pointing at my ascending colon. The survivalist in me decides to keep her mouth shut.
I got your text,
Sebastian says to Russell. His voice is deathly calm. His gaze switches to me, his eyes burning with an intensity that belies his cool demeanor.
Callie, you okay? Don't talk to her,
Russell shouts.
Talk to me, this is all about me. You're right.
Sebastian nods, his eyes snapping back to Russell.
It's between you and me. You've got my attention. You don't need her. You don't need Fiona.
His gaze flicks to Fiona, who's behind us. I want to twist around to look at her again, but I don't dare move.
You can let them go.
Russell scoffs.
Oh, I need Callie. Callie's how I'm going to hurt you. Her and the band and all your loyal roadies. They're waiting for you up on the stage. 5 minutes from now, they fry. Then you'll watch her bleed out. I'll take away everything you ever loved, just like you did to me.
A hot wave of panic chokes me and is pushed aside by a cold, icy calm. I'm hyper-focused. I won't let this happen.
I've never done anything to you, Russell. Look closer, Sebastian. Or should I call you Raggedy Man?
Sebastian's eyes widen in astonishment.
James?
He leans forward to peer more closely, and in doing so, advances a step closer to him.
I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you. Fuck right you didn't. I mean, you haven't seen me since I was 12, but I made sure there was no chance you'd recognize me. Nose job, cheekbone implants, new jawline, teeth fixed, dyed my hair.
He flicks a glance at me.
She's not the only one who's good at disguises,
he sneers.
But why?
Sebastian demands.
Why?
His voice rises to a shout.
Why? Because you ruined my fucking life. My father was a saint. A fucking saint. He didn't have to let you stay with us after your drunk-ass mother died. He took you in, he took care of you, and you ungrateful bastards made up lies and had him thrown in jail. He died there. You killed him. You killed my dad. And my family didn't want me, and they sent me to a group home, and it was hell.
Why did you wait so long to come forward? I ask. Distract. He jabs me a little with the knife, and I wince in pain.
Because I didn't recognize them at first. The cowards changed their names because they were ashamed of what they'd done to our family, and it's not like I ever listened to their shit music anyway. I didn't realize who the assholes were until they got really famous. And then I needed a way to get close to them, to draw it out, to make them suffer before the final blow. I could have shot them from a distance, but where's the fun in that?
He's looking at me as he speaks. As he does, I see Sebastian edging a little closer. So you blackmailed Chris into hiring you and letting you sabotage the band, I guess?
Of course I blackmailed that perverted sack of shit. You wouldn't believe the videos I have of him, the shit he likes to do.
His face twists in disgust.
I made him dance like a puppet every time I jerked his strings. If that bitch Skylar hadn't intervened, I could have had a lot more fun with you assholes, but I still did pretty well for myself. You were responsible for hiring those terrible security companies,
Sebastian muses.
And you kept blaming Chris for his bad decisions, but it was always you. And you fed all that information to Tara Jones and gave her my cell phone. It's been fun,
Russell gloats.
Magnus is losing what's left of his mind, and I nearly killed Parker and Monica. That would have been amazing. But Skylar's making it too hard for me to fuck with you assholes, and this was always the end game anyway.
You do realize that this ends with you going to prison for murder, I say. He looks at me, and Sebastian inches forward. Closer. If you let us go now, you could get off with attempted murder. You might not even get much time.
You think I didn't have this planned out to the end?
He sneers.
I've got another disguise waiting, I've got fake identity papers, and millions of dollars waiting for me on a Caribbean island, thanks to Chris.
If you stab me, you'll have to take on Sebastian next. I don't fancy your odds. Stall.
If you stab her, I will rip your head off your body.
Sebastian's voice goes hard and dangerous.
My knife's coated in poison.
He jabs it a little for emphasis, and I shrink away.
One good slice is all it will take, and you're a dead man, Sebastian. When I gut your girlfriend, it's hard to know whether she'll bleed out or whether the poison will get her. It'll be fun to find out. It's still between you and me. You don't need her,
Sebastian calls out, and as he does, he takes another step forward.
Stop,
Russell screams.
Take another step and I'll kill her.
Why didn't you bring a gun? I blurt out. I'm trying to stall so someone will find us, but what about the people on stage? When will the band be electrocuted? How much time do they have? Monica? She's pregnant. My breath catches in my throat. I can't believe Sebastian looks so calm. I'd have a full-on mental freakout, and I can barely make my legs hold up my body.
Because there's too much security with all the damn body scanners, and it was easier to carry a knife,
he snaps.
Now shall we count down together? 60. 59.
Sebastian stands perfectly still, his expression calm and serene. Russell's face contorts in frustration. Of course he'd want Sebastian blubbering, terrified, begging.
You don't have much time left,
he snarls at Sebastian.
Your brother's going to fry like an egg. You don't have much time left either.
Sebastian takes a half step forward.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, for one thing, you can't tie knots for beans. That's Fiona's voice, and it's right behind us. Sebastian would have seen her creeping up towards us, but he never said a word. Russell starts and twists around, and the knife moves.
Oh, look, the little twerp is free,
Russell sneers.
What are you gonna do, bitch slap me?
She makes a sudden hand gesture, and he screams in pain, clutching at his side with his free hand, and loosens his grip. I fling myself to the ground, tearing myself from his grasp, and roll away. Fiona triumphantly holds up a bloody pin. It's one of her voodoo doll pins. Sebastian sails through the air, leaping over me, and lands on top of Russell. I crawl towards Fiona as Sebastian rains down blows on him.
Callie? Fiona?
That's Sheriff Buckley's voice.
Get out of the way, girls,
Crash bellows as Fiona helps me to my feet. The stage! I scream at Sheriff Buckley. He's rushing towards us with Crash and a swarm of deputies and security guards. Clear the stage!
It's already cleared,
the sheriff calls to me. The security guards reach Sebastian and pull him off Russell, but he gets one final kick in right in the crotch, wrenching an agonized shriek from him. Apparently Russell is a soprano, or at least he is now. Sebastian staggers over to us and throws his arm around me and Fiona. Fiona hesitates a minute, then hugs him back.
You did great, he says to her. You little pain in the ass.
You did okay, she sniffs. You big dork. She shudders out of his embrace. That's enough hugging for one lifetime, thank you very much. I lean my head on his shoulder, trying to ride out waves of dizziness. How did you know to clear the stage? I gasp.
Okay, the short version. Right before I went up on stage, Chase came running up to me with Crash. Chase said he'd checked into Chris some more, like I asked him to, and found out Chris didn't have any relative named Russell, and they couldn't find any records on Russell at all. To be safe, we ordered everyone off the stage. Then Russell sent me the text telling me to meet him down here immediately or he'd kill you. The sheriff and Crash have been watching us this whole time, but I needed to get you away from him before they could close in.
It's over. My voice is weak from relief. No more curse. Oh, I'm going to fall over now. My knees give way, and Sebastian catches me before I hit the ground. Epilogue. Callie. 4 days later. You can put those French fries right next to the pecan pie, my mother tells Sebastian. He's made 2 large bowls of his famous fries for our family picnic. My mother wanted to have a family and band get-together to celebrate our good fortune. The fair is doing incredibly well, I'm not dead, and Russell's in prison. The heat lightning curse has been lifted. What Mama wants, Mama gets. We've gathered at a long wooden picnic in the flower garden on our property, in the shade of a massive oak tree. Bodyguards are lined up off in the distance at the edge of our property, keeping the press at bay. The past few days have been a media meltdown. Poor Monica's been working morning till night keeping up with it, but she's turned out to be an absolute goddess of spin. I can't believe Sebastian had the energy to cook at all. The band played all 3 of the gigs they were scheduled for: Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Of course, the Friday night gig was hours late. A crew of electricians had to find what Russell had sabotaged and disable it and check everything thoroughly before the band was able to go on stage.
Yes, ma'am,
he says, setting the bowls down on the checked gingham tablecloth. He sits down next to me and winks. My fiancé has the sexiest wink in the world. It sends a warm flush of arousal through me. I boldly wink back and smile. Mama can't complain, we're engaged. The hot oil scent of the crispy fries wafts my way, and it takes a concerted effort not to drool. Instead, I grab a couple and shove them into my mouth and moan in pleasure. I could swear that Daisy says, "adultery fries," as she reaches for them. What kind of fries? I say, puzzled. Nothing. Nice sparkler. Daisy nods at my ring. I can't believe he got a ring custom-made that quickly. She stuffs several fries in her mouth. My engagement ring is a twined band of lily-of-the-valley blossoms with little diamonds nestled in them. I hold it up and admire how it sparkles and catches the light. It is beautiful, I say dreamily. I glance over at the enormous rock of a diamond that blazes on her finger. Her husband likes to shower her with expensive things. Granted, it wasn't shaped from a small asteroid. I mean, I can actually lift my finger. I can still lift this finger. She grins and flips me off, earning a glower from my mother, who's setting down an enormous jug of sweet tea. "Not in front of the children," she says chidingly. That would be Ethan, who's reclining in one of those baby bounce chairs, and Fiona, who's bouncing impatiently in her seat, waiting for lunch to begin. Technically, none of us should be eating before Mama says grace. I glance over at Fiona, my brow furrowing. She had to go to the hospital to be checked over after Russell drugged her, and my mother and I have been sneaking into her room every night to make sure she's still breathing. The sight of her still, small form, tied up and unmoving, flashes through my mind at night when I close my eyes. My mother sits next to Fiona and gives her a worried look, too. Fiona pours some iced tea into her glass and takes a long, appreciative sip. Then she looks back and forth from me to my mother. "I'm fine, you guys. Quit freaking out, it was nothing." "Nothing?" I echo in disbelief. "Okay, so I was kidnapped by a She catches my mother's look and coughs into her hand. "Freaking lunatic, drugged, tied up, escaped, and heroically saved the day. No big." Then she nods her head at Sebastian. "I helped save the day," she acknowledges. Sebastian wasn't too pathetic when it came right down to it.
My God,
Sebastian marvels.
that might be the nicest thing she's ever said to me.
"Don't get used to it," Fiona advises him.
I like this kid,"
Magnus says cheerfully.
"She's the only person I know who gives you more grief than I do."
"Hey," Monica says indignantly to her husband. "I do my share."
"You pull your weight,"
Parker says approvingly.
"You give him his lumps." "Why me?"
Sebastian wonders, narrowing his eyes at them.
"Why don't you make Magnus the butt of your jokes? You're just so easy to torment."
Parker smiles in sympathy.
"You're always running around trying to keep us in line, and it's so hilarious watching you fail."
And then my mother tells everyone to be quiet so she can say the blessing, and for the next few minutes, we're too busy stuffing our faces to chat anymore. Knowing that Sebastian's troubles with blue blazes are over is like a boulder-sized weight off all our shoulders. Chris never even got the chance to sick his lawyers on them for playing the concert. He was too busy trying, and failing, to flee the country with a couple of suitcases full of cash. The Nashville District Attorney's Office is preparing to prosecute him on multiple charges, including conspiracy. That's the least of his problems. Russell sang like a canary about the pervy videos he had of Chris. When Chris made bail and tried to get back in his house, not only were the locks all changed, Skylar greeted him at the door with a machete and chased him back to his limo. Why did she even have a machete? Where does one obtain a machete? God knows, but that woman is freaking terrifying. As for Russell, he's being prosecuted on so many charges, both here and in Nashville, I can't even keep track of them all. The band's lawyer is in the process of getting their contract nullified. Skylar made a few noises about fighting it, but folded under the threat of a massive lawsuit. The band has decided to go full indie, forming their own company. Monica will be their publicist. 1 month later. "Did you pack enough?" Daisy looks at the towering pile of suitcases next to the tour bus. "Hey, this is a year-long tour," I remind her. "Sebastian and I made a list of everything we in the band might possibly need, and got several of each item." "Right, because there are no stores where you're going. Let's see, your first stop is South Carolina? No stores. If you don't bring enough socks, you'll have to shear a sheep, spin the wool, and knit them by hand." Her eyes glitter in amusement. "Also, you're only going for a few weeks at a time. You are a mad overpacker, Mrs. Callie Monroe." I shiver in pleasure. I love hearing my new name, so I'll forgive you for being an annoying naggy nag pants. I'll kind of miss you. She sighs. "I'll sort of maybe miss you too. I like the decor at least," she says. "Sebastian and I are traveling in our own trailer, because there is no way I would feel comfortable getting busy with the entire band able to hear us through the walls. Monica, Parker, and Magnus decorated the trailer with big, just married signs and streamers. We're going to have cars and trucks honking at us the entire trip along the interstate. Well, until Sebastian takes the signs off. I'm hoping it's at our first gas station stop. I look across the parking lot at my friends and family who've come to see me off. Harper gives me a little wave. She just started speaking to me again. She's furious that she was the last one to know in our little group about the fiancé thing. My mother is a little sour, too. Sebastian and I had a quickie marriage a couple of weeks after Russell's arrest. She's a wedding planner. It took a lot of wheedling on my part to make sure she didn't see it as a slap in the face. She finally accepted my explanation that I could hardly go on tour with the band if we weren't hitched. It wouldn't be proper. Also, she's planning an enormous wedding for us for next June. Sebastian and I did a video chat with Luigi Conti and promised that he could design our wedding dress. He was over the moon about it, and he agreed that he'll still sponsor the tour. I swear that when Luigi discreetly checked out my boobs, Sebastian made a sound that was very much like the low, rumbling growl of an angry German shepherd, but he totally denied it afterwards. My gaze sweeps the crowd, and I watch Mayor Culpepper and Jolene make their way over to Sebastian, who's standing there with a notepad, double-checking each bag as it's loaded onto the tour buses. Sebastian pauses in his note-taking to talk to them. I wince. Whatever they're saying, I'm sure it's mortifyingly embarrassing, but Sebastian just grins and nods. Fiona stands between my mother and Grandma May, scrunching up her face. I walk over to her and hold my arms out for a hug, but she quickly steps back. I let you hug me once, and that was only because you nearly died, and I'm already regretting it, she informs me. No touchy-touchy. Cooties. Gross. I shall respect your personal space. Anyway, I'll only be gone 3 weeks, I say to her. And I will be calling to check in and FaceTime with you twice a day. I'll go over your homework and your list of chores with you. It'll be even more annoying than having me here. That earns a wry smile and an eye roll. That's not even possible, she says loftily. Also, you better send me lots of cool swag. You know I will. Fiona, my mother admonishes her. Is that polite? Sorry. Please send me cool swag. It would be greatly appreciated.
Almost ready,
Sebastian yells to me. Mayor Culpepper and his wife have left him to his suitcase counting. He resumes scribbling furiously in his notebook. What a derp face, Fiona observes. True, but he's my derp face, I say fondly. If you go all mushy on me, I'll barf on your shoes, Fiona says. Duly noted. I take a step back, away from her. Goodbye, troublemaker. Don't give Ma'am and Grandma May too much grief while I'm gone. I'll be back before you know it. That's what I'm afraid of, she says wryly, but I see the glint of unshed tears in her eyes, and she sniffles discreetly, wiping her arm on her sleeve. I sneak a glance over at my mother. She's holding her purse, and one hand creeps up to the strap, and then she drops her hands by her side, and I see her body visibly relax. She's doing better. She's not cured of her anxiety. It's a part of her, but she's learned how to walk herself back when it starts to flare up. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her, Fiona says. I pat Fiona's shoulder lightly, and she shrugs my hand off. I know you will. Having Fiona in the house actually gives my mother something else to focus her energy on. I think it's one of the reasons why she can control her anxiety more now. She's directing her energies outward, hurting and mother-henning Fiona, rather than inward. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something for the derp face. Fiona walks over to Sebastian, slinging her backpack off when she reaches him. I follow her, curious. She shoves her hand into the outer pocket and pulls out a little cloth doll. This one has no pins stuck in it. It's wearing a suit of armor made of silver cloth. She shoves it at Sebastian. It's the opposite of a voodoo doll, she informs him. I put armor on it to keep you safe. Not because I like you, but because you need to take care of Callie. She starts blinking very rapidly to hide the sheen of tears in her eyes. And if I didn't know better, I could swear he had an answering gleam of moisture in his own eyes.
This isn't the worst present I've ever gotten, he says solemnly. I don't hate it.
I smile at him with appreciation. He knows exactly how to talk to her.
Hey guys, we need to be on the road in 5,
the driver yells out to us. My family starts crowding around me. You enjoy that honeymoon, Grandma May tells me. If you need any tips or suggestions, Grandma May! Several of us, including me, scream at the same time. I clap my hands over my ears. What? She huffs. You try to be helpful. Fine, I'll have Daisy help me write one of those computer mail things with all the details and send it to you. Ha! Daisy looks suitably horrified, and I clap my hand over my mouth to keep from laughing. After a round of hugs and tears and goodbyes, I'm finally able to go. It's going to be an interesting year. I'll be home half the time, on the road half the time. At the end of the tour, Sebastian and the band will be based in Bitter End, doing a resident artist gig at our arena for another year. And after that, they're looking at making Parker more the front man and having Sebastian scale back. He's even talking about founding a music school here and teaching some music classes. "Let's move along, folks," Monica calls out. I quickly make my way to the tour bus. If I stay any longer, I'll probably start crying. When we get to our room, Sebastian shuts the door firmly.
Alone at last.
Sebastian wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me up against him. The muscles of his arms bunch as he squeezes me in a hug, and he looks down at me with a smile curving his full lips. "What did Mayor Culpepper say to you? I'm almost afraid to ask." Sebastian throws back his head and laughs, a clear, happy sound that bounces off the walls and bathes me in light.
"You should be. He was giving me honeymoon advice. Yes, that kind of honeymoon advice."
Oh, dear God. Grandma May tried to do the same, but we shut her down. She's going to send me an email, though, and I'm going to burn the computer when I get it.
He also told me to take good care of, as he put it, our girl, and to hurry back home.
He clears his throat. The bus engine turns over, and the floor shakes a little as we start moving. I stumble, and his arms tighten.
"I've got you,"
he says.
"Always."
I tilt my head back and smile up at him. I know.
"You all right? My beautiful bride looks a little misty-eyed."
"Shut up." I sniffle discreetly. "I'm not crying, my eyes are perspiring. And I swear you got teary-eyed back there when Fiona gave you the doll."
"Are you kidding?"
He laughs.
"We've been swarmed by the entire population of Bitter End 24/7 ever since that bastard kidnapped you. Leaving them all behind is going to feel like a blissful vacation."
"But you'll miss them." I snuggle comfortably into his arms.
"I will miss them," he admits. "Like a toothache. Because when it stops, you realize how good it feels. Okay, fine, I'll miss them. But somehow, I think I'll manage to get through it."
He brushes his lips across mine, and then gently nibbles my lower lip.
"With you by my side, I can get through anything. Callie Monroe, I'm sorry it took us so long to find our way back together."
"Well, there's only one thing we can do about all those wasted years." I press up against him, enjoying his tortured groan of pleasure. "Make up for lost time." In one swift move, he tumbles me onto the bed.
"Babe, that's music to my ears."
This recording of The Rock Star's Fake Fiancé was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Natalie Eaton and Patrick Lawler, and produced